Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 301, Gold. You really think you'll be able to get across that line with just an aging potion? Loki asked Fred and George as they had their arms interlinked with the potion for each other. You have much to learn, my young follower. Fred said in a wise tone. You must not know that the biggest of them all fall for the simplest of tricks. George completed. Loki just smiled while shaking his head as he looked at Fred and George with a smile as he sat back with Hermione, who was already writing an article on the twins' attempt to cross the line. You think anyone will want to read that? Loki asked, since he was pretty sure the news about the twins' failure to cross the line would have spread throughout the school once they were kicked out of the ring like everyone else before they had tried. I know it will because I looked through the feedback we got about the newspaper at the end of last year. Hermione said without looking at Loki as she watched the twins down their potions carefully, afraid to miss a single moment. Would you have participated in the Triwizard Tournament if the age limit was lower? Loki asked, sitting down beside Hermione. No. Why would I do something so dangerous? I have nothing to prove to anyone else. I'm happy the way I am. Not even for 1,000 galleons. If the age limit was lower, it would mean the competition would not be as dangerous. PFFFTTT. Loki nearly snorted the iced tea he was drinking and had to place it away to watch as the twins started to grow white hairs and long silky beards as their aging potion took effect. Within mere moments, the twins looked like they had grown old together like a pair of swans. The twins looked at everyone and jumped into the ring of protection that Dumbledore had set up, and to everyone's surprise, they stayed within it for long enough to be able to cheer about it. Yay! Except once they began to cheer, it was as if the ring took offense to it and tossed them out with an invisible force. Fred and George both flew out of the ring at high speeds until they hit the wall on the opposite end of the hall and fainted from a concussion. Lee Jordan rushed towards them and cast Renovate so that they'd wake up from their impromptu sleep while Hermione just sighed and began to continue writing her article. What are you going to title it anyway? Hermione's hands paused as she thought for a few seconds before saying, A Tale of Two Brothers, or maybe, The Unbreached Ring. Loki shrugged his shoulders and watched as several other students from all three schools came and dropped their names into the Goblet of Fire throughout the day. Who do you think's going to represent Hogwarts? I think it'll be Cedric Diggory, Hermione said without thinking much. And you, Daphne? Who do you think it's going to be? Same. I see. Then I'll ask him for a couple of his pictures later tonight. Loki nodded and left classroom 2-21 to go to the library and finish his homework. The next day, with the Hogwarts honest mill fueling the fire of gossip, everyone waited with bated breaths at their tables in the Great Hall. The flame of the Goblet of Fire was flickering and buzzing occasionally, sending out sparks and embers like it was eager to reveal the names of the champions it had chosen. Good evening, students. Dumbledore said with excitement as he stepped up to the eagle podium in the center of the teacher's table. I would like to introduce to you the 2 extra judges the Ministry of Magic has sent to judge the Triwizard Tournament that is about to begin. I must remind you that they are not only the judges but also some of the key important figures that have helped bring this new Triwizard Tournament this far. The first person from the left is the current head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Mr. Barty Crouch Sr. Why does he look like someone's killed his wife? Clap clap. And the second person needs no introduction from someone like me, Mr. Ludo Bagman. A retired professional Quidditch player. And the current head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. And why does he look like a professional gambler? Clap clap. Loki joined in for the claps and looked at Dumbledore, who was now standing and waiting for everyone to quieten down. It took a few seconds, but the applause soon died out, especially because of how Barty Crouch Sr. was glaring at them like they all owed him their lives or something. Along with the great reveal of our champions today, we will also have a short award ceremony for brave students in our school that helped protect everyone from dark wizards. Oh shit. He's going to give us the Merlin medals now. Mione will be pissed that she has to write a quick article now. Everyone grew into whispers as they looked around for Harry Potter, the person who was talked about the most in the Daily Prophet after the incident with the dark wizards. But Dumbledore's eyes landed on Loki. Loki looked at him with a clear frown, since if he'd known that he was going to get an award today, he might have dressed better. As if understanding this, Dumbledore winked at Loki before Loki saw his dress suddenly change and morph into an elegant 3-piece suit. Mother of Merlin. The spook was enough for Loki to feel his nerves twitch in fright before Dumbledore raised his voice and spoke loudly once again. Let us start with the youngest and the ever-beautiful Luna Lovegood. The hall was silent for a few seconds before everyone on the Ravenclaw table realized that Luna was from their house and began to clap loudly when she stood up. Luna was clearly uncomfortable with the sudden amount of attention she was getting, but she managed to keep her eyes on the goal as she walked up to Dumbledore, who kindly stood aside and allowed Barty Crouch Sr. to present the award to Luna. A stray cameraman popped up from some dark corner before snapping plenty of pictures before moving out of sight. Once the silence returned, Dumbledore stepped up again and introduced the student that needs no introduction, the owner of our beloved Hogwarts Honest Mill, and the student that is popular for his accurate divinations, Loki. Loki stood up in one swift motion and walked up to Dumbledore, where Barty Crouch Sr. took the stage and held a velvety box along with Loki that had a golden medal inside it. The medal felt heavy to Loki and his instincts clearly recognized its value. But he managed to keep a straight face, especially after Barty Crouch Sr. handed him a coin purse that felt like it was filled to the brim with money. Loki's eyes fell on Hermione, who was slightly frightened at being reminded about the night, before they curiously landed on Daphne, who softly directed her stare away from Loki when she realized he was looking. Loki saw all the students applaud and his mind started thinking about something else. Wouldn't the students in the audience of the Triwizard Tournament be a great audience for an advancement ritual? Wait a second, what if Adam plans to use this audience to improve Harry's digestion? After the 300 or so pictures the cameraman took of Loki, he was allowed to walk back to his seat and watch the show proceed once again under the commendations from several Slytherin, who gave him a secretive nod after they spotted Malfoy fuming on the sidelines. Good for you, Fleur said as she whispered to Loki after she saw the clunky prize money he was given. Astoria on the side whispered to Loki softly, see, she's a gold digger. Daphne's nothing like that. We have plenty of money. Enough for 100 generations deep and broad. Loki felt like laughing, but seeing Daphne stabbing her fork into her steak while glaring at Astoria, Loki shut up and turned to look at Dumbledore. And now for the champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Chapter 302, the fourth champion. Dumbledore was moving towards the goblet of fire, which was slowly flickering with a red flame. He stopped right in front of it and spoke with a soft grandfatherly smile, any names called out of the goblet will now be the names of the champions who will take part in the Triwizard Tournament. And once your name is called, I want you to walk along the staff table through the door at its end and into the next chamber, please. A spell-like silence fell after Dumbledore's words, and everyone watched with excited eyes as the blue flames in the goblet of fire flickered to red for a few seconds before they spit out a burning paper into the air. Dumbledore immediately caught the paper and flicked it a little for its flames to die out, after which he looked at it through his half-moon spectacles and spoke in a calm tone. The champion for Drumstrang is Dash. The Drumstrang students on the Slytherin table all clenched their fists. Victor Crumb. Crumb immediately stood up under the applause of all the students and teachers and walked calmly towards the door Dumbledore had pointed towards earlier with a smile on his face. Once the applause died down and Crumb was gone, the flames in the goblet of fire turned crimson red again and threw up a beautifully crafted paper into the air. The beautiful paper spun as it landed in Dumbledore's hands and he flicked it a little to kill the flames on it. The champion from Beauxbatons is Dash. The entire hall fell silent and Loki could feel all the girls at the Ravenclaw table tense up as they all straightened their backs. Even Fleur beside him stopped breathing. Fleur Delacour. Fleur's satin hat nearly fell off her head as she stood up with a happy smile under the applause of everyone in the hall. Congratulations, Loki whispered as Fleur stood up and looked at him with a smile and then nodded subtly, accepting his commendations. Fleur walked along the staff table and accepted her short interruption from Madame Maxime, who shook her hand and went her way into the side chamber. The hall fell into silence again as the flames in the goblet of fire flickered red, a paper shot into the air once again and Dumbledore snatched it out of the air. Except this time, when his eyes landed on the name he looked shocked. Everyone in the hall was immediately gripped by tension. What happened? From the way he's looking at it, it feels like he's won the lottery. The Hogwarts champion is Dash, Dumbledore said and looked at everyone in the hall. He then turned around and looked at Snape, who had furrowed brows and was confused about what was going on. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice rang out in the Great Hall, spelling a silence that was simultaneously both tense and loud. All heads turned towards the boy who was named, including Loki, who almost immediately cooked up a theory in his mind, so either Adam or who planned for this to happen. Or both. Harry remained sitting in his seat for nearly 30 seconds before Hermione pushed him up from beside him. Harry Potter, Dumbledore called again, making Harry confused and scared. It was as if the world had suddenly turned silent for him. Harry robotically walked towards the teacher's table under the gaze of various teachers and students and soon slipped into the chamber adjacent to the Great Hall. Dumbledore remained silent along with the people in the Great Hall before speaking calmly. That was all, the champions need to be briefed and brought up to speed on the matters. WWOOSHHH. The sound caught everyone's attention and made them turn towards the goblet once again. Everyone wondered if the goblet wanted to say something regarding this confounding mess-up. The flames in the goblet of fire suddenly turned red and rose to new heights, shooting out a new piece of paper from itself. The paper floated down slowly and landed in Dumbledore's palm. He pressed the piece of paper a few times before its flames were extinguished. Then he lifted the paper into the light and read what was written in it out loud for everyone to hear. Loki. The great hall fell silent once again, the second time in the last few minutes. The silence this time was a puzzled one. Why did the goblet spit out his name? Haven't all the 3 champions been selected already? The Slytherin were wondering if they had to clap or not, while the other Hogwarts students were just as confused. Loki stood up with a frown on his face after Astoria poked him with her wand and walked towards Dumbledore, who was looking at him with surprise. Is that my name, Professor? Loki asked in a soft voice. Dumbledore looked at the paper and back up at Loki and nodded. Yes, my dear boy, it is your name. Loki took the paper from Dumbledore's hands to confirm if he was just pulling a prank, but the burnt piece of paper truly had his name written on it. Loki frowned when he noticed an oddity in the piece of paper. What? Why is it in my handwriting? Please go and wait for us in the chamber like the other champions did. Dumbledore said kindly before addressing the students like he was before he was cut off by the goblet turning red and spitting out Loki's name. With some confusion, Loki held the piece of paper with his name and walked into the chamber under the slightly annoyed stare of Snape and McGonagall. Before Loki entered the chamber, his eyes met Hermione's. She looked worried and positively frightened. Entering the chamber, the first person to come up to Loki was Fleur. You're here to tell Uzi that this boy is here because of a mistake. Is he not? Loki looked at Harry, who looked like he was bullied into this situation, and just shook his head. No, he was chosen by the goblet. Arg. Fleur turned around and then walked up to Harry. How did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire, little boy? Harry looked a little annoyed at having been called a little boy, but he responded to Fleur nonetheless. I did not put my name into the Goblet of Fire. I don't know how it got there in the first place. Fleur rolled her eyes and then looked at Loki again. And Viewy, are you here? Loki looked at all the other champions that had been chosen before him, the silent Victor Crumb, the tense Harry, and finally the hyperactive Fleur, because I'm the 4th champion. Everyone in the room had the same reaction. They scrunched up their faces. Victor Crumb was the first to speak, and he said, but it's the Triwizard Tournament. 3 wizard only. You are 4. How? Loki shook his head with an audible sigh as he spoke calmly by shrugging his shoulders. Dunno myself. The headmaster was giving his ending speech and the goblet interrupted him by turning its flames red and spitting out my name. Boodash. Fleur was about to say something again when the door to the chambers burst open and in came a flying Dumbledore, who glided right towards Harry and held his shoulders, shaking him as he asked in a panicked but bold voice and calmly, Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire, Harry? Positively frightened, Harry responded as best he could in the moment, No, headmaster. I did not. The boy lies. Karkaroff said, causing Harry to frown as he heard it, while the other champions remained silent. And what of this boy? Loki. Reasonably popular in the wizarding community because of his newspaper. The ever-annoying student in my class. Karma, is it not? Having to take part in something that could get you killed. Moody said, pointing his staff at Loki with a mean-looking smile. But Loki only smiled as he retorted back, Glad I'm going to win 1,000 galleons, Professor. You probably have never even seen such money. Moody instantly frowned and stomped with his cane on the floor. He was about to say something else, but Madame Maxime interrupted. What is it that we do now, Dumbledore? Dumbledore turned to look at Barty Crouch, who was standing with half his face covered in darkness, as he stated in a tone of resignation, The rules clearly state that once a champion's name is picked by the goblet, he or she must participate in the competition. Not doing so will result, quite literally, in death. But he is just a boy. Fleur complained about Harry, greatly annoying him once more, causing Harry to point at Loki and say, What about him? But Fleur shut him down when she said, Loki is Loki. Loki almost burst into laughter but held himself back. That would mean Hogwarts gets 2 champions. Karkaroff suddenly said, pushing the discussion towards a debate once more. Oh. And why do you think so? Moody asked. Perhaps the name of the boy here was put into Goblet because someone wanted to kill him. Wanted him dead to please their masters. Are you implying something, Moody? Karkaroff said, getting up close and personal with Moody. Finally, Dumbledore spoke. Moody backed off and allowed Dumbledore to continue. The rules are final, and unless anyone has a better solution, I expect them to adhere to them. I have a better solution. Loki said, raising his hand, causing everyone to turn towards him. I don't have any reason to take part in the competition anyway, so when you judge me, why don't you give me the lowest marks ever? That way you won't have to worry about Hogwarts having 2 champions anymore. Everyone's eyes widened slightly and they all nodded. Good. Good. You have a good nut in your head. Moody said, clapping with his staff. Is there a rule against Zhat, Mr. Crouch? Madame Maxime asked, causing Barty Crouch to think for a second before shaking his head. There isn't. Chapter 303, Brightside. I don't know how this happened, but I wish the best of luck to the 2 of you, Crumb said with a smile, patting Harry's shoulder as he left towards the ship in the Black Lake. Fleur nodded like Crumb did and turned to Loki before telling him, I hope you don't take it easy just because you're going to be dead last. You were and always will be my competition, and I won't forgive you if you take it easy on me. Haha, I won't. Not even in your dreams. Loki said with a smile as Fleur left towards the carriages. Left with Harry, Loki looked at the boy who looked tired and a little tense. Don't worry about it. Didn't you become a Beyonder recently? I'm sure you'll stay safe as long as you use your Beyonder powers. Loki said calmly to Harry. Harry's eyes widened at Loki's sudden revelation of his secret, but he didn't say much. Instead, he just nodded and said, "Thank you. Good luck to you then. I hope you show those two other fools how strong our school is." Harry nodded with a smile. It feels nice to have someone who holds high expectations for me. I should get back now. Hermione and Ron are probably still waiting for me, and they're probably worried. Stepping into the Gryffindor common room, Harry was suddenly assaulted from all directions by a massive cheer. Woo-hoo-hoo. The students all shouted with pride. Should have told us how you did it if you were going to do it, Harry. How could you forget us? Fred and George joked while tugging on Harry's arms. But I didn't dash. They then lifted him into the air without care for his words and started to surf him over the crowd. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw Ron look at him with a scowl and walk away into their bedroom. Harry wanted to do nothing other than get out of his awkward position and run to catch his friend, but he couldn't. Everyone was so enthusiastic in talking and thanking him for bringing pride to the Gryffindors that he was left with no other option but to stay. That was when he realized, Loki. He didn't think I'd done any of this. Was that why it felt so relaxing to be around him? Why can't these people just be more like him? Slowly the common room emptied, and long after it was only Hermione left with him. Did you put your name in the dash? No. Hermione. I didn't. Why would I? I don't have a death wish. For all I know, it could be you-know-who trying to do something to kill me once again. Harry ranted. He then stood up and shook his head. I need to be alone for now, Hermione. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Hermione wanted to talk to Harry more, especially about Loki, but she ended up holding back her questions and allowed Harry to leave. Entering the bedroom, Harry spotted Ron was already asleep, so he just walked up to his bed and fell asleep, depressed after rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, Loki entered the Sapphire Castle. The person who made me enter the Triwizard Tournament is a Death Eater. The person who made me enter the Triwizard Tournament is a Death Eater. The person who made me enter the Triwizard Tournament is a Death Eater. The person who made me enter the Triwizard Tournament is a Death Eater. Loki opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum in his hand and... TSK. It was moving clockwise. So it's that guy disguising himself as Professor Moody. Loki exited the Sapphire Castle and pulled out the parchment he hadn't used in a long while. So Professor Moody, who are you? Scanning the parchment map in front of him, Loki began to look for the Defense Against Dark Arts class. His eyes traced from class to class until he found the right one. So it's you, Barty Crouch. What? Loki instantly became confused. But I saw the two of them at the feast today. So the real Barty Crouch is in disguise as Moody while someone else is playing the Barty Crouch. Loki frowned. Or do the two people have the same names? I'll need to try using the map when the two of them are in the castle during an event. With his small investigation done, Loki folded up the parchment and put it into his bag, after which he collapsed into the bed while reading Nicholas's book about ritualistic magic. I'll need a way to make those new spells for the competition. But I don't think I'll be able to finish it anytime soon. Nothing complicated, at least. Waking up the next morning, Loki stepped into the common room and instantly became surprised. You. Wait here. Draco said with a proud tone as he walked to Loki and stood in front of him with Crabbe and Goyle by his side. What happened, Draco? I'm in no mood to entertain you. Especially when I haven't finished my potions homework. Draco's eyebrows twitched, but under the gaze of all the students in the common room, he reached inside his robe. Is he going to attack me? Loki made no movements, but the common room grew silent. Other students were already tightening their grip on their wands in case Draco tried to do something to Loki. But under the surprised gazes of everyone, Draco pulled out a badge and pinned it to Loki's robes. It said, Potter sucks. Support the real Hogwarts champion Loki. Everyone in the common room instantly became dumbfounded. What? Loki asked the question on everyone's minds. I know we have our differences, and that we do not see eye to eye, but you have for the first time in my eyes brought pride to the Slytherin house. I hope you keep up doing things like this. Loki looked around at all the other students to see if he was trapped in some sort of illusions, but seeing all the other students with their mouths hanging, Loki looked at Draco and became a little stunned. So he did the only right thing he could think of and... slap. Slapped Draco. Crabbe and Goyle instantly stepped up to punch Loki, but Draco stopped them. What was that for? Draco asked with a frown. I heard you feel pain in dreams. Loki said, causing Draco to raise his eyebrow as if he was saying, so. I mean, did that hurt? Loki asked again and instantly caused Draco's eyebrows to start twitching wildly. People all around the common room began laughing silently while holding their stomachs. I mean, if this isn't a dream then I have to say. You really have changed, Draco. I mean, I almost couldn't recognize you. What if you were impersonated by a few other students using the polyjuice potion? Loki listed a few other possibilities but then ended with, so I think it is good I did that. Good for you, Draco. Good that you changed. Welcome to the bright side. And with a happy nod, Loki was off, and for some reason, even after getting slapped, Draco had a wide smile on his face. Except when Loki left the common room, his smiling face turned into a frown. As if I'd fall for such an obvious trap. Loki said, looking at the badge that was on his chest. Now I need to figure out a way to get rid of this badge so that no one hears the celestial worthy of heaven and earth chant. Chapter 304, New Mission. Look at what I have. Loki said with a smile and pointed at the badge Draco had attached to his robes. The words, support the real Hogwarts champion. Loki showed up along the edges of the badge with a picture of Loki in the middle. Wadash, Hermione was about to shout, but Loki shed her and pushed out his badge further as it changed to say, Harry Potter is a loser. The Gryffindor table grew frigid in mere moments, but Loki didn't bother. Instead, he spoke openly to Fred and George. Don't you guys think it's well done? Who made it? Fred asked. The one and only Draco. The table turned even more frigid at the mention of his name, but Loki then surprised everyone when he pulled out the badge and tossed it to George. Wanna study how it works and make one for Harry too? I can see he's jealous seeing mine. Loki said, rubbing Harry's bed head, making his hair seem even more like a bird's nest as he tried to wrestle out of Loki's shoulder hug. George and Fred looked at each other, smiled and then nodded. Done. We'll get it ready before lunch. Be ready to give me one too. I want to add it to my collection. Loki said with a smile and stood up from the Gryffindor table, which was now looking at him with admiration. Can there really be such a good Slytherin, everyone thought. With the badge out of his way, Loki went back to the Slytherin table and ate his breakfast calmly. After he finished that, he left to go to the lavatory where he locked himself in a stall and entered the Sapphire Castle. Once inside, Loki hurriedly performed a dream divination. The reason why Draco Malfoy wanted to keep an eye on me using the badge. The reason why Draco Malfoy wanted to keep an eye on me using the badge. The reason why Draco Malfoy wanted to keep an eye on me using the badge. The reason why Draco Malfoy wanted to keep an eye on me using the badge. With the statement said 7 times, Loki entered a dream using cogitation and allowing his astral body to float in the spirit world. Loki's vision shifted and he soon spotted himself looking over Draco's shoulder at a letter that was meant only for his eyes. It was encrypted, but it didn't take Loki long to crack the code. Find a way to keep an eye out on the student named Loki. Make sure you can keep track of him every moment of the day and learn everything you can about him. Draco then proceeded to think out loud and revealed even more of his thoughts to Loki. Father wants me to learn more about Loki. But why? Is it because he's doing well at school? Or is it related to his disappearance during the summer? Well, I don't know what it is about, but I'll do my best since Father has entrusted me with this task. The dream shattered at that point and Loki woke back up in the Sapphire Castle as he began to analyze what he had just seen. Father. So Lucius Malfoy did this. But I feel like there's more to this. Why exactly would Lucius Malfoy want to keep an eye on me? Because he was / is a Death Eater and because you know who's planning something. Loki frowned. But why does you know who want to know more about me? Shouldn't his focus be on Harry? Is it so that you know who can kill me more easily using the Triwizard Tournament as a cover? Or does he just hold a grudge against me because of what I did to him in the summer after the second year with the Platinum card? Yeah, asking Draco to keep a watch on me, that sounds like something that scales proportionally to such an event. And a saint can't be so petty. Perhaps an insane one that has split his soul multiple times can. Loki's frown deepened and his worry furthered. Why do I feel like I now have to keep an eye out to cover my back all the time? Sigh. They can't even let a student do his duties as a student in peace. Loki shook his head and left the Sapphire Castle, going to the potions class. His mind throughout the week was on the upcoming tasks ahead as he spent the little time he had designing spells for all the evil gods. But Loki was still at the stage of dissecting the normal spells and studying the safeguards that were built into the system. This was especially tedious, since spells like the simple Lumos charm had little to no regard for any protections, while complicated ones like the Patronus charm involved several guards to keep something out. Draco had attempted to ambush him with other badge pins and similar items each time he'd stepped out of his room, but each time Loki had cleverly avoided him using his illusions to trick him into following another student. Meanwhile, Hermione was training with Professor McGonagall and working on digesting her apprentice potion faster as she was being taught by a high-sequence beyonder who was looking after her as if she were really her apprentice. The Tarot Club meeting in this time remained silent, with no one offering up any extra information to each other since both parties were wary of how each other's presence might affect their plans. But Loki had thrown out a request: "Can any of you guys help me design a ritual for multiple gods? What would constitute an equivalent exchange payment for a product that would be formed only by the effort resulting from multiple gods cooperating?" Dominic advised Loki not to perform such dangerous rituals where it was almost guaranteed that you'd lose your life, while Barty Crouch's answer was simple: offer human lives, and Hermione chose to remain silent, though she did think in her mind that she would ask Professor McGonagall about it. Snape was silent for a while until he explained that Mr. World could ask Dumbledore's help, not very subtly. Fleur simply said that the Flammels would be the best source of information on the matter, while Sirius was still reeling from the shock that this regular happening was not a dream. "Oh. A ritual constituting multiple gods?" Professor McGonagall asked with raised eyebrows. "Pray tell, dear, why are you looking into that?" "No, Professor, I was only wondering why there were no such rituals. I mean, wouldn't someone have tried this? Like we've tried working with runes and making new spells out of them." "No, Miss Granger. This is a dangerous line of thought. Gods are not to be treated like runes. You cannot mix and match them hoping to get some radically different result. It would be an insult of profound measures, It would be more likely that you meet a true god before you succeed in a ritual that involves multiple gods. Promise me you will never ever try such a thing." Hermione quickly nodded, afraid she'd be angering Professor McGonagall and lose the privilege of training under her. Finally, after 2 weeks, Loki finally got to go on another mission with his team. "You ready?" Loki asked Hermione as they were walking towards Hogsmeade with Daphne in tow. "Yes, Loki. I'm confident I'll be of some use this time." "I hope you are, because if you need to get involved, it'll mean we'll be working on something complicated," Loki said with a smile on his face. "Will I get another item like the one that makes miracles come true, like last time? That would be nice. Even though I still can't really use the Disc of Wishes for now." Chapter 305, Second Mission, Belladonna of Bets. Cedric and Daphne stood in front of their groups as they all waited for Ethan to be done with his work. "This week you two don't need to group with each other. The influx of people from all over the world who want to watch the Triwizard Tournament has resulted in a few smugglers taking advantage of the crowd to bring in a few mystical items into the Scottish Highlands. So we'll be working on seizing these mystical items?" Daphne asked. Ethan nodded and passed 2 papers to both groups. "In those papers are your targets. You may use the Ministry Flow to teleport to the fireplace closest to your targets. I want those items confiscated by the end of the day. They're both Class 3 items, so it shouldn't take you long." Daphne and Cedric nodded before looking at each other. A spark flew between their eyes as they quickly turned around and walked out of the room with their groups. Loki stayed behind in the room and once everyone was out asked Ethan a question that he wanted to know the answer to. "Were there any more attacks like the last one?" Ethan shook his head and laughed a little. "How if they were so common the British Isles would have vanished long ago. There are plenty of people taking care of such things, you don't need to worry about them." Loki nodded and left the room quickly and rejoined Daphne and Hermione. "So?" Hermione asked Daphne since she was still holding onto the paper Ethan had passed to her. Daphne studied the paper and then passed the paper to Hermione before beginning to explain what it was all about. "Our item is a grade 3 item with little to no side effects. It needs 3 people to contain, which makes us a good group to have been assigned for this task. It's called the Belladonna of Bets." "What does it do though?" Loki asked. "It's a betting book. Any bets written in it will have their odds favored. Some muggle has gotten his hands on it and is now using it to earn money by betting on various things. Anyone gone to retrieve it before us?" Loki asked again. "Yes. A team of Aurors were dispatched, but the muggle cleverly used the book to increase his odds of escaping from them." "I see. It says here that the men has killed the Aurors who were pursuing him." Hermione interrupted with a slightly shocked look. Loki frowned, but Daphne quickly dispelled their worries. "They only died because they didn't follow the sealing protocol. While by itself, the book tries to escape by shifting the odds in its favor when no one is looking at it. So we'll be fine as long as we keep looking at it." Loki nodded, but Hermione was still a little afraid. Daphne placed her hand over Hermione's shoulder and spoke in a calm tone. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to us. I'll make sure of that. After all, I can manipulate luck too." Hermione nodded and calmed down after that as the trio walked to the Flow network on the first floor of the Ministry of Magic. They went through the official procedures to secure a fireplace connected to the Flow. It was easy to do so since they had all the proper documentation ready in the files Ethan had given them. Pinching a bit of powder, Daphne stepped into the flames and tossed the power before shouting clearly, "Helensburgh," followed by Hermione and then Loki. Their location was a small department store run by a squib in the city of Helensburgh. Once the trio arrived at their location, Daphne immediately turned toward Hermione. "Can you divine if it is all right for us to immediately pursue the muggle?" "Sure." Hermione nodded before letting out her pendulum and entering cogitation. It is dangerous for us to pursue Mr. Bellington to retrieve the Belladonna of Bets. Hermione repeated the sentence 7 times before opening her eyes and looking at the result that everyone was waiting for. The pendulum was spinning counterclockwise. No danger, Hermione concluded, and Daphne nodded as she opened the door and stepped into the department store, pausing to give a short nod to the squib that worked here and leaving through the back door. Loki, try to divine the location of our target, Daphne said as soon as they left the department store. Loki performed a dream divination this time while sitting on a public bench, and once he was done he opened his eyes and led the way. Loki was calm, but something was nagging him at the back of his mind. As he followed Hermione he started to slow down until he came to a stop because of his thoughts. A book that can twist fate. Hermione's divination shouldn't have been affected by it since her pendulum is connected to the Sapphire Castle. But, what if instead of pre-planned danger Mr. Bellington has used the book to manipulate itself so that his fate is intertwined with it? For example, what if the Aurors didn't really die because the book wanted to escape, but because the Muggle wrote down in it that the book could never be separated from him? Making it dangerous not to pursue the book itself, but separating it from him the most dangerous. With Loki stopping in the middle of the street, Daphne quickly stopped, after which Hermione followed suit and looked at Loki. What happened, Loki? Hermione asked Loki while Daphne carried a look that meant the same. I have a little doubt, but Mione, could you divine something else for me once? Sure. What do you want me to divine about? Divine if it is safe to separate the book from Mr. Bellington. Hermione frowned, but Daphne's eyes widened. She bit her tongue and then nodded immediately. I understand. This was an oversight from my side. Hermione, could you please do the divination? Hermione nodded and performed the divination, even though she didn't understand how it was any different from what she'd done a few seconds earlier. It is safe to separate the Belladonna of Bets from Mr. Bellington. Hermione repeated the statement 7 times, and with a fresh salty breeze from the sea that brushed through the small town, she opened her eyes. The pendulum was spinning counterclockwise, indicating that it wasn't safe to separate the book from the culprit. Loki immediately frowned and instead of speaking activated his spirit vision to look around the town, looking for any obvious signs that the town was trapped in some sort of ritual like the previous 2 times he'd been trapped in one. There were no obvious signs that the town was under some sort of ritual, but Loki didn't let his guard down. Anyone smart enough to use the book to kill another person is smart enough to get himself into trouble. Suddenly Loki wasn't very excited at the prospect of fighting a person who was intelligent enough to use a mystical item properly. Chapter 306, Second Mission, Testing the Waters. Wouldn't he be basically impossible to catch if he simply changes the odds of escape in his favor? Hermione asked politely. Daphne nodded but then explained properly, it is possible. But we also need to remember that Mr. Bellington has remained in Helensburgh and hasn't escaped. Hermione nodded, that makes sense. So how are we going to capture him, Captain? Loki asked Daphne. Daphne thought for a while before she said, let's perform a few tests first. Loki and Hermione, transfigure random things into Muggle money. A little is enough, but make sure no Muggles will catch on about them being fakes. And what are you going to do? Hermione asked since Daphne was leaving them and walking away. I'll bring someone who needs the money. Hermione looked confused, but Loki was able to decipher her actions. She probably wants to hire a Muggle to intrude on Mr. Bellington first, to see if he's hostile or if he has any obvious traps set in place. Can't we just use divination to clear through them and catch him by surprise? It is possible, but if we miss or overlook something, Mr. Bellington will have more information about us, which will only make this task harder. Hermione nodded, and then the 2 of them walked over to a patch of grass and plucked a bit of it, turning them into cryptspills using transfiguration. Turn them wrinkly and old. Loki said and explained, it'll be strange to hire people with crisp bills. Hermione nodded and tapped them with her wand, turning the bills she'd just created into worn-out and old-looking used bills. Daphne soon returned with a shivering child who was looking at the 3 of them warily. The child was malnourished, his cheeks sunken and eyes hollow, yet he looked around with a sharp gaze, constantly looking around to make use of everything he could get his hands on. I used to look like that. Loki thought with a strange sense of camaraderie. You know what needs to be done, right? Daphne asked the child. I need to knock on house 28 and pretend like I want to sell them and there's some cookies but throw eggs on his face. Daphne nodded and used her wand to confound the boy and cause him to fall into a daze. She then used a bunch of stones and conjured a bowl of cookies and eggs. She then cleared all the dirt away from the child to make him look prim and proper, but no matter what Daphne did the boy still looked poor and unfit for his job. Hermione stepped up and tapped the boy's clothes, turning them from the tatters he was wearing into a scout's uniform. Scouts are a popular thing among Muggles. They're like a club that teaches survival skills. Hermione explained to Daphne, people trust them quite a bit. Daphne nodded and looked at the now fresh-looking boy. She waved her wand and caused him to snap out of his daze. Before he could notice anything wrong, however, Daphne spoke as if it was all normal, these are the cookies you'll sell. Did you understand that? The young boy looked at the money that Daphne was waving in front of him with greed and quickly nodded. All right then, I'll pay you half now, and half once the work is over. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am. Daphne nodded and stuffed a few of the transfigured bills into the boy's pocket and pushed him to go to house number 28 to become their test dummy. Loki and Hermione were a little uncertain about using a muggle and exploiting him so blatantly, but they understood that as long as he wasn't harmed it wasn't going to be a problem. Waiting at the corner of the street, Loki, Hermione, and Daphne all looked as the boy walked up to house number 28 with his bowl of cookies. Knock knock. The boy waited for half a minute before moving to knock on the door once again, but before he could, the door opened and a thin man leaned out. What do you want? The man asked. In his hand was a thin book and a pen, but he kept it close to himself even as he spoke to the boy. Hello, good sir. Would you like to buy a few cookies from me? They only cost a few pence. The boy said with a smart smile as he extended his bowl of cookies in front of him. The man stared at the bowl for a few seconds before picking up a few of them and staring at them for a few seconds. He then placed them back and spoke, wait for a minute. The man then rushed back into the house and after about 30 seconds returned with a few pounds. Here, have this. I'll take all your cookies. The man said and moved all the cookies inside the bowl into his box. After which he closed the door on the boy's face. But just before he was able to do so, the boy pulled out raw eggs from the pockets of his pants and tossed them into the house, running away before the man could realize what he had done. They all heard a delayed muffled angered shout from behind the door, but it lasted only for a few seconds before vanishing. Done with his work, the boy rushed towards the end of the street to meet Daphne and the rest for his extra payment. After the boy informed them about the man and the book he was holding, Daphne handed him the rest of the money and sent him on his way as Loki couldn't help but think, I hope he spends that money soon, or he's going to be left with a few blades of grass instead of paper. So we're safe now? Hermione asked with some confusion. Well, most likely, since it seems the book is not all-powerful and doesn't have a very big range. It's only a grade 3 artifact after all, Daphne explained. Shall I use my slumber charm to put him to sleep so that he isn't any more trouble then? Loki asked Daphne and she nodded. You do that, I'll attract any calamitous events that the book might cause once we're in its range. While Hermione can capture the men along with the book. What's a slumber charm? Hermione asked as they walked over to the house with Daphne. It's a charm that puts everyone struck by it to sleep, it's a charm of the domain of darkness or Evernight. Hermione nodded at the information and focused back on the mission at hand. The inside of the house everyone was walking towards was shrouded in darkness. The man who had just been angry a few moments ago was suddenly as still as a statue. His eyes remained glazed over as he looked at the bowl of cookies that had fallen onto the floor. The man quickly collapsed, kneeling on the floor and began stuffing all the cookies that were in the bowl in front of him into his mouth. He folded his hands in prayer and bowed his head. I summon in my name. Mother Tree of Desire, the Father of Devils, the Perpetual Blatherer, the Heartless God. I pray that you use your divine powers to corrupt this book that can twist fate. The man then pulled out a knife and slashed his hand, dripping a few drops of fresh blood onto the book in front of him. Blood of the servant willingly given, the liquid that belongs to the abyss, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. He then pulled out a rather large glass vial, almost 6 inches long, and poured the blood that was inside it onto the book. Blood of the sacrifice unwillingly given, the liquid that belongs to the devil, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Nothing happened for a few seconds until the blood suddenly turned crimson and filled the dark house with an ominous red light. But the light lasted for only a moment before it vanished into the book as if it never existed. The cut on the man's arm slowly faded away and he picked up the glass vial and ate it with a soft crunch. Once done with his sudden untraditional meal, a small portal opened beside the man and a shadow emerged out of him. Its mostly shifty and shapeless features made it hard to see in the darkroom as it slipped into the portal. The man who was still kneeling looked around in a daze before he looked at the book in his hands and stood up with a smile. Knock knock. Ah. Who's here? Well, whoever he is, I guess I'll deal with them and then go to the derby to earn more money. What's that smell too? Eggs. When did I drop eggs? Is this a supernatural event? Chapter 307, Second Mission, concluded. The trio heard the floorboards creak behind the door as they became slightly tense. Even if they had a plan to deal with the book, it still felt risky not knowing how the book might manipulate their fates to affect them. At least Daphne hasn't gotten any visions warning her about it otherwise. Loki thought as he patiently waited for the door to open. His hand was inside his robe, holding his wand while it was primed with spirituality, ready to cast any spell at a moment's notice. The footsteps and creaks suddenly paused as they all heard the men behind the door stop walking. He stopped. Why? Inside the house, the man paused when he felt the book in his hands grow warm. His eyes instantly widened since he remembered the rule he'd written down in it earlier: the odds of a simple supernatural event warning me in times of danger is exceptionally high. That's 2 supernatural events including the eggs. Is there something wrong with the guests at my door right now? The men grew tense. He didn't move. Instead, he pulled out the pen from his pocket and opened the book to write more. Seeing the book exactly as it was when he'd left it, the men began to scribble what he'd thought of into it immediately. The odds of anything wrong happening to me or losing in this encounter are negligible. Outside the door, the moment Daphne heard the men stop in his steps, she looked at both Loki and Hermione and nodded. Without waiting for any more orders, Loki instantly flicked his wand, Bombarda. The thick white door in front of the trio burst into smithereens, its pieces flying off into the house, towards the man who was shocked at what had just happened. He nearly dropped the book in shock but managed to hold onto it in the end as he ducked to prevent himself from being hurt by the wood splinters. But shocking everyone present, a strange ethereal barrier erupted out of the book and protected the men from all the wooden splinters and pieces. However, almost immediately, Loki, Daphne and Hermione surrounded the men, leaving him with only the stairs to escape. Seeing that he was protected by something supernatural, the men didn't think twice before using the stairs. He jumped backwards and began to make a run for it. What is this? Are they some sort of supernatural police? Are they here to capture me? I haven't even earned more than a few £1,000s yet. Except suddenly, Daphne stretched her hand and flicked it. Misfortune struck the man who was running on the stairs. His leg slipped and he started to fall backwards. But before any side could enjoy the victory, the man reached out to balance himself and ended up grabbing the switchboard that was meant for turning off or on the lights hanging above the stairs. Unable to support his weight, the switchboard came apart into the man's hand and he pulled out all the wiring with it. As the man's body fell backwards, the wiring suddenly drew taut and the man swung rapidly towards Hermione. Startled by the sudden change in his direction of movement, Hermione couldn't do much, but she tried, immobilis. The man's movement froze in midair, but by then his hands had slipped off the switchboard, causing it to swing and hit Hermione. There was a short bzzz before Hermione was thrown backwards because of the strong shock. Flicking his wand, Loki did the next best thing he could think of, Accio book. The book was pried off the man's hands as it shot in Loki's direction, but due to unnatural factors, Loki stepped on some broken glass and it caused him to flinch even though he was wearing boots. It made his spell unstable and causing the book to shoot even more rapidly towards him, almost like a bullet. Loki ducked just in time for the book to fly past him, but he had to duck again when the book curved like a boomerang in the air and went back to the men. Except this time, Daphne flicked her wand. The electrical wiring was transfigured into a net as it rose up to grab the book and separate it from the men. But due to sudden misfortune, the electrical wires sparked and caused the men to be shocked. The sudden shock caused the men to break out of the immobilis charm as he fell on top of the book and finally grabbed it once again. But it was a little too late. Loki tossed the silver charm that was in his hand while shouting, Somnum, Latin for sleep. With his spirituality sparking the charm, a sudden tranquil feeling spread throughout the entire house. Its effects concentrated exactly where the men landed on the ground. But by miraculous luck though, as soon as the men landed on the ground it collapsed under his weight. The wooden floorboard snapped and the men fell through into the darkness of the unfinished basement of the house. The charm fell along with him, but Loki didn't hope for much after seeing just how ridiculously lucky the men was getting. But before Loki or Daphne could move, they heard a loud bang from the adjacent room. Loki looked at Daphne and they shared a single brain cell. I'll see if Hermione's alright, you go after the men. Daphne said with her eyes. Loki dropped into the basement and flicked his wand to shoot out an ocean of flashlight spells, turning the once cold and dark basement into a bright sunny day for anyone ahead of him. For himself, he simply relied on his night vision to pierce through the darkness and spot the man who was running towards a door that led out of the basement. The sudden bombarding flash of light caused the man to shut his eyes in pain as he ran, causing him to slow down. Loki used his impressive physicality to rush through the basement as he reached the men just in time. But the battle hadn't ended yet. As soon as Loki arrived near the men, he heard the floorboards above him creak. Suddenly a 7-foot-tall refrigerator tore through the floor and landed right in front of him. It was enough to stop Loki but not Hermione. Opening a door, Hermione stepped right past the refrigerator and cast a new spell, shocking not only the men but also Loki. How did she come here? Did she break the floorboards and enter the basement like Mr. Bellington? And isn't she worried that I'll see her using the door pathway abilities in the darkness? Meanwhile, Daphne, who had just entered the basement from the hole Hermione had created, flicked her hand while aiming her ability using her spirit vision to differentiate everyone's spirit bodies. The fridge that had fallen suddenly lost 2 of its back feet due to the heavy impact with which it landed on the ground. This caused it to tilt backwards and fall onto the man who was standing just in front of it. But due to the man's infinite luck. Depulso! Hermione shouted. A bright white flash traveled the short distance between Hermione and the man who was trapped under a fridge. And instead of hitting the man, the spell hit the fridge and blasted it away from the man, allowing him to rush towards the door once again. Unluckily, however, the book that the men had been holding onto tightly was pulled along by the fridge. With the book gone, the men paled with fright. But he didn't spend another second to search the book in the blindingly dark basement. He gathered his strength and rushed towards the door, throwing it open by using the approximate distance from his memory as he tried escaping. The man bashed through the door, head first, as he went tumbling out the door of the house. The book fell to the floor but Hermione ignored it, charging towards the man instead. Loki picked up the book and before it could pull off anything else trapped it inside the refrigerator while holding the door so it couldn't get out. Daphne walked up to him and panting a little asked, "Hermione went out?" "Yeah, you better go to her, I dunno what she's planning to do with him." She looked mad, probably because she was shocked, I'm guessing. Daphne nodded and even before she could do anything the two of them heard a sickening crunch. Loki's legs nervously clenched but he stood still while holding the refrigerator door as Daphne shook her head and walked out with a soft smile. Chapter 308, Corrupted. They used a disillusionment charm to hide their captives and walked towards the department store under the barrage of insults Hermione shouted out from Mr. Bellington. They included things like cursing 7 of his previous generations and complaining about leaving him permanently disfigured or even disabled depending on how you interpreted it. It frightened Loki a little while Daphne had a hard time keeping herself from laughing. Hermione was so talkative that they didn't have the time to reapply the disillusionment charm on their spoils of war when they reached the department store. Reaching the department store, Daphne greeted the store clerk who looked at them oddly when he saw them carrying an unconscious man and a refrigerator but didn't say anything. He just politely opened the warehouse door and allowed them to use the fireplace to get back to the ministry. As soon as they teleported with their respective items and left the ministry fireplace, they came across Cedric's team. "Haha, we were done before you losers," Zacharias said with a smile as he provoked Daphne but she just ignored him like he didn't matter. Cedric came closer to them and examined the loot they'd brought into the ministry. But when he saw the refrigerator Loki was floating he became a little confused. "The item is inside that." Loki nodded, "We didn't know the Obliviate charm so we also brought the guy along after knocking him out." Cedric nodded while trying to keep his smile hidden but he failed and caused Hermione to snort angrily at him. "What happened to her?" Cedric whispered into Loki's ears as they walked side by side. "She's angry 'cause the guy pulled on a switchboard while fighting us and exposed wires that shocked her." "Ouch, that sounds like it hurt quite a bit," Cedric said with a slight wince. "Yeah, it probably did, she shot into another room because of her muscle spasming." Under the surprised gazes of many wizards working at the ministry Loki, Daphne, and Hermione walked along with Cedric's team towards the Auror department. A few Aurors even tried to stop them to question what kids were doing there but Cedric pulled out a badge that caused them to look away. A mystical item, Loki thought as he looked at the badge that Cedric was holding. One with psychological invisibility. Spectator pathway. Once in Ethan's office, Loki and Hermione set down their loot on the floor, and while Loki was soft with it, Hermione lifted the men a little before acting as if her spell had gone out of control and caused the men to hit the ground hard. He still didn't wake up. Did Mione actually kill him? Ethan looked at it but didn't stop Hermione. Instead, he turned to Daphne and asked her a question, "Is the book in the refrigerator?" "Yes." "Do you want me to brief you now?" "No. You can write a report for me to read a little later." Ethan said and turned to Cedric, "Have you found the badge?" Cedric nodded and tossed it casually towards Ethan. "Not much happened, we took care of any muggles and even restored any damages we caused." "Good." Ethan nodded as he snatched the badge from the air. "You can write up the reports in the next room," Ethan said pointing at a door that led to a room with many desks and typewriters in it. Daphne from their group left while Diego from Cedric's group left to write the report. In the meantime as they waited, Cedric asked Loki a question, "How you holding up as the champion?" Loki's eyes widened for a second before he calmly nodded, "It's been fine for now. I hope I don't become roast meat by the end though. If you can handle the world of Beyonders, I don't think there's much else that can take you down so don't worry about it." Thanks. In case you need to practice spells or need help making plans to face the tasks make sure to hit me up. I'm sure Diego and Zacharias will be more than happy to help you out along with me." Loki's eyes shone as he politely nodded, "I'll do that then." They spent the next few minutes in silence as Loki tried to console Hermione who was glaring at unconscious Mr. Bellington who was currently undergoing a memory extraction operation that Ethan was performing casually. Casually, Loki turned on his spirit vision to watch Ethan's operation but he froze as soon as his gaze fell on the refrigerator, specifically on the book that was locked inside it. "It's cursed. By her. Why?" Loki almost flinched in panic but his impeccable control over his expressions hid his flooding thoughts. Almost instantly, he forced a break on his thoughts since thinking about the Mother Tree of Desire or Mother Goddess of Depravity while outside the Sapphira Castle would be dangerous. Instead, he switched his thoughts. "How do I warn them of it?" Ethan was soon done and so Loki stepped closer to him. "Are you going to check the items for any corruption before you store them or use them?" Ethan looked at him as if asking, "Why?" And then Loki covered himself with a random excuse, "I mean after last time I just wanted to be safe. Who knows if all of this is a trap for something larger." Ethan looked confused for a second but nodded slightly. I'll inform Laura to be a little vigilant when testing it. That's good. Loki nodded and went back to his seat. That's all I can do. And with her being a saint, it'll probably be hard to hide from her. Loki sighed in relief and sat back down on his chair but then asked a random question to himself. Who was it for anyway? Loki frowned and then looked at Hermione. She's still frowning. Just how angry did that shock make her dash? No way. Loki instantly reactivated his spirit vision and his eyeballs nearly fell out of his socket. What the hell? Loki almost screamed out loud but he managed to hold himself back. Not only had a faint layer of corruption taken hold in Hermione's heart but also in the person behind Hermione, inside the room where typewriters and papers existed, Daphne. Why? Loki asked and he came up with an answer almost instantly. There was only one possible reason after all. Because of her connection to the Sapphire Castle. Loki frowned. He didn't know if he was right 100%, but his intuition pointed towards it. It was meant for me probably, but because of the pendulum's connection to the Sapphire Castle the curse mistook the target to be her. What about Daphne then? Loki stood up and told Ethan, where's the washroom? I'll be back in a few. Ethan pointed to the left and Loki entered a stall in the bathroom. He quickly put up a wall of spirituality around himself and entered the Sapphire Castle. There Loki performed a simple divination. The original target of the curse of the Belladonna of Bets was me. The original target of the curse of the Belladonna of Bets was me. The original target of the curse of the Belladonna of Bets was me. The original target of the curse of the Belladonna of Bets was me. Having repeated the statement 7 times while incogitating, Loki opened his eyes slowly. Clockwise. So it's true. The corruption was meant for me. So Daphne was a stray casualty. Loki frowned, left the Sapphire Castle and walked over to Hermione. He then stole the corruption from her and planted it on a random canute in his pocket. The changes were visible almost immediately since not even a few minutes later, Hermione was worried about having broken some random rules and hurt their target with excessive force. Ethan had to repeatedly convince her that no Aurors or Unspeakables would be coming after her at Hogwarts to arrest her. She was no longer as blazingly angry as before. But Loki sat there frowning after making sure he stole the corruption from Daphne too. The act today meant several things to him, none of which he liked. Chapter 309, Dead. Where are you? Where are you? Here. Loki asked himself as he opened the door to a classroom. Inside was mostly empty except for an ethereal ghost floating about, staring at nothing, moving ever so slightly as she drifted along with the thin draft leaking from a faulty window. Miss Ravenclaw, Loki said, nodding in greeting as he stood in front of the sharp-eyed ghost. Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, popularly known as the Grey Lady and the Ghost of Ravenclaw, looked down on Loki who was smiling while looking at her. I will not speak, Helena said as she began floating away but Loki's next words stopped her. Loki nodded, I understand that. But I'm not here for the newspaper, shaking his head Loki continued, I'm here for your mother. Mother? Helena asked with raised brows. Yes. I need to find an item that was close to her, something she endeared very much. You know. Helena whispered, but in the empty classroom, it was easily audible to Loki. Like him. But then instead of feeling happy about it, Helena frowned as she spoke, no. I will not help you, after which she started to float away into a wall so that Loki couldn't annoy her further. But Loki expected this to happen so he said something else, I can help you get a sequence 2 Ancient Bane Beyonder characteristic. Helena froze in midair, turning towards Loki slowly, but instead of a shocked expression, Loki found her wearing an ugly mask of anger and indifference. Why do you think I need your help? Helena growled. Well, you don't talk much so I assume you're a sequence 3 disciple of silence. And given how you're still stuck in the sequence even after 1,000 years, I don't doubt you want to advance further but you are stuck for some reason. I might be able to help you. Loki concluded. The scowl on Helena's face deepened as she spoke in an eerily calm tone. If you don't leave this place and stop bothering me, no one will ever find you again. Helena threatened, causing the temperature in the room to drop by several degrees as the windows started to frost over and small snowflakes began to appear in the air, forming a thin layer of ice on the floor where the snowflakes touched. Loki frowned, confused about what he'd done to earn the ghost's ire so he spoke calmly, why are you so angry about this? I'm only trying to help Dash. Get out. Helena screamed, using her abilities as a wraith, emitting a silent shriek that instinctively caused Loki to suddenly feel as if a truck rammed into him at high speed. But instead of leaving as Helena said, Loki reasoned about what had happened, trying to piece together clues strewn about their short conversation as he decrypted the hidden truths. She doesn't want to advance. But why? Is it because she already feels like she'll lose control? Or because she's corrupted? Loki looked at Helena using his spirit vision brazenly, causing her to freeze as she felt someone gaze at her soul. Helena immediately turned around to reprimand Loki, but before she could. No, she isn't corrupted. Then dash. Ah. You don't like the pathway. Which means someone forced you to take up this pathway. Your mother. Is that why you don't like her? Loki spoke. Helena's eyes widened as her gaze trembled, but she quickly recovered, except Loki had already noticed this change in her expression. So I'm right, you don't like your mother. I mean, she's annoying for me too with what she's done, but dash. Helena gave a hateful look towards Loki and spoke each word slowly. I do not hate my mother. Stop talking about things you know nothing about and leave me alone. Loki frowned. Helena started to leave and Loki thought about revealing the room of conveniences and how Rowena was asleep inside it, but he didn't feel desperate enough to do so. So Loki let Helena go and walked to the Great Hall himself. He needed to stuff himself with food. He felt quite hungry after taking a wraith's shriek point blank. His mind wandered throughout the meal as he tried to think of the reason why Helena hated him so much, or even why she was so unreceptive to the idea of sharing information about her mother, but he was quickly snapped out of it when he got Hagrid's letter. Come out of the castle after dinner. I've got something to show you. Burn this letter as soon as you read it. Loki was confused, but he did as the letter said and after dinner walked out of the castle and waited for Hagrid. Loki. You're here. Hagrid nodded with a big smile as he patted his back, almost dislocating his shoulder in the process. And Harry? Are you Harry too? Hagrid asked randomly to the air when suddenly a floating head appeared some distance away. Good, good, now both of you, keep quiet and keep some distance as you follow me. Make sure not to get spotted. You seem to be in a good mood. Loki asked as he looked at Hagrid, smiling more than usual today. Don't worry about it. Now follow me. Hagrid said as he began to march towards the Forbidden Forest. Loki and Harry looked at each other with some confusion, both not having expected the other to be here at Hagrid's request, but now that they were here they realized that this had something to do with the Triwizard Cup. Harry hid back in his invisibility cloak and began to follow Hagrid, with Loki using his wand to cast the disillusionment charm as he followed behind Hagrid, making sure not to make any loud noises like Harry as he moved so that no one would catch on to him. As they walked deeper and deeper into the forest, Loki noticed that they were moving towards a clearing that neared the Centaur tribe. Through the trees, Loki spotted bursts of fire and heard the chattering of several people, but he remained confused as to their roots. Is someone playing around with fire spells? Why did Hagrid bring us here though? Is it a secret party or something? As they stepped through the forest, Loki noticed that the closer they got to their destination, the more and more barren it became. It was almost as if all the creatures had collectively banded together and decided that it was time to vacate this area specifically. Not even little birds or even snakes lived in the area. The trees had started to grow hollow and empty as if decay had set on them earlier, while their leaves, which had already fallen due to it being mid-November, looked to have already decomposed. There was no crunch under Loki, Harry, or even Hagrid's feet each time they stepped onto dead leaves. The leaves just shattered into dust as soon as they were touched. Everything's dying. Loki frowned when he noticed this fact. Soon the crowns of the dead trees cleared as the trees themselves had fallen away, revealing a creature so massive and monstrous that Loki found it hard to believe he wasn't dreaming. What the heck is that thing? Loki's lips trembled and his fingers clenched tightly into fists. Every moment longer he stayed there, he had the terrible urge to escape from there. His mind felt like it had taken a blow from a mountain and his body felt like it was in the frozen tundra. He felt afraid. Suddenly the monstrosity that was munching on a dragon, which was alive and desperately fighting against its imminent demise, turned its cylindrical head full of eyes to look in Loki's direction. The sudden action nearly made his heart stop. Loki could swear he smelled someone shit their pants at that moment. Chapter 310, Baby Totem. Loki looked back at the monstrosity that was staring in his direction with all its eyes. It was feeding on a dragon and chewing on it like it was a toy. The ginormous size of the monstrous creature when compared to the dragon made the once fearsome creature look like a chicken. What easy, that Hagrid? Madame Maxime asked without fear, since there were other wizards around and they were calm. Loki suddenly realized that he had been so afraid that he'd missed Madame Maxime appearing near them. Are those wizards even going to do anything to help in case it decides to wreak havoc? And as if a switch had been flipped in him, Hagrid answered calmly, it's called a gate guardian totem. Only found near gates to the underworld, and is usually on the other side. A creature that guards the gates to the underworld. Very useful for keeping the dead, dead. This one, however, is a baby. Baby my foot. That's taller than the cliff that Hogwarts is built on, you fool. The thing is so tall it can probably see the difference between heaven and earth. And it is as tall as MT Tai. Heck no, it is MT Tai. As Hagrid and Madame Maxime walked closer to the monstrous creature, Loki finally got a full view. The creature was shaped like a humanoid with pastel red skin. It was sitting and had its knees folded as it used its hands to hold down the dragon it was chewing. Even while sitting, however, it felt like it was as tall as the astronomy tower. It had several pairs of deep crimson eyes scattered all around its body. Its entire head was cylindrical and it didn't have any lips. It had a gaping hole instead that held in it a sea of sharp, jagged teeth. Loki could see a blue flame within its mouth that flickered like a tongue. "Are the champions going to fight?" "'Tis Hagrid." Madame Maxime asked politely. "Haha, no. That would be too much for them. Even I've never been able to handle one of these on my own. What den are they supposed to do? Their aim will be to distract it so that they can steal a soul from the gate it will be guarding." Loki became dumbfounded. "Forget fighting. I don't think I can even go anywhere close to it without feeling like a mountain is pressing down on my back. How the hell did they even manage to bring it here? Wouldn't that mean there are a pair of gate guardian totems, its mother and father, super angry in the underworld?" It seemed like Hagrid sensed the doubts of the students he'd brought along, or that he wanted to give them a brief respite, so he quickly spoke up. "Of course, it won't be this size when it's with the champions. They will make this thing smaller." "Not exactly." Hagrid shook his head, but then he saw the gate guardian totem finish its meal, so he pointed at it. "Look. You will understand." Under the gazes of everyone, as soon as the totem had swallowed the entire dragon, in spite of its horrifying screeches and wails to survive a single moment longer, the totem shrank to the size of an actual baby. Loki froze in his spot once again. What? The once formidable creature now looked like a garden gnome. If not for its oddly shaped head, or even in spite of it, Loki was sure some wonky wizard out there would use it to decorate their house. The totem baby looked around and soon walked to a small stone arch gate with an ethereal wispy door in it. Door to the underworld. Loki noticed. As soon as the baby was in front of the arch, it sat down and fell into a trance-like state as it continued to watch the door as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. It was at this point that Loki heard something rustle near him, and when he looked at Harry, he was gone, along with his invisibility cloak. He got scared so easily. Ha! Should have been like me. Look how strong-minded I am. How will he defeat you-know-who if he's so weak? The savior of the British wizarding world is so weak, boo-hoo, Adam has a weak protagonist. Loki stayed at the scene and looked at the totem baby for a while longer, even after Hagrid and Madame Maxime left. His prolonged stay helped him immensely since he figured out several things by eavesdropping on the conversations of the nearby wizards. The totem baby had to be fed nearly once every few minutes to hours. This was not its natural eating speed, but a price it had to pay for living in the real world and not inside the gate where it protected the exit. It always changed its size to swallow the creature whole in a single gulp. And this one's favorite food source happened to be dragons. This totem baby was also contracted with the Beyonder who was present at the scene, a Sequence 5, gatekeeper of the death pathway. But the most important of all was the fact that the totem baby would never leave a 10-meter radius around the gate, not when it was small and not even when it was tall. Leaving the scene, Loki went back to the castle where he sat in his room with a frown. So the first task is to steal from a totem baby. I guess I'll be performing a theft live. So I'll gain some digestion if I'm good enough at it and manage to surprise everyone. But how does a normal person steal a soul in the first place? I mean, not everyone else is like me that can turn the soul into its stolen state of a rune and take it away. So how else are they going to steal a soul from it? Is the trick to distract the totem baby just enough so that a soul escapes from its grasp? But with the amount of eyes it has around its body, it'll probably be difficult to blind it. I'll go to the library tomorrow. Surely they have something on a totem baby. And what are they going to tell the normal people about the gate that leads to the underworld? Won't the other wizards learn about Beyonders like this? Or they'll probably just lie and say it's something they made for the competition. Confusing. Getting up the next morning, Loki immediately walked over to the library. Here for books on gate guardian totems? Madame Pants asked with a knowing smile. Haha, I mean, I was suddenly interested in it. I just read a book about the Egyptians and they have all this underworld stuff, and then there was about that mysterious being that protects the underworld. Loki yapped on and on for about a minute before he looked at Madame Pants with a soft business smile which she casually dismissed. Aisle 19, shelf number 40. Madame Pants casually pointed and Loki happily strolled to the shelf to do his research about the baby totem. Baby totem, I'm gonna get you. Wait, can I distract it if I show it that watermelon show since it is a baby? Food for thought. Chapter 311, Wand Lore. It was so that he could understand what the baby totem could see and how it felt to have so many eyes. Of course, Loki hadn't taken Snape's permission to make this potion, but it wasn't like he couldn't use illusions to hide the actual potion he was making. Knock knock. A young Gryffindor boy knocked on Snape's class, disturbing everyone in it, even Neville, who accidentally pushed a beaker full of monarch moth wings into the potion he was making. Thankfully for everyone, Seamus, his groupmate, caught the beaker from falling into the potion and causing another explosion. Unfortunately for them, Snape saw it. 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape said, much to the amusement of the Slytherins and the disappointment of the Gryffindors, who were all glaring at the young boy for helping Snape take points away. Yes. Snape asked, looking at the boy who hadn't spoken under the fear of doing something wrong once again and earning the ire of all the Gryffindors. Ah. Professor, I need Harry Potter and Loki. They've been called by the headmaster for the wand-weighing ceremony. Snape's face instantly morphed into a scowl since he hadn't finished his daily dose of torturing Harry, but even with how unwilling he was, he couldn't go against the headmaster's orders. So he turned towards Harry and said, "Get out." Loki, on the other hand, just nodded at Snape and used an illusion which he sent away to follow the boy under an illusory cover. "I'm finishing the potion I'm making first. Wand weighing be damned." Shortly after they set out of the class, Loki made his clone stop, prompting the boy and Harry to stop too. Loki then looked at the end of the corridor and said, "Sorry, I need to go to the washroom for a second. I'll catch up with you guys, don't worry," and carry on. The boy and Harry nodded and kept walking, while Loki controlled his illusion to turn a corner and vanish. It was only 15 minutes later that Loki was done with his potion, so he quickly filled it in a vial and left the potion's classroom. Huh. The students looked at the door that just opened and closed on its own with confusion. But then one of them said, "Must have been the wind," and everyone went back to perfecting their potions, lest Snape find a new reason to hit them or take their points. On the other end, Loki was confused. Wait. Where do I go now? Well, let's just ask Professor McGonagall, she'll probably know about it. Loki started walking around the castle and soon arrived at Professor McGonagall's office, but knocking it and receiving no response, Loki realized she was in class. Loki stopped and thought about it for a while before pulling out the Marauder's map. Should have done this in the first place. With the map in his hand, Loki made his way towards an empty classroom in the first-floor corridor where everyone was gathered. All the headmasters are there. And who's this? Rita Skeeter. Her name sounds familiar. Ah. The lady Hermione hates because of her sensational headlines and news. It must be my good fortune that we're meeting. Hee 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 hee. Suddenly an evil plan sprouted in Loki's mind that he couldn't help but show outwardly with a wide evil smile. Loki got to the room as fast as he could and knocked politely. The same Gryffindor boy opened the door and allowed Loki to enter. Fleur nodded politely and Harry gave a short nod to greet him in silence since Victor Krum was having his wand checked by Ollivander. Loki walked silently and stood beside Harry and watched with fascination as Ollivander conjured simple things to check the magical flow of the wand and how smooth its work was. Ollivander swung Krum's wand and caused a stream of little tweeting birds to emerge as they flew out the open window. Next was Fleur, for whom Ollivander conjured a bouquet of flowers. He picked Harry's wand and shot out a fountain of wine with it. Finally, it was Loki's turn. As soon as Loki handed his wand to Ollivander, he frowned deeply and then began to examine it by bringing it close to his eyes as if he could see what was inside it without splitting it open. "Is there something wrong, Garrick?" Dumbledore asked politely. "No. In fact, the wand has healed itself. This wand, I remember clearly when I sold it. It was old, no centuries old, it had several tiny cracks and traces in it. Things that made it apparent it was losing its battle against time." Ollivander said as he examined the wand, confusing Loki. "It was. How come I've never noticed then?" But that's when Ollivander said something else that shocked him a little. "I have to say, have you met the Dementor that this wand was made out of?" Loki's eyes widened and he immediately nodded, not seeing any reason to hide the information. "Yes. Last year, when Sirius Black was a convict and on the loose." Ollivander nodded, "Only that could have fixed a wand like this. Only by bringing it closer to the source could you have activated its immortal nature." Loki became happier because of this new information, since this meant if his wand was ever damaged, he could just call the Dementor to repair it fully. But then why didn't the Dementor simply remake its bone? "A fine wand for a wizard as fine as yourself," Ollivander said with a smile and handed Loki back his wand after producing a non-corporeal Patronus with it. With his wand back with him and everyone leaving, Loki moved over to Rita Skeeter. "Hello, miss." Rita looked at Loki over her glasses, which were on the tip of her nose. "I have to say, I don't entertain little boys." "Oh, never mind then. I was just going to tell you about the evil deeds of the headmaster throughout the years. Like how he hired you know who, and well, maybe you don't want dash." Rita grabbed Loki's hand and immediately pulled him into a broom closet, out of everyone's sight. "What were you saying again?" Rita asked with a sweet smile as a parchment came to hover beside her with a self-writing quill. Loki saw all this and started speaking with a smile on his face. After a few happy minutes where only Loki's voice echoed in the room, Rita left the room with a happy smile, as if Christmas had arrived much earlier for her. Loki left the room and to his surprise he found the Gryffindor student waiting for him outside. "Oh. What happened? Does someone need me?" The boy quickly shook his head and gave Loki an earnest look before bowing deeply as he spoke, almost shouting, "Could you hire me for the Hogwarts Honest Mill newspaper as a photographer, please?" Loki frowned, unsure of what was happening, but in the end, he decided to give the boy the benefit of the doubt and walked away while talking. "Well then, bring me your photographs and I'll be the judge." Bring me 2 types of pictures, one that captured something embarrassing and another that you think is your best. The boy immediately nodded and thanked Loki, but he just waved his hand as he left. Chapter 3:12, Destined Loser. Loki walked without worry towards the Quidditch pitch where the first round of the Triwizard competition was being held. He had a plan in mind. But it wasn't anything rigid. All he'd thought of was how he would distract the totem baby. Well, those people should be happy that I at least did this much. Not like I have an opportunity to win anyway when the judges will be giving me the lowest scores. Are you ready? Loki heard Hermione's voice as he neared the tent. Wow, Mione. You don't even care about me, huh? I'm hurt. Loki said, clutching his chest dramatically, causing Hermione to spare him a short glance and then ignore him as she went back to talking to Harry, who definitely looked like he needed someone's support. Loki didn't mind and walked over to Harry, patting his back softly as he said, nothing can happen to you. I'm sure the headmaster will step in and protect any champions that might risk death. Harry nodded, and it seemed Loki's words had helped him a bit since his tense shoulders relaxed a little. It was then that Ludo Bagman entered the champions' tent. Hello. Hello. Good morning, champions. A wonderful day, ain't it? I'm sorry, miss, you'll have to leave the tent, it's only for champions beyond this point in time. Hermione nodded, and after sparing one last look at Harry, she began walking back towards the exit. But before she left, she elbowed Loki in the ribs as she whispered, good luck. Loki laughed a little but didn't say anything and moved closer to Ludo Bagman since he was showing all the champions something. Now, although I know you have prepared a lot, I'm still required to do this, Bagman said as he opened his palm to show a small model of the baby totem and its gate along with a strange golden chalice at the other end placed in a red circle. This is a baby totem, and this is the gate to the underworld that it protects. This goblet in the red circle is the chalice of victory, and it needs to be in this red circle for your round to end. Your job is simple, you've got to enter the gate to the underworld and bring out a soul with the help of the chalice, and have to place the filled chalice in the red circle to declare victory. Everyone frowned, seeing how they really had to fight the baby totem. They had all harbored hopes, some less and some more, that the baby totem was just a distraction and their real aim would be something else. Even a dragon seemed better at this point. That's about it. That's all I have to inform you about. Now we shall begin by pulling lots to decide the order in which you'll face the gate guardian totem. Bagman stored away all the miniature figurines he'd just used to show everyone the rules into a small bag on his waist as he pulled out from it 4 sticks with various lengths. The order shall be from the shortest to the longest. Now choose your sticks, Bagman said as he gripped the sticks and arranged them such that they all appeared the same size in his fist. Everyone extended their hands at the same time and picked one stick for themselves, except Loki was the fastest and the trickiest since he stole the stick Fleur was aiming for and substituted it with the remaining one. Bagman opened his palm and revealed the order. Miss Fleur Delacour will be first, followed by Mr. Victor Crumb, followed by Mr. Harry Potter, and last but not the least, our 4th champion, Mr. Loki, Ludo announced with a smile on his face. Fleur instantly scowled as she realized the stick she'd pulled out was not the one she was aiming for, and she looked at Loki. Good luck, bad luck, what can you do about it? Loki just shrugged. Fleur just shook her head and went to the infirmary bed that was set up individually for each champion in case they were brutalized during their fights. Loki, however, walked up to Madame Pomfrey, who was clearly very distressed and looked like she'd almost burst out in anger at any moment because of the stupidity of the competition. Why so serious, Madame Pomfrey? Loki asked as he picked up an apple to munch on while he waited for everyone else to finish. Not worried something will happen to you? Madame Pomfrey asked with her eyebrows raised as she looked at Loki with a frown. I'm not that interested in the competition. Clearly, someone wanted me dead and they're trying their best to make it look like an accident. Shouldn't that make you more worried? I mean, I'll just say I give up if something happens that's too much for me to handle. I'm sure the headmaster will never allow something to happen to his own students. Madame Pomfrey sighed and mumbled under her breath, if only the others had even a fraction of your self-preservation instinct. Any tips for me, madam? Loki asked. And why do you think I know anything about what's going on? And by the way, aren't champions not supposed to ask for help? Madame Pomfrey said, going back to checking all her material so that she'd be ready in case anything happened. Pass me that crate. Loki walked over to a crate with several flasks of a rather warm golden shimmering fluid in it, picked it up with his wand and placed it on the table. Phoenix Flames Potion. I mean, I'll only be unburdening you if you give me tips now. Madame Pomfrey didn't respond and shooed away the shameless boy, mumbling, can't even ask me for advice softly, does he want me to announce it to everyone or something? Loki went back to his spot in the tent and sat down on his bed as he thought about the hint Madame Pomfrey had given him. Phoenix Flame Potion, so the totem uses ice attacks. But the book clearly said it used fire, and it even had that blue fiery tongue which it used to wrap around the dragon and eat. Is she just pulling my leg? Loki was confused, but he decided to trust Madame Pomfrey more than the books he'd read in the library. Maybe exiting the portal causes their abilities to flip. Like a mirror. Clockwise becomes counterclockwise. How strange. Suddenly a loud sound took the attention of all the champions. And so, let's call out our first champion. Miss Fleur Delacour. There was a thunder of claps and everyone in the infirmary was suddenly very alert to the audience that would be watching them. Fleur stood up slowly and with a soft low exhale, and exited the tent to go face the baby totem on her own. Good luck, Fleur. Loki shouted from behind, causing Fleur to almost stumble, but she managed to hold herself and walk towards the pitch with a slightly more confident smile. I did not know he had some goods in him. Maybe he's not so bad after all. But then Loki shouted. Go become a loser. It's your destiny. Chapter 313, Participant 1. With Fleur on the pitch, there was a lot of noise to welcome her, which slowly died down as everyone became curious as to why she was showing such a cautious expression as she looked at the baby totem that was sitting on the floor like a toddler in a diaper and staring at the gate to the underworld. But instead of going towards the totem, she picked up the golden chalice which she planned to steal the soul using. Come on. Why is she being such a sissy? Is she even a champion? B-O-O-O-O-O-O. Taunts and jeers filled the stadium and they successfully got to Fleur since her lips morphed into a frown. But Fleur managed to retain her sanity as she slowly walked towards the gate of the underworld that the baby totem was guarding. As soon as Fleur stepped into a 10-meter radius around the baby totem, its eyes on its head turned around their sockets to all focus on her. Fleur gulped and looked at the small unassuming creature with caution as she made her way towards the gate. Screech, Grek, creech. The baby totem made slightly annoyed noises, as if trying to shoo away the girl, but Fleur kept walking and soon stood side by side with the totem. And with a single step further, she vanished into the gate. What? It was so easy. What even is the point of that little thing if it won't fight her? Is this partiality? If it was so simple, why didn't they allow people under 17 to participate? How easy? Anyone can do such a thing. I'd have just given it a clean uppercut and then a left-right jab and then a quick duck before it'd get knocked out with a punch dash. Not even a minute after Fleur entered the gate, everyone started to cuss at the competition judges. Professor McGonagall sat there embarrassed at the way the students of her school were behaving, but did her best not to say anything in spite of the glare she got from several students of her own house who wanted to participate and have a shot at winning the 1,000 galleons. Suddenly, attracting everyone's attention was the little 2-feet totem which screaccccccchhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. As Fleur stepped out of the gate, the baby totem grew to be 20 feet tall, dwarfing Fleur and making her look like a small meal. Fleur's eyes fell on the baby totem which had now grown to dwarf her as she started to run. The eyes of the totem started to follow her almost instantly as the audience instantly fell silent, no one daring to drag the attention of the totem towards themselves. The small reddish skin that existed before was now looking bloody, as if the totem had taken a dip in the blood of its enemies as it followed Fleur. The totem lifted its leg and attempted to squash Fleur's figure underneath its foot, but Fleur was faster. She pulled out her wand and flicked it in the air. A small spherical mass emerged out of her wand and was flung all the way through the air towards the totem's head. The totem ignored it and allowed it to get closer, thinking that the small ball of darkness wouldn't be able to do anything to it, but it underestimated Fleur's plan. The ball of darkness detonated soundlessly and covered the entire head of the totem. Suddenly blinded both in sound and vision, the totem stepped randomly, creating tremors that caused Fleur to fall and tumble once or twice as it tried to escape the fog. But much to the totem's dismay, even as it shook its head vigorously, the fog followed its head around as if it was stuck to it. Just as Fleur crossed the halfway mark towards the red round mark where she had to place the chalice with the soul in it, a sudden blue fiery tongue lashed out and stopped her in her tracks. The hard rocks that had just been lashed at shattered and bombarded Fleur, but she managed to put a Protego shield between her and the rock shards. Unfortunately for her, the totem used this short delay to open its mouth wide and take a deep breath in, sucking away all the dark fog that was ruining its visibility into its tummy. Its eyes re-emerged from the darkness and locked onto Fleur once again. Fleur's body shivered, but she managed to use her skill as an assassin to perform acrobatics to jump around as the totem lashed at her using its tongue. And in a few seconds, suddenly without anyone having expected it, the totem seemed to have come up with an ingenious method to catch the slippery eel that looked to be good at escaping from its attacks as it flicked its tongue like a whip. There was a loud crack that tore through the air because of the speed of the totem's flaming tongue before it landed on the ground with a loud bang. A sudden wall of ice was erected on Fleur's path to the spot where she had to deposit the chalice. Fleur instantly became confused when she saw the ice instead of fire, since she'd prepared extensively to fight fire and not ice. But she immediately adapted to the situation as an assassin and flicked her wand again. Fleur transfigured steps out of the shattered rocks around her and began to climb over the wall of ice that had been built to encase her. Her plan was flawless until the baby totem threw a tantrum, literally. It jumped up and down in its spot, causing the entire arena to experience heavy tremors which knocked Fleur out of her railing-less staircase. She fell on the ice, and to her shock and everyone else's horror, she found herself being encased in ice as soon as he touched a little bit of it. But showing her determination, Fleur pulled herself up, tearing away a part of her dress sleeves and her skin as she rushed toward the ring where she dropped the chalice for the round to end. Almost as soon as Fleur placed the chalice within the ring, several Beyonders in disguise and auras emerged from everywhere around the area and stormed into the stage. The soul in the chalice was immediately exhumed by the Beyonder Loki had seen earlier at the grounds a while back as he walked to the baby totem and handed it over, causing the furious baby totem to become small once again as it tossed the soul in the chalice back into the gate and sat in front of it like an unassuming toddler. Except, the scenes had been imprinted into everyone's minds. They had become a sort of traumatic memory that kept them quiet before erupting into loud cheers that were heard even by the participants in their rooms inside the temporary tent. I guess Fleur finished her round. Loki thought while looking at his pocket watch. Chapter 314, Old Men. Fleur stepped into the tent and was almost immediately dragged into her space to apply several healing salves behind closed curtains. How did they even think this was safe? $, *at, *hashtag and, *, and, #* at. Not minding Madame Pomfrey's colorful language, everyone relaxed after Fleur had entered the tent since it meant that the task was at least possible to complete. While Crumb and Harry were trying to peer outside to have a glimpse of the crowd waiting for them, Loki was wondering about the rough plan he'd come up with in the last couple of minutes. Will that really work though? It's worth a try. Can we get a final round of applause for our last champion Fleur Delacour? Ludo Bagman shouted outside, earning the cheers and claps of all the students in the crowd. Now please welcome our second champion. Someone who you all know as the greatest seeker in the history of international Quidditch. From the Drumstrang School. Victor Krum. There were loud claps once again since everyone was plenty eager to watch just how the next champion would surpass the challenges that Fleur had just solved. Victor got up from his bed and shadowboxed for a few seconds before jumping a little to pump himself as he walked towards the exit of the tent. Krum picked up the chalice and the crowd fell silent and allowed him to walk, with his wand drawn, towards the gate of the underworld that the baby totem was protecting. Krum was much less afraid of the totem than Fleur was, and it was apparent from his wide confident stride. He walked to the gate and without even looking at the totem and jumped into it, disregarding any grunting noises it produced during that time. And within seconds, Krum returned from inside it with a soul in the chalice. The baby totem instantly shrieked and screeched before snapping to its 20 feet tall frame as it stomped towards Krum to squish him like a bug. Krum did not dodge like Fleur did. Instead, he flicked his wand towards the ground and caused an overgrowth of chains to be transfigured out of it in the form of a fountain of snakes. The tight metallic snakes shimmered under the late morning sun as they slithered around the totem giant that was struggling to escape from the wide net that had been cast over it. Krum, however, did not stop there. He flicked his wand once more and caused a large rock to be transfigured into a fisherman's net. The net was lifted and wrapped around the totem like a present. And it was a good thing that Krum did it, since almost immediately when the totem realized it couldn't easily escape from the chains, it grew smaller in size to escape the chains but became entangled in the net. Krum did not waste a moment more. He ran as fast as he could towards the circle and rushed to place his chalice on it, but with his back turned towards the totem, but he underestimated it. The totem suddenly grew gigantic, over 70 feet tall, snapping everything that was placed on it. Almost immediately, the totem unleashed its tongue like a whip that snapped through the air, creating a boom which sent everyone's robes puffing. Some even held their ears in pain because of the loud sound. The fiery tongue landed right on Krum, wrapping around him like it was a self-tying knot. In front of everyone, Krum started to freeze almost instantly, but before he could be encased into ice, the chalice flew from his hand and landed in the circle it was supposed to go into. There were cheers, but not as loud as when Fleur did it, since most were worried if Krum was dead or still alive while encased in ice. The match had ended and the Beyonder contracted to the gate guardian totem walked over and helped free Krum, who was defrosted quickly before being carried to the tent in a stretcher since his body had gone into shock and wasn't moving. The process finished quickly since no one was interested in watching a bunch of old men squirming around. And that was our second champion, Victor Krum. A round of applause for that performance, please. Bagman shouted, getting up the hype and distracting the crowd from the fact that Krum was injured or even dead. Loki and Harry watched Krum come into the tent on the stretcher and being taken away by Madame Pomfrey, who was even angrier and shrugged. While Harry felt scared that he could be the next person in such a situation, Loki was calmly sipping on tea he'd stolen from Madame Pomfrey's flask. And now, for the long-awaited champion from Hogwarts. Give it up for Harry Potter. Everyone. And the crowd went wild. Harry's already trembling figure became even more nervous as he stepped out of the tent and took in the full blow of the crowd outside. It felt like the sun was prickling his skin, and the baby totem whose eyes were all around its head was waiting for him to die so that his soul could be trapped behind the gate as well. Taking a deep breath to calm down, Harry walked up to the Quidditch field. Come on, Harry. You can do it. Fred and George shouted over the crowd, giving Harry the much-needed confidence he was missing. Like the rest of the champions, Harry first went to the chalice and picked it up. But unlike those that had performed till now, he didn't immediately go to the gate the totem was protecting. Instead, he immediately raised his wand and shouted, "Accio Firebolt." Under the piercing gazes of everyone in the crowd, Harry kept his hand raised and his focus on his broom. Even though he felt like it was something embarrassing and that his broom would never reach him, Harry kept his focus firm on the broom, doing as he had done when he was training with Hermione. What is he doing? Did his spell fail? They should have never let him participate. He's too young. But defying all odds was the sudden whistling sound that pierced through the air as a broom moved at its fastest speed while flying towards Harry. Looking at the broom flying towards him, Harry's face broke into a smile and he hoped on it mid-flight. Without stopping his broom, Harry dove right into the gate, flying past the baby totem. And not even moments later, Harry broke back out of the gate. Flying at breakneck speed, whizzing past the baby totem, which couldn't stop him fast enough. The totem tried to wrap its fiery tongue around Harry and pull him off of the broom along with the chalice, but Harry noticed the attempt and ducked just in time to avoid freezing over like crumb. Placing the chalice in its spot, Harry stopped his fight and hovered. There was a smile of relief plastered on his lips and the sounds that he'd blocked away till now came back. And all he could hear was the cheers of everyone around him. That was a fantastic performance. The fastest to steal from the gate guardian totem amongst all the champions present. Truly ingenious, using a broom. Is Victor Krum watching? Harry went back to the tent with a smile, satisfied with his performance as he nodded to Loki, who was up next. Good luck. Seems like you were the best. Good job. Loki said with a smile as he patted Harry's shoulder. Thanks. As Loki and Harry talked, however, a sudden underlying silence was amplified in the crowd outside. No one noticed this silence other than a single person, Dumbledore. In the center of the pitch that was visible to everyone, an old man suddenly found himself as he looked all around the crowd, scanning it for someone in particular. The crowd ignored him as if it wasn't even visible and continued discussing the things the last champion had in store for them. They wondered if Loki would do something out of the box like Harry or something clever like Krum, or go for it, head-to-head like Fleur. But Dumbledore's hands trembled as he gripped his Elder Wand tight. The men looked around in confusion for a few seconds until he spotted Dumbledore. He smiled as his heterochromatic eyes locked with Dumbledore's. And then he teleported to his side soundlessly. No one spoke a word. Not even as the men transfigured dust into a chair to sit beside Dumbledore. Everyone remained busy in their excitement, but Dumbledore felt a little tense. Why are you here? Gellert. Chapter 315, Standings. Loki stepped out of the tent and calmly reached the center of the pitch where he had to be for the round to start. He patiently looked around at the entire crowd that was similarly looking and analyzing him. Eventually, his gaze landed on the judges and even on the man who was sitting beside Dumbledore. Loki's eyes widened for a fraction of a second before he ignored them all. When Loki spotted Ludo Bagman giving him the signal to go, he moved towards the chalice like all the other participants. But unlike them, Loki didn't pick up the chalice directly. Instead, Loki transfigured a few stones into a long thin fishing line which he tied around the chalice. Then without delay, Loki tapped the chalice with his wand and used a simple charm, Geminio. Under the gazes of all those present, the chalice suddenly started to duplicate into tens of hundreds as Loki poured more and more of his spirituality into the spell, creating a lot of copies of the chalice such that it filled the entire area. The baby totem looked at the chalices when a few of them touched him, but it went back to ignoring all of them as they did nothing other than touch it. Loki then flicked his wand, lifting all the fishing lines tied to the chalices and grabbed them out of the air, creating a thick bundle of wires in his hand. With a flick of his wand next, Loki levitated all the chalices towards the gate and tossed them into its ethereal membrane. Loki then pulled out his pocket watch and after exactly 20 seconds flicked his wand again. As if listening to his command, the fishing lines all drew taut before the chalices barreled out of the gate. But before the baby totem could react or do much else, Loki flicked his wand and caused all the duplicated chalices to suddenly vanish. Now normally this would have been alright and not done anything to the baby totem, except most of the chalices that were pulled contained souls in them. So as soon as the souls were set free, the baby totem grew exponentially in size while screaming like the sun had risen too early until it was large enough to capture the souls that had escaped from its gate, which was quite big, counting how the baby totem seemed to want to capture all the souls using its hands and push them back into the tiny gate. Loki calmly pulled the chalice that was connected to the single fishing line in his hand. In under 10 seconds, Loki had the original chalice in his hand and placed it inside the circle that would end the test. But Loki didn't stop there. Loki waved his wand and produced a corporeal Patronus, of an owl, and used it to help the baby totem collect all the souls that had escaped. The souls were collected in 30 more seconds and the large gate guardian totem happily reduced its size until it became a baby totem and sat in front of the gate, continuing to stare at it like it was before. The entire stadium was left with only a collective silence that was stunned by Loki's methods. That was when Bagman shouted and increased the simmering hype underneath all the shock and calm from the audience. What a fantabulous trick! While all the other champions tried their best to fight the Gate Guardian totem, our champion Loki finished the task in under 2 minutes by tricking the totem with several souls. How ingenious! Ludo Bagman added with his commentary. The entire audience burst into an excited round of applause as Loki bowed deeply to the audience and left the pitch, walking back to his tent. Madame Pomfrey immediately pulled him into his section of the tent and pulled over the curtains as she began to examine him fully. How reckless! You could have aggravated the Gate Guardian totem. How could you do such a thing? Loki only laughed as he stretched his hands and exclaimed, I'm unhurt, aren't I? I even helped the baby totem gain back the souls that escaped. I'm probably the only one it likes. Madame Pomfrey's lips thinned into an angry smile as she mimicked Loki's tone and teased him, I'm unhurt, oh no, even after trying to do such a risky thing that could anger something that could crush me like a bug, I'm unhurt, wah wah wah, I'll make sure you never leave the hospital ward if you try to be so reckless once again. Loki smiled while sinking into his bed and relaxed as Madame Pomfrey turned around and left to tend to the other champions. The hell? Seriously? That was risky. What about the Dark Lord that's literally watching the competition right now? Is he normal? That was Gellert Grindelwald, right? Why was he there? And why aren't other people surprised by his presence? I almost fumbled when I looked at him earlier. What's his deal anyway? Did he get bored of his room in Newmangard and take a stroll to watch a once-in-a-century competition or something? It wasn't long after that short outburst from Madame Pomfrey that Loki heard an announcement from Ludo Bagman. Now that the rounds have finished and each champion has achieved the goal in their own way, I call upon them to be scored by our infamed judges. Let's face it, even if don't like it, this is a tournament and there have to be winners and losers. Loki stood up from his bed and walked out of his curtains at the same time that the other champions also did. Everyone in the room locked eyes with each other and burst out laughing. That was fun, wasn't it? Loki asked for everyone and they all nodded, with the adrenaline wearing off. Everyone had accommodating smiles on their faces as they made their way out of the tent. Fleur's ice burns had almost vanished, Crumb's swelling had reduced, and Harry was much more relaxed than he was a few minutes ago. The two out-of-school champions looked at Harry and Loki in envy since they hadn't gotten hurt, with Crumb making the first comment as they left the tent, Phew, I'm almost jealous how you managed to come out of it without hurting yourselves. You guys deserve to win. While Fleur just rolled her eyes when she saw Loki giving her a smug smile, Fine. I lose this time. You can have this victory. I'll win next time though. Haha, as if. That's what you say every time you lose, Fleur. Loki laughed as they finally arrived at the pitch that was now clear of the gate to the underworld, the baby totem and the soul-capturing chalice. Under the gaze of the judges, everyone stood calmly with confidence before Ludo Bagman started the scoring round. Let's begin with Miss Fleur. She was the first champion to step into the fray and was the third most successful champion. What do the judges think about this? Madame Maxime was first to go as she waved her wand and caused a silver satin ribbon to shoot out in the shape of a 10. I think she deserves the best because she was the first, she said, justifying her score. Karkaroff was next and he shot a dark mist that coalesced into an 8. She got hurt, was all he said to justify his score. Dumbledore went next and placed his wand in the air, shooting out a beam of light that bent to form a 9. She was fantastic. Dumbledore praised, but everyone could hear that his voice was strained, but without being able to spot the real reason for it, they just chalked it up to his old age. Ludo Bagman just raised a piece of cardboard that read 9 as he praised Fleur for her quick thinking and action. Barty Crouch raised his wand and transfigured the table in front of him into a large 8 while simply nodding without much emotion. Finally. We have all the scores and Miss Fleur's score is 44. Crumb's score was 38 with Karkaroff giving him a 10 since he believed Crumb had gotten encased in ice after he placed the chalice in the ring, for which he shouldn't be docked points as it was out of his control. Harry's score was 45 with Karkaroff only giving him a 5 since he felt that Harry had taken external help when he summoned the broomstick. Nonetheless, Crumb was a little embarrassed at the blatant favoritism. And when it was Loki's turn, the entire audience rebelled when he was only given 25 points, because of what he'd suggested previously in secret at their meeting with all the headmasters after his name was picked from the Goblet of Fire. So the standings currently were, Harry in the first place with 45 points, Fleur in the second with 44, Crumb in the third with 38 and Loki in the last spot since he had only 25 points. Karkaroff was unhappy with his prominent frown, but everyone else seemed alright and all the champions soon returned to the tent under Madame Pomfrey's orders. Chapter 316, Choice. Having been allowed to leave by Madame Pomfrey, Loki didn't immediately rush to the Slytherin common room where he was half sure everyone was waiting to congratulate him. Instead, he walked up to a cubicle in the lavatory and pulled out the Marauder's map. Loki's eyes searched around for Barty Crouch and to his surprise, there was one Barty Crouch in Dumbledore's office while another was walking into Moody's office. There was another name that caught Loki's attention in Dumbledore's office, but he ignored it for now for the stability of his sanity. 2. Did someone know that the Marauder's map existed and changed their name to hide themselves? But why would the Death Eater in Moody's office disguise himself as Barty Crouch? That's probably not it. There has to be some other strange reason why two Barty Crouch are roaming around. Maybe I can look into the newspapers in the library later. Yeah, I'll do that. But as soon as Loki was about to close the map, his eyes suddenly fell on the same unassuming name that was written on the map and was inside Dumbledore's office, something he'd ignored just a few seconds prior. Gellert Grindelwald. Why would he be here? The gears on Loki's brain turned around a little until he suddenly came up with a theory, something regarding you-know-who. Loki did not look into it any further as he calmly folded the map and went back to his dorm quietly since he didn't know how strong Grindelwald was or even what pathway he was from. The Slytherin common room was quieter than he'd expected with students sipping on butterbeer like they were a professional sommelier. Astoria was the only one who cheered irrespective of the gazes the other students gave her. Malfoy also came up to him and congratulated him in front of everyone for doing better than Potter, but Loki didn't take any of it at face value and just politely thanked him before telling everyone he needed to rest since he was a little tired. The rest of the day passed by without any more surprises and Loki spent it sleeping in his bed reading random books and planning random things for the future of Arcadia Royale. After dinner, Loki slipped into the library when it was closed and searched through newspapers for any information relating to Barty Crouch. There's just this one incident where his son was sent to Azkaban when he was ousted as a Death Eater, that could be related. But is it seriously him? Did the father help the son escape from Azkaban? But then didn't the Dementors report it to anyone? Loki frowned while holding the newspaper, looking at the picture of the man who was being held back by the Aurors in the court so that he wouldn't attack his own father. So the son's pretending to be moody. He's the Death Eater that put my name into the Goblet of Fire under the order of you-know-who. What a strange family, one's a staunch supporter of the light while the other prefers the darkness that swallows it. Wait a second, did he use my confounding item to confound the Goblet of Fire into taking my name? And Adam allowed it to happen. Seriously. Loki's frown deepened. I don't like this. Sigh. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do for now, except prepare for the situation so that when something eventually happens I can take care of myself and at least a few of those around me. Should I wake her up? Satisfied with the new information he'd figured out, Loki used the moving staircases to go to the 7th floor. Just as he was about to open the room of conveniences, he found someone else stranded in the corridor talking to a ghost by the window. The two people turned around and looked at Loki. One with her moony eyes and a small smile while the other with sharp eyes and a firm gaze. Loki. Luna said with a soft airy smile while looking right at him. You're here. Did the Nargils cause you to leave your common room too? Loki frowned. Did someone bully you out of your room? In the middle of the night? Why? Luna remained silent as she turned away to look out of the window with a smile. Loki walked up to the two of them and politely greeted the Grey Lady who seemed to have become annoyed with his presence. Good evening, Miss Ravenclaw. As the three people stared at the beautiful moonlit scenery out of the window, Loki was the first to break the silence. Which founder is your favorite, Luna? Luna looked at Loki with her perpetually surprised expression as she spoke in an airy tone. I don't have any favorite people, only favorite things that I let control my life. Like my favorite Nargles. They give me the opportunity to explore the castle during the night. Loki paused for a moment trying to decode what Luna had said before rephrasing his question. Is there some action that a founder performed that you liked? Ah, that would be Rowena Ravenclaw's quote, wit beyond measure is a man's greatest treasure. She said that. Loki asked, but his question was more directed towards the ghost lady floating around them. Luna, noticing this, remained silent. She did. She used to say it all the time. Even when she was dying. Did she come up with it? Loki asked with some confusion. No. Mother used to say 'em and beat it into her. Loki was stunned into silence. Seriously? Loki frowned as he asked, it's a little hard to believe that someone could beat anything into her. Luna on the side nodded too, since this was the first time she'd heard anything about this. As Loki and Luna looked at the Grey Lady with earnest expressions, she frowned for a second before sighing and explaining further, I don't know who it was. But all the founders seemed to respect him quite a bit. Loki's mind suddenly clicked and he immediately recognized who it was, but Luna didn't know better, so she asked, was he a Beyonder too? Helena nodded, he probably was. I don't know much about him. All of them used to look up to him, whoever he was. I see, Luna said calmly before going back to looking at the Forbidden Forest. All of a sudden, Luna looked like she'd seen something in the air before she said, I'm sorry. I will have to skip our Nargle and Riddles party. I just saw some Nargles and want to capture a few of them. Wait, capture? What? Luna left after whispering something to Helena, but Loki paid no attention to their gossip since he was thinking if he would do something that had just come up in his mind. With Luna leaving, Helena was about to leave, but she was stopped by Loki's soft voice. I can revive your mother, Loki said, trying to give Helena an offer without revealing much about his ways or what he knew. But it did have the intended effect since Helena stopped floating away and spoke without turning around. It's not good to joke around. I'm not really joking around. If I could, I would prove it to you. Loki said, and Helena immediately retorted. Then swear it by our laws. What do you want me to do? Notarize a contract and sign it? Loki asked with a slight laugh. But Helena kept staring at him like he owed her something, so he stopped laughing for a second. You're serious? And Helena's silence was a clear answer. So Loki did the next best thing. What about doing a ritual that uses the sun god as a witness? That good enough? Helena's eyes widened, but since there could be no better and more thorough method, she nodded and said, I will believe you if you do that, but only trust you if you earn it. Loki looked into her firm eyes for a few seconds before nodding. I understand. I wouldn't trust a random person who could resurrect dead people too. Chapter 317, A Deal. Setting up an altar in the corridor as Helena kept watch to warn him if there was someone else there, Loki was done in a few seconds. Then quickly setting up a wall of spirituality around himself and Helena, Loki knelt on the stone floor in front of the altar as he lit up all the candles with his spirituality. Before he could begin, Helena called out, the eternal blazing sun is her, not him. Loki froze at the sudden new information but calmed down and continued with the ritual. I pray for the power of notarization. I pray for the power of purification. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. I pray for goddess's great powers to notarize a promise between me and Helena. Morning dew, a herb that belongs to the sun, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Sunflower, a fragrance that belongs to the light, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Loki remained kneeling on the floor for a few seconds with his eyes closed while Helena assumed her physical form and knelt beside Loki. All of a sudden, a bright light descended into the area cordoned off by a wall of spirituality. The light brought with it the feeling of warmth and joy. Loki felt like his constitution was getting stronger simply by being in the light's presence. Helena brought him out of his reverie as she elbowed him to begin speaking his terms. I, Loki, promise under the light of the eternal blazing sun that I have a way to awaken Rowena Ravenclaw if I find her most precious item without being cheated about it. Helena's gaze at Loki sharpened when he said that since it revealed Loki's prerequisite for her, he really just wanted her to find and give to him the item his mother held most precious. So she did believe him a little but still stayed calm and helped to finish the ritual by stating her terms that she had added to feel more secure about going through with helping Loki while also testing to see if he was like the last person that betrayed her with a similar promise. I, Helena Ravenclaw, promise under the light of the eternal blazing sun that I will direct Loki to where my mother's most precious item is hidden once he completes this ritual without suffering any drawbacks and finishes a task I assign to him. Loki frowned. How did I get roped into fulfilling a task for her to revive her mother? Am I being swindled here? The heck? Loki looked at Helena, but seeing her focused he assumed that this task was probably related to finding this item that was close to Rowena Ravenclaw. Loki then waited for a few seconds, but seeing nothing happening he wondered if something had gone wrong, but then he suddenly said, I agree to all of Helena's stated conditions as long as they aren't stretched too thin. Helena nodded and repeated after him, I agree to all of Loki's stated conditions as long as they aren't outrageous. Suddenly the light that was hovering above the altar brightened as Loki felt it turn more real, as the heat inside the wall of spirituality turned so high that Loki could smell his hair burn. The light split apart into two and dropped onto Loki and Helena's bodies, melding into them and flowing through their veins and turning in their heart where it formed chains around their wills. Loki felt like he had just been bound by an inexplicable force that would have a full handle on his very existence because he had let it happen. Loki found that the process was not as excruciating as he had expected it to be, but he could still feel that his body temperature had gone up slightly. The light then vanished and the ritual ended. It wasn't ideal, but Loki was worried about not being able to save himself given how strong his enemies were. Ideally, I would have liked to be strong enough to defend myself. But I'm weak. Very weak compared to all of them. Even if I was just a sequence 4 parasite, I wouldn't have had to do such things to save myself. Loki blew out the candles and stood up calmly, looking at Helena who had already become a ghost/wraith once again. So you agree? Helena stared at Loki but said nothing for a few seconds before whispering her next words, I want you to get me the Beyonder characteristics of a sequence 2 ancient bane. Loki's body froze as he slowly turned to look Helena in the eye with a wry smile, you're not serious about that, are you? That's basically impossible. Helena calmly stated, I'm only asking for an equally valuable compensation. Nothing exaggerated. If you can't help me with this, that means whatever you want to do is currently entirely beyond you. Loki frowned. His face took unkindly to Helena's words. Are you serious? Keeping aside the fact that you're asking me for compensation to help awaken your mother, I would need to fight an angel to get your Beyonder characteristics. How do you expect me to come across one, let alone fight one after I come across them? Helena looked at Loki and said, I shall help you to come in contact with the Beyonder characteristics. It will be relatively safe since it currently does not belong to an angel. And I sense a but there. What's the catch? But it's guarded by a true god. Loki's mouth, mood, and intelligence fell. Are you serious? Loki asked, walking closer to Helena, trying to see if her head had some holes that he did not know about. Perhaps something she didn't know about had influenced her words. Maybe the fool lowered her intelligence a little bit. Helena floated a little away and spoke calmly. My interference would make the fight harder for you. Believe me. And the true God is currently not in his peak. He is currently only a king of angels. He is the chained God. I can't tell you more than that though. It is for your own good. Loki wanted to argue but couldn't. How am I supposed to argue with, trust me bro, logic? The hell? And not telling me for my own good. What is this? An outer god. Did she corrupt the chained god in this world too? But why is the daughter of the true god of Hermit Pathway a beyonder of the chained pathway anyway? Shouldn't she have been born as Hermit Pathway beyonder from the excess characteristics of Rowena? But then a crazy idea sprouted in Loki's mind. So are the chained god and Helena related? But that's not the important question right now. Instead I should be asking Dash. How will you get me to come in contact with the beyonder characteristics? Helena shook her head. The less you know about how I will make that happen, the better it is for you. All you need to do is let me know when you're ready and I'll help you then. Loki frowned. His thoughts ran a million miles a minute, thinking about all the things that could make such a thing possible, the Quill of Alzahad. But then Helena spoke again. Given how you know about true gods and king of angels, it is safe to assume you know it is wrong to even gaze upon a god's figure. Loki nodded. So you don't need to worry about going mad because you set your sights upon a god. I will give you an item that will allow you to see in spite of being blind. Loki nodded again. So do you agree? Loki thought about it for a while and eventually with a resigned sigh Loki spoke, give me a bit of time. I want to make sure I'm not bullshitting myself or something. Helena nodded and spoke calmly. I will let you decide if you want to do it or not for a month, any longer than that and it'll have become meaningless. Meet me right here, at the same time before the month has passed. I shall wait here. Helena floated away and passed through a wall to prevent Loki from following her. Loki pulled out his pocket watch and noted the time, 12:05. How lucky, that means we performed the ritual at exactly midnight. That's like the exact opposite time of the strongest the sun is. Hopefully, I didn't irritate Goddess because of this. And who'd have thought the eternal blazing sun's a woman? With everyone on the 7th floor gone, Loki moved to open the room of conveniences, entered it and sat down at the desk. He pulled out several papers and pens from his satchel since he had preliminary ideas about the ritual he wanted to perform to make his first unique spell. Loki spent a lot of his time devising such a ritual, consulting Nicholas's book when he was stuck about something and making an experimental charm by combining the powers of two deities when he was bored. It can't be that hard to make such a charm, can it? I mean, if I can't even make a charm that will be powered by two gods, how will I make a ritual or spell that will involve multiple? Eventually, Loki became bored of working constantly, so he entered the Sapphira Castle. That task given to me by Helena Ravenclaw holds extreme danger for me. Loki repeated the statement 7 times and opened his eyes in cogitation. The pendulum turned clockwise and it was comparatively fast. Significant danger. Why would I agree to this? I still have a month to decide, but I very much feel like I want to ignore this. Loki exited the Sapphira Castle and fell asleep from mental exhaustion. He woke up in time for classes since he had enough energy now as a sequence 6 that he didn't need much sleep. But the choice he was given was still taking a toll on him mentally. Chapter 318, Triangle. With the drive of a fool, Loki waited at the edge of the Black Lake for someone to arrive. While he did, he thought back to the time in the Transfiguration class today morning. Listen to me. Professor McGonagall said as she raised her voice and shouted over the students who were sitting around the benches that had been arranged on the sides of the classroom. As expected of an ancient competition like the Triwizard Tournament, it has its own traditions and customs. As such, it is customary to have an opening ball at Yule where students with their pairs participate in a dance. The crowd of students got rowdy almost immediately with some even whistling. Loki was confused about why the tradition was held but kept quiet nonetheless and paid attention to McGonagall, who was clearly a little embarrassed to speak about such things. The champions will open the ball with their partners and I expect each of you to find one, McGonagall said, looking at an embarrassed and panicked Harry and a calm Loki who just nodded with a smile. Several girls looked in the direction of both the boys, hoping to be chosen to be the queen of the night. The rest of the class was spent with Professor McGonagall describing the dress codes and expected behaviors from the students. She did her best and explained without seeming too strict so that the students wouldn't try to rebel while also maintaining tension so that the students wouldn't stray too much. Several girls rushed towards Loki and Harry after the class, trying to ask them for a date. And while Harry ran for his life, Loki calmly explained. I'm sorry, I already have a date for the night. The girls' mood sank, but they immediately flipped the switch and changed when another girl cleverly asked, who's she? Loki smiled, wouldn't you like to know? But I'm sorry, she's chosen to keep it a secret for now, and walked away, leaving all the girls to their dreams. As Loki walked away, he lightly shook his head. Already have a date? More like I hope I don't get rejected by her. She's been helping me from the moment I met her with something or another. In place of the only obvious choice had she been studying at Hogwarts right now, I have to ask Hermione, it feels like the right choice to make. I'm sure Elaine would understand that I can't dance with her here. The familiar crunch of stepping on stones brought Loki out of his thoughts as he looked at the girl who'd arrived because he'd called her. What happened, Loki? Why'd you call me here? Daphne asked with a slight smile. Loki looked at her with a frustrated smile and said, don't you already know? Daphne bit her knuckles to control her laughter and then nodded, yeah I know, I can see how red your face is. So do you want me to answer? Why were you making it so weird, like I'm asking you to do something uncouth? Haha, I can't help it. Who'd have thought the great Loki, the fourth champion of the Triwizard Tournament, would ask me for help? Loki sighed and shook his head. I dunno, Daphne, so what's your answer? Yeah, fine. I'll help you. I'm just afraid of Tori doing something to sabotage the ship before it sails. Don't remind me about it. You don't know how hard it was to convince her. Loki sighed, knowing Astoria could be a bit too much sometimes, but he shook his head and looked at Daphne anyway. So how are we going to do this? In another part of the castle, Hermione left the library and walked to a window with her books. The fresh air was something she desperately needed after having to listen to the hurdle of girls giggling and gaggling over which boy they'd go out with to the Yule Ball. How is this more important to them than improving their skills? There's so much danger lurking everywhere. I hope Ethan has gotten a grip on those smuggled items so nothing too bad has happened. Hermione froze in her tracks as her sights fell on the scene outside the window facing the Black Lake. Her legs wordlessly brought her closer to the window as she couldn't believe what she was seeing. He's going with Daphne. Haha, I guess he finally realized Daph had a little crush on him. I was tired of his density. But still. Bloody hell. Hermione had gotten so happy seeing Daphne and Loki together that she almost jumped onto her tippy toes to look at the scene from a little closer, no matter how insignificant it was. Hermione turned around and quickly walked away. Her face had taken on a small pout as she walked towards the Great Hall for lunch with some dissatisfaction because she couldn't spy on their conversation even though she could see they were talking about something secretive. HMPF. The next time he asks me for some help with an article in the newspaper, I'll kick him to go to Daphne if he doesn't tell me that he decided to take her to the ball instead before he reveals it during the Yule Ball night. Idiot. Munching elegantly, Hermione casually ate a little lunch, though her lunch was cut short when she heard Harry and Ron's conversation. Who are we going to go to the ball with? Ron asked Harry with a panicked look. Harry shrugged, not knowing, but then his eyes fell on Hermione, maybe her dash. Ron immediately interrupted, her? Seriously, Harry? People will think we lean the other way if one of us goes out with her. Hermione's straight face immediately turned into a frown. She picked up the book she was holding and even without hitting Ron walked away from her lunch, preferring to go to the comm of the Gryffindor common room where she assumed no one would disturb her. As she walked away, Hermione heard Harry whisper to Ron. I think you angered me, Dash. It's not like I was lying, and what is she gonna do? She doesn't even have any other friends. Hermione frowned and a tear threatened to break out of her eyes. Did Loki also think about me like this? Is that why he chose Daphne over me? Am I that ugly? I'll punch him the next time I see him before asking him about it. As Hermione climbed the stairs back to the common room, she was stopped in her tracks by a boy when she bumped into his shoulder and dropped her books. Ah. I'm sorry. Hermione immediately bent low and hid her face behind her hair as she picked up everything that had fallen down. She took great care to make sure that her ink bottle didn't spill on anything. Oh. Hermione, the boy said as he ducked down to help Hermione pick up her books. Hermione looked up a little startled by the way her name was pronounced but became surprised when she saw the boy looking at her with a smile. Victor Krum. Why's he here near the Gryffindor common room? I thought they stayed in their boat all day. I was looking for you. Krum said with a smile. Ah. Me. WH-. Would you like to be my partner for the Yule Ball? He asked with a little embarrassment. Hermione's eyes widened and she suddenly felt stunned. The books in her hand slipped out once again and were about to crash into the floor, but Krum, in a remarkable display of reflexes, caught them. Ah. Hermione shouted, a little startled, causing Krum to look at her with confusion and worry. Are you all right, Hermione? Krum asked while handing back the books he was holding. Ah, yes, I'm all right. Hermione took the books from Krum's hand and started to walk away, but his words caused her to freeze. And the ball? Can I take that as a yes too? Frozen in her steps, Hermione was about to shake her head, but then she remembered Loki, Ron, and Harry. So she nodded. Krum smiled and Hermione rushed away from the place after giving her answer. Meanwhile, under the tree, Daphne spoke, so that's all you'll have to do and she'll say yes. Loki looked at Daphne with a confused expression. Are you sure all this is necessary? Daphne frowned, are you sure? How can't I be sure? This is how nobles court each other. Loki looked at the ridiculous setup Daphne had suggested he create and became confused. Will Hermione really care if there are exactly 22 roses in the bouquet? And does she really need a ring? Isn't that for when things get serious? I mean, I know other girls might compare if their partners gave them something, but a ring? Really? No. Elaine is the only one that deserves a ring from me. Chapter 319, Idiot. Loki looked at all the arrangements he'd made according to Daphne's suggestions. The preparations had been kept a secret from Hermione by Loki and Daphne under the cover of something to do with a new comic being serialized in the newspaper. However, they also hadn't realized that Hermione had already seen them planning something and was under the misconception that Loki was going to the ball with Daphne. Loki had rented the classroom from Professor Snape by lying to him and telling him that it was going to be for dueling practice between Daphne and Loki. But the classroom looked quite unlike any room a person would use to duel in. It had regal velvety deep rose-pink curtains, a chandelier, a candlelight table with food borrowed from the kitchens and a small bouquet of fragrant roses. There was also a full-length thin mirror whose border was decorated with roses. Loki was holding a ring in his hands as Daphne was examining him and the suit he was wearing underneath his robes. Are you sure black is a good color for this? I personally think neon pink would suit me. Even before Loki could finish the sentence, Daphne flicked her wand and caused Loki's mouth to be transfigured shut. Loki whined in discomfort and Daphne ignored him, opting to fix his bow tie. Once she was done with it and found everything to be perfect, Daphne nodded and flicked her wand once again, freeing Loki from silence. Good. You look decent. Daphne nodded. When's Hermione coming here again? I called her to meet me about the newspaper as you said. Loki said, pulling out his pocket watch and looking at the time. I told her to come here in another 30 minutes. Daphne nodded and then looked right into Loki's eyes. I don't think you need to do anything else. Everything's ready and done, I hope you don't mess this up. Loki nodded and with a soft smile he said, thanks for helping me out, Daphne. I don't know how I would have done all this without your help. Who knew you were a little girl like your sister at heart? Daphne glared at him and then turned around, walking away from the classroom wordlessly. Before she left, however, she dropped a good luck. With nothing to do but wait, Loki sat down on a cushioned chair that he'd transfigured earlier for Hermione and himself to sit on and dine. Loki contemplated how things would go from here on out and rehearsed the dialogues Daphne had written for him several times as he waited. He paced around the room several times to drown out his nervousness and pumped himself up to appear confident. Knock knock. Loki heard the knock on the door and froze before arranging his bow tie a little since he felt Daphne had put it on too tight. After which he walked towards the door and opened it softly without allowing it to creak. Mione. Loki greeted the girl still in her uniform with a little excitement. Yeah, hello Lock dash. Hermione's words failed to leave her mouth as she spotted Loki fully dressed in the beautifully arranged room behind him. Loki moved aside to invite Hermione into the room and pulled her in while gently grasping her hand. Come on in. Hermione's mouth opened and closed like a fish as she finally broke out of her shock and asked, what's this? Ah, just something for a special someone, Loki said cryptically, but it had an unintended side effect in Hermione's mind. It's for Daphne. He truly loves her to go to such extents for her, doesn't he? But how did he hide it so well? I mean, isn't he usually the type to spill his secrets since he doesn't even think before he speaks? Hermione suddenly felt like she'd swallowed a stone. Why does he want to show me all this? To flaunt that he's no longer single. I mean, I get I'm not a looker, but sigh, whatever, let's get this done with. I heard people go mad in love, but I guess I'll have to bear with it for Daph. Don't worry, Daph. I'll send this dense idiot to you. You want my opinion on this? Is it for your Yule Ball date? Since Hermione was looking away from Loki, he couldn't catch her changing expression, so he spoke calmly with a smile. Yeah. I'm planning to take someone to the Yule Ball. I was wondering if she'll like it. It's nice. I see you prepared it all in the style wizarding nobles use to court their fiancé. Hermione said with a little cringe. Daphne has the princess vibe going for her, she'll probably like it. Loki's smile widened. Of course, I did, because the person all this is for is no less than a noble princess herself. To me at least. Gosh. He's being so cheeky. Daphne, come get your husband. Is that all? 'Cause I'm a little busy. I need to leave. Hermione began walking towards the exit but was forced to a stop after Loki held her hand. If you like it, then why not stay a little longer? Loki asked calmly while holding her hand. Hermione became confused, but she quickly realized. Almost all of a sudden things started to click in place in her mind as she put pieces together. No way. This dense idiot. Don't tell me he asked Daphne to help in asking me for going to the ball. Is he crazy? How did Daphne even have the heart to help him after he did such a silly thing? Oh. Poor Daph. I should torture him with stinging hexes. Holding back the tears that were threatening to break out of her eyes because of holding back her laughter, Hermione spoke softly to confirm if she was thinking along the right lines. Loki, won't your date be here soon? I should get leaving, or she might think something else. Ha ha ha, I mean, why shouldn't you be here? I don't want to be a third wheel Loki. I'm sure your date will appreciate it if she's alone with you. Not with me watching. And what am I even going to do? Talk to her about books. I'm not interesting like those other girls. Hermione tried to free her hand from Loki's grip but he held on tighter. Don't worry about being a third wheel, she's already here. Loki said, causing Hermione to deadpan and make a blank face that expressed her emotions perfectly. I can't believe it. This idiot. Did he still not realize that Daphne liked him? Seriously. He's almost as bad as Mr. Error. God, are all men such fools? You want to see her? Loki asked with a wide smile as he looked at Hermione, thinking the plan he'd made with Daphne was working since he assumed that Hermione was confused about who he was talking about. Oh God. I thought these lines weren't going to work. But I can see Hermione's lips twitching. She's only playing hard to get. I'm sure she's already realized that I'm going to ask her to the ball. Hermione gulped but Loki didn't let her respond. He dragged her towards the full-length mirror in the room. The roses smell good, I'm sure your date will love it. Hermione said with a fake smile as she noticed the border of the mirror. Is that so? Loki said, looking directly into Hermione's eyes in the mirror. Well, I'm glad that you like it then, because if you like it my date will love it too. Hermione nodded with a deadpan expression as she tried her best to formulate words inside her mind to explain to Loki what was wrong. It felt tortuous to hold back her tears and keep on a smile without bursting out laughing. Hermione finally slipped away from Loki but was suddenly forced to stop when Loki spoke. Wanna be my date to the Yule Ball, Mione? Hermione's eyes widened, her lips trembled and her body froze. This idiot. Loki laughed as he watched Hermione's shoulders tremble, thinking Hermione was just being shy. I shall ask you again then, no matter how embarrassing it is. Would you like to be my date to the Yule Ball, Mione? I mean, this isn't as like a real couple, but I think you're the only other person closest to me dash. Apart from Elaine. Hermione turned around instantly. Her eyes narrowed as she stomped on her way to Loki before picking up the bouquet of roses and slamming Loki's chest with it. You dash. Are dash. And dash. Idiot dash. Loki became startled and looked at Hermione with worry. What happened? Loki asked with a little frown as he wondered if something had gone wrong. I knew it. I should have worn neon pink instead. Chapter 320, Ball Partner. Mione. What's wrong? Hermione's frown deepened as she heard Loki's words full of concern and then she looked at him with narrowed eyes. Is he pulling my leg? Meanwhile, Loki was having a mental fire truck running around trying to control his panic. Did I do something wrong? Was it the 22 roses? I thought you were taking Daphne as your Yule Ball partner, Hermione stated plainly. Ah. Loki suddenly became stunned, he didn't know what to say to this except, no. She helped me set it all up but dash. Hermione rubbed her eyes by pinching the bridge of her nose and then looked at Loki with a frown and accused. What made you think of taking me as your Yule Ball partner? I mean, who else? I can't ask Daphne obviously, she's a noble. She'd have to reject me even if she did feel pity and want to go out with me. So I can only ask you. Since you're the only other person I know that's a girl, well apart from Myrtle, since I thought it'd be weird to take a ghost as your Yule Ball partner. Hermione folded her hands, shook her head and then walked up to a wall where she started slamming her head on the wardrobe. Loki became confused. This is all your fault. Hermione glared at Loki, grabbing the bouquet of roses he was holding in his hands for her and beating his chest with it. But after one hit she realized she didn't want to damage the bouquet any more than its already sorry state. Loki was confused and quite possibly bamboozled, so he chose to remain quiet for a few seconds before. I mean, are you not gonna come to the Yule Ball with me? Loki asked again. Well, I mean, I couldn't come with you even if I wanted to. Hermione finally confessed. Oh. Even if you wanted to. So you don't want to? Why? Hermione's eyes darted around and her face took on a slight blush, but she nodded quickly. Because I'm going out with Krum. Hermione whispered. She was quick and soft that if Loki had blinked at the wrong time he'd have missed it. Krum. Victor Krum. Seriously? You're going to betray Hogwarts and go out with the enemy partner? How could you do this to me, Mione? To my fragile heart. Oh no. What am I going to do? I got rejected by the love of my life. Hermione beat the bouquet one last time onto Loki's chest and smiled at that, but then she frowned again, which Loki noticed. Something wrong? You don't have to come with me if you already accepted Krum's proposal. I mean, I don't mind, but I doubt it'd look good on you. Loki said calmly. Well, I was just wondering who'd you go with now? Hermione said in a low voice. Oh yeah. I forgot about that. Loki said with surprise, even a little panic. Why were you so late then? Hermione asked, hitting him with the bouquet of roses once again. Late. I was preparing all this. Loki said, pointing at the entire room. How'd I know that you'd be taken so soon? HMPF. Hermione raised her chin with pride, but then she exhaled with a little trouble and asked Loki, what will you do now? Loki shrugged, I don't know. I mean, I'll just tell Professor McGonagall that I couldn't find anyone. I'm sure she'll have someone ready for me for one dance, I'm sure. Hermione glared at Loki since he was of no help as she sighed again and spoke calmly, Daphne helped you prepare all this, right? Loki nodded. I was planning to draw my proposal on the Transfiguration courtyard, but Daphne stopped me because it was crass. Hermione laughed and punched his shoulder lightly. Good thing you didn't do that. I don't know how embarrassed I would have been if you did that. Hermione said with a laugh. So why don't you ask her out? I mean, if she was busy helping you out, I'm sure she doesn't have a person to help her yet too. Hermione said, trying to bring Loki and Daphne together without spoiling anything for Loki. Loki thought for a bit before speaking his doubt with a frown, but she's a noble, would it really be alright? Especially in Slytherin, I don't think it'll be a good thing for her to do, especially since she'd find it hard to reject since we're in the same group. Hermione shook her head, leave that up to her, you know how Daph is, she keeps the image of the Greengrass family above everything else. If she feels like she has to reject you, trust me, she will. So don't think about anything stupid and go do it. Loki thought some more and nodded, yeah, she'll probably reject me easily if it actually is something that might hurt her image, alright, you convinced me. Now I just hope that she isn't taken already. Someone seems to be taking all the good women in my life away. Loki said with a smirk as he pet Hermione. Hermione blushed at the compliment, but she quickly swatted away Loki's hand while speaking as she walked away. Tell Daphne that I told you to go ask her when you ask her out. And make sure you aren't telling her that I only rejected you. Tell it to her clearly that I asked you to go to her. Loki nodded and found himself stranded in a room that he had put a lot of effort into creating and then looked at the keys in his pocket. I guess I have to clear all of this up before handing the room keys to Professor Snape, *sigh*, much work. Meanwhile, in the dungeons, Daphne sat down on the bed in her room with a soft sigh. Her eyes were red and stung quite a bit, but she held back the tears that were threatening to spill as she buried herself in a blanket. Was I not obvious? Daphne thought with a mental sigh. Eventually, she locked the door and walked to the bathroom to freshen herself. After she was refreshed, she looked at all the letters in the room that were from the heirs of several noble families who wanted to borrow her hand for the Yule Ball. With a flick of her finger, the letters fell into the bin and were set on fire after her spirituality created a spark. She sat down beside the bin while soaking herself in the comfort of the warm fire as she watched the letters burn away one by one. Time ticked away, and within a few seconds of her watching the flames die out, she realized it was already the end of the day. I wonder what happened with Loki and Hermione. Did she accept? Well, no one would have rejected after all that effort. I mean, I wouldn't have. Daphne left the bin and slipped back into her bed and stuffed herself under the blanket to fall asleep except. The door to her room suddenly burst open and a happy girl walked into the room with little to no effort. Sis. Are you done planning whatever you were with Loki? I have news for Astoria asked, sitting beside Daphne, who was covered by a blanket as she quickly attempted to hide herself. Daphne rubbed her eyes on her pillow and, maintaining a calm tone, spoke slowly, I'm tired right now. Leave me alone. Astoria looked at Daphne for a few seconds before she got up from the bed. She walked to the door and was about to step out and close it. She spoke softly, I mean, all right, I won't disturb you. Loki asked me if I could ask you about attending the ball with him, but if you don't want to listen, I guess I'll just tell him and dash. Daphne froze under the blanket and stopped breathing. And before she knew it, she shouted. Yes. Astoria opened the door and stepped out soundlessly with a soft smile. It was only after a few minutes that Daphne felt were like hours that she pulled herself out of the cover of the blanket and emerged like a ferret with glowing eyes. Later during the week, Loki stood at the entrance of the Grand Hall along with the other champions and their partners. Fleur, dressed in a pink silk gown, was with a Ravenclaw boy dressed in formal wear. Crumb, dressed in a suit and a large winter coat, was with Hermione, who was dressed elegantly in a periwinkle blue gown. Hermione's usual bushy hair was magically straightened and her irregular teeth were all rearranged to give her a winning smile. Harry, dressed in a decent suit, was with Parvati Patil, who was dressed in a sort of traditional bright red Indian lehenga. Where's your partner, Mr. Loki? Professor McGonagall asked, since it was getting a little late for the champions to make their debut and officially start the celebrations. Loki was dressed in a premium royal green suit accented with gold and black trimmings that appeared pinkish blue under light. His slick black hair was combed backwards and set to look thick and lustrous. He looked at the stairs connected to the Slytherin dungeons and spoke softly, "I'm sure she'll be here in a moment, Professor." McGonagall nodded and looked at the watch in her robes. "We have 5 more minutes." Ma'am. Loki nodded. And just as he blinked, a girl dressed in an exquisite dress robe made of a silky smooth green embroidered material stepped onto the stairs, capturing the attention of all the champions and their partners waiting by the door. Loki felt like he was blown away by how Daphne looked, and so were everyone else. Professor McGonagall was especially happy since Daphne hadn't copied the other girls who'd let their hair down but had worn it in an elegant knot on the back of her head. Daphne walked over to Loki elegantly and looked at him expectantly. "I don't think I have any words to describe how beautiful you look." Loki complimented. "I know a few. Which one would you like to choose?" "Gorgeous, elegant, stunning, picturesque." Daphne retorted with a faint smile that she did her best to keep hidden. Daphne's eyes matched with Hermione's for a second as they imperceptibly nodded to each other before. Professor McGonagall coughed and grabbed everyone's attention, but not before Daphne whispered to Loki, "You look almost as pretty as me," causing him to roll his eyes in competitive annoyance. "I definitely look better. How can I not look good? I literally have a beyonder ability to increase my charm." Chapter 321, Dibs. The door opened and Professor McGonagall walked first, moving through the crowd of students who stood on both sides of the hall waiting for the champions to begin the event of the night they'd all been waiting for. The champions followed behind her with silent steps, and because of a few flicks from Dumbledore's wand became the center of attention of the entire hall when a voluminous spotlight shone on them. Bending over a little, Loki whispered into Daphne's ears, "You see that? They're all looking at how handsome I am." Daphne rolled her eyes good-naturedly while making sure to step on Loki's feet as she walked under the pretense of a stumble. Arriving at the center of the hall, the spotlight stopped moving and caused the champions and their partners to stop along with it. That was when a piece of soft instrumental music began to play and all the men straightened their backs and with a polite bow, or a kneel in Loki's case, extended their hands for their partners to grasp. Loki got up holding Daphne's gloved hands and with a smile slipped his other hand around her waist. "Did you stuff books into your dress?" Loki asked Daphne as he felt something hard on her back. Daphne responded by stepping on his toes again while looking at him with a smile as she whispered, "It's a corset, you fool," making Loki give out a strained smile as he bore the pain of what was probably a broken nail. Daphne and Loki danced under the gazes of everyone around them, their steps in complete sync thanks to their superhuman capabilities, making it seem to everyone that they had danced together before since none of the other participants were as in sync as them. "Something's worrying you?" Daphne asked as she noticed Loki occasionally looking off into the distance while dancing with her. "Sorry. Didn't mean to get lost in thoughts, don't worry about it." It's awkward to remain silent, never danced with anyone before, I thought all your focus would have to be on the dance, but this is easy. I feel like I'm out in a cage in a zoo. Talk to me. Daphne said, gripping Loki's shoulder a little tighter. Loki looked into Daphne's eyes for a few seconds, after which he sighed and explained his reason for looking away from the pretty lady in front of him. "There's something I have to do." "Is it dangerous?" "Well, probably. But you have to do it." "Oh my. How are you reading my mind so well? It's almost as if we're real partners." Loki teased, but Daphne's eyes were firm. "I always thought you were of the troublesome sort, you know," Daphne said, lowering her gaze and looking at Harry, who was stumbling around with Parvati Patil on the dance floor. "But I seem to have underestimated your knack for getting into trouble." "Trouble? Me? Pfft, good joke. With your mysterious persona, I know you're hiding something strange from everyone." Daphne said, looking back at Loki, "I don't know what it is. And I don't want you to tell me about it, since I'd rather not spend time listening to you ramble on narcissistically about your troubles. Weren't you the one that just as But what I want you to know is that I've never seen you do something wrong, at least in the traditional sense, and, well, I can give you another one of those paper crane charms I gave you in your first year if you need any." Daphne mumbled out. Loki's eyes widened slightly and then he smiled, and with a nod, he fell back into rhythm with the song as he and Daphne danced for a few more minutes before everyone else walked onto the floor, with Dumbledore leading a dance with Madame Maxime. Soon Loki left the crowd with Daphne as they escaped the dance floor that was becoming rowdy with all the students entering it. They walked out into the corridor and initially hoped to go to the gardens, but spotting several other couples doing the same, they changed their destination to the astronomy tower. Once atop the tower, Daphne and Loki fell into a strangely comfortable silence. They gazed at the moon, the forest, the small fireflies glowing near the gardens, and the giant squid lazing about in the lake. "Today was nice," Daphne said with a serene look in her eyes, and Loki just nodded in silence. Suddenly both Loki and Daphne turned towards each other at the same time. Daphne - Loki - "Ah." Daphne blushed a little, but the darkness of the night hid her expression and helped her maintain the always calm and princely aura around herself. Loki rubbed his neck a little before speaking. "You go first." Daphne nodded, took a deep breath and released it to cool herself, much like a yawn, as she gained a confident glimmer in her eyes before she spoke. "I just never told you thanks for Astoria before, but I guess better late than never." Loki's eyes widened but his shoulders relaxed as he nodded. I mean, I can understand you, a little. I'm sure you were worried that if you did that, I would have become Astoria's favorite sibling, weren't you? I mean, I can't blame you, I'm pretty awesome after all. Daphne rolled her eyes before settling on Loki's as she asked him. What did you want to say? It's not that important, but I was wondering if there were any future dances. I'd like to call dibs on you as my partner in the future. Well, you know, since Mione was already taken away this time since I was late, I thought why not ask you right now for the future too, Loki said with a smile that made the blush on Daphne's face deepen. Daphne only nodded and then turned away quickly. Things became a little awkward after that as Daphne began to curse Loki. Way to go. But who says I'd like to call dibs on your future? Arghar. I want to bury my head. I hope Astoria never hears a word about this. She'd never let this go. Just kill me already. Speaking in a slightly high-pitched voice, Daphne faked a yawn and said, I'm a little tired, Loki. I'd like to go back to my room. I feel quite stuffy with the corset on me. Yeah, me too. Me too. Are you wearing a corset? $and %% hashtag at carrot. Let me take you back. Loki said and escorted Daphne back to the Slytherin common room under an awkward silence in which Loki kept smiling while Daphne was trying to hold back her laughs. But before Daphne left she turned to Loki and wished him a soft, good night. Today was wonderful. Thud. Daphne vanished into the girls' part of the dormitory with a little rush, leaving Loki behind as he looked at everyone else in the common room which included Astoria who was giving him a knowing look. Loki just smiled and nodded at her. Daph told me she'd partner with me in all future dances too. Loki shouted for Astoria to hear, causing several girls in the common room to squeal while Astoria herself was left a little stunned. Sis said that. OMG. Sis. Loki then walked away randomly but as his adrenaline wore out he found himself on the 7th floor of the castle. It was deep into the night and Loki's eyes turned firm as he spotted the grey lady floating in front of a window. You're here, Helena said without even turning back. Loki nodded but then thought that perhaps Helena might not be able to see him with her back turned so he spoke out instead, yes. And I've come decided. I see, Helena said and turned around slowly. And your choice is? I'll do it, Loki said with a brave smile and a sharp look. Helena's gaze sharpened as she evaluated Loki for a few seconds before breaking out into a happy smile. She nodded and spoke, that's good. Wait for me here in a couple of days and prepare everything you want to prepare for yourself. The mission will be tough. Loki nodded and Helena floated away. This will probably cause me to reveal a few of my abilities, but at this point, I think I need to get as much help as I can get from anyone strong to protect me as I advance further. I think it's time I seriously start cultivating everyone else around me on my path to godhood too. They should all be decent help. Should I start with the Tarot Club? And Daph. I should probably help her increase her sequence too, although sequence 5 isn't bad, it isn't too strong either. Chapter 322, Theft, 1, Preparations. Helena looked at Loki who was dressed lightly with a strange expression. Is there a problem? Loki asked. Is that all you'll use? Do you not need anything else to protect yourself? Loki looked at himself. He was wearing a 3-piece suit with a robe on top, holding a silver inlaid cane, the Ring of Harvest along with a few herbs and vials in case they'd have to perform a ritual. He also had a gun, specifically an M1911 tucked away in a holster on his waist just below his wand holster. Loki specially modified the gun to fire flaming bullets blessed by the sun goddess to purify all evil. He only had 6 bullets though. Yet he thought it to be enough since each of them was as powerful as a flaring sun charm on its own. Well, it's not like I'll be using any of this anyway. It's only to fool Helena into thinking that I'll actually be using all of what I have. Yes. I'm sure I can at least give myself the opportunity to escape if things go south. Helena shook her head, fine whatever, and then handed Loki a silver strip with several ritualistic symbols on it that he easily recognized. A charm from the darkness domain. What does it do? Put a true god to sleep. So that I can waltz in there and steal the item and come back. Helena shook her head and explained without minding Loki's sarcastic remarks that he made because he was clearly still agitated about the task ahead. It will keep you hidden until you make the first move towards stealing the Beyonder characteristics. So I was right, it will let me waltz into the domain of a true god, Loki said surprised at the effect of the charm. How did she get this? Not even me with all I've done for Salazar Slytherin can get him to bless a charm to such a degree. Or am I just underutilizing him? Loki frowned but then pushed the thought away to the back of his mind. Having taken the charm Helena had prepared for him, Loki looked up at her and asked her, what next? Now we go to the entrance of his divine kingdom. And last but not least, keep your eyes closed when I tell you to do so, Helena said turning human once again as she grabbed Loki's shoulder. With an almost silent pop Loki and Helena instantly vanished from their place, leaving the 7th floor corridor silent as it had been forever. Arriving on a glacier, Loki immediately complained with his eyes closed since he didn't want to glance upon the figure of a god even by mistake, especially one that was corrupted by the mother tree of desire, cold. It's cold. Helena gave Loki a side eye and spoke with disdain. You're a wizard, use your wand, or is that thing in your holster just a stick you use to stab others? Loki nodded in spite of the chattering of his teeth and pulled out his wand. He tapped his head with the pointy end of his stick and cast a warming charm. Ah, so much better. Thank you for reminding me about it. I don't do well with cold. Helena nodded wordlessly as she looked into the distance, her gaze scaling the barren lands of the glacier they were on. When can I open my eyes? Helena's solemn gaze on the terrain in front of her broke and she pulled out a small box wrapped in a wall of spirituality from her pocket. As soon as Helena broke the wall of spirituality around the box, Loki felt something extremely familiar eat at his intuition. There was only one other time he'd felt like this, and that was when he was close to the Sorting Hat. From the box, Helena pulled out a locket that seemed to be illusory, as if it didn't really exist but was somehow projected into existence. She then put the locket around Loki's head. Almost instantly Loki felt something interfere with his body of heart and mind. He instinctively wanted to block it, but remembering this was Helena's doing and his familiarity with the object, he decided to trust her a little. After the slight but constant interference with his mind, Loki didn't feel the necklace around him do anything else to him, so he wondered if it was working, but he stopped doubting it when Helena said, "Open your eyes." Loki opened his eyes and became shocked. Instead of seeing Helena as she was as a human, he saw a cartoonish representation of her. Like someone had stuck a piece of paper onto reality and painted her likeness like a child with crayons. This. From now on, no matter what happens, you'll always see every person higher than you in sequence as a cartoonish representation of themselves, even if they reveal their mythical creature form to you. Loki, still in his shock, thought, is it so simple to avoid being corrupted? Why aren't there spells that do this? Ah, the gods probably won't support such a spell, would they? It would mean just about anyone could escape from being corrupted by their mythical creature form. Helena broke him out of his thoughts once again after she tossed a small ring at him. Loki quickly checked it with his spirit vision and saw that the item was. It's the beyonder characteristics of a Sequence 1 abomination. If you keep walking deep into the glacier, you'll eventually come across the true entrance to his divine kingdom. Loki caught the ring and asked, Law of beyonder characteristic convergence? Yes. So make sure you bring this back. Otherwise I'll have to send you to bring it back once again. Loki nodded and turned towards Helena to confirm his mission one last time. You want me to bring out the Sequence 2 ancient bane beyonder characteristics being guarded by a corrupted chained god? Helena had a complicated look in her gaze, but she nodded. Yes, if you do that I'll give you the location of my mother's most precious item. Loki sighed and caused a puff of condensation to escape his cold lips as he looked out into the distance. A king of angels, huh? Well, I stole from an outer great old one once. What's wrong in stealing from a simple true god? Loki turned to Helena and asked her a question. Where will you be waiting for me then? Helena looked at the horizon for a while and then spoke in a solemn tone. I'll be waiting right here. Loki nodded and began to walk away. As he walked away he heard a soft, good luck. Activate the darkness charm when you can no longer see me, to which he just waved his hand and continued walking. After a few minutes, when Loki saw that he was out of Helena's sight, he kneeled on the cold ice floor. He then set up an altar and started a summoning ritual. Within minutes, Loki entered the Sapphira Castle and exited through the illusory door that had formed above the altar. He was dressed normally and not as the error true god because he still hadn't accommodated the error blasphemy card into his spirit body. I can't use the card carelessly for now. Especially since I'm more likely than not to lose control because I will gain divinity without any anchors. From his body, which was left in the awkward posture from the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual, he picked up the powerful darkness pathway charm that Helena had given him, the necklace that showed him a cartoonish version of the world, and began to float away towards the icy tundra after casting a warming charm and a charm to keep away the wildlife to keep his body safe. Hope nothing goes wrong. It shouldn't, since I used divination before coming here. But I guess I can't trust divination too much in this case. Chapter 323, Theft 2, Safe. Floating about in one straight line, Loki was getting bored of the unchanging cold scenery and after a few more minutes of floating around, activated the overpowered charm of the darkness pathway. Almost instantly, Loki felt something glaze over his very being. It felt as if he was no longer a part of the world. And in some sense, it was true because a thin film of darkness shrouded Loki's entire spirit. It felt like someone had wrapped Loki in a blanket of invisibility. This is much more powerful than my illusions. It feels like there's something more to this than just changing my visibility. It almost feels as if my fate has been plucked away from the world itself, like I can do anything and the laws of the world would fail to react to it in any appropriate way. Loki controlled the darkness for a moment and spared the ring with the beyonder characteristics of Sequence 1 abomination from the veil around him so that the law of beyonder characteristics convergence would still work and attract him to the divine kingdom of the chained god. With the pocket watch being his only companion to track time, Loki soon got lost in the tundra. He stopped being able to tell if he was going in circles or if he was still climbing a hill he could swear he'd climbed a few minutes earlier. Is that thing real? Loki asked himself as he spotted the ice statue of a frozen crane planted in the snow. Soon he spotted statues not only of simple animals but magical animals too. But what truly set in the depth of fear in his were the statues of various humans, all mutated in various ways as if they'd lost control. He wasn't afraid of losing control, the mystical item Helena had given took care of that. What he was afraid of was the fact that the people he was looking at didn't even have the time to fully lose control before freezing into ice sculptures. Each human sculpture had a story to tell, and as Loki passed them he clearly recognized each one, at least a little bit. The first few statues were of unspeakables, each one was in the same uniform Loki had seen Ethan wearing, a long dark coat that had several pockets to hold various Beyonder materials for rituals and the like. The next few statues were of werewolves, zombies, and even wraiths. All frozen in time as they gazed at something in shock and terror. Their final moments of death captured like the shadows of a nuclear blast, like a picture through time. These people didn't realize that the chained god was corrupted. Was his corruption sudden? So that it could catch off guard the most number of people. As Loki floated in deeper, a thick fog rolled out. At first, the fog only touched his ankles, but slowly the fog started rising, and in less than a few minutes it was all over him. He could barely see his hands and he feared he'd inadvertently do something that might break the invisibility over him. But soon the fear of making a mistake was blindsided by the immense cold that assaulted Loki's spirit body. Loki felt he'd freeze like the other sculptures before and shatter into the dust of time before he'd even get a chance to scream. I need heat. The bullets. Loki pulled out the gun and slowly let the magazine slide out. On alert to see if his actions had caused any changes around him or had alerted the wrong person, Loki waited quietly for a while as he held the magazine. The bullets in it glowed a dim yellow and carried the warmth of the sun. Loki unloaded a single bullet from his gun and held it between his teeth, giving warmth to the most important organ in his body and situation, his brain. All right. Remember not to swallow. With that done, Loki put away the Sequence 1 abomination Beyonder characteristic that was given to him because he reasoned that he was already inside the divine kingdom of the chained god. At least its form on the physical realm. Floating even deeper with renewed vigor, Loki stayed alert for any sudden changes. The shifting of the fog and the shadows cast by it played various tricks on his mind that were only made worse by his 360 vision, which kept him on edge as he floated deeper. Soon, Loki arrived at a clearing. A clearing that had no ice sculptures, no fog, and not even any ice. All there was a giant tree trapped in which was a mummy-like figure, wrapped in several layers of bandages, breathing in a strained manner. The comedic drawing that represented the scenario instead of reality due to the mysterious locket Helena had given Loki did nothing to curb his excessive worry about the situation. Instead, he almost felt like he was trapped. A single wrong move and he'd lose his life. Loki's intuition almost drowned him in a barrage because of how many items were on the body of the chained god, but two stood out the most. The first one was the Sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic that Helena was looking for, but what captured his attention was the least valuable item of them all. It was a simple piece of parchment floating about above the entire tree, held and supported in the air by a few bandages that the tree had done everything to grow and burden. But the few bandages held strong, somehow. Loki recognized it for what it was almost instantly, as if he was intuitively aligned with the chained god. That contains his last words, doesn't it? Something he wanted to say to someone who'd eventually find their way here. For Helena, perhaps. Do I take I dash? Loki's head froze mid-thought as he noticed one of the branches of the tree twitch. The branch that was wrapped around the chained god slowly unwrapped as it floated through the air like a dog, sniffing it and trying to detect something that had intruded into its territory. Loki remained absolutely still and made no noise. He forgoed any thoughts by using cogitation to clear his mind as he prayed to whatever deity was looking out for him to keep the concealment item that Helena had given him to keep working. The branch twisted around robotically, jerking in moments to create several cracks along itself as it bent and twisted around the area meant to have nothing but itself and the chained god. The branch soon arrived right in front of Loki, but what he was expecting didn't happen. The branch didn't stop in front of his face, and neither did it drill through his head. The branch just swept by as if he hadn't existed. Loki heaved a mental sigh of relief when the branch passed him and went back to wrap around the chained god, who was using the opportunity to free himself from the tree itself through a series of painful-sounding groans, like someone getting a stretch after a long time of sitting down. Only after waiting for a while, when the silence interrupted only by the heavy breathing of the chained god returned, did Loki make a move. He first hid the ring with the Sequence 1 abomination Beyonder characteristic deeper inside his robes, making sure that it wouldn't be stolen no matter what happened next. He then double-checked the veil of secrecy around him, and once he was sure that it hadn't been breached or weakened, and only then, did he float closer to the tree. Loki reached the section of the chained god that he intuitively figured contained the Sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic and examined it with his spirit vision while the amusing necklace worked overtime to prevent him from seeing anything that would make him lose his mind. I was right. This is it. But I'm sure if I'll steal it, she will immediately figure out where I am. I have one chance, and when I do take it, I need to be quick in hiding away the ring under the veil of secrecy. Theoretically, I should be able to vanish back into the Sapphire Castle as soon as I grab the damn ring. Loki nodded and hyped himself. All right, Loki, you've got this. You know what this is for. Let's do it. There's no better opportunity than this. You've done this once before and digested nearly everything. You can do it again. Loki took deep breaths to calm himself, and when he felt like he was ready, Loki extended his hand and twisted it with a flick. The ring morphed into a rune and flew towards Loki. And given his closeness to it, the rune was absorbed by him in an instant. As soon as he came in contact with the item, Loki hid it under the veil of secrecy. Creak. Loki's heartbeat sped up when he heard the tree creak. He froze for a moment and moved to cut off his connection to the ritual that was keeping him bound to the real world almost instantly. Creak. Except nothing happened. The veil that had kept Loki hidden was also stopping his return to the castle. Loki had played himself. With nothing better to do, Loki waited exactly where he was as he felt the tree branch unwrap from the chained god and sweep the area. But after a few seconds, in which it did not detect Loki, it returned to its original spot. Safe. Chapter 324, Theft, 3, Forced. With everything back to the way it was, Loki planned to leave immediately, but his eyes landed on the letter at the top of the homunculus made of the chained god and mother tree of desire. Do I take that? Helena would probably appreciate it if I did that for her. But Loki looked at the tree that had grown around the chained god and became apprehensive about lifting the veil of secrecy over him for a second time. Even though it seems like he is fighting for his life to protect the letter, it's not something I can steal just like that. I'll divine about what's written in it in the Sapphire Castle and just tell her about it if it's something important. Just as Loki's mind tilted more and more towards abandoning the letter in favor of saving himself and sticking to his goals, a sharp change occurred that caused the situation to flip on its head. An unholy symphony of pain and torture escaped the chained god's lips. Loki's mind froze, and despite the veil of secrecy covering him and the warm bullet in his mouth, he felt cold. Loki's eyes slowly comprehended the veil of secrecy around him ripple because of an invisible force clashing with it. His slow mind made it difficult for him to think properly as his actions became filled with static instead of smoothness and elegance like they usually were. I need to get out. The chained god moved violently, ripping his entire body out of the tree, pulling himself apart. He moved as if he was betting everything in his life on something. Loki's spirit was immediately doused in a fountain of blood that escaped the chained god's now torn right arm. The sentient corruption-inducing tree didn't remain idle either. With its prey making a last-ditch effort to struggle, it suddenly pulled out dozens more branches, trying to bind the chained god down and invade to completely take control over his body and his mind. As the chained god and mother tree of desire fought each other, Loki felt his thoughts free up a little. His cryptologist mind worked overtime to spit out all sorts of theories and inconsistencies that he'd ignored before this. It was at this moment that Loki realized what had happened. A trap. She already noticed me. She was betting on me taking the letter so that she could attack her prey more efficiently. It seems that she thinks the chained god will give up struggling after the letter is taken away from him. She can get me when I decide to steal the letter. And since the chained god recognized that she already knows about me, it seems he wants to sacrifice himself and deliver the letter to me anyway. A deep sense of respect sprouted in Loki's heart for the chained god fighting for his life in front of him, but he also felt very annoyed at being wrapped up in this fight. In the fraction of a second when all these things happened, Loki decided what he was going to do next. Taking a deep breath in to fill his lungs, Loki forcefully spit out the bullet while striking the igniter with his spirituality. The bullet traveled at a supersonic speed out of his mouth. But just that wouldn't have been enough to hit even the corrupted chained god. Forget about the corruption-spreading tree of mother tree of desire. The veil of secrecy that prevented the gods from directly noticing Loki's actions was what delayed their reaction to the bullet. The bullet almost immediately embedded itself into the tree. Before anything else could happen, Loki rushed to the letter at the top of the tree and stretched his hand to steal it. The letter was immediately turned into a rune to be stolen. As the runic letter floated in his direction, Loki's 360-degree vision spotted several tree roots shooting towards him to use the momentary chance when the veil of secrecy was lifted to corrupt him at least partially. Even if the corruption spread fast enough to just prevent him from leaving immediately, the trap that Mother Tree of Desire set would have worked flawlessly. But to Loki's grace and luck, the bullet that was lodged in the tree burst forth with light at this moment. For a moment it was as if the tree was forced to freeze like the other ice sculptures outside. The bandages wrapped around the chained god exploded with ferocity as they started to wrap around Mother Tree of Desire and freeze her into an ice block. This moment of opportunity, lengthened further with the chained god's help, was enough for Loki to grab the letter and rescind his ritual to return to the Sapphire Castle. That's all I can do for you right now. Loki thought, giving the chained god one last look. He could almost swear that the chained god was looking at him with a smile, but the cartoonish depiction of him wasn't clear enough. I hope you'll be able to save yourself later. A pillar of light burst through from the bullet into the entire area and spread to the heavens, connecting with the sun to only grow brighter and stronger, leaving behind two gods fighting each other for control as it died out. Now in the Sapphire Castle, Loki took another full breath in. That was reckless. But it worked out well. I didn't even have to use the error blasphemy card. Loki looked at the sequence 2 ancient Bane Beyonder characteristic he'd stolen, and the letter, waving his hand to convert them into objects instead of runes. The Beyonder characteristic looked like a voodoo head stuck in an eternal scream, while the letter looked fragile and was written on what Loki guessed was goat skin. Looking at the two items in front of him, Loki sighed. At least I can complete the digestion of my potion from that when I give these items to Helena. Most from the theft at the Quidditch World Cup when I stole from her and gave the contents of the card away, partially, to Hermione, and the rest from this mission where I stole from two true gods and will give away the contents to Helena. Each time I performed the same action, stealing from a god to help the weak. Deciding to bask in the excitement of fully digesting his potion some other time, Loki left the Sapphire Castle and quickly performed another bestowment ritual to hand himself the two items he would hand over to Helena. Once done, Loki quickly walked back the way he'd come. And Helena was waiting for him patiently, right where he'd left her. As he walked closer, he could see Helena looking at him with worry and tension. "What's with that frown on your face? Thought I'd die or something?" Loki said, tossing the Beyonder characteristics first. Helena grabbed the Beyonder characteristic and looked at it. Once she felt a clear connection to the item, she nodded at Loki and stretched her hand for all the items she'd given him. Loki gave her the secrecy charm, even though it had become useless since it had gotten damaged beyond repair after the chained god directed an unholy scream at it. He also gave her the sequence 1 abomination Beyonder characteristic. "Good, you brought back everything." Helena nodded with a smile. "What was up with that large pillar of light?" Loki shook his head. "Just the bullets I charmed with the help of the sun goddess. Anyway, that's not the most important thing." Having Helena's attention, Loki contemplated his next words before speaking calmly. "Your dad did his best to get this to you," Loki said, and then finally waved the letter in front of her. Helena's eyes widened and her hands trembled. She felt weak all of a sudden. "He did," Helena croaked. Loki only nodded wordlessly and gave the letter to her. Chapter 325, Theft, 4, Reward. Loki wanted to peek over Helena's shoulder to read the letter given to her, but he controlled himself and waited for her to finish the clearly private conversation before asking her about it. Loki saw Helena's shoulders tremble in sorrow and disappointment as she read the last words her father had written. Tears emerged from her eyes and stained the goat skin parchment. The tears didn't stop and her breathing became hitched. Loki thought he had to do something, but without knowing much about the situation he stood aside awkwardly. Finally, after a few minutes, Helena broke her eyes away from the letter she was holding. She wiped her eyes and cheeks, turned to Loki and nodded thankfully. "Thank you for bringing this letter along with you even though I didn't ask for it," Helena said with a small smile. Loki only nodded and spoke calmly. "It was your dad who created the opportunity for me to take it. I didn't do much." Helena nodded and looked at the letter for a few more minutes before turning to Loki and speaking in a bold tone. "Let's return. I can show you where Mother's most precious item is stored." Loki's eyes immediately lit up and he held Helena's hand. With a swift blur of colors and a low pop, Helena and Loki vanished from the frozen tundra that seemed to grow lonely without them. They arrived at the exact same spot in the Hogwarts castle, in the 7th floor corridor by the window. "There's a room hidden from most at this school," Helena began as she floated towards the painting of dancing trolls attached to the wall. Loki became stunned. "Seriously? It was in that room all along? How come I've never seen it in all my time there? Wait. Why is that lady asking me to bring it to her then? She's literally in the same room. What am I? A bellboy? What do you mean hidden from most?" Loki asked Helena to maintain the pretense that he didn't know about the room of conveniences. "It is called the room of requirements," Helena explained. "It only opens when you make 3 rounds around this corridor while thinking of exactly what you need. The room then transforms accordingly." Loki nodded and waited patiently as Helena floated around the corridor and made 3 rounds. As she completed the 3 rounds, Loki expected the fancy golden gate to show up on the wall, but something strange happened. Instead of the fancy golden gate, a simple wooden one showed up. It was still as large as the fancy one he was used to seeing, but was clearly quite cheaply put together. Did she just turn the room into a dump yard or something? "Follow me," Helena said as she floated through the door into the room. Loki nodded and entered the room after pushing the door open slightly and closing it after he entered. As soon as he entered, Loki's thoughts were confirmed. This a dump yard indeed. Is this where all the items lost in the castle reappear? Loki could see piles of various chairs, tables, benches, wands, alchemical items, books, armor stands, swords, and shields with plenty of wild plants trying to climb over the Dumpyard Mountains. And wherever his vision landed he saw something broken and discarded. Is it here? Loki asked with little confidence. Why would your mom choose this as the place to hide her treasure? She did not, Helena said as she began to float away from Loki, making him have to jog to keep with her. The item she treasured the most was misused. Misused? They broke it. Who did that? Why would you give the location of your mom's most precious item to such a fool? Helena turned around and glared at Loki but then clicked her tongue and continued to float. He was as charming as you were and as eloquent as you. But I wasn't as wise as I am now. Wow, living in the same castle for 1,000 years, truly wise. Loki sarcastically commented. Helena ignored the snarky comment as she converged towards the far end of the room. She hovered 5 meters away from what appeared to be a priceless crown on the head of a marble bust. Loki's instincts blared at him about the value of the mystical item that Helena had directed him towards. That does indeed seem like a precious item. Loki activated his spirit vision and froze. So it was him. Loki mumbled and Helena heard. You've encountered this before? Helena asked surprised. Yeah, in the Chamber of Secrets. Your wise boy made one of them during his earlier years and left it around to open the chamber after he left school. Helena's eyes filled with pity and sorrow for Tom. I guess some people just are cruel. Loki shook his head and turned to Helena. Could you leave please? Why? Helena asked with a suspicious look in her eyes. Because it isn't a simple matter to separate your mom's tiara from that foul soul. I mean, I'm sure you've tried to unsuccessfully use the help of the eternal blazing sun, haven't you? Helena nodded but still questioned, whose help are you going to use then? I don't want you to know about it. Which is why I'm asking you to leave. Helena instantly frowned. Is it an outer god? No matter what they offer you, haven't you seen my father's condition? Or did it all seem like a joke to Dash? Loki frowned. No, it isn't an outer god. It isn't even an evil god. And it isn't even a true god in the first place. But it is a secret, so I want you to leave. Is that all right? Helena squinted her eyes but eventually nodded. Everyone has the right to their secrets. Once Helena floated away, Loki performed a quick divination to see if it was safe for him to perform a sacrificial ritual, and once it was he moved closer to the tiara. As Loki entered within 2 meters of the tiara he felt a sudden assault on his mind. His body of heart and mind suddenly felt clouded, it felt like someone was deliberately trying to make him dumber. Loki's body slowed and he felt like he was suddenly trapped in a bed of thorns. Too little too late. Loki concluded as he shielded his body of heart and mind with the concealment rune, kicking off any attempts the soul in the tiara was making at surviving. As Loki lowered his distance from the tiara to a meter, a foul black mist spread out of the tiara and attempted to engulf him. But the second Loki picked a bullet from his gun the mist scattered as if burned by a branding iron. Loki quickly set up an altar and prayed to himself as the error god to perform a sacrificial ritual. The soul in the tiara quietened when Loki began the sacrificial ritual and appeared intrigued when Loki mentioned the error god. This caused Loki to smirk, and once he responded to the ritual he performed after entering the Sapphire Castle, he easily whisked away the tiara. Once in the Sapphire Castle, Loki stirred the grey fog and directed it towards the tiara. Just as the grey fog reached the tiara, a shrill screech resounded from it, rumbling across the vast empty halls of the Sapphire Castle without stopping, almost forcing him to stop due to its harshness, but Loki kept at it. Except a face emerged out of the tiara and spoke in a cracked glass-like angry, excited and confused whisper, "Stop." Chapter 326, Failure. The ghostly face of a middle-aged man with a terrifying smile formed on the mist. I can give you Dash. Before the man in the mist was able to speak any further, Loki directed the grey fog to enhance his ability and stole the piece of soul from the tiara. The soul transformed into a rune and Loki tossed it to the little greedy ring, which immediately opened its mouth wide and swallowed the soul as a whole. Almost immediately, the Ring of Harvest spat out the Beyonder characteristics of a Sequence 4 demon. But surprisingly, it didn't stop there. The ring slowly began to transform, and to Loki's shock, it turned slightly intangible, like the mist that had escaped from the tiara. Loki wanted to do nothing other than toss away the small ring, thinking it had gotten corrupted, but he patiently examined it using his spirit vision and found no sign of corruption in it. Instead, Loki found that the runes on the ring had evolved. This symbol, it's for danger. Suddenly an idea struck Loki, which he quickly tested out. Pointing his wand at himself, Loki created the strong intent of using the Conf charm to burn himself. But the second he primed his wand with spirituality to launch the charm, he felt the ring become hot. It works. The ring obtained the ability to detect danger. A smile graced Loki's lips and made him pretty happy. After that he looked at the 2 Beyonder characteristics of the abyss pathway he had, and Loki decided he'd make them into items that would detect danger too. It shouldn't be too difficult to do such a thing now since I can utilize the Ring of Harvest as a reference. Loki exited the Sapphira Castle and bestowed the ring to himself, and after a few seconds walked back to the gate of the Room of Requirements that he now knew the name of. "You're here," Helena said, her eyes a little dilated as she was using spirit vision to check Loki for any signs of corruption or such. "And you seem to be all right." Loki nodded and then held out his hand for Helena to shake. "I hope to wake your mother up soon. I will let you know once it is done. Until then I'm keeping this fantastic piece of rune work," Loki said, showing the tiara he was holding in his other hand. Helena came close to the metallic object and looked at it with a little sorrow. "Father gifted this to mother. She later enchanted it to help me with magic. I remember the days she worked hard to help me study magic. I was naive then and didn't want to do anything that involved books." "How did you become the ghost of Ravenclaw then?" Loki joked to bring the mood up. Helena shook her head and smiled, "Because after she left me, I started to follow the tracks she left behind at Hogwarts to find her. It was only a few centuries ago that I learnt of her slumber through a clue she'd left behind. From then on I chose to become the ghost of Ravenclaw. Through her clues, she said I would eventually find someone who could wake her up." Loki's eyes widened and then his eyes met Helena's. "So that's why you trusted you-know-who? Because you thought your mother meant him?" Helena nodded. "She should be back soon," Loki said with a smile. Helena smiled and then asked, "If you ever need my help with something, let me know." Loki nodded and then walked out of the Room of Requirements with Helena. After bidding her farewell, Loki walked towards the dungeons using the elaborate set of moving staircases in the castle. On a random step, Loki opened the Marauder's map. And, she's gone. Loki thought as he looked at Helena's name on the map, watching her slip into the Ravenclaw Tower, probably going there to reminisce a few memories she was fond of. As if reading his mind and knowing what he was about to do next, the stairs redirected him to the 7th floor. Loki patted the railings and mumbled, "Good Hogwarts," and he could swear the stairs started moving a little faster with renewed vigor. Arriving in front of the Room of Requirements once again, Loki entered the area where the crystals in which the founders of the school he was currently in were trapped. With a happy stride, Loki pranced to the crystal with Rowena Ravenclaw inside it. "As if I'd let Helena know about this place. I don't think she's a snitch, but I wouldn't trust a 1,000-year-old lady with my secrets. Even if she didn't want to tell anyone about it, I'm pretty sure she's accrued debts that can't be refused and any one of those could be used to learn more about me." Arriving in front of Rowena, Loki looked at the peacefully sleeping witch and then at the golden basket where he had to place the tiara. Loki wanted to learn more about the rune work on the tiara, so he didn't immediately place it in the basket. Instead, he moved to the table and began to take notes about all its runes. "I could have just asked Helena about it, but it gives me goosebumps just imagining looking at complex rune work on this bad girl. I'm pretty sure I should be able to figure it out by tomorrow." Time slowly ticked away and at around 7 in the morning, having pulled an all-nighter, Loki looked at the tiara with a frown on his face. "This thing, it's useless. All it does is help you think faster. If I hadn't already checked it thoroughly I'd have thought it was made from the Beyonder characteristics of a cryptologist. It's made from the Beyonder characteristic from the Savant pathway. And there's so many mistakes in the rune work. If someone submitted this as their capstone project in Professor Babblink's class they'd fail." Was this Rowena's level? Even though Loki was exaggerating the facts a little, he still didn't think that the great Rowena Ravenclaw who invented magic would make something so useless. Loki frowned and then he shook his head. No need to delay this anymore. With heavy steps, Loki walked towards Rowena's crystal and tossed the tiara into her begging bowl. Loki stepped back, calm about what was going to happen now since he'd already been through this once. And as per routine, a small amount of spirituality slipped out of the crystal Rowena was in. The small wisp gathered around the tiara and seeped into it. And just when Loki was expecting the light works to start, the wisp rejected the tiara and slipped back into the crystal. Huh. What? Loki did a double take and almost stumbled when the wisp rejected the tiara. Seriously? This is not the most important item that she desires. All this was for nothing. I nearly fought an outer god for this thing. With a frown, Loki left the Room of Requirements and went about attending the classes for the day. He had a prominent frown that everyone noticed and was clearly in a bad mood. Daphne was the only one who even attempted to understand Loki's bad mood because she guessed whatever he asked her about hadn't gone well, or at least not as Loki had hoped it would, especially since he hadn't taken the luck charm from her yet. But even when she tried asking him about it, Loki brushed the topic away, not to keep her away from it, but because Loki was confused himself. What's the most important thing in her life then? Salazar was so simple, it was his locket. What about you, oh great magic inventing lady? Chapter 327, Mission 3, a new addition. Looking at the new addition to their team, Loki became a little stunned. Loki first looked at the boy who had joined them and then at the silver-bearded old man behind him. The old man winked at him, causing Loki to feel goosebumps rise. What is this nonsense? Loki yielded for Professor McGonagall to move ahead of him as she continued speaking, as I've informed you. You will be getting a new addition to your team for this week. And it is that boy? Daphne asked calmly. Yes, Dumbledore spoke in an even calmer tone, lifting the mood a little by simply being present. Harry looked at Daphne, then at Loki and finally at Hermione. She was the only person he knew in this room at his age. Wouldn't Ron say something like, "You're on a team with Slytherins. Too bad we still haven't made up. And with me only thinking we're quarreling like lovers, I don't think we'll come together soon." Loki was the first to question, why won't he get to do a training mission like everyone else? Professor McGonagall wanted to respond but Dumbledore was faster. He looked at Loki and spoke with a smile, "Harry's already been vetted. Most of you already saw his performance in the first task. Is there much else to say?" Loki wanted to argue, but Daphne interrupted, "All right. We'll take him. But he follows my orders." Dumbledore looked at Harry and he nodded. "Then welcome to our team," Daphne said without extending her hand as she turned toward McGonagall and spoke impatiently, "We're already late by 5 minutes. I do not want to delay this any further." Professor McGonagall nodded and Dumbledore just smiled as they all one by one used the flow network in McGonagall's office to teleport directly to the Ministry of Magic. Harry gave one last glance to Dumbledore and without saying much else, followed everyone before him to the Ministry. In the office now devoid of students, McGonagall asked Dumbledore, "Will they be fine? When have I ever lied?" There was an uneasy frown on McGonagall's face but she moved to her desk and began to sort through the tasks she was burdened with. Dumbledore gave her a funny glance and left. "So something stupid is going to happen today," Loki concluded as he looked at Harry with a frown. Harry looked at him and felt a little confused but then became embarrassed as he looked away. "Why's he looking at me like that? Is it because I joined unannounced?" Hermione elbowed Loki as she noticed his frown was making Harry uncomfortable, causing him to give her a frown in return. Hermione just shook her head and moved to Harry. "Is this your first time on a mission like this one, Harry? Why didn't you tell me earlier? And you didn't tell me you were on one of the teams too. I think that's only fair, don't you?" The four of them stepped out of the room that they'd teleported into and handed over their IDs to the guard, who looked at Harry like he'd seen a ghost. "It's Harry Potter," they heard the guard mumble as he stepped back in shock. Before things could get any more rowdy, Daphne decided to bail and everyone happily took with it. Arriving at Ethan's office, Daphne knocked. "Come in." Daphne stepped in along with everyone and once Harry was inside she introduced him, "I'm sure you've been informed but this is Harry Potter." Ethan looked up from his desk, focusing on Harry only for a second and then he went back to doing his work. "Good job with the case of the Death Trumpeter." Harry looked a little embarrassed but nodded even though Ethan wasn't looking. Meanwhile, Loki was a little confused. Death Trumpeter? Was that the case he helped solve with Adam? "This is your case for today," Ethan explained, signing on the file he was working on as he closed it and handed it over to Daphne. Daphne took the file and moved to the adjacent room where she would study and discuss it with everyone else. "All right, the mission is to retrieve an item that looks like a Muggle coin box." Harry raised his hand immediately and asked after Daphne nodded, "What is a coin box?" "It is something Muggles store their money in," Daphne explained, showing everyone a picture of a piggy bank. "You mean a piggy bank?" Harry murmured, his voice only reaching Loki and Hermione's ears. Loki almost broke into a laugh imagining Daphne saying piggy bank but controlled himself well along with Hermione, who bit her lower lip and abstained from making a scene out of this. "What does it do?" Loki asked after studying the picture of the toy inflated pig used to store money, trying to distract everyone so they wouldn't laugh. "In exchange for a one-time payment, it kills your enemy," Daphne said with a bland expression. Hermione frowned and then asked, "And the payment?" "Your soul," Daphne explained. Harry's grip on his seat tightened but he didn't speak. Loki however asked, "Where did this come from?" "Another one of those smuggled items." Daphne shook her head. "No, this was an item that the Aurors were about to confiscate from a merchant in Nocturne Alley, but the box caused their collars to tighten and choke them as the merchant escaped." There was a slight pause, causing Harry to prompt, "And then?" "The merchant was found dead in his home. The coin box missing." Everyone was a little unsettled but Loki, having a pretty good idea what sequence this box was from, asked plainly, "How did the merchant die?" Daphne looked at him for a second and then answered, "Decapitation. He had decapitated himself by pulling his head out." Loki nodded and asked, "Is there a sealing method written down?" Daphne shook her head, so Loki spoke calmly, "The box at the very least from the sequence 4 puppet of the prisoner pathway." Daphne's eyes widened and she looked at the files. "Are you sure?" she asked. Loki nodded. "We should probably switch this case out." Daphne nodded and walked out of the room. Everyone heard Daphne murmur and speak with Ethan, but then they heard her steps come back to their room. "Loki, come out, Ethan wants to speak to you." Loki nodded and walked back out with Ethan, who was looking at him seriously. "You sure it's a sequence 4? "Yes." "How sure?" "100%. Loki said, and seeing Ethan's probing expression he elaborated while cleverly hiding lies and truth. Worked for a Sequence 3 saint from the same pathway on a commission for her with a mystical item. That's where I learned about it. Ethan sighed and wiped his face. He seemed to be thinking about something, but then he spoke calmly. I want you to go and scout the place. Don't interfere. Don't provoke or even probe. All I want you to do is find out where the damn thing is. As soon as you do, I'll send Laura to you. Loki wanted to deny it, not because he thought they couldn't figure out its location or because of the danger the artifact possessed, but because Harry was involved. But to Loki's happiness, Daphne spoke up, we won't accept that. Sequence 4 is the minimum, not the maximum. If it was limited to Sequence 4, I would have tried to attempt it. Ethan looked at Daphne for a few seconds and nodded. Just as Loki thought Ethan would pass on this case to someone else, he spoke, I'll give you a mystical item for protection and come along with you. Will you take it then? Daphne looked at Ethan to weigh her options, and to Loki's sorrow, she nodded, all right. In that case, we can accept it. Chapter 328, Mission 3, In Search. Loki frowned when he heard Daphne's response. But since he wasn't the team leader, he didn't speak up. Instead, Loki thought about why Ethan was forcing them to take this case. He isn't corrupted and most likely is not a Death Eater or even under the Imperious Curse. That only leaves one reason. Adam and Harry Potter. Troublesome. Ethan left the room shortly after to pick out an appropriate mystical item for this case. So that they could be safe and wouldn't end up like the Aurors who had gone to confiscate the item before them. Daphne, are you sure we should take this mission? I've got a bad feeling about whatever's going on. Daphne only looked at Loki and then back at the file in her hands. I think we don't have a choice. I think he will use up a few other cards to force us to take up the mission even if we don't want to. Loki understood Daphne was talking about Dumbledore, so he abided by Daphne's decision, not only because she was the team leader, but also because she probably understood the politics of this situation better than him. Minutes later, Ethan returned to the office with a gun holstered to his side. Is that going to keep us safe? Daphne asked, unconvinced. Yes. It has 5 uses. Each shot is a sure-hit shot that will kill anyone under Sequence 4 because of the corruption in its bullets. And if a saint is shot using this, they'll end up dying unless they use a special ability to avoid it. Daphne nodded, but Loki frowned. Another smuggled item. Ethan nodded but did not elaborate. Let's go. If the situation calls for it, we need time to inform Laura. Soon, using the Flu network, the entire team teleported to the Ministry's checkpoint, a shabby broken-down house, at Nocturne Alley. Once everyone was stable, Daphne gave out her first order. Hermione, can you divine the location of the item in question? Hermione nodded and sat on a chair as she slipped into a half-asleep state using cogitation. It was Harry's first time seeing someone perform dream divination, so he paid attention to everything. The place where the mystical item that escaped from the Auror is currently hiding. Hermione repeated the question 7 times. Unfortunately, she received no response, since the Sapphira Castle didn't power her dream divination. Hermione woke up, shook her head and spoke up, it's probably able to use anti-divination techniques. Daphne nodded and then spoke up after some thought, all right, since we don't know where the box is using divination, let's go to the crime scene and see if we can figure out something from there. Everyone found that order reasonable, so they followed Ethan as he took the lead to take everyone to the house where the coin box was last seen. Nocturne Alley was as dirty and terrible as Loki remembered it being the last time he was here. There were several broken and dilapidated houses around which poorly dressed wasted people hung around, doing nothing but staring into the souls of those who passed by. It was Hermione's first time here, so she was a little jumpy, but she moved closer to Loki and walked by his side. Harry surprisingly walked with a little bit of confidence, while Daphne walked with a surprising amount of acceptance towards the impoverished people around them. Loki spotted a few people begin to follow them, but the moment he pulled out his spiky wand, they dispersed, choosing to mind their own businesses instead of targeting a group of trigger-happy children. Nearly 15 minutes later, Ethan stopped in front of a dilapidated shack. There were no Aurors around the scene this time, but a single man was sitting on a similarly dilapidated chair, which was probably borrowed from the house, to keep away all the residents of Nocturne Alley who might have unsavory ideas about the corpse that was inside. Ethan nodded to the man and walked inside the shack. This is it? Harry asked, feeling a little pitiful for anyone who lived here. It seems worse than the broom cupboard I used to live in. There were several leaks in the room. Recent rain had turned the bed wet, while the only table in the room had its drawers open, causing the clothes in it to become soaking wet. The most eye-catching thing in the room, though, was the body of the self-decapitated man who was wearing rags. Hermione closed her eyes to mentally adjust to the lingering sight and stench of death and rot in the room, since she'd never really seen anyone dead like this before. Everyone looked around the room for various things, with Ethan looking directly over the body to see if he could perform a mediumship ritual to talk to the soul of the deceased. Harry and Hermione looked for physical clues around the house, while Daphne looked at the several ritualistic ingredients the man had in his drawers. Loki was the only one to look at the mirror in the room. Hermione spoke first, grabbing everyone's attention. There are clothes that belong to a woman in these drawers, perhaps that's the next victim of the coin box. That might be our only lead. Ethan concluded, his soul has long since vanished from this area. I won't be able to use a mediumship ritual. Daphne instead turned to Loki, prompting him to speak. If possible, I'd like to try and perform a ritual to see all the people the mirror has reflected in the last few days, that way I can ascertain who the accomplice or next victim was. Daphne nodded in acceptance. You can do that. Loki immediately pulled out the materials required for the ritual as he began to set up an appropriate altar to talk to Salazar Slytherin. I pray for the power of darkness. I pray for the power of crimson. I pray for the God's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to reveal to me the faces that have been reflected in this mirror in the last 10 days. Night dew, a herb that belongs to the night, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Vanilla, a fragrance that belongs to the darkness, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Loki's eyes turned to the back of his head as he performed the ritual. His vision shifted and soon he was looking at the same room he was in, specifically at the mirror in front of him. The first person to look in the mirror was the man who died. He had a bushy eyebrow, dressed in rags. He had a smile on his face but it soon turned into a frown. It was clear he didn't like looking into the mirror at all. The second one to look in the mirror was an old woman. She had red hair, one of her eyes scarred and blind, she wore a nose ring and had several wrinkles on her face. The next three were well-dressed wizards who Loki assumed were Aurors. The final one was the guard who was waiting for them at the entrance of the shack. The vision ended and Loki came back to himself. Performing another ritual, Loki sketched out the figure of the old woman onto a piece of paper. This is the only other woman that I didn't recognize and was reflected in the mirror, Loki said, handing over the paper with the image of the old woman and her descriptions in it. Hermione, can you figure out the location of this woman using divination? Daphne asked, and Hermione tried dream divination but failed once again for the same reason as before. Why don't we ask around for her? Harry suggested. Daphne frowned when Harry did that since she didn't want the team to split given how dangerous the object they were tracking was. But Hermione performed a simple divination using her topaz pendulum and this time the divination said they could split up without facing any life-threatening dangers. I see. Daphne nodded. She thought for a while before speaking again. Mr. Ethan, you'll be on your own, I'll go along with Harry and Hermione with Loki. We'll meet up at this spot in the next 2 hours irrespective of what we've learned. Everyone agreed with her decision and split up to look for the old woman, or even gain a little bit more information about her. Chapter 329, Mission 3, Sacrifice. Each team got a copy of the drawing using the Gemino charm and split to scour different directions. Moving east, Loki and Hermione walked silently as they carefully trotted through the dirty alleys searching for a single sane witch or wizard who would have known the old woman. Eventually, after searching for an hour or so, Loki and Hermione got tired. Most people were drugged to escape the boorish pain and couldn't give out a coherent response, and the ones that could, commented that they thought the woman had died a few weeks ago. Some kids recognized the old woman but they all cursed the woman for experimenting with magic on their friends and left without giving any more information. Even after Loki used his charm and manipulation on them to loosen them up with money. After a few more minutes, Loki stopped Hermione and told her, I'll be back in a second, need to use the loo for a sec. Hermione nodded and Loki moved towards the closest store, hoping to use the bathroom to enter the Sapphire Castle. Is the most entered location of the Sapphire Castle the bathroom? Loki shook his head to push away unnecessary thoughts as he entered the store with the name, Borgin and Burks. An old gentleman stood behind the counter when Loki entered. He had a surprised expression on his face when Loki did since he was wearing Hogwarts robes. But he quickly controlled his expression and spoke in a professional tone. What may I do for you today, sir? Loki looked at the men and then at the rows of charms in the shelf behind him. Could you give me a slumber charm? Loki asked politely. The man's eyes widened but only for a second as he pulled off one of the silver charms from the backboard and presented it to Loki. Anything else, sir? No, that will be all. Can I use the washroom for a minute? The man nodded but didn't direct Loki to go anywhere. So Loki placed a galleon on the front desk so that he could move on the conversation. You can keep the change. Ah, thank you very much, sir, the man said with a smile as he quickly swiped away the coin to place into his pocket, after which he nodded and pointed Loki in the right direction towards the back of the store. Loki thanked him and entered the washroom before locking it behind him so that he wouldn't be disturbed. Performing the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual, Loki entered the Sapphire Castle where he immediately performed a dream divination. The location where the old woman in this portrait is currently at. Repeating the sentence 7 times, Loki slipped into sleep using cogitation. His vision shifted and soon his eyes took on an eagle's view of Nocturne Alley. The vision shifted again and moved towards the eastern part, specifically to a dilapidated house that Loki didn't recognize. The vision shifted once again and Loki found himself looking directly at the old woman who was arranging a ritual. A ritual. For whom? And why? Loki immediately studied the entire ritual. His eyes scanned each and every ingredient that was being used along with all the structures and formations they were arranged in. Sacrificial ritual. To the chained god. The vision shattered at the point when the coin box suddenly grew eyes and looked at Loki, hissing at him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Loki spent some time mulling over everything he'd just seen in his vision, before leaving the Sapphire Castle and walking out of the store with his slumber charm. His mind buzzed with questions. Is the ritual aimed at sacrificing the residents of Nocturne Alley? Is it related to her currently controlling the chained god and the corresponding pathway? But why is a mystical item performing the ritual? Either way, I need to help the others stop the ritual. Loki remembered the exact route to the house that he was shown and decided to accidentally let Hermione discover the house. When Loki walked out of the store, Hermione walked up to him and said with a frown, "What took you so long?" "The guy inside wanted me to buy something just to use the washroom. Got caught up in that. Let's continue searching," Loki said, and Hermione nodded. Along the way, Loki chose the closest street so that they could reach the house where the old lady was performing the ritual faster. "Why is it so quiet here?" Loki suddenly asked out of nowhere while using his powers as a swindler to affect Hermione's unprotected mind. Hermione looked around as if a placebo had acted, and then spoke with a slight chill. "Do you think there's something wrong going on here?" Loki remained silent for a minute before he spoke to Hermione again. "That house, there's a wall of spirituality around the room in there in my spirit vision. Why don't you try it out too?" With Hermione turning on her spirit vision, she noticed the wall of spirituality too. "We should call everyone here. Mione, you go to the meeting spot and bring everyone here. I'll stay here and wait so that the person in that house doesn't leave while you're gone." Hermione nodded, feeling Loki's logic was reasonable as she spared him one last glance before rushing towards the shack they'd promised to meet up at. Once Hermione was gone, Loki moved closer to the house. He stayed a sufficient distance away from the house to not alert the possessed lady inside it. But he couldn't understand what was going on inside the house. Is someone really trying to use the sacrifice of all the people in Nocturne Alley to cause a deity's descent or something? But why would a Beyonder item of all things perform such a ritual? Was it someone's wish? Perhaps the wish of the old woman. What pathway was she anyway? Hanged man. Loki used his topaz pendulum to confirm, and his argument instantly fell short. She's not a Beyonder at all. Let's review the case once again. A merchant possessed by the coin box was selling ritualistic ingredients. He surely knew about the Beyonder world since he had an entire cupboard in his room dedicated to those ingredients. But when he was caught, the coin box escaped from the house after possessing the old woman who lived in the same shack. Yet, it didn't go into hiding. Instead, it started to perform a ritual. Loki frowned. This doesn't make sense. Did the merchant change his wish when he was about to die? Wait a minute. Isn't the coin box collecting souls as payment for each wish? Perhaps it gathered enough souls after killing the men for its eventual goal. But what would a mystical item want to do with souls? It's not like it can advance in Beyonder sequences or even gain more strength. Loki felt stumped. It was like he'd reached a wall that couldn't be jumped or even climbed across. Minutes later, everyone else in their team arrived and Loki explained his discoveries to them. The old lady inside isn't a Beyonder at all. At least if no one has interfered with my divinations. So our only enemy should be the coin box. And from my divinations, I can confirm that she's currently performing a ritual close to completion. What type of ritual is it? Daphne asked. A sacrificial ritual under the domain of the chained god, but I don't know what it is aimed towards, Loki responded honestly. Daphne nodded and looked at Ethan. We have to go in. Can we count on you for cover? Ethan nodded and said, I'll call Laura to back us up. He pulled out a two-way mirror and directly sent a message to Laura. Come to our location, we're in Nocturne Alley, need help stopping a ritual aimed at the chained god. Some lunatic said it again. Laura appeared in the mirror and with a small flash she spoke seriously. I'll be there. Everyone was relieved when they learnt that Laura would be arriving, but Loki was feeling uneasy in his mind. Something feels off. Harry, you'll be handling the frontal assault, while Hermione and Loki will remain outside to prevent any outsiders from entering the area, or preventing anything from the inside leaving outside. Hermione was a little unhappy, but she couldn't participate directly in the fight without revealing her true sequence. When everyone was satisfied with their roles, Daphne looked at the house and then at Ethan. Let's go. Chapter 330, Mission 3, Trap. Harry walked stiffly while looking at the dark and dingy house. He was a little scared while a part of him was excited, yet he kept himself calm as he broke through the wall of spirituality to step inside. Moments after he entered, Daphne and Ethan entered the house as Harry did. Both were on alert, ready to act at any moment. The trio of people had expected there to be some response in the form of retaliation from the artifact they were fighting against, but there wasn't even a peep of acknowledgement. The atmosphere was eerie and the air felt stale. Harry gripped his wand tight as he walked over the driveway, moving towards the door. Daphne primed her wand too, but Ethan pulled out the gun and held it down sights. They made practically no sound as they crossed the driveway, opting not to speak to each other as they stopped beside the door. Harry looked at Daphne and she nodded. So Harry tapped his wand on the lock and whispered the spell, Alohomora. There was a soft click followed by even deeper silence as the door swung open with its natural tension since there was no longer a lock holding it in place. Harry pushed the door further and with his wand pointed ahead, he stepped into the corridor. The hallway they were in was rather dark and none of them could see very clearly, but they didn't light their wands. They walked the corridor's length with light steps, keeping their eyes trained for any sudden movements. They reached the end of the corridor and gathered together to step out into the living room at once. In the blink of an eye, Harry and Daphne stepped out of the corner with their wands pointing in opposite directions. Ethan stepped up behind them and pointed the gun directly at the center of the room. But what they saw inside the room was a little shocking. The old woman that Loki had sketched was on the floor, her head separated from her body with her own hands. The trio became tense as they stood their place to clear out the room of any dangers around them before Ethan holstered the weapon and walked into the room because they couldn't see the coin box anywhere in sight. Daphne and Harry stayed back as Harry asked a question, should I go call Loki and Hermione? Ethan knelt closer to the old woman and looked at her body, but unfortunately for him, as soon as he was close enough to be grabbed, the old lady's head split open in a shriek. Luckily for Ethan, however, Daphne used her ability to manipulate luck to direct the calamity of the screech towards herself. Simultaneously she pointed her wand at the corpse's head and shouted, Silencio. In an instant the lady's head had its mouth sealed shut. Ethan used this time to step back and pull out his gun along with his wand. He lit his wand with the Lumos charm to make a ball of light that detached from his wand and floated to the ceiling, spraying light all around the room, giving them much more to work with than moonlight. The room was filled with shadows from the variety of things inside the area, a few long lamps, curtains, wooden tables, and chairs, all things one would find inside a simple house in this area. The long lines of darkness swayed as the light bobbed into its position before Ethan's eyes narrowed sharply. With a sharp swish, a series of knives dislodged from the cutlery rack as they flew at a blazing speed towards Ethan. But before those knives could reach him, a translucent shield appeared around him to shield him with but a flick of his wand, holding them in place. Daphne kept her wand pointed at the old woman's head while Harry used the light Ethan had created to search for the evil coin box. Seeing Daphne struggling to keep the old woman's mouth shut, Harry resorted to barbaric tactics instead. He closed his eyes and after a moment opened them. A sudden halo of crimson light began to spread outwards from Harry. Everything in the room was drowned in this light, including Ethan's Lumos charm. And within a few seconds, they found their target. The fallen body of the old woman stood up and rushed to a corner of the room, avoiding coming in touch with the halo of twilight light that had erupted from Harry. Its hands reached out for an old box that had been hiding under it as it rushed away. Racing against the expanding halo of light Harry had created as the body dived to shield the box away from itself. Ethan waited for no man or even the right time. As soon as he spotted the coin box, his gun was already trained on it as he pulled the trigger, creating a loud bang. Along with the bang, every non-living thing in the room suddenly woke up as if it were alive. They piled up on the old woman, with simple cushions in the beginning to the entire sofa by the end. The bullet penetrated through the couch, and through several layers before it became lost in the pile. No one could see if the coin box was dead or if the bullet had missed its mark. Everyone took a breath of silence while holding their positions. They remained worried if the coin box was truly gone or if it was preparing another trap. BBBAAAAAANNNNNNGGGGGGGG. A resounding sound echoed in the house as all the non-living items that had gathered around the box exploded outwards. Harry used an armor made of silver light to protect himself and Daphne. Daphne amplified her good luck while standing behind Harry. Ethan ducked under a different table that was still on the ground while summoning the gate of the underworld in front of himself. Ethan was somehow fully protected, but Harry and Daphne were thrown off their feet headfirst into the thick wall supporting the weight of the roof when a couch flew into them. Daphne fought hard to keep herself conscious because she felt Harry's head kick the breath out of her lungs as he was pushed backwards into her sternum while the wall behind her pinched her muscles. Everyone felt their ears ring like a bell as the loud explosion caught them off guard. But they slowly recovered as the explosion died down. Ethan was the first one to open his eyes and look for the coin box. He half expected it to use the explosion just now to escape, but when he laid his eyes on Daphne and Harry he froze. Daphne looked at Harry in front of her and froze as well. Meanwhile, the two Harrys looked at each other and froze. The Harrys looked identical in every way. They had the same clothes. The same light armor, the same scratches and bruises, the same glasses and the same messy hair. Everything about them was identical. He's the fake. The two Harrys shouted simultaneously while pointing at each other in the exact same way. Ethan pulled up his gun on one of them, while Daphne pulled up her wand on the other. Daphne was the first to ask a question. Which professor did we meet before leaving the castle? Professor McGonagall. Both answered simultaneously, causing them to look at each other before they shouted once again, "You can't believe him." "I'm the real one." Daphne's eyes narrowed as she saw this. Even Ethan hadn't thought that the situation would devolve to something like this. Daphne licked her lips as she thought of a solution to this situation. However, no one noticed the headless body that was crawling using the debris in the room as a cover to get behind Daphne. No one except. Look out. Bang. Chapter 331, Mission 3, Bait. Daphne turned around to look at what was threatening her, but she was pushed out of the way by Harry, who was captured by the headless body of the old woman in her stead. Before the body of the headless woman could do anything to Harry, there was a loud bang with Ethan pulling the trigger on the other Harry, who hadn't moved or acted to save Daphne in any way. Daphne rolled away from the headless body and looked at the resulting situation with a little horror. The Harry that Ethan had shot at paused and then smiled, revealing a threatening expression whose effect was further amplified by the shiny bullet between his teeth. The duplicate Harry pulled out the bullet from between its teeth and left it hanging in the air. The hanging bullet then began to spin at high speeds, making a high-pitched buzz as it spun faster and faster. Since the bullet was aimed at the other Harry captured by the headless zombie, the duplicate Harry cracked a humorous expression while looking at Ethan. It was as if he was playing with prey. Ethan's face fell. Daphne felt her emotions tug. But both had a sinking feeling of depression and fear. Ethan was the first to raise a flag of concession. "I will move back as long as you put down the bullet first." The other Harry's smile only widened as his finger twitched to send the spinning bullet right into Harry's skull, but Ethan mimicked its action by almost pulling the trigger. "I'm serious. Act and I'll blow your head off," Ethan reminded. But then for the first time, the other Harry spoke. It was a harsh, scratchy voice that one would associate with someone using a saw on metal. "What makes you think I won't catch the second one?" Ethan's heart sank at what was intended by that line, but he quickly explained the rationale behind his actions. "If you could always catch them, you'd have caught the one I fired at you earlier when you had to block it with a sofa. And I just need to delay him until Laura arrives." Everyone in the room saw the other Harry tremble, but just when they thought it would put down the bullet, another one floated out of its pocket. This too began to spin with a prominent buzz while it was being targeted at Daphne. Everyone in the room felt a chill travel up their spine. Bang. At that moment everyone heard the main door smash open. Ethan almost fired his gun and the other Harry almost launched his bullets, stopping only midway through their tracks in awkward postures. Harry and Daphne gulped as they looked at the spinning bullets that were much closer to them, floating only inches off their foreheads. They heard quick footsteps before a bushy-haired girl entered the room and became stunned at the scene in front of her, while a scholarly boy entered after her. The sound of a third pair of footsteps followed and soon reached the entrance of the room. "A few minutes ago. Do you think they'll be all right in their Loki?" Hermione asked while they stood guard outside the wall of spirituality. "Why don't you just divine it? Check if it is extremely dangerous for them to be in there," Loki said with a laid-back attitude. Hermione nodded and performed the divination using her topaz pendulum. Except both their expressions froze once they saw the result. The pendulum was spinning clockwise rapidly. "Tell me you asked if it was super easy and not super hard," Loki said in a somber tone. Hermione shook her head and choked out the words, "super hard." Hermione's words only reinforced the trumpet of death, turning it louder as they each thought about it with furrowed expression. Hermione turned around and immediately ran towards the house, but Loki held her back, and given how he was a sequence 6 while she was just a sequence 9, Hermione was unable to free herself from him. "Let me go, Loki. They're in danger. Harry's in there. I can help them." "Calm down, Mione. Going in there rashly will do nothing good. It's at least a demigod we're up against. Let's think about it before we do something stupid," Loki said, using his charm and thought insertion to make Hermione start thinking rationally. Why is she acting so irrationally with Harry? Coincidence? Hermione stopped and looked at Loki, who was in deep thought as he calmly spoke to her. "Why don't you write a letter to send to Professor McGonagall and Snape?" Loki blew the whistle corresponding to Rowley and had the bird stay with Hermione while she quickly wrote a letter. In the meantime, Loki began to think about all the idiosyncrasies of this case. The coin box. It grants a wish by consuming a soul. But the men wanted to sell the coin box in the black market instead of using it. Perhaps he knew about the price of using the box and didn't want to use it. Or maybe he just didn't know how to use it. But upon being discovered, the coin box abandoned him and killed him before it left. Given the kind of death, it was most likely by possessing the men. But if it could possess the men and kill him, why didn't it kill the Aurors? Why only choke them and let them go? To let information about it leak? For what reason? If the coin box was so intelligent in the first place, why was it put on sale by a street hawker in the slums? Is it just dumb? Let's not question its intelligence for now, but if that's the case, then it almost seems like the coin box was hidden but wants to be noticed now. But for what reason? What changed? Why did the Aurors have the information about the coin box in the first place? If they knew there was a dark item that could trade souls, why wasn't the request fast-forwarded to the unspeakables directly? Or even to us? Why send Aurors? Mismanagement. Adam's doing. There is something missing. Why did a mystical item suddenly want to get noticed when it was hiding so well? Loki frowned since he couldn't figure out what gave him a dissonant feeling about everything. What in this world would force a person to go into hiding or out of it? Information. Perhaps it gained information about something happening here in Nocturne Alley. Or the Chained God. With that single thought, a series of dominoes collapsed in Loki's mind as he emerged at the other end with the solution to everything that was going on. Of course. It's so simple. How didn't I think of this sooner? Loki looked at Hermione and saw she was done writing her letter, but she hadn't sent the letter yet, so he held her back and told Rowley to go away, making the little birdie a little disappointed that he wouldn't get to stretch his wings soon. Loki then looked at Hermione and spoke quickly. Let's go in. I think we can still stop this from happening. It's most likely a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Loki. You just said it was very dangerous inside. I'm not going in until you give me a proper explanation. Let's just inform the professors and let's wait for them and Miss Laura. It'll only take them a few minutes to apparate to us. Loki shook his head and explained calmly, no Mione. Wait, fine. I'll tell you. The coin box isn't the enemy at all. We've been misled from the start. This is a well-planned trap. Seeing Hermione's confused expression, Loki explained with an example. Just think about this. If you were an evil box that was going to perform a sacrificial ritual, do you think you'd have let the Aurors escape after they found you? Wouldn't killing the Aurors and sacrificing them make the situation worse? Hermione argued. Yes. But no one would know how they died. No more clues about the box. It could just go and hide again until a more suitable time for more hunts. Hermione nodded, understanding what Loki was getting at. And then there are the owners of the box. Although we don't know much about the men, the old woman who we investigated about was said to be a child abuser. Yeah, but what about them? I doubt there are any decent people in Nocturne Alley. There are two types of Beyonders in the prisoner pathway, Mione. One that freely express their desires and another that keeps a tight leash around them. If our box was of the evil type, it would have helped those people, not helped the kids by stopping them. Remember? We heard everyone say the woman no longer came out of the house. Hermione frowned, but what is this about a misunderstanding? The box. It's trying to bait out Laura. Hermione was about to say something else, but a soft voice spoke from the side, bait me out. Well, I'm here either way, why don't we go in then? Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, but Loki became excited as if he'd found something interesting. You're here. Let's go. Chapter 332, Mission 3, Conclusion. Mr. Whoever you are, we've brought Miss Laura here. Isn't that what you wanted? Loki spoke as boldly stepped into the room. The other Harrys frowned deepened, but Loki didn't care and casually walked up to it as he spoke. All this running around, picking hostages, trying to alert the unspeakables, you did all of this just to have them purified, didn't you? For a fraction of a second, the other Harry's eyes widened, but only Loki noticed. As others were worried about the bullets aimed at Daphne and Harry, which immediately turned to point at Loki, yet his smile and confidence remained unshakable. Loki walked even closer as he spoke calmly, you want to save him from her, don't you? The other Harry's expression broke down as he spoke in his harsh tone. Oh, how do you know? Are you on he dash? No. I'm on his side. Have a friend from your pathway. You do know the name of his daughter, don't you? The other Harry's expression finally relaxed, and it was at that moment that Laura fully entered the room. She looked at the bullets hovering around Loki and ignored them. Instead, she chose to focus on the other Harry, who was looking at her with a little fear but also arrogance. Do anything and they'll lose their lives. Other Harry spoke calmly, the bullets pointing at Loki and Hermione. You don't need to put up such a tough front, Mr. Whoever you are. Why don't you just give her the characteristics? Then we can get all of this done sooner. I mean, time is of the essence, is it not? And I want to give the good news to his dash. No. Do not inform her of this. He will do it himself. Other Harry interrupted. Loki nodded and then pointed at the bullets, but other Harry shook his head. What if you're on her side? You know too much when you're so weak. Loki frowned and shook his head and with a sigh looked at other Harry. Fine. You can keep me hostage, so why don't we get this over with? Other Harry looked at Loki and then at Laura before gulping audibly while flicking his finger to cause a money box to emerge out of the debris in the room. Everyone looked at the coin box that slowly reached other Harry, who opened it telekinetically and pulled out a small pile of nearly translucent crystals. Except each crystal had a red vein, a throbbing being inside it. Other Harry didn't touch the crystals but levitated them all to Laura. Laura looked at Loki and then at the crystals and frowned deeply. Do you people think I have no other work? Now I've got to purify beyonder characteristics that have corruption in them. Other Harry frowned and pushed the bullets closer to Loki. You have to. Loki just looked annoyed, but he looked at Laura, giving her a dead-eye look, so she sighed and shook her head before speaking. The rest of you leave. No. Other Harry's voice stopped them all. They'll stay. Over Merlin's naked corpse they'll stay. They're kids that don't even know what's going on. I won't risk them getting corrupted for your pitiful leverage. Other Harry frowned but didn't say much else. He just nodded after a few seconds, which allowed Hermione, Ethan, Harry, and Daphne to leave the room. As they left, Laura spoke seriously to Ethan. Stay alert, the danger has not passed. If this annoying kid is right, there will be a few unfavorable people visiting this place soon. Call the Aurors if you can and inform their Hogwarts professors about it. Loki tossed the flute he used to summon Rowley at Hermione and told her, use Rowley to inform Professor Snape and McGonagall about our delay and that Death Eaters will be arriving at our location soon. Ethan and Hermione nodded and, along with everyone else, left the house. The only people left in the room now were Laura, Loki, and other Harry. Get it done. Other Harry screeched. Laura nodded and gathered a few beyonder characteristics into her palm. Purity is a prerequisite to touch me. Laura whispered into the silence of the room and her palms began to glow with an extremely bright light, but she soon closed her palms to block out any light from escaping. Suddenly Loki heard muffled screams emerge from Laura's palms. An extremely pungent odor left her hands as smoke and ash floated out. Rays of light erupted from the gaps in her hands as they covered the entire room, causing other Harry to take cover so that he wouldn't get killed. As the beams of light crossed Loki, he felt rejuvenated, as if a sudden burst of life had been granted to him. He felt a few years younger even though he was already young. He felt as if the hidden injuries in his body had been healed, years of starvation and malnourishment had suddenly been trimmed away. The floating bullets slowed down but held on beside Loki's head and didn't fall from their places. Laura did this a few more times until all the beyonder characteristics, about 15, were turned into their pristine transparent condition. Except just as everything was about to be settled, everyone in the room heard several pop-s from the outside. And immediately after they heard, Avada Kedavra, followed by a loud explosion that went BAAAANNNGGGGGGGG. Other Harry emerged from his hiding spot and quickly tried to pull all the beyonder characteristics from Lerua, but he couldn't fight against Laura's strength. Let him go and I'll give the rest. Laura demanded. Without another word, other Harry caused the bullets that were floating around Loki's head to fall into his pockets. Laura let go of the beyonder characteristics and almost instantly they were pulled by other Harry, who vanished as soon as he came into contact with them. Loki spotted him using spirit vision and saw him teleporting from one reflective surface to the other in an attempt to get out of Laura's range and the range of the freshly teleported Death Eaters as soon as possible. Finally, Loki breathed out a sigh of relief and turned around to leave and help the people outside, but just as he was about to leave, a firm hand grasped his shoulder and forced him to turn around. Laura's smiling face came into view as she asked something, politely, while tightening her grip on Loki's shoulder to the point he felt it'd shatter if it was any more tight. Now could you explain to me why I had to purify all those beyonder characteristics? Loki looked into her eyes and smiled as he spoke. It's inconvenient to speak about it. Didn't you see how I was dancing around the matter? And even then there's probably a bunch of Death Eaters outside. If you want to know so badly about what happened, go to Helena Ravenclaw. The veins on Laura's head throbbed, but she didn't let go of Loki's shoulder. If you don't tell me what's going on after I deal with those Death Eaters, I'll personally make sure you get treated exactly like those Death Eaters. Loki looked at her with a frown and just clicked his tongue. Crazy woman. Yeah, fine. Let's go outside. I don't want my friends to die since I was yapping about an outer god's plan with you. Laura let Loki go and they soon stepped into the battlefield outside. Loki casually walked up to Hermione, who was writing a letter, while Daphne, Ethan, and Harry protected her from the dozen or so Death Eaters who were shooting killing curses at them. Loki was about to speak to Hermione, but just as he opened his mouth, the Death Eaters collapsed. Laura had already punched them so hard they'd fainted, each had a distinct dent in their heads. Daphne and Harry, who were working hard to fight them off, all had slightly dumbfounded looks on their faces. While Loki just shrugged his shoulders and went to talk to Hermione. As expected of a Sequence 3. Why was she so weak in the first mission then? Adam, coincidentally, made her weak. Except when he opened his mouth once again, he heard Laura from beside himself, "You're coming with me." And with a pop he was gone from the scene along with Laura. Chapter 333, A Job. Loki reappeared in the room with a soft pop, but without being given any time to stabilize himself from the dizzying apparition, he found himself collapsing into an old couch full of dust. Damn. Loki cursed, rubbing the back of his neck that felt like it had sprained a little. Could you not manhandle me like that? I get it you're excited to know more about this, but couldn't you calm down? Laura looked at Loki with an unpleased frown that was partially annoyed and partially questioning if he was even British because of his words, forcing him to speak. Fine. I learned from Helena Ravenclaw that the chained god, the true god of the prisoner pathway, her dad, was corrupted by an outer god. And what was the ritual that man was conducting? How was it related to him and the corruption? I don't exactly know, but from what I deduced, which is likely the truth, is that man, being of the chained pathway yet still not corrupted by her, was trying to sacrifice excess beyonder characteristics to the chained god to strengthen him in his fight against her. But consuming excessive beyonder characteri causes loss of control, I know. But that's only because of the remnant wills in them are not like you. What if the beyonder characteristics are not only from beyonders that have perfectly digested the potion but also in the same way you have? Following the same rules. Exactly, then it is quite likely that you'll end up only strengthening your beyonder powers. But it is extremely rare for such a thing to happen naturally, so I suspect all those beyonder characteristics belong to the man's friends who were eventually corrupted by her in a fight or something. And moreover, I think that they were all close to him at a certain point in time, which is why they followed the same principles he did to digest the potion. A soft silence took hold of the atmosphere and caused Loki to feel a little uncomfortable, but then Laura spoke again. How do you know so, Mudash? Everyone has their secrets, lady. I'm sure you have yours. Let me keep mine. Loki bluntly refused while looking directly into her eyes. The atmosphere turned strangely tense, but after a few seconds, Laura averted her eyes and spoke calmly while moving to the only desk in the room. I have a job for you. A job? Why don't you give it to Ethan to do? He's already working on it. Laura said, picking up a file from the top of her desk. She tossed the file in Loki's direction and he snatched it from the air. I want you to find a person. Laura explained, as Loki opened the file and looked into it. In it was a picture of a sharp man who had gray eyes and curly eyebrows. He was smiling in the picture as he saluted towards the cameraman. Under the picture was a name, Nathan Bones. Loki's eyes dilated as he read the name, and so he looked at Laura and asked, "Why were you dragging me into this?" Laura sighed and poured herself a glass of water. She sat down in her chair and sipped on it for a few seconds before explaining. He is my husband. With a soft pause that she used to put the glass aside, Laura explained, he vanished after a mission related to the outer gods. Haven't you thought of the worst? Because our contract is still active. Contract? Loki asked with some confusion before he realized, like mine and Helena's. Looking at him, Laura said, it seems you know. You know a lot. But why me? I'm just a student at Hogwarts. What do you want me to do about this? I don't want you to do anything. It's just, you know a lot. Maybe you'll find him eventually. People like you tend to get involved in a lot of weird things. So I was just thinking a little too much. Nate has been the most precious thing I have in my life. I only wish to meet him. Loki looked back at the picture and then at Laura, and then he nodded. Sure, I'll keep an eye out for the guy. And if I find him, I'll do my best to inform you about him. Laura nodded, thank you. In a few more minutes, Loki was back at the Ministry of Magic waiting in Ethan's office for everyone to arrive after he had memorized the lines for summoning Laura's contracted spirit messenger. And he didn't have to wait long. Not even minutes later, Ethan along with Daphne, Hermione, and Harry arrived at the office. They were covered in soot from using the Flu network and looked a little tired and frustrated. These are your bullets, Loki said, pointing at the bullets he'd stacked on Ethan's desk. Oh, thank God you brought them back. I was scared I had to write down in the file that I used them and missed both my shots. Great. I hope I never have to go on such a stupid mission again. Loki nodded and left to go back to Hogwarts with Daphne, Hermione, and Harry after Daphne finished filling her report. Loki explained his thoughts on the matter and told her exactly what Laura had asked him to tell. He concealed any information about the chained god's corruption from her, and also concealed information about the coin box just being a demigod, even though he'd already told them about it earlier. Everyone except Ethan was confused about this, but they didn't question when he revealed that he was just following Laura's orders. After the report was done, they arrived back at Hogsmeade from where they walked to Hogwarts. So Harry, you're a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin? Loki asked since he'd read up on Harry's exploits in the report Daphne filed. Ah. Harry was a little embarrassed. Want to join me in dueling practice sometime? Loki asked with a smile. It'll help us both get used to magical fights. Harry thought for a while and then nodded, sure. Just let me know about it beforehand. Loki nodded happily, will do. After reaching Hogwarts, everyone split their own ways. Knock knock. Come in, Harry. An old voice sounded from inside the room. Harry pushed open the door and walked into the headmaster's office. Good evening, Professor. Tell me, Harry, how was your first job as a Beyonder working with the unspeakables with everyone else? Ah. Harry didn't know what to say anymore. He didn't want to say it was good because he never wanted to be in a situation like that anymore, and he didn't want to say it was bad to disappoint Dumbledore. But thankfully, Dumbledore changed the topic. It is in times of need that a guardian is born, Harry. Remember this. Dumbledore said calmly as he stared out the window while Harry quickly nodded. Come here. You may drink the potion to advance to the next sequence. Dumbledore said, pulling his hand away from the table to reveal a potion as blue as lapis. Harry gulped when he saw the potion. Dumbledore had told him over the summer, when he'd met him in Sirius, that he'd locked away Harry's Beyonder abilities, the ones that he'd gotten from his dad, separating excess Beyonder characteristics like the other nobles, by locking it with a different personality in his mind. It was what had protected him for most of his life and against Voldemort in his first year, because it was what had decided to release a Twilight Shield to not allow Voldemort to touch him at the most appropriate time. As such, when Dumbledore finally released the lock on the second personality, Harry had become a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin. Harry moved ahead as if entranced by the potion. He walked slowly but steadily since he was afraid of consuming a strange potion, but trusting Dumbledore he did so anyway. On another side of the castle, Loki froze in the dungeons. Wait a minute. Didn't she say Nate was the most precious thing to her? Then, the chained god. No. Helena. Rowena made the crown to increase her daughter's ability to do magic. Smack. Loki slapped his forehead. I'm so dumb. Loki turned around his steps and began to walk towards the 7th floor, searching for Helena. How could I be so stupid? Chapter 334, Revived. As Loki stepped onto the 7th floor, he stared at the Ravenclaw ghost peering out of the large window at the Hogwarts grounds. I need your help, Loki said almost as soon as he saw Helena. Helena turned around and looked at Loki with a frown. Are you here to ask me for a favor? Loki shook his head and explained, well, it would be a favor to me. But it is also a favor for you. What do you mean? Just follow me. I need your help in reviving your mother. Helena, although a little confused by Loki's sudden actions, followed him nonetheless. He roamed the corridor, making 3 clockwise rounds as he maintained his thoughts on Salazar Slytherin's riddle. Helena asked him questions as he did so. You want to open the room of requirements? Or perhaps, there's something wrong with the tiara. Did you by chance break it? But Loki remained silent throughout, focusing only on the excitement bubbling within him as he thought about what he was about to do. A royally ordained golden door appeared on the wall that Helena knew only as the entrance to the room of requirements. Loki looked at Helena and spoke, follow me. Before he walked into the room after pushing the door open. Helena admired the door for a few seconds and then followed Loki in. Except when she tried floating into the room, she was forcibly pushed out of her wraith body and turned into a real human. Helena stumbled, but true to her rank as an angel she recovered effortlessly. But Helena soon lost her footing when she stepped into the room and her eyes lay at the crystals right in front of her. "M.O. Mother?" Helena whispered in a shocked voice. "Is that you, Mother?" Helena asked as she ran towards the crystal. "That is definitely your mother." Loki nodded as he allowed Helena some time to come to terms with what was in front of her. "Did you do this to her?" Helena immediately asked Loki. "Of course not. I wasn't even born when she was encased in that crystal. In fact, I'm freeing her right now, aren't I?" Helena, still a little skeptical, asked, "How did you know about this place?" "Slytherin had a riddle which I solved and reached here. There were 4 crystals here last year. At least until I freed Slytherin first." Helena looked at Loki for a few seconds before nodding in trust, since he hadn't been smote down from the heavens for mentioning their true names. "All right. Now that all is understood, I need you to do something." "What?" "Can you sit in that golden begging bowl that's hanging off of her crystal?" "Huh." Helena looked at the crystal her mother was in and only then realized that there seemed to be a golden bowl hanging off the crystal. "You want me to sit in it?" "Yes, I mean if you can just adjust yourself, or hide in the reflection, that would be great." Helena looked at the bowl with some reluctance, but when Loki reminded her it was for her mother, she donned a serious expression and vanished, reappearing in the bowl. "Now we wait," Loki said with a happy smile. A soft mist escaped the crystal and sank into the bowl. Just like when he'd freed Salazar Slytherin, the bowl began to hum with energy. And unlike the last time with the tiara, more and more of the essence poured into the bowl until it condensed into a liquid that filled the bowl. "This is it. This works." Excited by the new operation, Loki grew excited, but mere moments later the liquid vanished, turning back into smoke before it re-entered the crystal and turned non-corporeal. Helena returned to her human form and looked at Loki, who was looking at her with a soft frown. Her eyes remained excited as she looked at Loki with an unprecedented sense of worship. "What just happened? I felt my mom was so close to me. Why did it end?" Helena rambled on with a smile, but Loki ignored her. "How did that not work?" Loki mumbled. But it still did better than the tiara. Perhaps. Could it be? Loki pulled out the tiara from the deep pockets in his robe and handed it to Helena. I want you to wear this thing and try doing the same thing again. Helena, still excited, asked Loki nothing and put the tiara on her head before giving it another shot. She turned into a reflection in the gold bowl. Mist erupted from the crystal once again as it condensed into the bowl to form a liquid. The bowl buzzed, and once the buzzing became unbearable, the crystal cracked in a rhythmic tune. Clink, clank, clink. There was a sudden burst of spirituality from the crystal as Loki felt himself being tossed into the air. But using his teleportation abilities, Loki moved himself to stand behind a bookshelf. Loki hid well and observed quietly the entire process, not wanting to miss even a single detail to see if it would be any different from the last time. The lights in the room dimmed, and a storm brewed up with Rowena's crystal in the center. With a sudden stronger burst in spirituality, Loki felt a sudden heavy pressure assault his senses that almost forced him to close his eyes like last time. But a little stronger, Loki managed to keep them open. And he saw a rather peculiar scene. Helena was back to her human form. But there was another lady standing by her side. Helena looked up at her and spoke with reverence, "Mother. Oh, you don't know how badly I've missed you." Rowena patted her daughter's head and then looked in Loki's direction. She gave him a soft nod, and then before either of the two children could say anything, she vanished. The pressure in the room subsided, the storm died, and the lights which had drowned out flickered back into full brightness. Loki looked at Helena and then at himself as he felt the warm light that had sunk into him as part of their contract float out of his body. The light that emerged out of him and Helena merged quickly before it all burnt away. "So I guess that's it then?" Loki asked Helena, who was still smiling. Helena wiped away her tears slowly and then turned around to look at Loki. "Yes. That's it. Thank you for helping me meet my mother once again. I hadn't thought such a thing would have been possible," Helena explained. Loki only nodded and asked her a question. "If you want to help me, I'd appreciate it if you told me about the items that were close to the other founders. So I could wake them up too." Helena looked at the other crystals that had no one in them and frowned. "No one's in them. You can see them with spirit vision." Helena observed closely and soon her eyes widened. "You are right. They are in there." Helena then closed her eyes and tuned into a thoughtful expression for about a minute before opening her eyes and explaining, "For Aunt Helga it was her wine goblet, and for Uncle Godric, it was his sword." "A sword?" Loki thought back to the dream Sunny explained had happened in the Chamber of Secrets. "That sword? The one inside the hat?" Helena nodded, and so Loki thanked her. "I'm sure you have other things to do now that your mom is free, so you can leave, but I would like you to keep this place a secret. Is that all right?" Helena nodded with a smile before quickly leaving the room. Once she was out, Loki looked at the two crystals which had moved and were now pointing in opposite directions as he searched for a golden bowl that might contain his reward. No reward. Loki thought as he couldn't find anything that Rowena left behind. Seriously? All this for not dash. Flick. Ouch. What hit my head? Chapter 335, Chicken. Loki's hands instinctively moved to hold his head, but as he did, he caught an item falling after it had bounced on his head. There was a sharp prick on his hands as Loki reflexively pulled back his hand, but then his eyes caught a golden chatterbox that was slowly spinning in the air like a pinwheel on its way down. Loki snatched the chatterbox from the air and looked at it weirdly. "This. What is this?" The chatterbox looked fragile because of how it was made with gold as thin as paper. Yet it flexed and held in Loki's hands without any signs of wear and tear. There were 4 paper-thin gems of different colors embedded in each face of the chatterbox, and when Loki opened it to look at its insides, he found it contained numbers 1, 10, 50, 100, 500, 1000, 5000, and 10,000 on the 8 different faces inside. A chatterbox. Loki then opened the paper flaps the numbers were on and studied the sentences written in them. And as he did, he became shocked. The flap for the number 1 corresponded to, "It took a god to break out of your illusion." 2 was, "It took 10 kings of angels to figure out how long it had been since they were trapped." 3 was, "It took 50 angels to observe the world before they figured out it was a lie." 4 was, "It took 100 saints to remember they weren't born in this world in the first place." 5 was, "It took 500 demigods to know their memories were a lie." 6 was, "It took 1,000 mid-sequencers to find the exit so they could leave." 7 was, "It took 5,000 low-sequencers to be able to open the doors to their freedom." 8 was, "It took 10,000 people to know what they were shown never existed in the first place." What is this monstrosity? Is it serious? An illusion that requires help from a true god to break. How? And I can simply cast it? Calm down, Loki. Obviously not, there's definitely a corresponding price. What's the price though? Loki looked around for any other clues that Rowena might have tossed at him, but he didn't find any. So he looked upwards and cursed in his mind while showing a smile outwardly. I'll have to test the item out later then. It feels like I can use this to perform the ritual to advance to sequence 5 Dream Stealer. But even though this says it'll make an illusion, why doesn't it have any spiritual significance to me? Is it not of the error pathway then? After entering the grey fog with the item, Loki performed a simple dream divination. The source of this item. Repeating the sentence 7 times, Loki slipped into sleep as his astral body roamed the spirit world. Soon a scene began to play before him. It started with a pair of wrinkly hands working on the golden chatterbox that he had seen. The runes shimmered lightly as the wrinkly hands worked on it. The scene slowly panned and Loki became startled. Adam. Although the man looked much younger than the current Dumbledore and had a completely different face, Loki easily recognized him by his shimmering blue eyes and the perpetual grandfatherly smile that was stuck to his face. But that was when another young man entered the room, causing Loki to feel a little surprised once again. He seems familiar? Dumbledore spoke then. Nick, are you done with the task I assigned to you? Nick. Nicholas. Seriously? Yes, Master Merlin. I finished tracking down the suitable family for your resurrection. Nicholas said with a perfunctory bow. Merlin. Dumbledore took on a long gaze as he looked at what seemed to be the future. He then pulled up his sleeves, shocking Loki. Instead of veins throbbing under the skin, Loki saw thin branches occupying his circulatory system. It seems the time has come for me to shed this vessel and move into one that's better suited for my explorations. Only you'd be crazy enough to become a normal human after becoming a king of angels, Master. Do you still plan on continuing with the untracked pathway? Dumbledore put on a kind smile and stood up without giving Nicholas a response. He waved his unique wand and caused his hat and robes to fly over to him. The vision ended there, leaving Loki stumped. What? Reincarnation. Untracked pathway. Corruption. What is this lore? Nicholas was actually Adam's student. What a strange world I'm living in. In the Sapphira Castle, Loki looked at the projection of the chatterbox and sighed. So this was made by him. It belongs to the spectator pathway then. I guess that explains the abilities. But I need to be careful in using it. The best outcome would be Adam never realizing I have it. While the worst would be getting caught using it while advancing. I don't know what reaction Adam will have when he sees me using it. If he does. What a shame. And I still don't know what the side effects of using this item are. Guess I'll have to study the structure of this thing myself and figure out how it was made and what it does exactly. With his short-term goal set, Loki went through the motions of life over the next month or so. Nothing of note happened in the monthly tarot club gathering apart from Mr. Devil offering a bounty for the possessed coin box. It shocked both Hermione and Dominic, but Mr. World accepted the mission. Loki had a plan to swindle Mr. Devil out of money and other valuables while accepting the mission, and he explained to Mr. Devil that he was busy for a while and would need a few months to get the mission done, which Mr. Devil accepted. Hermione also finished digesting the apprentice potion during this time, and Loki asked her to wait for a few days so that he could gather the required materials for her advancement to Sequence 8 Trickmaster. During the next month, Loki helped on several Beyonder missions, from finding mystical items to stopping evil cultists that were trying to do something strange like causing a deity's descent in Nocturne Alley using the miasma of depression and illness. It wasn't anything big, just a few fools trying to do something they learned about in a random book that luckily graced their hands. Colin Creevey was accepted into the Hogwarts Honest Mill team during this time, and everyone was quite happy with the new addition of pictures to the newspaper. Daphne was happy because she didn't have to draw as many illustrations as before, and Hermione because she didn't have to write as much as before because the pictures took up a significant part of the page. Knock knock. Come in. Hermione said as she looked at the door while no one else was currently in room 2-21. Loki was studying the golden chatterbox, and Daphne was studying a few files Ethan had given her about a particularly troublesome mystical item they had to track for their next mission. The door opened and Hermione became surprised at who was standing behind it. Oh. Professor McGonagall. To what do I owe you the pleasure? Miss Granger, you're to report to the headmaster's office at 7 o'clock in the evening today. Hermione's eyes widened as several thoughts passed through her head. Do they know I'm lying to them about my sequence? No way, I didn't give them any hints about my powers. Will they expel me from school? Kill me because I believe in an evil god? No way, right? Are you all right, dear? I promise you it's nothing to do with your academic scores. Your help is needed for the upcoming second task for the Triwizard Tournament. McGonagall explained, seeing the stunned Hermione. Ah. I see. I will be there, Professor. Thank you, dear. McGonagall nodded and left. Meanwhile, Loki looked at Cedric with an annoyed expression. How the hell are you so good at dueling? Cedric only smiled in response before silently flicking his wand, which caused a strange red spell to buzz at the end of his wand. That goddamn spell again. How did you even make a spell that turns everything it touches into chickens? Cedric's smile grew wider as he responded. It would only be fair after you tortured us last week with that stupidly strange spell that manipulates shadows. Especially when you keep attacking the strangest spots. Diego interrupted while shouting from the underside of a tree branch where he was currently glued in place due to shadows having wrapped all around him like a straitjacket. And especially because you keep tricking us by animating our clothes. Zacharias exclaimed while he was trying his best to fight his own clothes which were forcing him to do cartwheels around the forest. Loki's mood improved but when he looked at Cedric it fell again. But then his face slowly morphed into a smirk as he proposed something strange. Ced, what do you say to this? What if the person who loses today will have to become the other person's pet for a day? Cedric's eyes widened and Zacharias and Diego instantly shouted at once. No way, Ced. Don't take it. You know he's got something up his sleeves. Are you going to chicken out? Now. Loki interrupted with a taunt of his own causing Cedric to close his eyes and open them after a deep breath. Fine. Avada Kedavra. Loki shouted. Chapter 336, Second Task, A Game. Walking to the tent parked outside the Quidditch field for champions, Loki entered with a little happy smile. Another new day, another new task. I'm surprised Hagrid didn't call me for it. Did the other champions also not get a forewarning about the upcoming task? That'd make it very fair then. As soon as the champions and their famous host, Ludo Bagman, saw Loki enter the tent, everyone turned towards him. Loki nodded at Harry, Fleur, and Crumb before standing in the semicircle of champions around Ludo Bagman. Now that we have all the champions here, let us begin with the important information you must know to solve the current task. Ludo cast a simple charm and showed everyone the illusory projection of an area they all recognized as the Quidditch pitch. This area is what the Quidditch field outside this tent has been transformed into. The Quidditch field was divided into 3 parts of 3 long lanes intersecting in the middle. The lanes were joined to each other by small interconnecting alleys, while the rest of the area was filled with structures made of large stone blocks that seemed unbreakable. You will start on this end of the map, Bagman said, pointing at the south end. And your enemies will be on the other end. Everyone nodded, so Bagman continued, your enemies will be revealed to you when the match starts, but remember this, the enemies hold someone very dear to you hostage. And your aim is to save them. Everyone nodded again, even though they had a few questions that had left them in confusion. The 4 of you will be a team that will play a game against the 4 members of the enemy team. First you have to fight the enemies to capture the point in the center of the map. This will spawn a payload, a cart, which contains the key to save your loved ones who have been captured and are being used as hostages. Loved ones. Loki thought with some confusion, Elaine. How did they get Elaine? No. It's probably someone else, Dash. Even the other champions looked a little annoyed by the last statement. You will be graded according to how fast you rescue your loved ones along with another factor, but for that, each of you must choose one of the following roles to play in the rounds. You can be a tank, damage dealer, assassin, and a healer. What is this? OW or paladins? Is there any reason why we need to choose these roles? Loki asked. Ludo Bagman looked at Loki and smiled before responding. Because of the clearly partial judging during the last round, the method to grade the students in this round has been modified. The champions in this round will be graded based on how well they play their roles. For example, an assassin will be graded based on how many kills he or she gets, and a damage dealer will be graded on how much damage they do to the enemy. The guardian will be graded on how well they protect their teammates, the capture point and the payload. While the healer will depend on how well they help their teammates recover from confrontations. And you cannot break your roles. For example, no matter what, a healer cannot attack directly. Everyone felt a little confused, but Loki was the first to speak. You mean to say that whoever chooses to be a healer will only have to heal their teammates? You mean they will only be allowed to use healing magic and potions? Ludo Bagman looked at Loki and then at everyone before nodding. Yes, but not exactly. You'll be able to use any spell on your teammates but not the enemy, so it's more a supporting role than anything else. And you will also be given potions to heal your injured teammates. The potions are made by Professor Snape and Madame Pomfrey, which should prove their efficacy. Loki nodded and then spoke first. I'll be the healer then. Since everyone else probably wouldn't trust some other champion to heal them because they might want to disrupt their ability to gain points, I fit this role the best since I don't care about this competition very much. Everyone thought for a second before nodding. Fleur and Crumb spoke at once. I will be ZE Assassin. I want to be a damage dealer. Harry, being the only one left behind, nodded. I'll be the tank. Loki almost laughed and so did the others. Isn't he a little too scrawny to be a tank? Well, whatever, I just need to keep healing everyone. Alright, since the roles have been decided, I shall leave you to your devices to figure out a plan. Bagman was about to leave the tent to let the champions plan their strategies before he turned around and flicked his wand to send out small blue porcelain pearls. Those are portkeys in case you need to be rescued. Keep them on you at all times. Bagman explained, and before leaving, gave them one last piece of advice: I wouldn't trust your teammates fully if I were you. The last words left everyone a little confused and afraid, but they gave each other a quick glance before hiding their thoughts behind a facade of trust. Any ideas, anyone? Loki asked the question. Seeing no one speak, Crumb stepped in. I have a good idea. Why don't we all go on the offense? As long as we keep our enemies far away from the capture point, Ari can capture it for us. Fleur shook her head. No. That will not work. We don't know if our enemies have special abilities that can be used to confuse us. I mean, Jura must be a reason that we have the role of a tank. Why don't we do this? Harry chimed in. I can attract the attention of all our enemies while you guys flank them and kill them. Loki can keep healing me so that I can keep their attention on me. Everyone fell silent after Harry's idea, thinking little, but Loki frowned. Who's going to protect me? I mean, it's not like I doubt Harry won't be able to keep the attention of our enemies on him, but it feels quite risky for me to be left undefended. Just as Loki was about to explain his troubles, Fleur and Crumb spoke at the same time. That is good. All right. Now, Loki wasn't shy to speak up, but he held himself back. They want to let Harry aggro the enemies and leave with the keys when the card appears, so that they can save their champions before him and me. Harry seemed to have not caught on to their intentions, so he naively nodded, leaving Loki the only person who could stop this from happening, but he nodded along too. I'm half sure what they're doing is stupid. But well, what do I care? All I have to do is heal Harry for a little bit longer. Everyone went to their beds to take a short rest, and Loki moved to find Madame Pomfrey once again. Is your coming to me before each match a good luck charm for you? Madame Pomfrey asked as she went over the crate of what seemed like healing potions, checking them for any errors. No, madam. I promise it isn't a good luck charm. It's more of a helping station. I'm not helping you this time, you foolish boy. Even if I just want to ask how many times I can heal everyone. Is there any risk of overhealing them? Madame Pomfrey looked at Loki and spoke calmly. Don't use these potions generously. The blue ones are for stamina, the red ones are for wounds. But both extract the price of healing from the body. So overusing them might cause more harm than good. Loki nodded. Thank you for telling me that. Madame Pomfrey smiled and ruffled Loki's hair before sighing. Don't get confused by illusions. Huh. Loki wanted to ask more about what he'd just heard, but Madame Pomfrey was already back to checking on the potions, and Ludo Bagman announced, and here are the champions. Welcome them with a huge round of applause. Illusions. Don't like the sound of that. Chapter 337, Second Task, A Game, 2. The four champions made their way to the Quidditch pitch that had been transformed into a large-scale version of the map Ludo Bagman had just shown them. The structure now clearly looked like a desert-themed temple that lay in ruins. The temperature matched the look, since the champions had already started to collect sweat on their brows. The crowd sent thunderous applause on their entrance, making everyone a little self-conscious. Out of all the champions looking for signs of their enemies, Loki was the only one who calmly inspected the audience instead. The pathway out of the tent led the champions to the center of the arena, right on top of the capture point. They remained on one half of the capture point since a wall of spirituality blocked the other half. They could have crossed it if it was a normal wall of spirituality, but it seemed like Dumbledore had modified it to create a physical barrier instead. The applause settled as the champions reached the capture point before Ludo Bagman took over with his commentary. Our champions have arrived at the capture point and seem to be waiting for their enemies. Should we reveal to them the foes they have to vanquish to win this round? Yasses. The crowd cheered. That was too low. I couldn't hear you. Come again. Yas. All right. Then in 3, 2, 1. And dash. Bang. There was a sudden puff of smoke in the other half of the capture point, which slowly cleared to reveal the large figures concealed inside. Loki's mind raced through his memories to figure out exactly what the animals were. He spotted a large cat, a large fiery golem, a floating robe, and a humanoid figure which had several plants growing from its body. What is that? How come I've never read about it in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Why do I get the feeling I know exactly what that is, but I can't remember? Loki activated his spirit vision and grew shocked. That mess in its body of heart and mind, that's not an animal. No animal could have such complex thoughts. A human. So an out-of-control Beyonder. Why did they bring a Beyonder who lost control into this match? Didn't they have a better option? Why couldn't they have just used a normal Beyonder? Now that I think of it, isn't Harry's current potion named Guardian? And he became a tank. Is this for the sake of helping him quickly digest his potion? Asterisk psi asterisk, and I still haven't figured out how to use the chatterbox to complete the ritual for my sequence 5. Are you seeing this? Ludo Bagman shouted. The champions have to face them head on. The enemy team consists of a Wampus Cat, a Lethifold, a Lava Golem, and a Druid. Almost as soon as Bagman said the words Druid, the humanoid plant lifted its arms, causing several vines to spread out of its body and bury into the ground, turning it over as it infested and wrapped around the capture point. Harry dodged them and Fleur and Crumb followed, but Loki stayed where he was. It won't be able to do harm since that thing's probably the healer, so this is probably a healing method. If he tries to hurt me directly, he'll probably get kicked out of the match. If their healer's a plant, can't we just use a little fire and kill it? You can step on its plants. It's the healer of their team. Loki explained, causing Harry, Fleur, and Crumb to carefully step on the plants like Loki was already doing, and after they realized nothing was happening to them, they relaxed. Everyone. Count with me. 3. Bagman shouted. 3, all the champions thought inside their heads, paying full attention to their enemies on the opposite side. The Wampus Cat growled while the Lava Golem stomped its feet to send tremors across the arena. The Lethifold only scarily hovered in its position, the darkness in place of its face stared right at Loki. 2. Loki saw Crumb prime his wand while Fleur created thin invisible but strong strings using her Beyonder abilities and wrapped them around her hands. Harry on the other hand primed his wand with spirituality, ready to use a spell he had worked on in preparation for the second round. 1E. A loud buzz resounded throughout the arena before the wall of spirituality that was stopping both sides from interacting with each other vanished. The Wampus Cat almost immediately pounced at its closest prey, Fleur. The Lethifold dashed towards Harry and the Lava Golem towards Crumb. Expecto Patronum. Harry shouted, causing a thin ethereal wisp of airy fluid to pour out of his wand and converge into a large white stag. The Lethifold screamed in pain as it was scared away by the stag. Since no matter how it tried to get closer to the capture point, the stag always blocked it from coming closer, burning at what seemed to be its sanity each time it moved closer. With the Lethifold taken care of for now, Harry shifted his sights to his two teammates. Fleur was riding the Wampus Cat by stringing around the strong threads she'd created around the cat's neck while trying to choke it to death. Seeing her handling herself well, Harry shifted his focus to Crumb, who was struggling under the embracing assault of the Lava Golem. Bombarda! Crumb yelled, forcing back the Golem's giant hand that was moving towards the capture point to sweep all of them away from it. Crumb's Bombarda was so strong that the Golem almost tumbled backwards. Everyone seems to be doing fine, Harry concluded as he controlled his Patronus to keep away the Lethifold. Bagman's commentary said the same. Is everyone seeing this? Our champions are faring so much better than the XXXXX-rated creatures by the Ministry of Magic. Look at how elegantly Miss Fleur is handling the Wampus Cat. Isn't it awe-inspiring? Yay. There were several claps and shouts, but they only lasted until Bagman said, "Or is she?" All of a sudden Harry had a terrible premonition. He looked at Fleur and Crumb for any hints of something going wrong, but he found none. Fleur was still tackling the Wampus Cat and Crumb was fighting with the Lava Golem. Harry then turned to look at Loki, but even he seemed to be fine. Except when Harry really looked at him, he seemed to be shouting something, but his words never reached his ears. The noise from the Lava Golem fighting Crumb was too loud to understand what Loki was speaking. Lethifold, fake. The Lethifold is a fake. Harry somehow understood. He immediately turned to look at the Lethifold being chased around by his Patronus and realized it was moving to the same three places again and again. That was when suddenly, Harry heard Fleur scream before it was abruptly cut short. Argrg, MFMFMFMFMFMFMFM. Fleur struggled and tried her best to fight off whatever was hurting her, but she couldn't. She was being choked too fast and her grip on the Wampus Cat was going limp. That was when Loki flicked his wand and cast a spell, Expecto Patronum. A silvery mist emerged out of Loki's wand and formed into a similar drab of robes, except this one was a pristine white. The robes swerved midair, flying straight at Fleur. Everyone in the Quidditch stadium thought whatever Loki had done was attacking Fleur, perhaps he was trying to get rid of competition. Except when the bundle of white robes landed on Fleur and wrapped around her face tightly, everyone noticed that it seemed to be floating a little, almost as if there was a layer of something protecting her face from it. And suddenly, there was a bright shimmer that radiated a little distance between the bundle of white robes and Fleur's face before manifesting in an explosive reveal was a Lethifold that was wrapped tightly around Fleur's neck, that had been choking her all along. That's right. The Wampus Cat worked together with the Lethifold to turn it psychologically invisible before it latched onto Fleur, who was close to defeating the Wampus Cat. Ludo Bagman explained with excitement. The Lethifold shrieked as it ran away from Fleur, allowing Loki to pull her to himself with a flick of his wand, directing his Dementor Patronus to toss her in his direction from on top of the Wampus Cat. He then uncorked a bottle of stamina potion and stuffed it into Fleur's mouth for her to greedily swallow. Harry looked at the two culprits with a little fear, but then immediately brought back his Stag Patronus to chase the Real Lethifold instead of the one the Wampus Cat had created by hypnosiding them all. Phew. Almost thought I'd be eliminated for using the Patronus spell. Loki exclaimed mentally. Good that using it to help Fleur only counts as using it to help her stabilize her emotions that were affected by the lethafold. Done with helping Fleur, Loki gave her a stern warning not only to her but also to Harry, make sure it doesn't happen. I've got very few stamina potions. Harry and Fleur nodded, going back to their opponent since Harry was already feeling a little burdened when he was forced to handle the Wampus Cat without any spells, since his only spell, the Patronus, was being used to keep the lethafold away. Neither team has even begun to capture the point yet since we're all fighting on the capture point at the same time. We need to do something to get those 4 out of the capture point so that we can capture it. Loki thought as he looked at the 3 creatures fighting the 3 of his own team and then looked at the druid. I hope that thing's roots aren't counted as a part of its body, if they are it'll be rather difficult to remove it from the point. Chapter 338, Second Task, A Game, 3. Loki thought for a few seconds before an idea struck him. With a quick wave of his wand, he expelled his spirituality and controlled it to form a rather complex rune. This was Loki's prized magic that he'd been working on after Nicholas had taught him about runic spell casting, training to perfect it with Cedric and company. Loki was using the principle that gods used to answer the runic call to cause a spell but with himself, or at least, close to himself. Loki targeted the soul inside the Ring of Harvest and forced it using coercion to agree to answer his spell by tightening the leash around the souls of those who were trapped inside. The target of his latest rune was Mr. A, whom he used to cause the shadows underneath all his teammates to thicken and wrap around them. The shadows slithered around their limbs like a sleeve before tightening around their bodies. Everyone in the audience including Bagman was confused by the spell Loki had used, but he didn't give them time to think. Move where the shadow wants you to. Loki shouted for all of them to hear. Suddenly, Harry, who was standing in the same place since the beginning while fighting the lethafold, began to take steps forward, closer and closer to the opposing team. Fleur rushed back to mount the Wampus Cat while Crumb started to close the distance between the golem and himself even though he was a little afraid of being struck by it and getting knocked out. Mounting back onto the Wampus Cat, the shadows forced Fleur to grab her beautiful 9.5-inch rosewood wand and stick it into its ear before she took charge of what was happening and shouted, Bombarda Maxima. The Wampus Cat's head instantly exploded and its body went limp before collapsing. The body stayed still for a few seconds before it began to disappear from their sight. None of the participants cared much about it, thinking it was some advanced magic, but Loki was the only one who recognized it for what it was. Adam used his abilities as an author to bring his thoughts into reality. So that out-of-control Beyonder isn't real after all. I guess Adam is afraid of corrupting his golden boy too. With Fleur freed and having gotten her first kill, Loki directed her directly towards Crumb. But this time, instead of making her go up close to the lava golem, as she rushed by him, Loki whispered to her, use Glacius. Fleur nodded, and the moment she was beside Crumb, she shouted with her wand pointed at the lava golem's feet, Glacius. A wave of frost left Fleur's wand and solidified as it reached the lava golem's legs. Within moments of contact, the golem's legs were encased in ice which Crumb broke after casting a Bombarda. The golem fell to the ground with a heavy thud sending tremors, but thankfully everyone remained standing because of Loki's shadows that helped everyone balance. At this point, Harry had walked out of the capture point, but he'd also sent out the lethafold which was trying its best to return back. The only one left in the capture point was the druid, which had remained relatively passive throughout the match for now. And Fleur and Crumb quickly burnt it away using Incendio. With no one from the enemy team on the point, a halo lit up around the capture point. It was white at first, but soon they noticed part of it turning a natural royal blue by the second. I guess we now have to keep the point protected until we're done capturing it, Loki explained. Why don't you guys go back ahead and attack them where those guys respawn? Fleur and Crumb looked absolutely confused about what Loki meant by respawn, which caused Loki to feel a little silly, so he explained in a little detail. I have a hunch they're not dead yet, not permanently at least. I think they'll be coming back from their side of the map. Why don't you go stop them so that we can capture the point quicker? Fleur and Crumb's eyes widened before they looked at Harry for a second. Seeing him fight a lethafold, they stopped their hesitance and they rushed out of the capture point together. As they went further, Loki's shadow slipped off of them and returned back to being inanimate under their feet, until they finally vanished around a corner. While Loki stayed on the point for a couple of minutes, he helped Harry by casting a Patronus that stood around him so he could be more aggressive with his own Patronus, while several explosive tremors resounded around the arena. The tremors that both Loki and Harry felt were similar to when the lava golem had collapsed onto the floor. Each tremor made them happier since it seemed like Fleur and Crumb had finally gotten the hang of killing these creatures. We're halfway there, Loki said, glancing at the capture point underneath him whose outer ring had turned blue halfway through. If Fleur and Crumb keep this up, in another few minutes we'll have the point and spawn in the payload. Soon, however, they began hearing loud thuds followed by a loud roar before they heard Fleur scream as she and Crumb ran around a corner to find Loki and Harry and return to the point. A few minutes earlier, Fleur and Crumb arrived at the spawn area for the monsters and looked around, waiting for the druid, Wampus Cat, and the lava golem to respawn. As soon as the first one did, the Wampus Cat, Fleur used the same tactic she'd just used. She killed it by sitting on its head and jabbing her wand down its ear to explode its head, while Crumb cast damaging spells like Bombarda on the cat to keep it distracted from attacking Fleur. Then they worked together to take down the lava golem, after which they burnt away the druid. Since each monster spawned in after they killed the previous ones, they had no trouble fighting at all. This carried on for a few more minutes until when the Wampus cat finally respawned and Fleur tried to do the same thing. She jumped on the cat while Crumb kept it distracted before sticking her wand into its ear and shouting, "Bombarda." Not only did nothing happen to the cat this time, but it also turned all its attention to the intruder on its head. Being unable to kill the Wampus cat, they were already burdened further when the lava golem spawned along with the druid a few seconds later, when they finally realized their spells had gotten weaker on the monsters. Because of this, Fleur and Crumb ran back since they had almost gotten trapped in a sticky situation where they were about to get pinched. "Zay cat is unkillable." Fleur complained while Crumb spoke as soon as she stopped, "The golem is unfreezable." And then they spoke simultaneously, and "Ze droid is inflammable." Fleur continued to speak, "Zay monsters are evolving." Loki was confused for a second before his mind clicked with a thought. "They're improving the enemies depending on how we kill them to not make it boring. What the hell?" Loki didn't have the time to think. His body worked on autopilot and stuffed a healing potion in Fleur and Crumb's mouth, while a shadow tentacle pulled Harry away from the lethifold and parked him in front of a very angry cat and large stone robot. Harry gulped, looking at the two enemies, and suddenly felt that fighting the lethifold was much easier. "Harry, hold on." Loki shouted to get his voice to Harry as he pushed Crumb to face the lethifold, trying to get on point, while he turned to Fleur and told her his plan. "I'll help Harry keep the attention of the Wampus cat and the lava golem. I want you to assassinate the druid by using the glacius charm on it. After you kill the druid, do this." After Loki was done informing Fleur, she took a different route to walk around the arena and flank the druid directly while Loki turned to Harry. Harry had done remarkably well for the time Fleur and Loki were talking. He didn't let either the cat or the golem enter the capture point by using a simple spell, Flipendo. The spell did no damage to the two animals, but it sent them flying back when Harry used enough spirituality. But it was of no use, since almost immediately as the druid got closer to the capture point, it dug its hands deep into the floor and caused vines to spread all over the surface until it reached the capture point, stopping Loki from being able to capture the point so freely anymore. "I swear, that thing keeps looking more and more alive by the minute. Did Adam capture an out-of-control druid or what?" Chapter 339, Second Task, A Game, 4. Loki rolled his eyes at this imbalance. "Why can it capture the point while being outside the ring when we can't do the same while being outside the ring?" The Wampus cat that Harry was fighting suddenly went invisible, but Loki immediately fired a Bombarda Maxima at the ground, raising dust, which Harry immediately used to locate the cat that was slipping past Harry towards Loki. As Harry moved around to target the Wampus cat, Loki advised him, "Drown the damn thing." Harry was startled, but he soon nodded, and with a wave of his wand he spoke loudly, "Aqua Eructo." A jet stream of water left Harry's wand and thrashed into the Wampus cat's butt. The cat tried to ignore the water for a few seconds and block it by moving around from the stream, but Harry was using a blatant amount of spiritual energy to keep the stream powered up at full force. The force caused the cat's body to constantly slip away, and finally, after misplacing one of its feet, its face was blasted with an immense amount of water. The cat got up and tried rushing away from Harry, but Harry kept following it. In the meantime, seeing Harry focus on the cat, the gigantic golem raised its arms and thrashed the ground, causing several cracks to appear as they rushed in Harry's direction. But that wasn't the end. The golem's role wasn't just to destabilize Harry so that it could free the cat. No, a sudden rush of lava burst out of the cracks, rushing to cook Harry alive. Simultaneously, the druid wasn't idle this time. Its vines grew out of the ground and wrapped around the Wampus cat, protecting it from Harry's relentless assault. With renewed vigor, the Wampus cat rushed towards Harry for its public humiliation. Except Harry got clever with it and spoke forcefully, "Glacius." The water all around the Wampus cat was pushed out because of the pointed stream of cool air that escaped Harry's wand before it froze entirely, along with the shield of leaves and vines that were protecting it. At this point, with a flick of his wand, Loki shot a spell. The shadows around Harry tied around him, and with but a simple flick from Loki pulled him up into the sky away from the cracks on the ground that were spewing lava. Harry, not minding the interruption, flicked his wand at the Wampus cat and shouted, "Bombarda Maxima." The Wampus cat exploded into smithereens, its entrails painting the entire arena red, but they glowed softly before vanishing. Loki waved his wand and helped Harry land right in front of the golem as he shouted, "Use transfiguration to trap it in a box." Harry nodded before waving his wand and causing the ground to grow into a large stone box which encased the golem. The golem didn't remain quiet and instead attempted to smash open the box from the inside. Along with the golem smashing its arms at the box, the druid quickly grew new thick plants that burrowed their roots into the box and weakened its structure. The druid's eyes met Loki's and it looked at him with what could be considered a sneer, except while it assumed Loki would be panicking seeing the golem become free, all it saw was Loki smiling at it. Bye-bye, Loki said politely before waving his hand. That was when the druid suddenly heard a shout right by its side, Glacius. A thick block of ice instantly formed around the druid, encasing it in a non-breathable ice container, blocking its contact with the rest of the world. All its roots spread into the capture point shrank and withered away, leaving Loki to begin capturing the point once again. Bamarda. Fleur shouted as she was revealed when her invisibility charm broke, sending the druid encased in ice as dust into the air. Fleur returned and found Harry battling the golem, and without any more orders from Loki joined Harry in simply keeping the golem out of the capture point since Loki was going to capture it soon. In a few minutes, the capture point was already 80% of the way done, and Loki was relieved that it'd only take them 3 more minutes to capture the rest of the point. The Wampus cat returned. It was clever this time since it arrived invisible, but Harry was already paying attention to the floor and quickly noticed the cat's arrival. He prepared a thorough gift for it too. Instead of using water like last time, knowing it wouldn't work because the cat had likely adapted to it, Harry performed a simple spell, Serpersortia. A thick 30 feet long python emerged onto the fighting grounds. The python looked around for a few seconds and suddenly heard Harry talk to it, HSSS. SSS. Sasa, before it slithered around the tiny cat and crunched it to death. Harry then directed the python towards the golem, entrapping the entire thing and snapping its limbs before the python gave him a short nod and vanished as Harry pulled back his spirituality. Good idea and transfiguration, Harry. Fleur commended. A few more minutes passed with the druid emerging, but Fleur managed to kill it once again by using the trick Harry used as she transfigured the dirt into an elephant that simply crushed the druid under its weight by sitting on it. The ring of light around the point finally turned fully blue and Loki quickly stepped off it once an ethereal cart appeared right where he was standing. As soon as Loki moved away, the cart became realistic and grew weight before it fell onto the capture point, making a little thundering noise. The cart was made out of cheap wood and had several gears strewn about the outside that made it seem like a complex piece of machinery. There was a small chimney on it which periodically released smoke. On the top of the cart were 4 keys. Each was colored differently, and the names of the champions were engraved onto them. Fleur and Crumb spared a simple glance at the cart before going back to focusing on their enemies. Loki was beside the cart, and it suddenly activated and started to move forward. It moved at a slow pace and moved only if Loki was within 3 meters of the thing. How long is the distance from here to their base? Loki asked loudly and Crumb answered, 30 feet. The newly spawned creature soon arrived and embroiled Harry and the rest of the team in a fight. However, Harry noticed something, albeit a little too late. Fleur's getting tired. Why isn't she using spells to kill the cat? No way dash. Just as Loki arrived closer to the front line along with the cart, Fleur and Crumb jumped towards the cart, abandoning their positions. They grabbed the key with their names on the cart and rushed towards the enemy spawn point. I expected this to happen, but I didn't know they'd be so blatant about it. Loki sighed. Harry was absolutely bamboozled by suddenly having to fight 3 creatures at once to protect Loki from harm, especially since he appeared to be distracted by thoughts. I guess the things we need to save are at the enemy spawn point. So Fleur and Crumb expect us to die to the monsters so that we don't have any chance to earn more points and fail the test without being able to secure our hostages. And they hope that we'll be able to keep the monsters away from them for long enough that they'll figure out how to use the keys. How selfish. Well, I can't blame them. Loki looked at Harry and saw how he was still fighting and thought to help him. Harry, when I say the word, run as fast as you can. I'll throw you your key. What about you? Harry shouted back. Don't worry about me. I'll be right with you. Loki shouted words that meant something different to him than they did to Harry and firmed his eyes. Good luck to me for the absolute stunt I'm about to pull off. Chapter 340, Second Task, A Game, 5. Loki looked at Harry and the 4 monsters and flicked his wand. A sudden cloud of dust rose out of the ground underneath Harry. Did you all see that? Bagman narrated with surprise. After the Beauxbatons champion Fleur Delacour and the Drumstring champion Victor Crumb abandoned their comrades, it seems like one of the Hogwarts champions is abandoning the other. It seems like Loki has betrayed Dash. Bagman's words were stuck in his throat as the dust cleared, and so was the audience's voice. Even the judges were not spared after they saw what Loki had done. Dumbledore especially had a prominent smile on his face. Harry. Run. Loki shouted as he tossed a red key that had the name Harry Potter to the giant in front of him while he used the shadow tentacles to pull his own key to him and bind himself to the golem he had turned Harry into. Harry felt strange. His hands suddenly felt heavy and his legs felt like tree stumps instead of flesh and bone. Harry was encased in a sand mech with a small viewing window to see out of. Literally. Loki had used the sand from the ground he had exploded and molded it to form a giant 5-meter-tall mech that Harry was currently piloting. All held together and lubricated generously by Loki's shadows. Harry. Don't make us late. Run. I can't keep this up for long. Loki shouted again, this time from the giant mech's shoulder. Harry gulped as he felt the mech around himself and took the first step. Thud. It was surprisingly easy to move. Is he animating the mech to move as I want it to move? Harry thought, surprised. That guess was correct since Loki observed Harry's thoughts in his body of heart and mind and applied the correct animation to the large sand mech as Harry intended it to move. Thud. With the first step taken, Harry moved his legs again. This time the movement felt even smoother than before. Seeing the giant sand mech, the lava golem was the first to attack. It raised its hands and slammed it to the ground, creating large fissures from which lava erupted. But to Harry all this meant nothing. Once he realized that the lava couldn't damage the mech faster than Loki was transfiguring it to remove the damages, he broke into a run. Each step Harry took caused the entire arena to tremble. Harry's first move was to rush to the lava golem. Once in front of it, he picked up the golem by its waist and tossed it at the Lethifold about to attack them since none of them could sustain a Patronus in their current states. With a giant lava golem coming towards it, the Lethifold was unable to move in time and was immediately thrashed by it, landing on a random wall and ending up pinned to the ground by the golem. Next Harry looked at the Wampus cat that had its fur bristled. The sense of danger the cat felt from the giant mech was not small, yet it couldn't retreat since something in its body and mind wanted it to fight to the bitter end. So Harry quickly picked up the cat and started swinging it by its tail above his head. And with a precise throw, Harry launched the cat right at the druid that was about to try shooting vines at the giant mech to try and stop them by using a net. Run, you fool. They'll respawn if you kill them and I won't be able to fight then. Loki reminded, prompting Harry to break out of his admiration of the mech as he took a dashing stance and immediately broke out into a sprint. Harry cared not for any walls set up between the capture point and the respawn point. He just ran through everything like a bulldozer. And very soon they were at the enemy respawn point. Fleur and Crumb were flabbergasted. Crumb's mouth hung wide open as if someone had broken his jaw and Fleur tripped on her shoes as she stepped back to avoid becoming a paste under the mech. As Harry and Loki broke through the last of the large walls, a large dry and dying tree holding 4 people came into view. Loki dismembered the mech and panted a little because of the ridiculous amount of spirituality it had taken to do what he'd just done. Harry patiently waited but kept his wand pointed at Fleur and Crumb who were looking at them through the hole in the wall. You can go first, Loki. I think you deserve it. At least I think you do after letting me become a real tank. Harry stated calmly with a bit of humor in his tone. Loki looked up and saw Harry laughing slightly, causing him to break out laughing too. Loki gave Harry a quick fist bump and walked to the large dry and dying tree. What am I supposed to do to it? Give it my key. Will it attack me if I go close to it? Loki asked randomly and Harry shrugged. He truly didn't know what would happen. Loki couldn't care less about this tournament and simply threw his key at the tree. Surprisingly, the tree opened a mouth and ate the key with a sickening crunch. I guess it'd have attacked only those who didn't have the key and tried saving their hostages. But mine's Daphne. Seriously. Isn't that like really embarrassing? Why'd they choose Fleur's little sister for her? Unfair. I love Elaine more than Daphne anyway, I mean like. Daphne, who was unconscious, was slowly let down by the tree. She slowly opened her eyes and came awake. Then she looked at Loki and smiled. Won the bet. Daphne said with a smirk as she searched around the audience for someone in particular. Seriously? You and Tori bet if I'd save you. Can't you trust your Prince Charming even a little bit? Daphne rolled her eyes good-naturedly. I thought you'd leave me alone, telling me it was the right punishment for taking part in this farce. Daphne shouted rapidly and Loki just shook his head before he felt the portkey in his pockets activate. He quickly held Daphne's hands and they vanished from the spot they were just standing in, appearing back in the tent for the champions with Madame Pomfrey ready on standby to heal them. Daphne stumbled a little as she reoriented herself from the sudden teleportation after being unconscious for so long. Madame Pomfrey walked over and gave them a quick checkup before looking at Loki with a smile as she spoke happily. That was a good show you put on out there. I'm glad those fools from the other schools will fear you and wonder what'll happen in the competition now. Good job teaching traitors how it's done. Madame Pomfrey then left Daphne and Loki alone as she went to check on the others who were slowly appearing. Daphne looked at Loki and asked with a confused look on her face, "What did you do?" But Loki just smiled. "Why do you want to know? Did I just steal your heart after saving the princess who was trapped in the tower by an evil wizard?" Daphne just frowned and punched Loki's shoulder lightly. "Stop it with that stuff. It's unbearable when you say it for some reason," Daphne said cryptically, but the meaning was lost on Loki. Instead, he asked her something else. "Why did you take part in this anyway? I thought you'd have avoided it because of your pride as heiress Greengrass." Daphne shook her head quickly. "No. I didn't want to, but Mom asked me to, and she said that it was going to be a good event for me." Loki frowned. "This? Good? Why? And Daphne just shrugged her shoulders while attempting to keep her face away from a blush while simultaneously cursing at Loki for being dense. Finally, after a few excruciating seconds where Loki was pondering about things while staring at her, Daphne finally saw Hermione enter the tent and walked to her as they talked to Madame Pomfrey and tried helping her with the checkup of the other champions. Loki, on the other hand, was a lot more analytical. It'd be something good for Daphne. This might form a connection between the two of us that might force me to help her out sometime in the future. But helping Eris Greengrass? What could I possibly do that they couldn't themselves? I feel like I'm getting roped into something I don't understand very well. Chapter 341, Second Task, Standings. Harry, Fleur, and Krum were treated quickly before they were hurriedly expelled from the tent by Madame Pomfrey since she said the judges wanted them to announce the results. Harry had a smug look on his face as they met because he felt like he'd foiled the great betrayal of his competitors. But Loki was smiling calmly as he walked by Fleur and whispered to her, "Lost again, have you? I wonder if there is anything in the world you can actually beat me in." Fleur scowled but didn't let the comment get to her. She only held her little sister's hand tighter as it alleviated all her troubles. The little girl looked at Loki and frowned, but Loki only knelt by her side before giving her cheeks a good little squish while mentally thinking, HMPF. Elaine is cuter than her, I win again. After a few minutes of waiting, the judges were ready to reveal the results, and as such the champions left the tent together with their now free hostages. The judges sat on a special elevated stand among the crowd in the Quidditch stands, and each carried a different expression. Karkaroff was frowning heavily, Madame Maxime was smiling but just barely, Crouch had a frown, while Bagman looked like he'd just won a lot of money, and Dumbledore had the same perspective gaze, as if he'd just looked at you and seen your entire family 9 generations before you. Since the scores this time weren't given by the judges and were calculated based on hard rules decided before the competition began, Bagman stood up and announced them. Coming in at the 4th place. For doing the most damage is Victor Krum. He did precisely 800 points of damage, with 400 points of damage coming from fighting the lava golem, the Wampus Cat and the Druid, while the other 400 come from being the 4th person to rescue their hostage. Everyone clapped softly. Krum accepted the applause even though Karkaroff seemed grumpy about it. In 3rd place is Fleur Delacour. For killing the most enemies. With 1200 points. She killed the Wampus Cat 3 times, the lava golem 2 times, and the Druid 3 times for a total of 800 points. And she gained another 800 points for being the 3rd to rescue her hostage. Everyone clapped a little louder than the last time. There were still a few boys who were a little too enthusiastic about it. Fleur accepted all the praises with an elegant bow. Madame Maxime seemed satisfied with Fleur's acceptance. Coming in at the 2nd place is Harry Potter. For playing his role of guarding the entire team force and keeping the enemy off the point, he received 1600 points. 200 points for keeping the Lethifold off the point, and 200 points for keeping the Wampus Cat and the Lava Golem off the point when the other champions could no longer kill it. And finally, 1200 points for being the 2nd to save his hostage. There was a loud cheer from all the Hogwarts students, especially Gryffindors who sent large fireworks into the sky to represent the lion who had filled them with pride. Dumbledore nodded politely towards Harry and he nodded back. Finally, last but not the least, the healer in our midst who has commanded the team when it was at its worst. The crowd cheered even before Bagman announced the name, so under the urgency of the crowd he quickly iterated Loki's loot. 1600 points for being the first to rescue his hostage and 1600 more for healing his teammates all throughout the competition, especially in the end with the transfigured rock golem. Loki has achieved an astounding 3200 points. The entire crowd broke out into cheers, especially when Bagman mentioned the rock golem. It sounded like a gunshot, or more likely a cannon, had gone off in the Quidditch stadium, and Loki accepted it all with an elegant bow. The champions were then huddled back into their healing tent so that the students could go back to the castle to discuss the absolutely exciting match they had just seen while the champions were informed of the 3rd task. Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch Sr. along with the headmasters of the 3 schools entered the tent. They made their way to the champions who were now alone since the hostages had been asked to leave for the private talk they would be having. Congratulations Mr. Loki for ranking first in this task. Bagman congratulated Loki before turning to Barty Crouch Sr. for him to talk. This meeting is held to inform the champions of the 3rd task, which will happen on the date, June 24, 1995. The contents of the task will be revealed on the day, but the riddle which hints at it will be revealed right now. Everyone became alert at the mention of a riddle and looked at Barty Crouch Sr. with focus. I will only say this once, so listen very carefully. Everyone nodded. You will blow winds to the top on this day. Since clouds are waiting to drench you today. The end of the day comes with a worker's pay. Since you're only worth as much you don't say. Will one conquer the other you shall weigh. Everyone felt a little sharp as Barty Crouch Sr. finished the riddle. No one was able to crack it immediately, but they all made sure to remember each word of what was said. And even if they'd missed something, the champions were sure their headmasters would remind them of it. The champions were hence dismissed to their dormitories, and as soon as Loki entered the Slytherin common room, for the first time, he found a party hosted just for him. It looked like the entire Slytherin common room had gathered just to throw a celebration irrespective of their status in the house. Several people came to congratulate Loki, and a few even asked for his autograph, which Loki graciously gave only a few off since he wanted to make them a rare commodity which he could use to earn money later. It was only a few hours later that Loki was allowed the company of peace as he entered his room and locked the door. He thought about the riddle for a while, but given the slightly ominous wording he left it for later. Instead, Loki opened the book he was using to design his ritual and looked at everything that was written in it. I need to get my ritual completed. I've already finished digesting my potion, 80% from the theft of the door blasphemy card and giving its potion to a simple human, a theft from the gods for the humans, and another 20% from the theft from the chained god given to an angel. If I'm not wrong, you know who is trying to do something to return at the end of this year in some fashion like the other times once again. Which means that I need to finish the ritual before he returns. I have a strong feeling that I'll be completely outmatched if I'm not stronger. Can I ask for Daphne's help? With her mom telling her that being with me is beneficial for her, I don't think I want to get entangled with them just yet. I don't know what they might do if I do something to anger them. Having terrible luck would literally be the worst outcome. Sigh how troublesome. But how interesting. Chapter 342, Chatterbox. Walking around in Nocturne Alley, Loki looked around himself to see if anyone was around him. He was supposed to be paired with Hermione to do a routine patrol to clear up the recent troublemakers who were trying to perform some random, evil ritual to gain power. It had become almost a weekly occurrence for the Hogwarts students to come out into Nocturne Alley to perform this routine, and Loki had taken advantage of this. Once there was no one around him, which he confirmed with divination, Loki changed his clothes into something showy with the help of transfiguration, adding a golden monocle using illusions, before he used apparition, an ability he'd temporarily stolen from a random wizard, to teleport to 12 Grimmauld Place. Once here, Loki casually strode into the place under the guise of an illusion that kept everything about him hidden. As he walked to the stairs going to the basement, he found himself looking at Sirius Black, who was blacked out at the head of the stairs. Loki frowned as he looked at him, feeling an inherent sense of disgust towards the man. Is this how he represents the House of Black to our guests? Loki kicked him a little and caused him to tumble away, but Sirius didn't sense a thing since he was more worried about saving his head, which was suddenly getting knocked on each stair as he rolled down like a ball. Loki walked past him to the underground basement and stepped into the room to search for an object he'd remembered seeing here. Loki walked past Walburga's coffin. He looked at it for a bit before giving his respects and walking away. Finally, Loki came to a stop at an old register. Loki opened the thick book and began to search through the several names written in it. Not this village. Not this village either. This one. No, there are too few villages nearby. Loki was going through a book that detailed all the properties owned by the Black family all across Britain. There were several, but most were so old Loki had to cross them out since they'd turned into major points in and around the city of London. There were several other pages of information that Loki glanced over because the book had a strange set of records every few pages which in detail noted some sort of ritualistic experiment that had been conducted in the Black family properties in these places. They seemed to be related to demons given how a few details were written in what Loki recognized was the language of foulness, but since Loki didn't have very much time right now, he quickly skipped over all of them, opting to read more about them later once he was free or when school ended. Loki was using only properties related to the Black family since he believed that these places would have some sort of protection against any sudden interferences from other wizards, and no one would dare to try and perform their own experiments in these places. Finally, using divination to help speed up his searching, Loki found a decently populated village built on the route from London to Birmingham, Burnham. Loki didn't waste time drawing up a picture using a ritual to make his apparition accurate since he just needed to be in the general area. Loki memorized the general position on the map provided in the book and walked out of the Black family home, kicking Sirius a few times, accidentally, as he stepped out. Once out of the Black family home, Loki operated to a random street in Burnham. He casually walked up to a man who was sipping on his tea while enjoying his garden and the rare wonderful weather and asked him a question. "Sir, if I may." The man nodded as he settled the tea on its plate. "Where exactly am I right now? Am I in Burnham?" Loki asked casually, but seeing the man look at him like he was a fool, he explained. "It is a completely reasonable question," Loki said while surgically placing the thought into the man's mind. "I'm part of a drama troupe that's performing at Birmingham tomorrow, and I need to get my assistant to come pick me up today. So if I wanted him to come over, where would I tell him to pick me up?" The man thought for a moment as he looked at Loki's elegant three-piece suit and his flowing robes along with the cane in his hand, and nodded to himself before he said, "You're a long way from Birmingham, aren't you? If you need someone to pick you up, tell him he needs to get you at the Burnham post office. It's right round the corner." Loki nodded and walked away after giving the man a polite thanks for answering him in spite of interrupting his tea time. Turning the street, Loki entered a lonesome alleyway and quickly set up a wall of spirituality with a silver knife. Once that was done, Loki pulled out the gold chatterbox and placed his fingers in the 4 cups. Alright, I know it works, and I know the price, now I just have to use it to advance my sequence. Loki took a few deep breaths to calm down and then closed his eyes as he imagined a specific image of himself. In his mind, he was wearing a dark regal three-piece suit, added to it was a royal blue robe dotted with stars on his back, he was holding a black cane with silver inlays and had a golden monocle on his right eye along with a regal blue witch's hat that patiently rested on his head. His focus was clear and there was no other thought in his mind. Not even a ripple disturbed the clear image he had pictured. Slowly, very slowly, Loki poured his spirituality into the golden chatterbox. Nothing happened for a second before the chatterbox hummed and began to manipulate his nimble fingers, opening and closing in a distinct pattern that mimicked how a normal person would use it. Suddenly the hum was disturbed and there was a soothing magical sound that flowed out of the chatterbox. Chatterbox, chatterbox, what do you say? The chatterbox asked. I say, I want a dream, what do you say? Loki replied. Chatterbox, chatterbox, a dream 10,000 large. What do you say? I say, that's what I want. There was no verbal response to the answer Loki had given and the chatterbox fell silent as if it had died. But Loki knew even with his closed eyes that the chatterbox was anything but dead. A sudden unknowing wave spread along Loki's subconscious. His body of heart and mind, which was just undisturbedly still, was suddenly humming. The hum was strong and ungiving in the beginning, laying on the surface, but soon it started to sink deeper and deeper into Loki's mind. It felt like the hum had arrived as a guest and had left lighter after leaving something behind in his mind. Loki waited patiently for the next few minutes and once he was sure that there was nothing else going to happen, he slowly opened his eyes. Damn, I knew what was coming, yet it felt so strange and uncomfortable. Loki looked around himself. Nothing seemed to have changed at all. No one was asleep, or even sleepy. Under his guise of invisibility, Loki found the men he'd spoken to and found him drinking his tea perfectly safe. If he didn't trust his research on the object in his hand because of his mastery of runes, he wouldn't have believed that something had even happened to these people. But trusting the process, Loki used apparition and left Burnham arriving at Nocturne Alley, right where he had teleported from in the first place. Loki found Hermione after a few minutes and concluded the weekly patrol as they returned to Hogwarts. But Loki was excited, terribly excited for today as he walked back into the dungeons, into his room, and hid behind a wall of spirituality as he stared at the simple beaker with the contents of an incomplete glimmering potion. Chapter 343, Sequence 5, Dream Stealer. Waiting in his dark room looking at the golden chatterbox strewn on his table, Loki felt very nervous. Will someone notice? Will Adam notice? What if something goes wrong and some evil god is able to intercept the ritual? What if she, no. Calm down, Loki. Loki stayed silent for a while before his feet inadvertently began tapping the floor in tension. Finally, Loki caught his knee and he sighed to loosen himself before he charmed himself. I'm perfect. What could go wrong? Precisely. Suddenly it was easy for Loki to put on a smile as he patiently looked at the chatterbox. Loki pulled out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It was already 10 p.m. They haven't slept yet. Loki waited about 2 more hours with patience before the effect of his self-foolery started to wear off, bringing back with it his nervousness. But just as Loki was about to begin tapping his feet, the golden chatterbox came alight. A golden halo formed around it as it floated into the air and pointed at Loki. Chatterbox, chatterbox, a dream for the unaware. Miles away, in the small town that Loki had visited earlier, nearly every member of the town dreamt of an illusory whimsical man wearing a monocle in their sleep. He simultaneously appeared in all their dreams, making them all feel different things. Some automatically flocked to the men and tried to surround him, giving into his charm that put him in the spotlight, while others quickly rushed away, trying to hide their secrets from him, afraid that he'd figure out their deepest desires. A few aware, remained confused about what was happening, but they too were charmed when the dreamy man spoke in a soothing tone. This is all a dream. You will go back to sleep now. In Loki's room, the chatterbox dimmed before collapsing onto the table as Loki immediately stood up and moved to the table. He first picked up the beaker with the incomplete green potion inside it, then carefully opened the drawer and pulled out a simple ingredient from inside it. Loki looked at it and thought back to what he had to do to get a hold of the main ingredients for this potion. He'd run around all week, sending letters to Nicholas and Prenell to help find the 2 main ingredients, the scale of a Qilin, willingly given, and the pearl of a royal mermaid clam, untouched for 20 years. Both the ingredients were ridiculously rare to find. A Qilin was an animal that was said to be pure of heart and could recognize others whose souls were meant for greatness and glory without being affected by the two. They were so important and accurate at detecting the pure of heart in fact that the newly born Qilin was used to decide the reigning supreme mugwump during each election of the International Confederation of Wizards, who was currently Dumbledore. To get a scale of a Qilin willingly was only possible if one was pure of heart. Similarly, the pearl of a mermaid clam was used to identify the ruling king of the merman population who would lead the merman population in the world. Deciding things like their travel routes, the sea they would settle in and make their home, and several other things like their relation with wizards, or even if they were going to interact with the outer world and such. The pearl was made in a clam given to chosen contestants during their childhood. The quality and size of this pearl when the contestant chose to participate in the race was what decided who would become the king. To obtain a pearl that had remained untouched for 20 years meant that the person who got it would have had to meet a merman who nurtured their pearl for 20 years only to give up participating in the competition to become the king. It was a pearl that was nearly impossible to simply come by. But Nicholas and Prenell had done the unthinkable and helped Loki find the two items and delivered them to him without asking for any compensation in return. At least I didn't have to go to Rob's warehouse this time, Loki thought thankfully. Picking up the beautiful rose-pink pearl from his drawer, Loki dropped it into the incomplete green potion. The pearl floated on the surface of the potion for a few seconds before it started to dissolve into the potion bit by bit until there was nothing left and the potion changed colors from the emerald green it was before to the rose-pink of the pearl. Looking at the golden chatterbox that was still floating, Loki picked up the beaker and gulped down its entire contents in a single gulp. The potion slipped past his gullet before landing in his stomach silently as it began to be absorbed by all the individual cells in his body. An invisible force attracted them and Loki started to feel his body heat up. Slowly, Loki saw several protrusions happening under his skin as he forced himself to use cogitation to calm down. His mind still kept wandering and his body mutating, but slowly Loki began to feel an ethereal connection that sprouted out of his body and spread around the world. It felt like several eyes were watching him. Watching his every move as if they were anticipating his words. As if they were looking at him with awe and respect. Loki felt the spotlight was on and the world was waiting for his words. With this connection to the world, Loki felt his loss of control calm down. It felt as if his world had begun to fall into an anticipatory silence. Loki slowly opened his eyes and inspected himself. With the flick of his finger, an almost lifelike illusion appeared before him. Loki activated spirit vision and found the illusion in front of him partially alive. Anyone without a deep inspection wouldn't be able to tell that the person created by the illusion was a fake. Loki himself found it rather hard to believe what he had created was not alive. It had a spirit body and a body of heart and mind along with an astral body. Loki however knew instinctively that it wasn't a completely perfect illusion since it was missing something that he couldn't quite comprehend but could feel. Loki turned his attention to his body of heart and mind. He felt he could look at his thoughts with a profound sense of clarity. Each ripple on its surface felt like it conveyed to him a clear story of what had caused it in the first place. But that wasn't what excited Loki the most. What he found captivating was the trace those ripples in his body of heart and mind led to deeper in his consciousness. Loki could trace back the origin of these thoughts to his subconscious. Being something he hadn't been able to interact with until now, Loki was curious how he could use this new ability to manipulate his enemies without a reliable beyonder from the spectator pathway to find out any errors in their subconscious. It felt empowering to know that if he caught a person off guard in their sleep, he could plant thoughts of puppeteered devotion to him in them, through their dreams, so that they'd think of him favorably. With this, I can even use my own subconscious to venture into the collective sea of subconscious of all the people around me so that I can know more about them. It should even be helpful for my plan against you-know-who. Above all, this is one more way I can stay safe from Adam. Loki thought to himself. Although he hasn't tried to directly manipulate me yet, if he ever does I'll immediately be able to tell. Chapter 344, Mysteries. Loki stared at the parchment in his hands, written on which was the riddle that was given to the champions at the end of the second task. The wind will blow from bottom to top on this day. Wind doesn't go from bottom to top, does it have something to do with fire? Or hot air? And the line, will one conquer the other you shall weigh, probably indicates that we're going to be split into teams. Will it be another game like the second task? And conquering seems like a harsh word to use. Would you use the word conquer for a war between just two people? Will there be others? But that might make things unfair, and people are here to watch the Triwizard Champions, not some grand war. But it would be a spectacle for sure, so I'm not very sure. If we go that route, what could this mean? Is there something physical to steal? Something that both sides are fighting for and we have to protect or steal? Loki thought for a while as he looked at the piece of paper, hoping to glean more information about the third task from it. But after a while, his eyes fell on the watch Professor Snape had gifted him and they widened. Loki. You're late. Hermione complained with her hands on her hips. Sorry, got a little distracted with the hint that was given to us for the third task. Hermione's gaze softened and she nodded, after which the two of them turned to Daphne, who was holding onto the portkey that would apparate them to the Ministry of Magic. Daphne shared the ring with them and they all touched it with their fingers. The ring vibrated in a buzz for a few seconds before they vanished from their spot in a swoop as they reappeared in a rather dark room in the Ministry of Magic. The trio then walked up to Ethan's room in a practiced way, with Daphne opening the door as she spoke to him. Are we patrolling Nocturne Alley today too? Yes. Nothing different about it. There have been sightings of a few dark wizards performing a dark ritual to summon a demon, but no secondary reports of them succeeding or failing. So your mission today will be to find out whether it was a false warning or something that really needs our attention. Daphne nodded and picked up the mission files before walking out with Loki and Hermione following her as they used the flow network to reach their hideout in Nocturne Alley. "What's up, Daphne?" "The usual." Loki asked calmly. "Yes. It's a ritual regarding summoning another demon. Let's split up and see if we can find out more." Daphne nodded casually and looked at Hermione. Knowing what to do, Hermione pulled out her pendulum and performed a simple divination to figure out if their splitting to gather information would be dangerous. The pendulum spun clockwise, slowly indicating a very low level of danger. A casual result in Nocturne Alley. Daphne nodded and with a quick glance at each other, they split ways. Loki quickly entered the Sapphire Castle and performed a few divinations to figure out exactly what they were dealing with. The information about a group of people summoning a demon in Nocturne Alley is true. Loki repeated the statement 7 times and when he opened his eyes found the pendulum spinning clockwise. Loki then performed a simple dream divination. What demon did the group of people summon in Nocturne Alley? Loki's vision shifted to reveal a simple scene with a wooden shack where 4 people knelt on the floor as they looked on at the altar in the center. They're from Nocturne Alley. How are they so well dressed and groomed? Loki looked around the room and saw a wall of spirituality clinging to the wooden walls of the only room in the shack lit up by 3 candles on the altar. With nothing else of note around the room, Loki focused his attention back on the 4 people. They hadn't said anything yet, but Loki saw one of them opening their mouths to speak. Mother Tree of Dash. As soon as the first words were spoken, Loki immediately exited the dream by forcing his body to wake up. Loki immediately examined himself for any signs of corruption and only once he was satisfied that there were none did he calm down. All right. They did summon a devil. Probably a good one at that. Loki thought. Does this one also have an item that gives it the abilities of one of the sequences of the Lord of the Mysteries pathway? Which one would this be? Hermione's divination said none of us would be in danger, but given that the demon is probably dangerous, it is safe to assume that the demon is hiding. Strange, why summon a demon and then ask it to hide? Unless this is a preparation for a plan in the future. You know whose plan? I'll see if I can do something. But should I expose it now or use it to my advantage? Well, I don't know if I can even find it right now, safely at least. And even if I do, I doubt I can rationalize a way to find any demon that truly wants to stay hidden, for the rest of the group. Especially if it is one related to her directly. I could ask Ethan to call Laura, but I feel like I can use this situation to my advantage better. Loki exited the Sapphire Castle and carried out a simple investigation by talking to the people around the area he had taken up. Loki eventually arrived at the shack that he had seen in his vision and after asking around easily learned that several rich people had been visiting the shack over the last week, but the shack was empty now and there were no traces or signs that could be used to divine what had happened to these men or even their faces. There was also no sign of any demon hiding in the shack. So Loki walked back to their meeting point, the place that had their flu exit point, and waited. I still don't have a concrete idea about how I'd advance to sequence 4 and complete the required ritual to steal the spotlight from a demigod. But, I have a plan I could implement. It would take a long time and I don't know if I can really use the trick I am thinking of. But, could it be possible? I'll test it out when I go back to Hogwarts today. Loki put a stopper to his thoughts since he heard Hermione and Daphne returning and so he stood up from his chair and greeted them by opening the door. Find anything? Daphne asked. I didn't find much. Just that there is a suspicious shack several rich people have recently been frequenting at the edge of Nocturne Alley. Couldn't find any traces with the help of divination or even rituals. I could take you there if you want me to, but I doubt you'll find much too. Wanna go? No. Daphne shook her head before informing them of their next actions. Let's report this to Ethan and end it here. I'm sure he has better mystical items to figure out if this thing is worth wasting our time on. Loki nodded and with Daphne and Hermione, returned to Hogwarts after their short stop at the Ministry of Magic to inform Ethan. They spent time working on the article for the 3rd task for which Loki conveniently leaked the riddle the champions were given so that everyone could get in on it and enjoy the ride. Of course, Loki also visited the betting stands later to check out and place bets on which interpretations of the riddle were right. Good luck on the 3rd task, Loki. Hermione wished Loki luck and split up at the end of the day. Loki nodded and patiently returned to his room where he entered the Sapphire Castle and pulled up a long-lost item that he hadn't touched since the end of last year. Let's see what mysteries you hold, little guy. I'd like to know if I can use you to my advantage in some way. Chapter 345, Wishing Well. Covering the time turner in his hand in his spirituality, Loki was able to make the runes on its surface appear. Was this made by another person in the error pathway? Loki wondered since the arrangement of the runes on the time-traveling device was nearly perfect. At least Loki couldn't find any obvious ways to improve them. The Disc of Wishes is still better than this, they were made in similar styles, but the Time Turner feels more like an outcome of a bored triviality instead of a masterpiece. With the runes revealed, Loki copied them into a book and started rearranging them to find out which god or goddess they pointed towards and took help from. But Loki was left surprised as he put together the last pieces of the puzzle. The error pathway. So I made all the Time Turners remaining in the world. Loki frowned at the idea and couldn't believe it, especially since the only other alternative was that there was some other error pathway user out there that could make such a complex item. Loki then held the Time Turner and performed a dream divination. Materials used to make this item. Loki repeated the question 7 times and closed his eyes using cogitation to enter a half-sleep state, letting his astral projection roam through the spirit world. His vision remained dark for a few seconds before Loki found a man whose face he knew well, sitting by the window of what appeared to be a large castle. Gehrman Sparrow. In the man's hands was a translucent worm with 12 transparent rings around it. The man simply waved his hand and caused the worm to die soundlessly before turning into a pile of dust on the table. In the pile of dust was a small, nail-sized, worm-like Beyonder characteristic which the man picked up and absorbed into his own body. Once the Beyonder characteristic vanished into his body, the man looked around the room to pick up a small hourglass with an ornate golden frame and waved his hand over it. Magically the lid of the hourglass disappeared. The man calmly levitated the pile of dust on the table and poured it into the hourglass before waving his hand again to seal it off without spilling or wasting anything. The man then set up an altar and performed a ritual Loki was very familiar with. It was a sacrificial ritual that was directed towards the error god himself. I pray for the power of time. I pray for the power of errors. I pray for the god's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to bless this device so that it can steal time and give its user the ability to travel through time with the help of the stolen time. Beetle grass juice, a herb that belongs to the domain of error, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Twilight dew, a fragrance that belongs to the limbo of time, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. The centralmost candle flame flickered and immediately grew in size before forming an ancient door with the symbol of the error god on it. The door slowly opened and Loki along with Gehrman Sparrow saw a man whose face was obscured by the grey fog looking down at the item that was presented to him on the altar. The man only looked at the hourglass item before a sharp golden glow emitted from the item forcing Loki and Gehrman Sparrow to close their eyes. By the time they opened them again, the door had closed and vanished leaving behind a simple glowing golden hourglass. Loki's vision broke at that moment and he returned to his seat in the Sapphire Castle with a few questions. So I went back in time and made all the Time Turners. And I made it with the help of my worms of time and blessing from the Sapphire Castle. How intriguing. But how did I go so far back in time? I'm sure the Time Turners don't go so far back. If it could, several people would have already tried to do so and left behind a legacy of some sort for the future generations to discover. Loki continued to study the runes for a little longer before deciding, if I can't travel so far back in time simply by using a Time Turner, could it be that I used a wish from the Disc of Wishes? But how do I fulfill other people's wishes first so that I can make my own wish come true? And I'd likely have to fulfill several high-level wishes so that I can ask for a wish to travel such a large distance through time. Loki thought for a while and came up with an idea. What if I use Sunny's help to make people's wishes come true? Perhaps I can make them dream that their wishes have come true. I could even use my illusion skills to try and make their wishes come true. Loki nodded, satisfied with his decision before he left the Sapphire Castle. Loki called out Sunny and spoke to him calmly, I have a job for you. And if we earn any money, all of it will go into your pocket. Money? Sunny asked for confirmation. Yes. You can keep all of it with the store we're going to run. What will we do? We'll set up a store to give people whatever they wish for. And when we accept their request, you'll have to pull them into a dream which will revolve around their wish. Except you'll have to make the wish have a bad ending which will make them want to end it all and go back to the time they requested the wish. That's when I break the dream and pretend like it all never happened. Sunny asked with excitement. Yep. Loki nodded before explaining, this will also help you digest your soul Asura potion that you haven't digested for so long. After Sunny's acceptance, Loki immediately donned an illusion to keep him hidden from the world as he walked out of the castle, going towards Hogsmeade. Once Loki was out of range of the castle wards, he twisted in space before vanishing from his spot. Arriving at a remote location in Nocturne Alley, Loki set up a stall in the black market. The stall was created using an illusion and Loki transfigured a chair out of a rock for himself to sit in and wait. The banner on his store was simple, written using neon lights as it stood out in the dark. Wishing well, 1 wish per galleon. But the people in the market still paid no attention to his stall. It was something that everyone looked at once or twice because of the neon signage and flashing lights, but none ever approached it seriously. Noticing their hesitation, Loki quickly came up with an idea. Soon a man dressed like the other people in the black market, wearing a hooded robe, arrived at the stall. He looked around for any eavesdroppers and then stated his wish with a little hesitation. His voice was loud but not bold, giving him the appearance of a man who was trying his best to overcome embarrassment. "I want to have enough money that I could drown in it all." The man asked Loki, who just smiled at him. "Of course, sir. I shall arrange it for you immediately." Chapter 346, Plague. After the men left with a coin purse that seemed to be dripping with gold galleons, everyone around the stall had their eyes widen. People looked at the men who had just left before looking at Loki and his ridiculous stall. They couldn't understand if it was all a scam or something was playing tricks with their eyes. As such, one of the participants reached out to the men and caught his shoulder. "Hey man, did you seriously get money for dash? Don't touch me." The robbed man shouted, attracting even more attention before he pulled out his wand and started to threaten everyone who was around him. "This is mine. I got it. None of you tried when you had the time to do it. And now I have it. Don't come close to me." The man shouted as his deep red eyes shone from under his robe, scaring everyone who looked at him. The man walked a little further before he turned around a corner, and almost immediately everyone heard a loud pop before the man was gone via apparition. At least that's how it seemed to the people there. Instantly everyone's eyes locked in Loki's direction, but to their horror, Loki was already packing up the store. He flicked his wand and brought down the lights, and he stuffed them all into a tiny bag on his waist. A woman quickly walked up to Loki and looked at him while dropping her sleeves a little. "Could I take up your time, mister?" Loki looked at the woman and gave her a well-meaning smile. "Oh, I'm sorry. As kind as you may be, I need to leave. I have finished my work here. Perhaps I might come back again. I might not. Who really knows? I promise to be worth it," the woman said, revealing herself even more, but Loki only laughed softly at her display. The entire store was soon packed into his bag, and Loki was about to walk away when a few rough-looking men surrounded him by pulling out their wands. "Are you sure about that?" Loki asked with his smile still on his face. In fact, if one glanced at him the right way, they would even realize that the smile felt threatening, dangerous, as if they were standing in front of a guillotine. "You ain't leaving this place now, boy." The leader of the small ragtag group pulled up out of the darkness. "Boy. Ha. That's the second best joke I'll be hearing for the rest of the day." One of the men felt his statement was odd and asked, "Second best?" "Oh, of course, the first would be when I hear you squealing like pigs." "Who oink?" The man hurriedly looked at his friends and tried to explain, *oink *oink oink. Another man looked at him annoyedly and started, "What are you do, oink oink oink," before squealing the same way the first man was. The men all looked at each other and started shouting, but soon the group had entirely turned into people oinking at each other. Loki looked at them all and burst out laughing as he slapped his thighs. "Ha ha 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 ha, didn't I tell you guys? This is hilarious. Ain't it, fellas?" Loki said, looking at the other people around them who were positively afraid and shivering. A few began to run away and a few more collapsed in the same place out of fear. There were a few who raised their wands, but Loki simply waved his hand as if he was grabbing something out of the air, and when they finished waving their wands, nothing happened. It was as if they'd suddenly forgotten how to cast their spells. They knew they were wizards, but how could they counter this? A man who could steal their knowledge of magic. Loki laughed a little more before he slowly walked away into the darkness, shouting, "I'll come back for more tomorrow. If you guys can keep me entertained like this, I'll come back even more." The darkness finally fell and Loki vanished from everyone's sight without them even being able to tell where he had gone or even how he'd vanished. It was as if the darkness had obeyed his commands and swallowed him whole. The night had settled along with the fear in people's hearts, but the streets had only become livelier as the tale of what had just happened spread around the darkest parts of the alley like wildfire. Loki, who was watching everything unfold while hiding under illusions, was happy. That spell I used was quite amazing, wasn't it? Loki thought back to the method he used to make all the people in the group about to attack him start speaking like pigs. The principle was simple. He planted a simple thought deep into the mind of the person about to attack him first. He made him subconsciously think that he was a pig and could only speak with oinks. This subconscious thought then spread to those nearby in the sea of the subconscious. Basically, when someone spoke to a person speaking in oinks, their own subconscious would be infected by the thought. It was a chain reaction. Although it was funny, it wasn't something that Loki could sustain for long, since he had to provide the spiritual power to keep the suggestion spreading. In this case, the people would be affected for about a day if they didn't spread it around. And if they did, it'd last for half a day with about 50 people infected. Loki did this so that the people would remember him when he came back tomorrow and wouldn't try to do something funny again. He was serious when he wanted to fulfill people's wishes so that he could make a wish in exchange. It was an item that might be helpful to him at his worst, so he didn't want to waste any more time working on it. What do you think, Sonny? I didn't get to digest any of my potion tonight. You'll get a chance tomorrow. Won't the news about what you did today travel to the Ministry of Magic? It will, and I'm betting on it. Ah. Why? The more powerful the people that come, the faster I will be able to fulfill strong wishes. What if someone you can't stop comes here? I have a favor to cash in anyway. And I'm pretty sure I know who'll come if we manage to make a slightly big scene. Whatever you say. I'm going back to my party. Party? You guys are holding a party in the spirit world. Why am I not invited? And who are you holding a party with in the first place? TSK. What do I get by telling you about Dash? Sunny started but changed his tune when he saw a gold galleon flipping on Loki's fingers. Me, the snake, the orange cat and the unicorns, even a few tree people you hang out with were invited. Orange cat. Crookshanks. How do you know her? Met her on a walk during the night. I seriously need to know what you're doing on your night runs nowadays. Sunny didn't say anything and only grabbed the coin in Loki's hands before stuffing it into its pouch and walking away into the spirit world, leaving behind an exasperated Loki who was forced to return empty-handed back to Hogwarts. Chapter 347, Tarot Club, Mysterious Demand. Sirius stood in silence under the gaze of the rest of the Tarot Club members. Even Loki was a little surprised by the words that had come out of Sirius's mouth. So he made Mr. World speak. Although I am glad that I can share the greatness of our Lord and Savior Mr. Error. I am confused about what brought about this sudden change in you, Mr. Star. Sirius turned to look at Mr. World and then spoke after a soft nod. I have recently understood my great ignorance about the matters regarding the Tarot Club. My disrespect to the gathering alone should have been enough for Mr. Error to smite me down. But given his magnanimous heart and kind feelings towards us all as he bears with our frankly childish behavior, I knew I had to redeem myself. While everyone was either surprised or laughing internally, Loki was frowning. His body of heart and mind. It's well protected. Much better than his usual mental defensive rune work. Is he trying to cook up something, or is he genuinely sorrowful about his actions? He shouldn't be of the crafty sort, but I don't know him well enough to be a judge of his actions. But I think I can lay a trap for him to see how he reacts. So with his mind made up, Loki made Mr. World speak up again. I understand your eagerness, Mr. Star. And I have just the right mission for you if you'd like to prove your eagerness to Mr. Error. Perhaps you might even become his blessed in the future if you do well. Everyone was surprised by Mr. World's words. Especially Mr. Devil, who gained a crafty look in his eyes. To become once blessed so easily. I should inform the Low Master about this. Sirius looked excited too, as if the very thing he desired had happened. Yet, when he opened his mouth, he appeared elegant and refined, or at least tried to if not for his casual words. So what would the mission be? Mr. World looked around at everyone for a few seconds before speaking in a humorous tone. How would you like an assassination mission? There has been someone who has repeatedly attacked the blessed of Mr. Error. They have been relentless and have even attacked me a couple of times. And even though they failed each time with none of their plans succeeding, it would be a perfect test for you to show your ability. Hermione and Dominic froze when they heard the word, assassination. Even Sirius looked a little uncertain while Snape, Crouch and Fleur all looked at Mr. World with an inquisitive gaze. Each one of them was either surprised by the ruthlessness of the first mission that Sirius was being given, or curious about what Sirius's response would be. And so they all waited with bated breaths for Sirius's next words. But not being one to shy away from a challenge, Sirius spoke calmly. Who would the target of this revenge be, Mr. World? Loki wasted no more time and quickly addressed Sirius's question. The Aurora Order. As long as you can identify and kill at least a Sequence 5 Shepherd of the Secret Supplicant pathway, the mission will be considered cleared. As a bonus, I could ask you to kill the current holder of the Beyonder gatherings in Nocturne Alley, Mr. X. I mean, sweeping a potential enemy under the rug isn't really wrong, is it? While everyone had expected Sirius to remain silent and even contemplate about his answer, they were surprised when Sirius responded almost immediately. I can do that. Would that mean that I can earn the grace of Mr. Error? Sirius asked, speaking to Mr. World but looking at Mr. Error. Mr. Error remained silent and it was Mr. World who responded. While I can't speak for Mr. Error's thoughts or stance, and can't confirm anything before the result of your mission, I can tell you this much, Mr. Error strictly adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. If you help us, his blessed, he will make sure to treat you well. Sirius's eyes sparkled. What do you think about it, Mr. Star? Mr. World finally asked with intrigue. There was a slight edge to his voice that made it seem sharp like a knife as Sirius felt the words cut into his mind and coerce an answer out of it without being able to do much against it. With Mr. World's answer feeling satisfactory, Sirius nodded, all right. I'll do it. Dominic was a little confused about how he would proceed. Should I inform Miss Laura about this? But, wouldn't Mr. Error be angry if I do? But this would ruin the balance of power in Nocturne Alley. Snape looked at Sirius judgingly while Fleur smiled as an idea struck her. Mr. World, could I have a mission like it too? I would like to contribute to Mr. Error too. Everyone grew surprised since Miss Empress had never spoken since the start of the Tarot Club. Even when they all greeted Mr. Error at the start of the club, Miss Empress only ever nodded her head. And so everyone was surprised, not just by her words or the eagerness with which she said them, but by the tone of her voice itself. It had suddenly left everyone feeling a primal form of desire as soon as they heard Fleur's voice. It was rather startling since they hadn't prepared against it, but it also revealed her identity to those who knew her. Especially Hermione and Snape, whose eyes instantly widened. Fleur. No way. Mr. World, however, was much calmer and spoke softly. Why don't we make this a competition? As long as either one of you performs the task, you'll be rewarded appropriately by myself. Not by Mr. Error? Fleur asked while looking at Mr. Error. So Loki wrapped his hand around the edge of the table and spoke softly. All right. The acknowledgement caused a tangible joy in both Fleur and Sirius, but they managed to keep it well hidden. With that, Sirius sat back down and relaxed into his seat after sparing Fleur a simple glance and disregarding her since she seemed very dainty and feminine, completely different from what he'd imagine a warrior to be like. Unless she's from the assassin pathway, but is she from there really? Probably not. With the matter settled, Hermione was the one to ask a question next. Mr. World, if I might ask, what price would I have to pay to learn more about the inconsistencies in the acting methods of the various epochs? Everyone was slightly confused by the question, but Loki understood it well. Are you referring to the reason why potions from different sequences have different names in different epochs? Hermione nodded. Mr. World seemed to think about it for a few seconds before he spoke. You're too weak right now to offer me any direct help, and I doubt you can afford very much. Instead, I would like to ask you if you would like to agree to help me out in the future if time needs it. Having nothing to lose with the bargain, Hermione quickly nodded, but then remembered about the assassination mission which Sirius had just accepted and spoke up quickly. By Mr. Error as witness, I agree to help you out as long as the work doesn't go beyond my morals. I see, that should be good enough. Mr. World declared, causing everyone in the gathering to fall silent. Would you like me to tell everyone about this, or do you want to be the only person that hears this? Everyone looked at Hermione, and it was clear that they were all trying to mentally pressure her into speaking in front of everyone. Hermione was quick to pick up on this and fell into a little bit of a conundrum regarding the matter, but soon forced out an accepting nod after saying, you can share it with everyone. Chapter 348, Tarot Club, Sequence 0. Mr. World nodded. All right then, I'll let everyone hear about this. Everyone fell into a curious silence as they waited with anticipation for Mr. World's next words. There are two reasons why the names of potions can change over time from one epoch to another, and sometimes even in the same epoch. 2 reasons. Mr. World nodded. The first reason is something you might have guessed. Words mean something different over time, and hence people find it appropriate to change the names of the potions to better reflect what they think it means. Is that all? Hermione asked studiously. What about names like Sequence 7, Psychiatrist of the Spectator Pathway, which alludes to helping people and solving their mental problems and issues, while the older name of the same sequence, Psyche Analyst, only alludes to analysis of the psyche and not helping others? There's a tangible difference in that, isn't there? Loki flashed a hidden smile when he saw Hermione so studious, and so decided to entertain her a little. You are right. There is a tangible difference, and Sequence 7 Psychiatrist isn't alone in this matter. There are several other potions which have changed similarly and mean something very different right now. Like the Sequence 6, Artisan, which was changed from Machinery Specialist, or the Sequence 5, Astronomer, which was changed from Astromancer in the same Savant Pathway. Or like the Sequence 7, Detective, which was changed from Knowledge Keeper of the Reader Pathway. And this is what I was alluding to in the first line of my explanation. There are 2 reasons for this change, and although one of them is the simple transition of the meaning of words, the other is much more interesting. Another reason? Hermione asked, frowning a little as she tried to think of what this new reason could be that she'd missed out on. Mr. World nodded and explained softly as everyone moved forward a little in interest. The second reason is that the true god of the pathway was changed in some way, either totally by a new god or because of some incident which caused a part of him or her to change. Loki's words brought about both confusion and a little bit of excitement in everyone present. Hermione was quick to ask the bubbling questions that had risen up in her mind from the reason Loki had just explained. The true gods of the pathway have control over their pathways. How do they change the abilities that the potion provides? Shouldn't the same potion brewed at different points in time require the same acting to digest? Before Hermione could go on and on about her questions, rambling off until she could, Mr. World interrupted her. Yes. I don't know. And no, not necessarily. Snape, who was sitting beside Loki, was a little confused by Loki's answer to the question that the same potion brewed at different points in time would not have the same effects. And Loki seemed to have noticed this since Mr. World looked at Snape and spoke calmly. You must know, Mr. Moon, that potions brewed at different times of the day have different effects, right? After all, there are several potions that require just the right phase of the moon to be brewed properly or need to be stewed for long enough based on the cycles of the moon to gain the right effect. Everyone looked at Mr. Moon and saw him nod. But Hermione quickly interrupted. But those are still fixed conditions, right? If I brewed a polyjuice potion in the second epoch, I would still have had the same effects as I would gain right now, right? Hermione asked with a slight frown. And Snape seemed to agree since he was looking at Mr. World with interest too. But Mr. World shook his head. Not necessarily. Have you ever wondered why potions have the effects they do? I mean, we know that mixing things in the right order gives us certain potions and their beyonder effects, but why does this happen? Why does it give us those effects? The question stumped everyone present, and Snape was the only one who felt a little excited by the question since it was something he'd wondered for a long time about without gaining any real progress towards a solution. Mr. World scanned the gathering and after a few seconds of silence, spoke clearly. It is because the corresponding true gods bless those potions to have those effects. Mr. World's words pushed everyone into a stunned silence for a few seconds before their minds started to buzz like bees with random explosions of thoughts. But Mr. World seemed to care little for their thoughts as he continued. True gods are physical manifestations of all the qualities of their pathways, and so they can control all sources that manifest it. That is, they can control the potions that are related to their domain, or in simple words, their pathway. Hermione's mouth opened and closed for a few seconds before Mr. World continued to explain again. Although I don't know how they do such a thing, I do know that this is how it works. So as long as a true god changes the way their control is manifested, the potion names are naturally changed to match them by those following them. Sometimes even changed on orders of the very god of the pathway itself. It is based on this that I suspect that the potions we drink to advance our sequences as beyonders are related to the true gods in some way, so when they change, the effects of potions change along with them. There was a stunned silence in the halls of the Sapphire Castle as everyone processed Loki's words. But that was when they all heard and saw Mr. Error wrapping his fingers around the edge of the table. Hermione was the first one to react as she looked at Mr. Error and spoke mentally. Does Mr. Error want to tell us something too? The question resonated in all the minds present since Loki had never really revealed any high-level information while being a true god in their eyes. For example, when Snape had tried earlier, all he got was that he was too weak to know about such a thing. So once they were all looking at him, Loki spoke calmly. True gods are the pinnacle of the pathway. They are the sequence zero of the pathway you follow. For a second everyone was confused, but as the words sank in their minds were blown further. There's a sequence zero, the thought was the first to resonate in everyone's minds. Mr. Devil suddenly started to think about Voldemort and why he was so eager to grow stronger by advancing his sequences. Dominic was surprised that the true god of his pathway, the warrior, was actually a beyonder of his sequence. Fleur, Snape, and Sirius wondered about their true gods, trying to figure out who they might have been in history to become such powerful beyonders. While Hermione was terrified. The true god of my pathway is the pinnacle of my pathway. Sequence zero. But didn't Mr. Error tell me that this pathway was lost to history? Doesn't this mean that there's no true god in my pathway then? What does this mean for me? Can I not advance further anymore or something? Loki went back to relaxing on his chair as he looked at everyone and tried to prevent himself from laughing. But his relaxation was cut short as Hermione asked him a question almost immediately. Mr. Error, then, the pathway you follow, is the error pathway. Loki looked at Hermione and after a few seconds of silence nodded while explaining softly. It is. The sequence zero of the bard pathway is the sun. The sequence zero of the apothecary pathway is the moon. The sequence zero of the assassin pathway is the demoness. The sequence zero of the sleepless pathway is darkness, and the sequence zero of the criminal pathway is the abyss, and so on. Each true god is just the pinnacle of their pathway. And I'm a little different from them all, but I am also the pinnacle of the error pathway. Well, I currently only know myself to be the only error pathway beyonder in this world, so it's not like there's anyone higher than me anyway. But they don't need to know that. And I'm probably closer to being a great old one than any other god. Chapter 349, Scramble. After everyone was gone, Loki calmly exited the Sapphire Castle with a smile and summoned to his hand the two beyonder characteristics from the abyss pathway that he had with the help of the item he'd created to store and summon things in and from the Sapphire Castle into the outside world, wherever he was. What do I make with these things? A danger warning system would be nice. But I should be able to do something better with them, shouldn't I? Especially since you know whose will is in this thing, I should be able to make something much more dangerous. Or, I could use it to study how the danger premonition system works and try to find a method to bypass it. Loki picked up the Sequence 4 Demon Beyonder characteristic and placed it on an examining kit that Nicholas had gifted him. It took him some time to isolate the will of malice and revenge contained inside the Beyonder characteristic, but he was finally able to do so in the end as he wiped his brows and looked at the results with a soft frown. Malice is the most dominant factor in this thing. which has made corruption the only ability easily available to me. I can corrupt people around me in a small radius and cause them to lose their sanity or make them make mistakes in their decisions. While the Beyonder characteristic can also help me detect danger, it is not its prime aim, so it probably won't work as nicely as I expected it to. The Ring of Harvest can serve me for now. I guess I can think about danger premonition later. With his aim set, Loki began to carve out runes using his wand and spirituality into a small ring while setting up a small ritualistic altar to perform a ritual later to help fuse the Beyonder characteristics and the ring. It took him a few hours of staying up late into the night to finish it, but it was complete. A prototype of what he wanted to make was finished. How do I test this? In the castle. I could test it on Malfoy and make him do something stupid, but I'm sure it'll cause a ruckus. And if it's too strong then it might even cause irreversible damage. The Forbidden Forest then. Loki quickly exited his room with the ring on his finger and started walking towards the Forbidden Forest. He navigated through the thicket of trees effortlessly, walking deeper and deeper into the forest without care while covering himself with illusions to appear invisible both in sight and scent because of his new Sequence 5 strength and illusory abilities. After a few minutes, Loki finally arrived at a deep enough part of the forest where he stood in view of the large number of gigantic spiders hanging from the thick branches of trees spread around the canopy. Some were resting on webs, while others were sitting directly on trees, but they were all closely packed together as if they were trying to ward away the heavy cold of the winter months. Can spiders even feel cold? Loki scanned around for a particularly vulnerable spider and calmly floated to it while remaining invisible. Once he was less than 3 meters away from the spider, Loki glanced at the new ominous ring on his finger before pouring his spirituality into it. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but when Loki activated his spirit vision to look at the spider he found it to be rapidly becoming corrupted. A strange dark web-like substance had taken root in the spider's body of heart and mind, making it all look like a parasite had started to grow by consuming its sanity. And as soon as the amount of corruption crossed a third of the size of its clear body heart and mind, the spider woke up with a sudden harsh scream that sounded like it was panicking as it started to realize it was dying. The sound immediately woke up the nearby spiders as they all looked at the spider that was teetering on the edge of the branch, holding on for dear life as it screeched in pain while trying to maintain its sanity. Loki was startled since he hadn't expected the ability to be so powerful. He tried pulling back his spirituality from the ring in an attempt to lessen the effects, but the damage was already done. The spider soon collapsed from its spot on the tree down on the messy forest floor, going through several webs in the process and knocking a few more spiders as it screamed in fear of death. The body of the spider began to mutate almost instantly, with its body showing signs of turning thick and dry like a bark as each joint in its body began to freeze up unnaturally as it was starting to die from the inside out. Loki's eyes widened as he looked at all of this before quickly extending his hand and twisting it to steal the corruption from the spider to prevent things from getting worse. The corruption was instantaneously separated from the spider as it flew into Loki's hands as a rune before he quickly left the area without looking at the result of his actions. Loki rushed back into the castle and quickly teleported into his room once he was inside the dungeons and less than 150 meters away from his room, a range that had increased because of him taking the Sequence 5 Dream Stealer potion. In the forest, where Loki had just vanished from, an old man appeared as he looked at the aftermath of the spider on the floor screeching for its life while the other spiders circled around it carefully and observed it from a distance. The spiders were all startled when they saw Dumbledore appear in front of them so suddenly and made some distance from him too. Dumbledore slowly and freely walked up to the spider on the forest floor and began to closely examine it as he pulled out his wand and tapped it at random intervals. Aragog slowly emerged from his cave, which was formed out of the roots of a tall tree, and looked at Dumbledore in silence before he finally brought up the courage to ask him a question. What happened to him? It isn't what's happened to him that's strange, but how he was cured of it that's a little difficult to answer. Cured? Dumbledore didn't answer the second question and kept staring at the dying spider for a few more seconds before waving his wand and causing the spider to fall unconscious. He then turned towards Aragog and spoke with a soft frown. He will be fine in a few minutes. Did none of you spot anyone entering your area when this happened? Aragog looked at everyone else in his small spider clan, and when no one gave him a response he looked back at Dumbledore and shook his giant spider body. Doesn't seem like it. There's not even a scent remaining for me to trace. Dumbledore's frown deepened before he looked at the spider once again as he stroked his silky beard. Tom. Here. That wasn't in the script, and it doesn't feel like him. Whoever did this was startled away, as if they hadn't expected something like this to happen. Were they testing out their Beyonder abilities? Perhaps a new student has stepped into the abyss. Does Tom want someone on the inside? Dumbledore eventually shook his head and looked at Aragog before speaking softly. I will not be able to do much more for now. Is there a chance of whoever did this to return? Aragog asked politely. Dumbledore looked at the giant spider and smiled. You don't have to worry about that. Whoever did this was startled away, so I doubt they'll be here anytime soon. Aragog nodded with his body, and that was the end of the matter. Chapter 350, Wishing Well. Loki looked laughingly. He was currently inside an unassuming shack acting as the store owner of the Wishing Well stall, which had become a frequent sight in the depths of Nocturne Alley. Sometimes the store would appear with bright lights as if it was reaching out to the whole world about its presence, while other times it would simply appear well merged into its surroundings like it had always existed in its place for eons before. It was a store that sold wishes of different varieties for a different price each time. Sometimes it sold wishes for a drop of your blood, while other times it would sell you a wish simply because the coin flipped heads, but other times you would simply be kicked out of the store even if you wanted to sacrifice yourself. The store had a strange rule. It only accepted one customer each time it was available. And given how sporadic its appearances were, everyone considered it to be lucky to be chosen by the store. Yet, one thing was common among all the people who visited the store: they left the store with the biggest smiles of their lives. Inside the store, Loki watched the man standing in front of him speak while trembling in anger. The man's eyes were red and veiny, his arms were frail but filled with hate, and his body shook with the fuel of hatred. It looked like the man had been cursed by hate itself. I want power. I want the power to take revenge on all those fools who took my daughter's life. I want to make them pay for every last bit of her pain. Loki nodded with a smile as he spoke to the men in an ethereal tone. Take this and go. Once you even so much as scratch them with this knife, they'll die the most painful death anyone could ever suffer. The man looked crazily at the small knife Loki was holding in his palm. There was a strange sense of power it radiated. It seemed as if space seemed to lightly bend around it, as if afraid to touch the object in the wrong way. Will this work? The man asked with a growing sense of satisfaction in his heart. Of course, it will work. I promise you it will work. As long as you scratch your enemies with this, they will suffer, even more than you can imagine. The man nodded before he took the knife from Loki's hands and walked out of the store. He looked at the moon as if reminiscing something of the past, and then his eyes firmed. It showed in his next step, since as the man walked away from the store his steps slowly turned more and more confident. He clenched the knife in his hands firmly as he walked deeper into the dark alleyway. He didn't notice, but the store he'd left behind vanished as if dissolving into smoke that scattered into the air. The men who manned it similarly dissolved into the air with a smile. A small creature rested on his head, but it fell down when the man vanished because it was sleeping peacefully. Squeak. The man walked unhurriedly through the darkness as he crossed several secluded alleyways where people remained hoarded around bundles of fire to escape the waning winter cold. His steps deliberate as he sought out a single destination amidst the routinely occurring horrors around him. Soon the man stopped in front of a silent house. Its silence emerged not from its lack of occupants, but from magic that blanketed the house like a thick curtain. The man looked at the bone knife in his hand, watching its sharp edge before palming it and walking towards the two people guarding its entrance. "He back here, old man? Want to get beaten up again?" one of the guards asked with a laugh as he whipped out his wand. The man gave him a sharp glare but kept walking in his direction. "I guess you have Merlin's balls to come back to this place," the guard said, taking aim as the man walked so close to him that he was only a breath away. "Or maybe just a death wish. Like your daughter. Or are you here to sell someone else's dog dash?" The guard couldn't finish his sentence before the bone dagger turned crimson as it was dyed with blood. The other guard looked at the scene with confusion, since the first guard had suddenly stopped speaking and was suddenly gurgling. But before the other guard could even say or do something, the old man moved closer to him and swiped his neck with the now crimson bone dagger. Both the guards now had their hands on their necks, and their mouths leaked blood. The men stood there waiting for something to happen, and soon enough both the people he had killed by slicing their necks started to tremble. At first, they only tried to scream in pain, but the blood in their throats kept them silent. Soon they started to tremble and scratch their bodies as if there was something inside them that they wanted to tear everything and rip them apart from the inside out. Suddenly their bodies froze in the posture they were in, their hands bent, their clothes torn, their nails scratching at their chest. It was as if someone had doused a bucket of fast-hardening wax on them. This confused the men for a second, and he frowned. "That's it," the men mumbled. But that was when their eyeballs started to frantically spin around, searching for any way to escape the situation they were in. A thick trunk started to grow out of the base of their spine as its branches emerged from the base of their necks. Their mouths hung in perpetual shock as they tried to scream to forget the madness of what was happening to them. Their eyes rolled back and their fingers trembled trying to scratch their chests, but they remained frozen. Soon branches started to sprout out of their fingers, and given how they pointed towards their chests, the branches pierced them, slowly. Remarkably, even after all this, the two guards were alive. But the only indication of their life was the beating heart that was visible through the wound on their chest, the occasional tremor that showed they wanted to break out of the situation, and their frantically rolling eyeballs. Everything else remained frozen. The old man smiled as he gripped the bone knife tighter before walking into the silent house. A macabre art installation of trees with living bodies hung on it emerged in Nocturne Alley that night. It was named the Silent House Incident. Loki, who had retrieved the knife after the old man had acted out his revenge, read about the incident when Ethan assigned them the task of finding out who was involved in this incident and how it had happened. I mean, who'd ever guessed that it was a knife filled with corruption from an outer god and the primordial demoness herself? If Ethan is worried about this, then that means people in the ministry are taking note of the situation. It'd be a good time to spread the word about the Wishing Well store to the entire Ministry of Magic. I should inform Laura about this before the matter gets any bigger so that I can have her backing. I could also tell her that I'm using the store to perform a covert investigation of the darker parts of Nocturne Alley. I mean, I'm half sure you know who is up to something there. I'm sure she already knows something's up too. With the rate of reports about various cults forming in the alley and still escaping our clutches along with the rising number of kidnappings, it stinks of a planned coup of some sort. Someone is trying to worsen the life of people there so that they can do something big. I should prepare a present for him, shouldn't I? After all the trouble he went to make me join the Triwizard Tournament after all. And while I have an idea regarding what I want to do and what I can do, it is still hard to judge if this will work before I actually try it out. If it does work, it would mean I can have the upper hand against you-know-who in a straight fight at least once. It should even be enough to seriously wound him if not kill him outright. But it is pretty hard to pull off. I need to learn about souls to be able to do anything about it all. And above all, I need to grow stronger myself. I need to digest my Sequence 5 potion as much as I can before I fight him. I doubt I can get to Sequence 4 before fighting him though. Digesting by granting people's wishes is too slow. It should speed up after I involve Laura in it though. But how do I involve her? Chapter 351, A True Coincidence. In a dark alleyway, in an even darker night, a slightly large black dog sat calmly while chewing a chew toy that made no noise but felt soft to chew. The dog's eyes were intelligent and he kept them focused on the thick iron door of the house in front that rarely opened. As time passed, people wearing iron masks slowly came to the iron door and knocked in a specific pattern before a small viewing window opened from where hollow eyes pierced into their very beings as they were asked a simple question. Assassination. The dog gazed intelligently as he gathered information about what was happening inside the house. If the headmaster learns about this, I might get expelled from the Order of Phoenix, especially when he's already assigned to me the important task of guarding Harry from threats. While the headmaster's words remained calm and analytical about the situation, he wouldn't have talked about protecting Harry unless there was a looming threat. It feels like something big is going to happen soon. Is he going to return? Well, that'll only be for the good. I can finally kill the bastard with my own hands then. I should treat killing this Mr. X as a sort of practice mission to shake off the rust that I've gathered in Azkaban. Inside the house beside the one that the dog was currently observing, a blonde girl sat on a chair and slowly cleaned the blood off of her knife. Beside her, tied to chairs, were two people who were still alive, as indicated by their frantic expressions, but they couldn't move a single limb, at least not without suffering a hellish pain that came from the several needles stabbed into their joints. They would have liked to scream to make their distress known to the world, but their faces had been carved with the knife as if someone tried giving them permanent tattoos. It was clear that they had been tortured, and it had been done in such a way that their mind hadn't broken yet, but they felt a hellish pain each time they tried doing something that they weren't allowed to. The blonde girl cleaned up her equipment and sealed it all together before walking to the window covered by thin blinds. She used her finger to pry open the ones near her eyes as she looked at the house opposite to her. It seems Zhat joining Jagaz Herring is your only answer. Good that I planned for Z's. The girl put her hand inside a rather small bag, smaller than even her hand, and searched through all the items in it before stopping on a single item that she quickly pulled out. The item was a thin bracelet made of gold. As soon as the girl removed it from the bag, the people tied to chairs behind her suddenly fell limp. They hadn't died or even fallen asleep, but their body felt like it had relaxed fully. As if no pain in the world could even touch them, let alone hurt them. Their macabre, tattooed faces broke into smiles and they looked like people who'd lost their minds. Drool slipped out of the edges of their lips, mixing with blood on its way down as it stained their already red clothes with even more red. The girl nodded, satisfied that the item was working as she'd expected it to, and quickly put it back into her bag. Its effect on the two men, however, remained. After that, she pulled out a crystal quartz pendulum and performed a simple divination. The mission today will be a success. She repeated the statement 7 times with her eyes closed as she used the moment to still and calm her mind using cogitation. She opened her eyes once again, and when she saw the pendulum spinning clockwise, rapidly, her eyes brightened. She quickly tidied her appearance, making sure that all blood was wiped away from her as she put on a thick hooded robe to conceal her figure. On the outside, the dog that had been waiting till now spotted another person wearing an iron mask coming down the street. As soon as the dog spotted the person, it suddenly expelled a little bit of spirituality, causing the person to be lulled into sleep. Having completely relaxed and become unaware of the danger, the person collapsed onto the ground as the dog quickly dragged him away into the darker parts of the alleyway where shadows seemed to help conceal whatever the dog was doing. And after a few seconds, a new person emerged from the alleyway. This person had an iron mask too and seemed rather athletic as he walked towards the house he had targeted as a dog. At the same time, a strange wandering man, dressed in expensive acromantula silk clothes, appeared on the roof of a nearby house. He leaned on his silver walking cane while looking at the house that was getting so much attention by 2 other people already. Why did I have to be here today? I just divined the best possible location for my shop today and had to come here. Isn't this the place where Aurora Order holds their gathering? Will I even be allowed to set up shop here? What's worse is the location in my dream divination wasn't another building near the shop or even outside it. I just had to go to the gathering and offer my services. How strange. Well, whatever, not like it's something I can't handle if someone tries to do something. With that, the strange man conjured an illusory iron mask on his face and walked up to the thick iron door to knock on it with his cane in a specific pattern. The peeping slit opened and the man was met with a pair of hazel eyes that looked deeply at him. I know I look like a gentleman, but I'm not into men. The man said softly, causing the eyes in the peeping slit to narrow in disgust before they recoiled and quickly opened the door, letting the men inside and not engaging with him any further. Except the funky man didn't remain quiet. Once he was inside he clutched his chest and spoke softly, as if in tremendous pain. Did I hurt you? Did I break your heart? Don't worry, I'm sure you'll find someone else, perhaps even someone like me. No, that was a lie. You will never find anyone like me because I'm the only me. The crazy man walked away after speaking, leaving behind a dumbfounded gatekeeper who didn't know what to do. It was at this time that the blonde girl knocked on the door, but given how stunned the man on the other side was, he didn't open the door. The dogman then sneered at the robed person and pushed her aside before proudly knocking on the door himself. And since the gatekeeper inside had recovered, he quickly opened the door after scanning the dogman. The dogman gave the robed person a disdain-filled glance before walking away into the house. Geez. Why does it feel like Loki called me a loser again? How can I be a loser when he's not even here? The blonde girl knocked on the door again and the man quickly peeped at her before opening the door quickly and letting her in. She gave him an annoyed expression as she decided she'd have the last laugh today and walked away. An extra dead body won't raise any suspicions. Chapter 352, Round 1, Battle. Setting his cane to the side, Loki sat down on one of the chairs that were bolted to the floor of the dark room where everyone had gathered. Mr. X was sitting on a tall stool in front of the board that everyone used to write their transactions for the day. Loki felt nostalgic about it all. His eyes scanned through everything, the other stools, the other guests, even the butler who waited at the other exit of the room from where he guided the parties that wanted to conduct their dealings in secret. Who are those 2 other people that are giving me a sense of familiarity? It feels like I've seen them somewhere before. And there's not a lot of people I really recognize. At least not at such a level that I'd feel an intimate sense of familiarity from them. Loki pushed the feeling to the back of his head, even though he recognized that it was likely related to the reason divination pointed him in this direction today. Let's keep it a surprise. Surprising oneself is good sometimes. And after a few seconds of prolonged silence that Mr. X used to scan through everyone, he spoke with a soft nod. You may begin. First was a random lady, who spoke with a quivering tone as she advertised her wares. I have 32 vials of bowtruckle blood. Loki's lips instantly morphed into a frown as he heard that. 32 vials. How many did she kill? An entire colony of them. What does she even do to come across so many bowtruckles? And why did she even kill them? Simply destroying their trees would have caused them to run away if they were occupying a garden or something. And if the garden was important, they were more likely than not helping keep the ecosystem balanced. Why kill those little guys? Loki, however, seemed to be the only person so furious because of the outrageous offer. So Loki instantly activated his spirit vision to study the spirit bodies of everyone else. They're not even a little disturbed by the information. Do they not know what bowtruckles are? The lady, however, unburdened by Loki's explosive thoughts, continued her offer. As I said last week, the blood is going to decay in about a week more and then you will not be able to do anything with it. If you want it, my price is 3 galleons. So she's been here before and everyone's used to her outrageous claims. Loki finally calmed down, even though he was still feeling a little put off by the fact that someone near him had killed so many of the creatures he usually got along very well and played with. But Loki kept calm and waited for his turn. Suddenly the small bulge in Loki's robe shifted around a little, which prompted Loki to poke it with his finger, causing a little squeak only audible to himself be heard. It seems you're angry about the little fellows too, Sonny. Don't worry, I'll make sure to teach her a lesson before we leave. Loki spoke in his mind and inserted the thoughts into Sonny's subconscious through his own, communicating in a silent telepathic way. The various people slowly offered their wares as Loki waited for his turn, and after waiting for 15 more minutes, in which time several people sealed the deal, Loki finally got the opportunity to speak. Hello people I don't know. Loki greeted everyone in a warm, upbeat tone while patting out any creases on his suit that might have formed when he was sitting. Loki's tone wasn't taken kindly since it meant one of 2 things: either Loki was a newcomer, which meant anything he did or said wouldn't be worth much, or he was a crazy person that one would normally have to avoid. And the next words that came out of Loki's mouth didn't help his cause very much. You may not know me, but I'm sure you know of me. Recognize me, anybody? Loki asked with a comically wide smile that was painted on his iron mask with illusions. Just get to the point. We don't care who you are. A man shouted from the back, causing Loki to turn towards him with narrowed eyes. Rude. Loki said with a frown, but then the smile on his iron mask changed to a wide smile quickly. Keeping that interruption ACI-, Loki stopped speaking suddenly as a bluish-red flash of light erupted from Mr. X's wand and shot in his direction. Loki moved casually, swiping away the ominous flashing bead of light that Mr. X had shot in his direction towards the men who'd interrupted him a few seconds earlier. The man who was shot by the sudden spell groaned in pain as he held his chest where the spell had landed while biting his knuckles to keep any sound made in pain out of the way. He had already realized that the person who he'd offended wasn't a simple person. As did everyone else, including Mr. X, since Loki had deflected the spell without a wand. Loki then turned to Mr. X slowly and looked at him with a deep frown. Loki didn't speak, but the meaning of his gaze was clear to anyone there. And Mr. X, although amazed by Loki's skill in deflecting his spell, replied all the same. This isn't a social gathering or a tea party. Mr. X hadn't said much, but it was enough for everyone to understand. Loki only glared at Mr. X for a few seconds before he promptly ignored him and turned to everyone else. As I was saying dash. B B B B B B A A A A A A A N N N N N N N N N G G G G G G G G G. Before Loki could complete his sentence again, there was a sudden explosion of darkness that consumed all light in the scene within moments. Loki's eyes widened slightly as his thoughts caught up to this intuitive guess. No way. Did I seriously get caught up in their assassination mission? What the hell? The explosion of darkness brought with it an intense desire to sleep, into everyone. Loki felt his body obeying the explosion and attempting to fall asleep in a relaxed manner, while he fired up his mind and kicked his shin to stay awake. Loki's eyes wandered and he noticed another robbed person managing to stay awake, while Sunny in his coat had also managed to ward off the effects of the explosive sleepiness. The fastest to move, however, was Mr. X. Almost as if it was a coincidence, Mr. X's body, which had gone limp as soon as darkness exploded everywhere, landed perfectly with his head hitting the edge of the chalkboard that was behind him. Almost as if it were a spasm or a seizure due to being given a concussion, Mr. X woke up with a startled shock as he realized that they were all under attack. The first to move next was the dogman, Sirius. With a simple snap of his fingers, Sirius's extended hands devolved into a flurry of fleshy tentacles that shot directly towards Mr. X, rushing towards him, disregarding everything in its way towards their target. Loki saw Mr. X's blood-red eyes glow for a moment before he flicked his wand and caused a flurry of flames to explode out of his wand. CONF Ringo. Loki recognized as he took several steps back from his position on the impromptu battlefield, making sure he was not going to come in between Sirius and Mr. X's fight. In the same moment, however, Loki spotted a shadowy figure, slithering around all the people in the hall as it arrived in front of Mr. X by directly jumping through the fiery flames that had started trying to burn Sirius's tentacle extensions. What's she doing? Loki thought with a puzzled expression, but he didn't have to think for long. Almost instantly, as soon as the robed figure crossed through the flames, the bright hot red flames suddenly changed colors and turned as black as the night. The room that had been lit brightly before, taking on a reddish almost yellowish hue, had suddenly turned black and white because of the black flames. Mr. X had released the normal flames to gain support from the exaggerated shadows that those flames cast, to multiply his power and use those shadows to counter Sirius's tentacles. But when these flames turned black and white and drowned out most shadows, the flames suddenly flowed around the robed person to attack him. Mr. X's weapons were being used against himself. Chapter 353, Round 1, Lost. The black flames wrapped around Fleur, rushing from her position to wrap around Mr. X. Sirius's eyes widened as he realized that Fleur was about to complete the mission before him, so he forced even more tentacles to split from his body and launched them at Mr. X. Just who is that person? Why are they interfering with my assassination? With a new wave of tentacles exploding outwards, Fleur decided she wasn't done yet. She wanted to win this competition for the title of becoming Mr. Errors Blessed and was ready to do anything to earn it. As such, apart from the black flames that wrapped around Mr. X, Fleur also conjured a thin line made of her own hair which was as smooth as spider silk. Mr. X pointed his finger at Fleur and caused its tip to explode, which sent the nail on its end flying at Fleur, aiming to pierce her eyeball, but she ducked out of the way just in time before wrapping around Mr. X like a snake as she covered him in a blanket of her black flames before strangling him with her threads. Sirius froze when he saw how close Fleur had gotten to killing Mr. X and panicked. Even Loki assumed that Mr. X was done for, since he had personally seen just how strong her hair strands were during the second task when she managed to strangle a wampus cat with it. And to no surprise, everyone saw the thin thread that Fleur had wrapped around Mr. X's neck from behind pierce his skin before passing through his neck, spraying out a fountain of blood in the process. It sliced through his entire neck. Is that all? Loki questioned while Sirius became dumbfounded at the result. The head that was currently in the air after having been sliced and separated from its body, however, was suddenly grabbed, not by Fleur or even Sirius's tentacles, but by Mr. X's own hands. And in a macabre turn of events, Mr. X's hand slammed the head back onto his body as the flesh around the stump of his neck and the base of his head squirmed for a few seconds before they merged together, forming a full new connection which completely negated any damage Fleur might have caused by beheading him. Loki wasn't shocked by this turn of events since he'd expected it after he had activated his spirit vision to check if Mr. X had died. But his spirit vision showed him a bustling mind full of thoughts, nothing like what a person with a detached head would have. The thoughts weren't of panic or the inevitability of death, but of plans on what to do next. It was Fleur's turn to become dumbfounded now as she quickly ditched her position and rushed away from Mr. X. But things weren't so easy for her. As soon as Fleur took a step back to rush away from Mr. X, a sudden flame flickered at the end of the butler's wand as a barrage of shadows lifted from the floor. They danced along with Fleur's flickering black flames as they rushed to tie her up and capture her. Fleur analyzed the situation in a fraction of a second before she extended her hands and rushed her black flames directly towards Mr. X. If she was going to get caught, then she was going to force Mr. X to defend himself from her fiery attacks instead. As the shadows mimicked Fleur's flames, rushing towards her, Mr. X and Fleur locked eyes in a race to decide who would chicken out first. It was an all-out assault where the only defense each side had was killing the other side first. And since Mr. X had started earlier, his shadows were much faster, especially since the closer Fleur's flames got towards Mr. X, the brighter the butler's flames got and in turn the shadows they cast using the objects near him. It looked like the match had already been decided, Mr. X would win and Fleur would lose. Except that was just the trap that Fleur had laid out. As soon as the shadows were about to touch Fleur and stab into her dainty body, Fleur suddenly flicked her hands and caused the black flames to completely embrace the butler instead. She plunged the entire room into darkness once again by converting the butler's red flames into her shadowless black flames once again. There were no other sources of light, and so there were no shadows. And while Fleur couldn't do anything immediately since her flames had veered off the path and attacked the butler instead of Mr. X, the thing was that she wasn't alone. As soon as Sirius saw what Fleur had done, his tentacles burst forth with speed much greater than what they had worked with earlier. And before anyone else could react to what had happened, they all heard a loud thud before they heard a bang and then a loud scream filled with pain and sorrow. Except it wasn't Mr. X who knelt over in pain. Loki had seen everything happen with the help of his night vision. It was Sirius who was forced to kneel over in pain as he held his hands that had returned after the tentacles emerging from them had vanished. The tentacles, being a part of his own physical body, were highly susceptible to corruption and degeneration. As such, when Mr. X was caught by those tentacles, he immediately summoned the Cull of Flesh, a black greatsword that could harm the flesh and the soul while also filling degenerate thoughts into the minds of those it touched. So while Fleur's plan had worked, Mr. X had countered it so perfectly that instead of them winning in a 3-versus-1 situation, it was Mr. X who had managed to turn the tables on one of them. It filled Loki with a sense of excitement since Mr. X still hadn't used any of his powers from the Shepherd pathway, meaning he still hadn't revealed any souls that he'd grazed over his time as a Beyonder. He had only fought with his shadows and one sequence 4 ability, Cull of Flesh, the Black Greatsword. At least that was how it seemed on the surface. How did he dodge Sirius's attack though? It was in his blind spot. With Sirius down, the darkness drowning the sources of light slowly vanished, leaving the light to return. Except none of them truly felt safe in this light, especially since after their short bout, long shadows cascaded and danced in joy as if embracing their early victory. With Sirius down for the count, Fleur turned to look at Loki, trying to figure out which side of the fight he stood on. Loki and Mr. X, both, noticed this curious gaze as Fleur evaluated if she'd run away from there or stay around for another round of battle, which caused Mr. X to laugh creepily. As if I'd let you leave. Mr. X whispered, but it was enough for Fleur to remember that she was no longer in the dominant position. All of a sudden, it felt like accepting this mission so hastily from Mr. Error was a bad idea. Loki looked at Fleur with a slight sense of amusement as he watched her spirit body change colors from panic to thoughtfulness and then to panic again after some time. But when Mr. X looked at him with a questioning gaze, wondering where Loki stood himself, Loki smiled widely. "You don't remember me, do you?" Loki spoke with a smile while raising his hand. Mr. X frowned, his eyes scanning Loki's figure but not being able to match his silhouette with anyone in his memories. That was when Loki's hands finally pulled away the mask. It revealed a face inside that Mr. X instantly recognized, one which caused him to tighten his grip around his great sword. "Yes. It's me, Gehrman Sparrow. The very person you put a bounty on a year ago. Why are you here?" Mr. X asked, especially since Loki had never shown ill intent during the entire session today. He had even remained calm after Mr. X had shot a curse his way. Mr. X was 100% sure that Loki hadn't even thought about attacking him. So it seemed a little odd to Mr. X. But it also felt odd to Fleur, who was eyeing Loki with a suspicious gaze. G's voice, I've heard a similar voice somewhere before. Chapter 354, Round 2, Lost. What do you think? Loki asked with a smile as he walked towards Mr. X with steady steps. Fleur's grip around her thin threads tightened while Mr. X scanned Loki with fervor. Especially when Loki's finger glimmered with a simple ring that felt ever so slightly spiritually connected to him. Loki noticed this as well, since he'd brought out the Ring of Harvest from the Sapphire Castle on purpose, and calmly put more pressure on Mr. X's mind on this fact. Loki surgically added similar thoughts around Mr. X's desire to find out more about the ring. Thoughts like the one Mr. X had already teetered on the edge of insanity. They were things like, the Ring of Harvest, it was his ring, I should steal it, I should eat his finger, I should serve him to the Lord. Loki simply slipped in other almost indistinguishable thoughts. Chop him into pieces. His brain on a table. His bloody head lying under my foot. The Lord would praise me for my offerings. The purpose of these subconscious thoughts was to subconsciously trap Mr. X in a hypnotic cycle of thoughts that left him with such strong desires that he lost touch with reality. Loki had so skillfully manipulated his thoughts that Mr. X was actually seeing exactly what his thoughts represented, especially because Loki was using his illusory skills to show Mr. X exactly what he was being made to dream of. Such a trick wouldn't have worked with a normal Beyonder, even a rather weak one, since they'd immediately be able to tell the difference between what they were imagining and what their body was actually doing and feeling. But since Mr. X's thoughts were already exploding with degeneracy, a side effect of being a fanatic follower of the true creator, Loki's subtle manipulation went unnoticed. It was like a ripple that formed when one threw a stone into a fierce and tumultuous wide river. Fleur on the side froze in shock when she saw Mr. X lower his weapon slowly in spite of Loki not doing a single thing visibly. Almost instantly Fleur caged her mind behind all sorts of mental defenses she could conjure. Her brain was soon engulfed by not only an icy frost wall or a hurricane of black flames, but also by several thin threads that had been sharpened to slice through diamonds. Fleur's immediate response also cleared the little bit of drowsiness that still lingered at the edge of her consciousness because of Sirius's ability from earlier. However, Fleur's eyes rapidly widened. Not because she realized that Loki was using mental suggestions to keep Sirius's real condition in the dark, much like a Sequence 6 hypnotist, allowing Sirius to recover fully while taking aim with what looked like a charm of the sun pathway. No, Fleur's eyes widened because she suddenly realized exactly where she'd heard Loki's voice before. Mr. World. Fleur mumbled out, her voice loud enough for Sirius to hear, causing him to freeze for a moment but quickly recover as he threw his charm into the air. Lux. Sirius threw the charm, causing it to soar through the air as Fleur quickly ducked away to the edge of the room, fearing that she'd be caught up in the effects of the charm since she was technically the follower of an evil goddess. Sirius's eyes shone brightly as they reflected the sparkling charm that was traveling through the air. Loki, however, frowned even after he had created this opportune moment in the fight. His reason for being disappointed was visible to him plainly. As the charm drew closer and closer towards Mr. X, Loki watched a deep subconscious thought form inside his mind. A thought that was spelt out clearly. Danger. It wasn't of the intuitive sort that one felt because of their experiences with battles. If it were, Loki could have simply stolen it and disallowed it from reaching Mr. X's conscious mind and forced him to remain standing just as stupidly as he was currently. No, this warning came from an ever deeper place and did something even more intimate that Loki just couldn't steal. Its source wasn't a puzzle to Loki, however. He recognized it almost instantly since he'd worked with just this part of the Beyonder world very recently. The warning had stemmed from one of the souls that Mr. X had grazed. And this soul was likely of the Abyss pathway. Mr. X was likely using the danger premonition ability of the Abyss pathway, and since it was likely a rather weak soul, it hadn't warned him of Sirius and Fleur's pre-planned attacks, since they'd likely have used anti-divination methods to obscure it before. But it had warned him of Sirius's most recent attack, which was only a few seconds into the future. Loki quickly took a few steps away from Mr. X, knowing that the man was likely to do something drastic because he was blinded by desires and couldn't see the truth. And Loki was proven right only moments later. With a flick of his wand, Loki was the only one to create a translucent shield in front of him as everyone in the room heard a sudden and loud B B B B B B A A A A A A N N N N N N N N G G G G G G G G G G G G G G. Fleur and Sirius were drowned in explosive shards of flesh, blood, and mucus that suddenly stared, burning their way into their bodies by cursing any layers of their bodies they came in contact with in degeneracy. Fleur's unblemished skin suddenly formed blisters, while Sirius's face grew warts. Loki was the only one shielded from all of this as he maintained attention on the charm that Sirius had thrown. While Mr. X had distanced himself from his attackers and created a space to breathe for a moment, Loki was more interested in what actions Mr. X would take to escape the charm from the sun domain. And Loki was, for the first time in the fight, surprised. Ah. How did I never realize that? Loki thought as he looked at what Mr. X had cooked up. As the charm traveled through the air, its surface growing brighter and brighter by the second, making it seem like the charm was about to explode, Loki from the corner of his eye saw the butler from earlier wake up and jump into the fray by doing something ridiculous. The butler opened his mouth and simply and directly consumed the entire charm. The charm that looked like it was about to explode just a second ago was suddenly eaten away by the butler. The blinding glow of the charm lit up the butler's head, causing him to look more like he'd swallowed a light bulb with his entire face turning pink, as everyone in the room spotted exactly how his eyeballs flickered all around the place before the room was suddenly plunged into another curtain of darkness. The charm that was supposed to explode had died away when the butler had eaten it up. Along with Loki this time, even Sirius and Fleur connected the dots with such an obvious connection. The butler was of the lawyer pathway. He had amplified the act of consuming the charm to cause it to be consumed. It was a strange act, but an act that had worked nonetheless. Everyone awake in the room looked at each other with a sense of wariness. Mr. X's eyes kept being dragged towards Loki while Fleur and Sirius kept their eyes on the butler. Everyone was ready to make a move if the other party did something else. But Loki was the fastest. Chapter 355, Round 3, Swindle Them. Before anyone could practically react, even Mr. X, whose grazed soul was blaring a siren in his mind about the upcoming danger, failed to react to Loki's actions. For you see, in a bid to figure out how he would fight out Voldemort should the situation arise, Loki figured it was of prime importance to find out a method that he could use to skip Voldemort's danger premonition. And so a new method was born. With the flick of his hand, Loki launched a spell from his wand wordlessly. Mens Velox Acus. A hurling mass of electricity condensed around an icy needle that spun at speeds that made it look like a drill was launched at Mr. X. For a second, as the needle slowly traveled in his direction, Mr. X became confused regarding why his danger premonition hadn't worked. But Loki wasn't done yet. With a simple crisp snap of his fingers, the visible projectile turned invisible by dithering away into a hazy mist before a million more appeared randomly in all parts of the house, surrounding Mr. X in an umbrella of them. Fleur's eyes widened when she looked at the spell. Her instincts as an assassin blared at her when she saw it all. It felt like she was surrounded by a minefield where even a single step would take her life and blow her to smithereens. Mr. X, however, was visibly confused. Multiple projectiles surrounded him, and yet his Abyss Pathway companion didn't react to it at all. All this was only possible because of a simple trick Loki had developed as a countermeasure to Voldemort's abilities. It was a trick to hide his intentions. Loki was performing a theft. But this theft wasn't of another person's belongings or even thoughts. It was a theft of his own intentions. The first layer of this trap was to steal his thoughts so that he himself wouldn't realize what he was thinking about. But then how did he act without thinking? Especially creating such an elaborate setup which definitely required him to calculate his intentions beforehand. That was an even simpler trick. Loki simply layered a layer of indirection onto his actions. Since Loki's spell, Velox Acus, was one that he had made on his own, Loki redirected his spell to himself as a blessing through the Sapphire Castle. And just like he'd allowed Hermione to divine by leaving behind an illusion of his in the Sapphire Castle, Loki blessed his spell using a different illusion. This allowed him to use the anti-divination and anti-tracking abilities of the Sapphire Castle to his advantage, which allowed him to hide his intentions and act without revealing any thoughts about attacking Mr. X, since all he was doing was asking for a blessing from the Error God. So while Mr. X was dumbfounded about why his sirens weren't blaring in spite of the dangerous-looking spell, he quickly used his defensive ability, Black Armor. Mr. X instantly grew to become 3 meters tall, as a suit of medieval-looking black armor instantly shrouded his entire body, covering everything including his head, leaving for the world only 2 glowing crimson eyes that peered at them all through the inevitable darkness that fell around him in cascades. Loki, whose spells were all lined up and hidden strategically with illusions, only smiled simply before launching his spell at full speed, lazily with a simple flick of his wand. Mr. X didn't remain quiet as he stretched his hands and opened his palms, causing the lengthy shadows swaying around him to flicker before coming together to condense into a boxy wall of shadows that was about a foot thick in all directions around him. But Loki's smile only grew wider when he saw what Mr. X had done. This wasn't due to overconfidence in his spell to break through the walls that Mr. X had created. In fact, it was the opposite. Loki knew quite well that his spell would never be able to break through such a thick wall of sludgy shadows unless he overpowered it with a bunch of spirituality. However, he was confident that his spell could bypass the wall. It was because of the modification he had made to his simple base Velox Acus spell. The new spell's incantation was Mens Velox Acus. Mens meant mind in Latin, and this spell was just that. This spell was one which acted purely on the domain of the mind. It was a spell that Loki had invented based on his Sequence 5 Dream Stealer abilities. Since the spell acted on the domain of the mind, Loki's new spell acted through the subconscious sea of the body of heart and mind. It only required access to the target's sea of subconscious, after which the spell would wreak up a storm, a tsunami, and a disastrous earthquake all at once inside their mind. And since Mr. X had never protected his mind, Loki had already grabbed an anchor that isolated Mr. X's island in the sea of subconscious. Loki had grabbed onto the thought which was sent to Mr. X's subconscious to warn him about the previous attack. Since the spell wasn't physical, the spell would never come in contact with the shadow walls that Mr. X had set up. They would bypass them and directly attack Mr. X's body of heart and mind. Loki knew this and hence pretended that this spell was a purely physical spell and used this information to swindle Mr. X into protecting his physicality while leaving his mental defenses wide open. With another flick of Loki's wand, all the spinning needles of lightning and ice buzzed at a high pitch, catching fire, as they were launched right at Mr. X with a sudden bang, further playing into the fake belief that the spells were all physical spells. The butler, who was close to Mr. X, assumed he was going to get caught up in the ability and hence quickly flicked open the lid of a matchbox and then closed it. This was an action he amplified. Like the box was sealed, the butler sealed himself away from the world, protected by an invisible barrier that bent space around himself to keep him away from the needles. Yet even the butler had failed to account for the proximity of his island in the sea of subconscious to Mr. X's island. Everyone else in the room watched with bated breath, waiting to see who would win. Would it be Mr. X with all his defenses and the butler with his own defenses, or would it be Loki's spells that seemed to be hidden behind layers of illusions and misdirections? Fleur tightened her grip on her thin thread strands to make sure that in case anyone remained alive after the clash, she could take them out when they were down. Meanwhile, Sirius did what he could to break through the defenses of his two enemies. He sang a poem. With his spirituality primed and ready to vibrate outside his body to produce words, Sirius was ready to attempt to pull Mr. X and the butler into a sharp dream at the opportune moment. He assumed that distracting them for even a single second would give Mr. World the opportunity to attack them in an even harsher way. Loki simply smiled when he noticed all this. And as such, the long-awaited clash finally happened. The illusory spinning needles finally clashed against the invisible barrier around the butler and the shadowy walls around Mr. X. Chapter 356, Round 4, Win. There was a thundering explosion that occurred when the two forces collided. Everyone was forced to cover their ears due to the loudness, but Loki was only pretending since he had only made everyone else hear the sounds to sell the effect that the clash was real. He didn't want Mr. X or his butler to figure out about his plan any early and ruin the surprise after all. And so when Mr. X and the butler appeared to be fighting for their lives as they strengthened the barriers around them, Loki casually walked up to them under cover of his illusions, moving closer to them until he stood right against the barrier. He admired the constipated faces that Mr. X and the butler were displaying because they were trying to pour out all their spirituality to fight an illusory enemy for a while before he quietly stretched his hand. And with a flick of his wrist, a simple rune that was part of both Mr. X's and the butler's body split away from them as it was forced to travel to Loki. Neither of them realized what Loki had done since they were so focused on dealing with the most apparent threat, but Loki smiled politely and stood calmly. It wasn't even a few moments later that the expressions of Mr. X and the butler changed. At first, their eyes grew wide and large, before streams of blood started to pour out of their orifices. The sudden shift in battlegrounds caused the butler and Mr. X to lose focus on their barriers as they collapsed into nothingness. To both of them, the world suddenly started to seem like a mental imagination. Loki's mental storm wasn't akin to the mind storm of a sequence 4 manipulator. It was more of the gentle sort, targeted towards a single part of the mind and making sure it was destroyed or untethered as much as possible. Loki's new spell, or the mental variant of his old spell, targeted a person's ability to distinguish imagination from reality. It worked by simply breaking the lock that the conscious mind had on the gates to the subconscious. It destroyed this lock, opened the floodgates to a person's subconscious mind and forced them to live by looking at the parts of the world that their minds would have normally never seen. They were currently simultaneously experiencing the soothing and calming time they spent in their mother's womb while also experiencing all the times they had ever felt anger or sadness. Their mental space was a mess of emotions, thoughts and experiences that they couldn't stop. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was what Loki had stolen from them. To put it simply, Loki had stolen their ability to breathe. As such, both Mr. X and the butler were doing their best to gasp for air as they collapsed to the floor in an attempt to claw their throats while fighting their deep dive into mental insanity that was being amplified in their minds with each passing moment regardless of what they did. Fleur shivered as she saw Mr. X and the butler starting to mutate while on the floor, each starting to take on their incomplete mythological creature forms as they were being slowly forced to lose control. Sirius, on the other hand, was downright terrified since he couldn't understand how the beloved Mr. World had managed to do such a thing right under their noses. Neither of them could even begin to comprehend what was going on because of their shock. Did he only use his mental spells? Legilimency. Fleur thought rapidly as she thought back to Loki using his wand and not displaying any other Beyonder abilities. Is he a Beyonder from the spectator pathway? But is he not Mr. Error's blessed? Mr. X was the fastest to get out of this predicament. Loki noticed it but didn't interrupt and calmly allowed Mr. X to solve the issue with his mind since he wanted to see what methods could be used to avoid his attacks. If I have such a perfect opportunity to perform a few experiments, shouldn't I make the most of it? What if I use this ability in its untested form on you-know-who? What if it doesn't work then because of some obvious flaw? No. I should obviously test it first. With his mind made up, Loki calmly walked up to Mr. X and kicked him a little in the stomach, as if non-verbally telling him, "Come on. Do whatever you want to do to get out of this soon." Fleur and Sirius were dumbfounded at Loki's casualness, but Mr. X did not waste the opportunity he was given. The shadows around his body suddenly split apart from him and formed a real and tangible shadow creature. The creature, however, instead of attacking or trying to escape or even distract Loki, instantly collapsed on the ground and started screaming. Loki looked at it with apprehension for a few seconds before he put two and two together and realized what Mr. X was doing. I see, so you're trying to separate all the damaged parts of your mind using the Shadow of Deprivation ability. An ability which allowed its user to separate a part of their minds and give it to the shadow creature, essentially forming an alter persona. Mr. X didn't say a word and quickly started to separate more and more shadow creatures from himself. Loki just watched curiously and even flicked his wand to sew the butler's mouth shut so that he wouldn't interrupt his experiment with his deep gasps. But that didn't do very much since the gasps just turned into groans and Loki was forced to finally put a silencing charm around the man who was quickly starting to mutate into his incomplete mythical creature form due to his lack of sanity. So Loki was forced to steal away the man's mental corruption periodically so that he wouldn't become an even greater annoyance. As such, there were currently several people in the rather small room. The people from the gathering who had fallen asleep due to Sirius's charm. Sirius, Fleur, and Loki. The butler and Mr. X. Along with several shadowy creatures that were all drooling on the floor, trying their best to alleviate the pain that was split apart from Mr. X onto them. Fleur and Sirius couldn't comprehend what was happening in front of them. But Loki remained calm and nodded after taking a few notes. I see, so occlumency skills that allow you to isolate the corruption can help you partition the affected parts of the conscious mind and then seal it away to keep your sanity. Too bad Mr. X is not very good at occlumency. I guess you know who will be much better at this than I can imagine. With no more to gain from the experiment, Loki stole away all the corruption he had imbued into the butler and Mr. X and placed a firm lock on their sea of subconscious so that they could regain their sanity. But there wasn't much left in them to continue living. The experience had been tortuous for both of them. Neither of them even moved when Loki prodded them with his wand/staff or when he clicked his tongue before standing up and walking away from the gathering hall. You guys can carry out your assassination. I'll tell Mr. Error about your invaluable help in the next gathering, Loki said calmly before vanishing from the hall, teleporting away to a place that both Fleur and Sirius knew about, Hogwarts. Before he left, however, Loki flicked what looked like playing cards at the walls. Fleur inspected them carefully and spotted the 3 cards had specific pictures. The Empress, the Star, and the Lovers. Chapter 357, Tarot Club, Unraveling Plans. Time for the Tarot Club meeting again, I guess. Loki thought as he looked out the window of the room of requirements. Sirius and Fleur will be expecting rewards if I'm not wrong. They'll probably want something, but probably not as much since Mr. World helped them. But after I reveal what I figured out about the fight, they should be even more conservative when they ask for rewards if they will ask for something in the first place. But I shouldn't be too harsh on them too, should I? What did they even do after I left them with those 2 traumatized people? And I wonder if Dominic was assigned to investigate the attack. I wonder if he even got to know about it in the first place or if Fleur and Sirius covered it up well. Loki shook his head, cleared his thoughts, entered the Sapphira Castle and made the appropriate preparations for the upcoming meeting. Soon, everyone in the Tarot Club looked on at Mr. Error with an expectant smile. Loki noticed their odd behavior and by peeking into Hermione's mind guessed the reason for it. They want me to share some more important mystical knowledge. But I don't really know much more about anything else. What do I tell them about? And I can't just speak about such things unprompted now, can I? That would seem out of place and it'd turn me into a warm grandfatherly figure instead of someone scary and mysterious. While Loki was caught in his mental dilemma, he made Mr. World speak out, which caused Fleur and Sirius to suddenly straighten their backs. My lord. I have some news to give to you. Mr. World said with an exaggerated bow as he stood up and looked at Loki. Fleur's breathing hitched while Sirius's breathing froze. Each of them harboring thoughts that weren't much different from one another. Is he going to T-eel him? Z-hat, we failed. They watched on with tension how Mr. World sent them a soft glance before he continued to speak when Loki nodded his head calmly. The mission that Miss Empress and Mr. Star took on, to assassinate Mr. X, the member of the Aurora Order, went successfully. I happened to be there when they were acting out to complete the mission and with only a few minor helps, they were able to overcome any difficulties to take down Mr. X. Mr. World kept his head bowed while he spoke and each word made Fleur and Sirius feel more and more indebted to him. They had been embarrassed and a little worried that he'd tell Mr. Error all about their flaws in detail since they'd expected Mr. World to be harsher because of his brutish accent and language while he spoke in the Tarot Club. They were however increasingly surprised about the ease with which Mr. World described his own contribution to the fight as minor help. It left Fleur and Sirius feeling like Mr. World was too kind but also that he was strong. Sirius was actually surprised. Now that I think about it, didn't Mr. World defeat Mr. X too easily? Even I, a demigod, found it hard to be able to counter his abilities fully, but Mr. World not only defeated him, he also set up and executed an elaborate plan within moments. It was almost as if Mr. X was playing on Mr. World's palm all along. Is Mr. World actually a saint? Possibly an angel? Sirius glanced at Fleur to look at her and try to guess what she thought about this matter, but she was looking at him too. And they both realized. They were thinking the exact same thing. So with a shared nod, they continued to look at Mr. Error, waiting for his response about this news that Mr. World had informed him about. Dominic wasn't surprised by the news because the Unspeakables had already noticed the aftermath of the attack at Nocturne Alley. What did surprise him was that during all their divinations it was only Mr. Star and Miss Empress that came up during their investigations. They hadn't recognized Mr. Star and Miss Empress identities, but they had ascertained through several rituals that at least 2 people were involved in the attack on Mr. X and his butler at the gathering. But Mr. World never appeared in any of their divinations. And so it came to him as a surprise that Mr. World was part of this assassination. Hermione looked at Mr. World with slightly widened eyes before she looked at Mr. Error, wondering what Loki would say. Would her 2 neighbors be formally blessed by Mr. Error and become his blessed? Or would Mr. Error demand something more of them? Mr. World did tell us that Mr. Error greatly valued the principle of equivalent exchange. While Hermione and Snape were curious about what Loki's response would be, Mr. Devil was paying keen attention, trying to understand if he could take advantage of this system somehow and become an important member of the Tarot Club and to Mr. Error on his own. I'm sure my lore master would appreciate it if I could get closer to Mr. Error. Loki stayed silent for a few seconds, trying to set the right words according to the script he had prepared beforehand as he slowly wrapped his fingers around the table to command silence and attention from everyone present at the table. And his words made them all tense. Is that the truth? Mr. Error asked in a bold tone that caused Fleur and Sirius's eyes to widen slightly. Of course, Mr. Error wouldn't believe Mr. World so easily. He likely knows everything. Fleur's grip on the handle of her chair tightened and Snape sent a peripheral glance her way before turning back to look at Mr. Error and Mr. World. Mr. World had his head bowed and he remained silent for a few seconds as if attempting to gather words to speak. This caused Sirius and Fleur to worry a little about what was going to happen, but although I suspect the entire incident of us meeting at the same point in time was planned by the King of White, I believe I only offered minimal assistance, which was to test out a few of my new skills. Everyone around the Tarot Club suddenly fell into a strange sense of confusion. Things were moving too fast and without any context for them to really understand what Mr. World was talking about. King of White. Everyone looked at Fleur and Sirius since they were the only other direct witnesses to the mission, but Fleur and Sirius looked just as confused as everyone else regarding the matter. Snape was the first to connect a few of the dots. Him. Hermione was next. King of White. Headmaster. But assassination. But Headmaster Dumbledore is so nice. Snape didn't have the same bright outlook on the matter given he had already worked closely with Dumbledore, but even then. But both of them failed to see any further. But neither did Mr. World speak any further and nor did Mr. Error. It was as if Mr. Error was thinking deeply about some troublesome matters given he had brought his fingers to stroke his chin. As such, Hermione rose to the occasion to ask the question everyone had on their minds. Why would the King of White want to interfere in an assassination mission, my lord? Loki sent a sparing glance Hermione's way as he was broken out of his stream of thoughts, and so he spoke sharply. It is because it is his necessity. Everyone was pulled deeper into the quagmire of confusion that had emerged from Mr. World's words, which had been amplified by Mr. Error. Seeing the atmosphere turn strange, Loki spoke a little more. To become the god of one's pathway, the person has several prerequisites. And while the prerequisites of each pathway are different from one another, they are and have always remained the exact same since the time the first blasphemy slate was created. Hermione's eyes widened at the sudden information drop, along with everyone else that was present. Each of their thoughts spinning similarly. But only the demigods of the Tarot Club were able to point to the crux of the matter. An advancement ritual. And among them all, Snape was the one that got the closest. He needs a large-scale advancement ritual to advance to Sequence 0. And to do that he needs to manipulate and gain feedback from true gods. Is that why he manipulated Mr. World? So that he could gain feedback from Mr. Error. Loki on the other hand recognized the creepy scare Snape was feeling since he'd gone through the same feeling when he realized exactly what had happened in Nocturne Alley that night. I didn't expect Adam's influence over Gehrman Sparrow to already run so deep. And yet, I can't do much else other than avoid taking on the identity of Gehrman Sparrow if I don't want Adam to influence me. It is simultaneously a boon but also a bane. Either I play by Adam's rules to learn his game, or I avoid learning anything about him and his plans altogether. But the question still remains. Did Adam get the required feedback? Chapter 358, Tarot Club, Fear the White Lord. Everyone looked at Loki with varying degrees of shock and horror since what he'd just said implied many things that weren't very believable. Hermione took the situation the hardest. She was shocked, baffled, and even bamboozled. While not everyone was as shocked as her about the situation, they still were a little terrified. With Crouch, Fleur, and Snape knowing the dark side of the world, their personalities had been molded to never fully trust another human, and so their emotions tilted more towards being confused rather than fear. But people like Dominic and Sirius were just as shocked and afraid as Hermione nonetheless. Especially since Sirius and Dominic knew well about the Second Wizarding War, which involved the Order of Phoenix, whose prime tenet was to never retaliate with lethal violence. It was always to aim for capture over killing. Sirius's mouth hung open slightly as he looked at Mr. World and then at Mr. Error, trying to understand if either party was joking about the situation or trying to misguide them in some way, but seeing them stay silent and maintain their seriousness, he decided they weren't lying. Being the one in the deepest shock, Hermione inadvertently let her thoughts loose as words slipped out of her lips while she looked at Mr. Error. But Professor Dumbledore is good. Everyone looked at Hermione with varying degrees of pity, but no one said anything, knowing that she had just been shown the mirror to the real world. Loki, however, looked at her and explained kindly, being a Beyonder isn't about good or bad. Hermione snapped out of her shocked state when she heard that, and she tried to argue. But it's Professor Dumbledore. He's hailed as the White Lord. Loki only shook his head and adopted an even kinder tone with her. His personal bias towards Hermione showed up as he spoke, but to the others, it only seemed like Mr. Error was speaking to a child. Albus Dumbledore is not as simple a man as you think he is. Firstly, he holds the uniqueness of the visionary pathway, but secondly, seeing Loki talking about something interesting once again, everyone leaned in a little closer, not wanting to miss out on any juicy information he was about to drop again. Albus Dumbledore isn't his only name. He is actually more popular by his other name. Even if people haven't heard his current name, it is more likely than not that a wizard has heard his other name. Other name? Hermione mumbled. Mr. Error nodded. His other name is Merlin. Loki's voice rumbled through the grey fog, causing a silence that not everyone could fully absorb and comprehend. His words had inculcated an immediate sense of disharmony and mental instability in everyone's minds. The sudden information had caused them all to be so confused that they almost forgot about the new key term they'd heard from Mr. Error just a few seconds prior, the uniqueness of a pathway. Sirius's mouth opened and closed several times as he tried formulating words to ask a question to understand what he'd just heard, while Hermione just frowned. None of the people could reliably understand if Loki was only hinting at something deeper with his words or if he was actually being direct about what he was talking about. But seeing Mr. Error no longer speaking, they all simultaneously turned towards Mr. World. Seeing this, Loki almost had the urge to laugh a little, but he managed to control himself as he mentally controlled his puppet to speak up. Albus Dumbledore is a dangerous man. Or the more appropriate thing to say would be that Albus Dumbledore's ability to manipulate the future is his scariest ability. Manipulate the future? Sirius asked. Mr. World nodded and continued. The uniqueness of a pathway is a physical manifestation of the domain of the pathway and is needed to become a sequence 0. Imagine it as something like the Beyonder characteristic that allows you to advance to sequence 0. And this uniqueness allows him to manipulate the future? Sirius asked with a frown, not believing what Mr. World was saying. It was clear to Loki what question was on everyone's minds. Why then does Dumbledore have to do anything? Couldn't he just control the entire world to his liking by simply manipulating the future? As such, Mr. World explained further. For your own safety, I won't disclose important details regarding the uniqueness of this pathway, since the more you know about it, the more the uniqueness learns about you. A small chill traveled up everyone's spine, suddenly making them uncomfortable regarding the topic. But Mr. World continued nonetheless. Although the range of the uniqueness is only about the size of a large city, anything caught in its range will be controlled by it regardless of what the person intends to do. Everyone's eyes widened. But it seemed like Mr. World wasn't done. The easiest way to detect that the uniqueness has controlled your fate is that you will suddenly start coming across strange coincidences. Things like, you getting involved in incidents that people like you usually do not or the number of incidents that you get involved in is greater than normal But the biggest giveaway is that you recognize the patterns of the person using the uniqueness For example, all of Albus Dumbledore's attempts at manipulating someone's fate usually maps very well onto a 3-part play. There is always the beginning, the marking incident, and then the end. The sections are cleanly divided and are often based on coincidences which unravel the plot of a well-planned story. While most people relaxed a little since they didn't recognize any such coincidences in their lives, Hermione's hands started to tremble as she realized that almost each year that she'd been at Hogwarts something strange had happened to her. Were all those years coincidences planned by Professor Dumbledore? But how can he control our actions? No. No way was it all because of him. But worse than her were Fleur and Sirius. And Fleur was the fastest to ask her doubts. Is that why you said that he interfered with our fight against Mr. X? Because of the coincidence of us meeting? Mr. World looked at Fleur and after some thought nodded. Us meeting at the same time at the same place for the same mission was likely an orchestrated event. Albus Dumbledore likely has a plan for all of us in the coming future. And before Fleur could worry about that, Mr. World said something else. It is likely that Albus Dumbledore was also behind Mr. Star's sudden change in attitude which caused him to ask to be assigned a mission. Everyone felt chills traveled up their spine when Mr. World finished his sentence. This. Hermione was suddenly shocked since this clearly indicated that the uniqueness could also control other people's responses and actions. The rest of the Tarot Club was spent in silence with each member trying to digest the information they'd just been given, with people like Dominic and Hermione trying to come to terms with an evil Dumbledore who could be the manipulator behind the scenes. While Sirius and Fleur feared for what was to come next. And Snape and Mr. Devil were each trying to figure out if they were part of Dumbledore's plans in some way. Is he also the one behind the curse on the defense against the dark arts position? Snape thought while frowning. Loki gave them this time and silence to think through because. Please don't think about Albus Dumbledore outside the Tarot Club. Mr. World spoke softly, causing everyone to turn to him as he explained further. While the uniqueness can control you the more you know about it, that is not the only thing you have to worry about regarding a spectator dash. Everyone's grip on the handlebars of their chairs tightened since they felt a vague premonition of danger from Mr. World's tone of information delivery. Even thinking about his name will give him full access to all your thoughts, ideas, location, everything. He will know everything about you once you think about him directly. Everyone froze. Sirius on the other hand felt shocked because of something else. Mom knew. Is that why she never used his full name? Because she wanted to keep the secrets of the Black household. Chapter 359, A Short Journey. The Tarot Club meeting ended with everyone feeling afraid to leave the Sapphire Castle since they didn't want to be suddenly exposed and laid bare to Dumbledore for him to dissect and examine. They remained silent till they left, which made Loki happy since Sirius and Fleur seemed to have forgotten about asking for a reward. Loki left the Tarot Club himself and fell asleep for a while before he woke up with a fresh face and pulled out his pocket watch, which was shimmering with a bright silky orange, the color of the morning sun. It was 6 a.m. Loki then looked at the disc of wishes lying on the table in front of him. The light at its center was bright green, indicating Loki could finally use it now that it was fully charged. Can I make the wish? Loki looked at the golden disc and felt a little unsure of himself. Should I wish for something more practical like the cure for cancer or something? That would count as a miracle too, wouldn't it? Having spent nearly 80 days filling the entire energy of the disc, Loki was a little conscious about how he would use it. Am I even ready for this? What if I go back in time and realize that only feral out of control or mad creatures exist around me? I doubt the human's condition was any better in the previous epochs. Especially if it was anything like the actual LOTM world where they were enslaved by the other races. But that might be the only way for me to obtain any Beyonder characteristics safely, since my pathway wouldn't be hidden and I could attack those maddened creatures to gain Beyonder characteristics to proceed further. Loki looked at the time in his pocket watch and found. Only a minute passed. The hell, I feel like I've been here for over an hour already debating with myself about the pros and cons of using this thing. Ugh. Fine, let's just get this over with. More time would allow me to prepare the best for what's to come. I'm sure I can figure things along as I go back into the past. Holding the disc of wishes, Loki took a deep breath to calm himself and poured his spirituality into it. The disc of wishes started to light up as it consumed his spirituality. Its central green glow slowly spread not only to the entire disc but also to Loki, who was holding the disc. Loki noticed the changes but quickly pushed them to the back of his mind and spoke his wish out loud. I wish to be able to go back in time to before the founders of Hogwarts set up the methods and rationalities of magic. Loki had made his wish vague on purpose since he didn't know the exact time he had traveled back in time anyway, other than the fact that he probably had a lot to do with raising the founders and helping them along in their Beyonder journey. He wanted to rely on fate to be his guide and send him to the time it deemed him most appropriate to be in. The disc of wishes started to hum as Loki's grip on it tightened. Feeling a little nervous, Loki shifted his weight on his feet until he felt more comfortable. The warmth of the green glow seemed to slip beyond the center of the disc of wishes as it blanketed Loki like a large cloth, falling over both him and the disc itself, binding them together with a deep green hue. The green aura around Loki and the disc of wishes gradually brightened before Loki saw it visibly rippling. The warm sensation that had wrapped around him was slowly receding, and within moments, the green aura that Loki was looking at expectantly faded. Loki looked at the disc, and then around himself. After feeling nothing different about his surroundings, Loki quickly pulled open his pocket watch. Its borders shimmered the same bright silky orange and the time was the same. It was 6:01. Not even a minute has passed since then. Loki was sure that the watch would show him the appropriate time because it was showing time by using a potion which would keep track of the position of the sun in the sky, hence its current orangish hue. Did I just luckily go to the exact same time in the past or something? Loki's growing confusion caused him to examine the disc of wishes, but he was shocked when he looked at it. The glow in its center hadn't changed and was still a bright green. It should have used up its power and turned red like before, shouldn't it have? Loki asked himself. Not understanding what had gone wrong, Loki tried to wish for the same thing once again. He poured his spirituality into the disc and made his wish quickly. I wish to be able to go back in time to before the founders of Hogwarts set up the methods and rationalities of magic. The result was the same. The green glow of the disc encompassed Loki. It felt comforting and wrapped around him like a warm blanket on a cold day. But soon the green glow retreated back into the disc, leaving no changes that Loki could spot easily even with his heightened vision. It all felt a little underwhelming. This thing, is it a fake? No, that demon did use it to deflect Laura's attacks, then is it malfunctioning? Why? Or can it just not fulfill my wish because it is incapable? Loki frowned since he didn't like what was happening. How do I go back in time then? By using multiple time turners. How would that work? I steal them from the unspeakables. I doubt I'd get very far with that, especially never if someone like Laura is guarding the entrance to the place. Then there must be some other way I traveled back in time. I bribed Laura. As Loki thought about the various ways he could have bribed Laura, he remembered the task she had assigned to him. Now that I think about it, didn't she task me with finding her husband? I forgot about it because I was thinking about the Ravenclaw diadem then, but why don't I do that? Then I can bargain with her for access to the time turners. Loki quickly entered the Sapphire Castle, and once within it, he used cogitation to fall asleep after murmuring the words. The location of Laura Drake's husband, Nathan Drake. 7 times. Loki's vision soon changed, and almost instantly he found himself in a cold, dark place. The place was so dark that Loki could feel nothing. It felt like he was staring into an abyss. Anti-divinati. Before Loki could control his thoughts, he found himself face to face with a desolate land, one which was drawing in the crimson light of the moon. The world looked much like the real one, except this one was composed of ruins. There were tall buildings, but they were ruined. There were people walking through them, but they were skeletons. Yet even in this darkness, the skeletons looked like they were afraid of something. Loki didn't have to even look around to find out what had terrified the skeletons. Passing through every door, every window, and every road was a thick branch that looked like it was full of life, yet no life approached it. The skeletons that accidentally stepped on them under the dim crimson light of the moon ceased to exist, being frozen into wooden sculptures that only extended the tree's reach once again. While the skeletons walked, Loki's vision followed one in particular who was even more afraid of the tree than the other skeletons. He was holding a strange book that glimmered dangerously and felt quite powerful. Is that him? Loki wondered. But before he could stay in his visit for longer, Loki found the crimson light of the moon growing deeper and darker. Not one to wait on occasion, Loki immediately cancelled his dream divination and woke back up in the Sapphire Castle. So he's in the abyss and is using some sort of artifact while trying to keep himself safe from her. Loki made an educated guess from the vision he'd just seen. Probably one hell of an artifact if it's keeping him safe from her. And I know only one book in LOTM that might even be able to try doing something like that. Should I tell Laura about it? It would raise a lot of questions if I directly told her about it and tried to dodge questions about how I know about all this. But I could just deny her question and keep it a secret. The trouble is, how long can she wait? Wouldn't she just want to rush over to the abyss and get her husband? Would she even be able to come back alive from that? Loki thought about various questions for a while, thinking about how he could gain Laura's favor and also do something about the situation so that he could gain access to the time turners in the Ministry of Magic. I could give her a safer method that depends on me instead. Something that will make her try and support me to grow stronger as I move through the sequences. But it might reveal my pathway to her. I might be able to swindle her, but it's probably too dangerous. Loki kept frowning, deep in thought. Chapter 360, Proposal. I should have thought of this earlier. I got distracted that day, but this is all right. At least now she won't think I can magically get all the information in the universe shown to me. Kneeling in front of an altar with a single candle, Loki chanted the following. The spirit that wanders about the unfounded. The higher dimensional creature that a human orders. The messenger that belongs to Laura Drake. Within moments the flame of the candle sputtered before flickering to allow a small portal to open up above it. From the portal, a single eye peered at Loki for a few seconds before slipping out of the portal after confirming it would be safe to do so. What came out of the portal was not a large mass of bones or even a dark and dreary creature. It was a simple dandelion that looked like a simple blow would disintegrate. Inside the dandelion were a pair of eyes and a thin mouth that looked at Loki with expectation. Loki was a little worried that the little guy would be gone if he just moved a little too quickly, so he slowly and carefully held up the letter he wanted delivered to Laura. He looked at it one last time. Greetings, Laura. For the sake of secrecy and to keep this letter short, I will only say, I have a way to bring him back. Thanking you. Loki. Satisfied with what he'd written in it, Loki nodded and gave the letter away to the tender creature. Give it to Laura, all right, little guy. Chirp. Good, Loki said as he saw the small dandelion spirit hold his letter with a few of its long leaves. The dandelion vanished into the spirit world and the portal it had used closed soon after. With his information sent, Loki cleared the altar and walked out of his room, hidden well under the cover of his illusions as he left the school. He teleported to Nocturne Alley and began searching for the next person whose wish he was going to fulfill. Loki looked at the circular item that he was using to capture the fulfilled wishes of the people he helped and saw that the light which had been green previously was still just as green. It hadn't changed colors, which meant Loki's calculation of how many wishes it would take to fill it wasn't wrong. I'll try filling it with more wish power for a while, but well, maybe the wishing machine isn't that powerful yet, but at least I will eventually find out how traveled back in time anyway, since my traces exist in the past. Helping another poor person achieve their dreams of richness and wealth before causing them to be plagued with the troubles of thieves and the politics of high society, Loki was just about to wrap up the store when an unexpected visitor showed up. I truly wasn't expecting you to arrive so soon. Laura looked at Loki and observed his get-up and shop with a blank face before speaking while looking directly into his eyes. I should have you in handcuffs and escort you back to the Ministry of Magic right now. Give me one reason why I shouldn't. I mean, isn't it obvious? Oh. How so? I'm your only hope in finding your husband. Laura's brows furrowed. She looked at Loki with a frown before speaking in a serious tone. What do you mean? Power radiated off of Laura as she spoke. Loki only barely managed to hold himself standing straight, and even that was when he was half sure Laura was doing this unconsciously. Damn, a real saint is strong as hell, makes me shiver knowing I've got to fight him at the end of this year. What happened? Why aren't you speaking? Laura demanded, coming close to Loki. I know where your husband is. Loki finally revealed. Laura's pupils dilated in shock, but that was only momentary. Almost instantly a golden sword formed in her hands and its tip rested on Loki's throat, causing him to frown. Is this how you treat someone who brings you good news? I promise you I have more ways than you can count to have you dead before you even move your lightsaber. Loki spoke with an annoyed frown. Laura's expression changed, not into fear but of realization. Ah, I'm sorry. It's been so long since I've heard any good news about Nathan that I... Laura spoke in between her breaths as she vanished the sword and stepped back. All right. Don't get all sloppy on me now. Loki spoke calmly, waving his hand. Laura looked at Loki once again and asked with a slight tremble in her voice. Where is he? He's in a place you can't just storm into and bring him back, Loki revealed calmly. Huh. He's inside the abyss. You'll be long dead before you can even think of returning from there. Loki explained patiently since he could see Laura's muscles had gotten tense after hearing his words. The abyss? Laura asked with slight shock and horror in her tone. How? How what? How did I get this information, or how is that madman still alive? Laura closed her eyes and then opened them after a deep breath. Both, she said after regaining her calm. How I got to know it is a secret, for now. But how he's still alive? Well, he's not exactly alive in the normal sense, but he's doing rather fine while using some sort of golden book artifact while being stuck alongside a bunch of demons. A golden book? Laura asked with astonishment. Her tone indicated she realized something key, but Loki didn't pry as long as Laura wasn't comfortable revealing it, since he could tell it was a high-level item and he already had a good guess as to what the thing was. Yeah. Which is why I said he ain't exactly alive. From what I know, he's barely been passing off as a demon with the help of the book. Laura frowned. It's going to be pretty hard to bring him back. Loki finally stated. But in your letter you said you have a way to bring him back, yes. But it'll take me a little bit of time. Is it dangerous? For others? No. For me? A little bit, but nothing too bad. Except it'll take me a little bit of time. Is it because you need to go further in your sequence? Loki's eyes widened slightly, but he nodded, yes. But that's not the only reason. What else then? Do you know about that strange report of a couple of rich men worshipping and bringing down a demon in Nocturne Alley recently? Laura frowned at the sudden change in topic but answered honestly nonetheless. No. Ethan hasn't told me anything about such a case, yet. All right. Loki nodded. He didn't expect Laura to know every single little thing about Nocturne Alley, so there's this group of rich people that have summoned a demon in Nocturne Alley. It's currently hidden and not even I can find it. When we went to investigate it the day after the report, all we found was a pristine place cleared of any evidence. What exactly do you want me to do? Laura asked, her hands clenched up into a fist as she looked at Loki with a soft annoyed glare. What I want is simple. When the demon is revealed, which I think will be at the end of the Hogwarts year, I want you to help me subdue it. Loki's goal surprised Laura a little since she couldn't understand why he wanted to subdue a specific demon that had been brought out using a ritual. Isn't it my job anyway? But why does he want me involved in this case? Is there something else that will happen around this that he needs my help to solve? He's dragging me to catch a bigger fish and he needs a guarantee of his survival. Laura kept her thoughts inside her head and pretended to not see through Loki's plan as she spoke in a slightly surprised tone. You want the Be-Under characteristics? You're off the abyss pathway. Laura immediately asked. Loki said nothing about it. Instead, he simply asked, so, what is the price you're willing to pay to get your husband back? Price? Isn't defeating and capturing a demon enough? You'd have to do that anyway. What I want from you is something else entirely. TSK. I thought all that for nothing, he was just leading me around. What is it? I want you to allow me to experiment with all the time turners there are in the Unspeakables department and the Ministry of Magic. Laura's eyes widened instantly. Chapter 361, Deal. Are you serious? Laura asked with a shocked expression. Loki nodded without any hesitation as Laura looked at him with a frown. Are you serious? She asked again with her expression turning serious. Loki spoke in the same serious tone, I know what I'm asking. But that is the only way I'll agree. And above all, it might be the only safe way you have to save your husband. You're welcome to try if you think otherwise. Laura kept staring into Loki's eyes for a while until she broke eye contact with a small sigh. I still remember what you asked me when I first told you about my husband, Laura said, rubbing her nose bridge. Loki couldn't understand why Laura was bringing that up now, but he remained silent. You told me why I would think you would be able to do something like this. Do you remember what I told you then? Laura asked, looking at Loki again. You told me people like me who know a lot of things are more likely to come across things like this. Loki said, trying to repeat the words he had heard back then. I guess I wasn't wrong, huh? Laura said with a frown. But I don't think you know how dangerous time turners are for you wanting to experiment with them. Loki frowned and explained, then you're free to do as you wish with the information I've provided you. Loki was about to turn away and leave when Laura spoke out in a softer tone. It'll take me time. Loki stopped and slowly turned around. How long? About a year. So you agree? Laura sighed deeply before pinching the bridge of her nose and shaking her head, I agree. But I will only allow you to do what you want after you bring my husband back. Loki's eyes sharpened since he couldn't just trust her word in that case, so he asked, make a contract with me. Laura's eyes sharpened too, since that meant Loki wasn't bullshitting or lying to her when he said he had a way to bring her husband back. Loki and Laura looked at each other with an evaluating gaze, like one does when betting on horses, before setting up a quick ritual to form a contract between them notarized by the sun goddess. Won't the contract be easy to break since you're a saint? Loki asked, just to pretend to be a little stupid about how strong she was, and he even wanted to see how she would respond to the question to judge how he would handle her going forward. No. It will be especially harsh on me because I'm a saint. I work for a saint of the Bard pathway and my boss doesn't like people who break their promises. And my own acting for my lower sequence goes against breaking or walking out of my own promises. I'd lose control and turn into a monster before I'd get to see the contract break. Loki nodded, so she works for Bones. That wasn't really a surprise since she's the only other pole in the ministry apart from the Greengrass family and Dumbledore. Loki was satisfied with the reasonable explanation and proceeded to accept the golden contract that was hovering in the air in front of him. A faint hot aura slipped into his body and tied around his soul, just like it did when he'd signed a contract with Helena, and the ritual slowly ended. With their promises done, Laura looked at Loki and asked him a different question. So you've been the source of the rumor? Granting people's wishes. Ah, that was another thing I wanted to ask permission for, that's why I called you here. What are you trying to do? Nothing too important, just trying to get one of my mystical items to work. I promise I'm not trying to get an evil god to descend though. Loki said with a smile. Seeing he clearly didn't want to reveal much about the situation, Laura only asked another question, is it related to your request to defeat the demon at the end of the year? Well, it kind of is. I also wanted to warn you that the ministry is probably Kurudash. Before Loki could continue to speak, Laura had whipped out her wand and cast a spell to shut his mouth. Laura's eyes narrowed dangerously before she spoke after assuring there was no one around. Loki waved his own wand and lifted the spell as he spoke with an annoyed expression. No, no one's around. I checked. You don't need to say any more. I already know about it. I can't make any big moves yet, but my eyes constantly watch them. That's the only reason why I hadn't already come to check you out. Since whatever you've been doing has been hindering whatever they're planning. Loki's eyes narrowed at the information ever so slightly, but he didn't let his demeanor be affected by it. Thank you, I guess. Don't worry about it. As long as you don't do something stupid or really wrong, I won't interfere. All right then. Have a good night, Madam Drake. Loki said, and with a nod vanished from his spot as he operated in Hogsmeade, from where he sneaked into Hogwarts undetected under the disguise of his illusions. Back in Hogwarts, Loki first entered his room. How much longer until your potion digests, Sonny? About a couple more weeks if we keep going to Nocturne Alley once every 2 or 3 days. I see. Loki nodded. Let's do that then. I need you for my plan in the future. You've always needed me. Either way, I'm going to the spirit world to rest. Rest? Loki asked with a dubious smile. Arg. Fine, I'm going there to have fun. Sonny said with an annoyed huff before he opened a tear in space and entered the spirit world. After Sonny left, Loki left his room to go to the room of requirements. Once inside, Loki walked up to the shelves to pick up the first book he remembered seeing, something that would help him progress immensely with magic. Intricacies of Magic. By Rowena Ravenclaw. It was a hardcover book with a royal blue silky cloth used as its cover. Loki had avoided touching the books till now since he was focusing most of his time filling the Disc of Wishes. But now that he was freed of most of his burdens and only needed to go act like a dream stealer just a few times in the week to help Sonny, he finally turned towards Rowena's books. Perhaps one of them will have an answer on what price I can pay to make the gods want to accept a grand ritual from me. Besides, Loki pulled out the error card of blasphemy, teleporting it to his hand from the Sapphire Castle, and opened it to the Sequence 4 Parasite page. His eyes landed on the small part of the page titled Ritual. Drink the advancement potion at the end of orchestrating a grand event that completely usurps the expectations and dreams of various people involved. The event must involve at least one demigod. The more the better. Loki's eyes and fingers both traced the straightforward lines written in the book. I have a vague plan about what I want to do, but I'm still not prepared enough for it all. I could just use you-know-who. But this will be tricky. Chapter 362, Confusion. What does you-know-who want in the first place? If it's his resurrection, then I'll have to do something to usurp everyone's expectations of his resurrection. So stop him from resurrecting. Can I do better though? No. That is not very likely since she will also be invested in strengthening her pawn that's her only connection to the world inside the barrier. I doubt I can even stop him from resurrecting. Sure, I can stop him for a few minutes or even a few days if I'm lucky, but to permanently stop him, that would require me to kill him. Not something I think I can achieve just yet. I do have all the tools within myself. I can hide my intentions and bypass his danger premonition to some extent using the Sapphire Castle's anti-divination and anti-tracking abilities, but to turn this into such a big advantage that I can kill him. No, I don't think I can do that just yet. Especially since Adam probably is invested in resurrecting you-know-who himself. It is more likely than not that Adam probably wants to set up a final battle between Harry and you-know-who which would decide the end or the beginning of an era for the next true gods that are going to be reborn. So what exactly would it be? Do I just avoid advancing until the final fight between Harry and you-know-who in however many years that is to happen? No. That just seems like a waste of time. Loki frowned as he thought hard, his eyes lingering on the Disc of Wishes, which he teleported out of the Sapphire Castle, which he thought about using. Can I use this to digest my potion? A miracle would suffice, right? But I'm sure it'll likely cause problems down the line if I don't follow the proper ritual method to advance my sequence. Especially when I'm transitioning from being a normal human to being a demigod. Loki sent away the Disc of Wishes and closed his eyes to think again. Let's look at this objectively. All I need to do is to usurp everyone's expectations about how the event goes. In that case, what can I do? What actions will you-know-who perform in the first place that I can manipulate and take advantage of? No. I'm not him to be able to predict his thoughts and abilities. I could try, but that still wouldn't let me be sure about it, not without evidence. But I can take a different approach. One that is backed by bits and pieces of evidence which can allow me to draw a trajectory of each member on this playing field. Let's gather all the evidence Adam has left behind for his golden trio to figure out. The first piece of evidence was during the Quidditch World Cup. You-know-who's followers attacked to perform a ritual to resurrect you-know-who. But Nicholas gave me a clue that the golden trio did not have. Nicholas told me that you-know-who asked Adam to bless a spell of his. The Fidelius charm. So it is clear that you-know-who wants to hide something. When I first heard about it, I assumed that you-know-who was trying to hide the location of all the Death Eaters he'd broken out of Azkaban. But new evidences throw a different light on this problem, doesn't it? For example, the souls of the people in the first mission. They were captured and taken away somewhere. Where were they taken to in the first place? Why haven't I divined about this already? Loki frowned. Did I really not divine about this? Loki's frown turned deeper. He quickly pulled out the Ring of Harvest and closed his eyes to divine about the situation. The location the souls of the people attacked by the Demon of Wishes were taken to. Loki repeated the statement 7 times as he kept his eyes closed and slipped into cogitation to fall into the ethereal state of sleeping while not sleeping. Loki's vision shifted from the all-black it was to a rather dark and dreary place that he could barely see around in. He could see vague outlines very close around himself as if he were trapped inside a cupboard, but before he could analyze anything else, the screams of a million lives suddenly assaulted his ears. Loki was taken aback, but he continued to observe. And what he laid his eyes upon left him stunned and frozen. The reason he wasn't able to see much around himself wasn't because Loki was inside a cupboard of some sort. No, Loki was currently surrounded by what appeared to be tightly packed bodies of people that had been bundled up like sardines in a can. Each person screamed for their lives as if they were simultaneously being tortured in some strange way, even though nothing could be seen harming them. This feels like a slaughterhouse. Loki's vision broke there and he returned to the Sapphire Castle. Except as soon as he did. Where was I? Yes, I wanted to figure out where those souls went. Loki was about to jump into another divination before the ring itself stopped him from making another attempt. What happened to you? The ring grew a thin mouth out of which a long tongue showed up. And while it didn't speak anything, Loki understood it immediately. You're hungry. Why? I'll feed you later. Let me perform one divination and then I'll feed you until you're full. That seemed to have worked as the ring of harvest closed its mouth and waited patiently. Loki performed the same divination again. He repeated the sentence 7 times as he closed his eyes and slipped into half-sleep using cogitation. What he saw before his eyes was the same disturbing image of souls being packed together like sardines in a can. Except as soon as he broke out of the divination when he'd seen enough. Where was I? Yes, I wanted to figure out where those souls went. Loki was about to enter into another divination, but he was stopped when a mouth grew on the ring of harvest as it opened its mouth to push out its lengthy tongue to demand food. Loki looked at the ring of harvest and frowned. Didn't I tell you that I'll give you food after this one divination? The ring of harvest suddenly froze. It couldn't understand if its owner was thinking it was a fool or really just confused. Was its owner going to use some strange method to swindle it into staying hungry for another year again? That wasn't something it was keen on experiencing. Loki, on the other hand, noticed the genuine confusion of his prized mystical item and frowned. I already performed a divination. And I don't remember. Loki's eyes narrowed immediately as a chill ran down his spine. The heck? Are you sure I performed a divination? Loki asked the ring of harvest. Not having any other means to communicate with Loki, the ring of harvest used its tongue to form a circle. So I did, but how? Loki remained puzzled for a while as he looked at the situation in front of him. How? Defied Liu's charm. Loki's eyes widened slightly when he realized this. The charm can affect me inside the Sapphire Castle. Loki frowned nearly instantly. I don't like this. Whatever this is too strange. How? Inside the Sapphire Castle, but what? Chapter 363, Pre-Planning. Loki took a few deep breaths to calm himself down as various thoughts assaulted his mental stability in waves. After a few deep breaths, Loki pulled himself together and with his teeth clenched faked a smile as he calmed his rippling mind forcefully. Loki spent time browsing through his entire body of heart and mind, searching for corruption or any source of eternal manipulation that he could connect to what had just happened to him, except he couldn't find anything wrong anywhere. Loki remained frowning. How did this even happen then? Is the spell something that doesn't manipulate you directly but in an indirect fashion? Does it conceal the information itself directly? Somehow through the sea of subconscious? You can't retain the information to make any inferences out of it. Loki remained frowning as he tried to theorize how Dumbledore's spell worked. He couldn't make much sense out of it since he'd never seen or even interacted with a Beyonder of the visionary pathway before, but Loki managed to ascertain a few scraps. Did Adam come in contact with the Chaos Sea? Loki remained silent for a few minutes, trying to decide if he'd divine to know more about this or stop digging into the newly opened rabbit hole. And whatever it is clearly out of my pay grade, for now. You know who is using Adam's ability to conceal his plans. And Adam is helping him to further his own plans. Loki kept frowning as he looked nowhere in particular, his thoughts clouding his vision as he couldn't see past it all in a way that could make him understand how he could manipulate it all. Let's be rational about all this. So you know who has an idea that he wants to execute. Adam is likely planning to involve Harry Potter in it at the end of the day. And in all this, I want to perform my own advancement ritual. To usurp the expectations of not just a saint but also an angel at the same time while keeping myself alive enough to be able to advance by drinking my potion while doing so. This is going to be difficult. Loki played with the ring on his finger, fidgeting with it as he thought through his plans about the situation. Let's do a count first. In you-know-whose camp are the Death Eaters he's rescued from Azkaban, the Death Eaters that have renounced him and escaped being imprisoned into Azkaban, the teacher that has infiltrated Hogwarts, and finally an outer god. In Adam's camp are the Hogwarts teachers, the Ministry of Magic, Harry Potter and his friends, and Gairman Sparrow, who he aims to control to benefit Harry. Then there's the Ministry of Magic, which has several unspeakables. But Laura is kinda, sorta, in my camp. You know who wants to advance to Sequence 2 Bloody Archduke. Adam wants to get Harry to advance. And I want to advance myself. To advance myself, I need to derail the advancement of you-know-who and Harry Potter. To derail their rituals, I'd need to distract them in some way. Harry I can distract easily as long as you-know-who is trying to advance. I'm sure his ritual is probably something related to protecting various people, so he'll try and stop you-know-who from advancing. If he's still a Sequence 5 Guardian, that is. If he becomes a Sequence 4 Demon Hunter, that would mean he likely has to kill several Death Eaters. But since Adam would not appear to support that, he likely will give Harry a weapon that disables them. Perhaps some form of corruption-inducing weapon or something that allows him to control them. But to derail him, I'd have to do something with the weapon. Perhaps make you-know-who steal the weapon and make Harry fight to get it back from him. Inducing a slight twist in Adam's plans. And you-know-who. To derail his plans for the event, I have to most likely derail his preparation. His preparation. The souls he seems to have captured and ones that are locked behind Adam's Fidley's charm. How would I destroy his preparations? Without knowing what they're about. I mean, technically I have asked Laura to help me destroy the demon in Nocturne Alley, so I can count on her to help derail the plot here. But the trick will be making you-know-who reveal his preparations. I have to get him to do it in a way I can cause him to lower his guard regarding it, such that I hold out long enough in a fight with him where I can allow Laura to appear wherever we are in contest with him while I ruin his preparations. Can I fight with him long enough to bring out Laura remains to be answered though. Loki thought in silence, his mind cooking up various plans as they were all struck down in advance because of the various problems and complexities associated with them. He thought of trying to trap Voldemort in some sort of an illusion, but knew it'd be beyond impossible to be able to do such a thing since Voldemort was likely more trained than him in figuring out falsities because of his fights with Dumbledore. Even with a flawless illusion to trap and hold him down, I still need a way to get past his danger premonition for good. Because even a sloppy danger premonition will absolutely ruin the experience of the illusion. Loki thought for a while but couldn't figure out a direct answer. I've already tried with Tom's soul, but he's too weak for me to reliably base my plans on. And even with all my work till now, I haven't found a reliable method to attack him, such that it works in a prolonged way in a fight without him just using a clemency to shield out my new mental spell. Especially when he's probably trained even better because he's faced against Adam, who's from the visionary pathway. Loki frowned as he stroked his chin. His posture reflected his chaotic thoughts as he tried to figure out something that would work well. But even after a few minutes, the best Loki was able to come up with was a blank. Except in the face of this wall, Loki decided to think about it a little differently. How would an assassin think about this? How would Fleur think about this? Loki conjured an illusion of Fleur sitting in the Tarot Club meeting while simultaneously conjuring Mr. World on the other end of the table. Miss Empress, how would you fight a Sequence 3 Blatherer? Specifically, how would you disable his danger premonition ability? Fleur tapped her fingers on her elbow for a few seconds as she appeared to be thinking before she turned to look at Mr. World and answered. Except the next words didn't come out of her mouth, they came out of Loki's. One way would be to destroy something important or close to the saint. It can give you a well-meaning distraction in the fight which can be used to exploit and assassinate the saint. Ha 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 ha. Of course, of course. How stupid. Of course, it's this easy. How didn't I think about that before? I have something so close to him with me from the start. I should have thought of this on my own. But then Loki suddenly frowned. But that begs the question, how do I even do that? To do that to a saint, will it give me the window of opportunity one need? It isn't something just about anyone can do. Should I ask Nicholas and Prenell for help instead of Laura? No, they'll probably eat me alive if I even indicated that I was going to fight against a Sequence 3 saint while I'm not even a demigod. I can't even let them get a hint about it. Loki finally stood up and stretched around for a while as he relaxed his mind while thinking. I should read more books about magic in the Room of Requirements. Rowena's bound to have some tips and tricks that can help me fight you-know-who on temporarily equal terms. Is it cheating to literally have notes from the inventor of magic on your side? Well, bullying a Sequence 5 while being a Sequence 3 saint is cheating too. Chapter 364, Tarot Club, Underlying Plot, 1. Loki looked at the Tarot Club members lazily as they all wished him one by one in their own way after bowing slightly and sitting in their chairs. Loki was feeling a little sleepy since he'd spent much of the past week studying from Rowena's books in the Room of Requirements. He'd learnt a lot from them but not exactly about what he'd wanted. For example, one of the lines in the book was as follows. The source of all magic is the Chaos Sea. The line hadn't made much sense to Loki when he'd first read it. It had shocked him and confused him while possibly leaving him a little bamboozled, but Loki kept his head calm and read further. A crucial fact about magic is intent. Whether it be to control the level of output of one's spell or its actions, like using the aqua eructo to quench one's thirst or using it to slice through an iron gate dash. Each variation of the spell requires one to understand about the intent of its user in an intimate manner, lest they slice the neck of their loved ones while giving them water to piss on an iron door. As such, one possible solution to this would be to expose the body of heart and mind to the true god of their spell. But as expected, this is risky. It could allow the true god a hook into their minds for corruption, while also allowing them to execute nefarious plots like using the person as a carrier of an explosive that would activate only if they used a certain spell from another god's domain. To avoid this, Helga and I've come up with a method that uses the Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea, being a spheroid that contains the entirety of the sea of subconscious of every single living being on the planet, can also perfectly pinpoint the intent of all those executing a spell. As such, using a rune as an indirection towards the Chaos Sea can help single out the intent of the user while hiding their body of heart and mind from the corresponding true god. Loki was very shocked by the information. Not just because the method was remarkably similar to the one he had discovered to hide his intent from Voldemort, but also because Rowena and Helga Hufflepuff seemed to be in contact with the Chaos Sea. Was one of them already a great old one? Loki frowned. He didn't understand why someone would have a spheroid and still be forced to slumber for such a long time. Especially when Klein was done battling the celestial worthy of heaven and earth in such a short period of time. Loki's eyes trembled a little as he read further. There are several ways one can speed up casting their spell because of this layer of indirection. One way would be to simply strip off the layer of indirection and directly expose your body of heart and mind to a true god. But another clever technique might be to package the intent behind several spells in a row into the first spell they want to execute, such that all the following spells happen effortlessly. This is a little tricky to do and is also very rigid, since one cannot cancel or modify their intent after it has left them, but in cases where your wand is separated from you, one could still cause it to spit out their already planned spells. Loki's eyes widened at Rowena's knowledge. It truly cemented in his eyes that she was the creator of such a complex system. Not just because she knew the ins and outs of the entire system, but also because she'd done it all in such a way that no one in history had ever been able to figure these secrets out. Not even someone as great as Merlin or Albus Dumbledore. As such, Loki spent an extraordinary amount of time in the room of requirements for the next week or so, aiming to absorb all the knowledge that Rowena had written down in her books by trying to make sure not to miss out on anything. But it all came at a slight cost. Loki barely had any food during this time and slept even less. To the point that by the end of the week even his Sequence 5 body was left demanding a little rest from him. But Loki knew he didn't have a lot of time, since not only did he need to absorb all this knowledge, he also needed to perfect its usage in a way that he could gain an advantage over Voldemort in the duel he had planned for them. Each tip and each trick felt like it had been written down with a lot of care and research, which made him feel like he was standing on the shoulder of giants. Even still, Loki shamelessly absorbed all the knowledge, making sure that he'd repay his little admirers when he decided to go back in time. As the Tarot Club members sat down, Snape was the first to speak. "Mr. Error, this is a request from the true goddess of my pathway." Loki turned towards Snape lazily as his eyes that were drooping shut stared at Snape's body of heart and mind. I guess he isn't lying. Since he looks like a child asking their guardian for candy. I can see how excited he is about learning from his question. But what exactly is the question? Loki nodded softly, indicating for Snape to speak as everyone else in the Tarot Club looked at him with rapt attention, wondering what the true god of a pathway would want to ask Mr. Error. Except, Loki's head wasn't working right. But no one else knew this. "Mr. Error, she asks if you know of a method to clear the corruption of the moon." Loki looked at Snape with the same lazy expression as his brain slowly processed the words and meanings associated with Snape's question. As if drunk, Loki nodded. "I do." Everyone leaned in closer with excitement, curious to know about Loki's next words, but Loki remained silent. Time ticked away and what was a few seconds of silence slowly stretched to a minute. That was when they realized that Loki wasn't going to expand on his answer. As such, everyone suddenly realized something. Equivalent exchange. Mr. Error wants to know what Mr. Moon is willing to pay for this. Everyone turned to look at Mr. Moon and he gripped the side of his chair, a little uncomfortable by the sudden piercing stares that had been thrown in his direction. But he realized that he should have asked for a private audience to keep the matter a secret from the beginning. And so Mr. Moon spoke. "Could you conceal our conversation from others, Mr. Error?" Snape spoke softly. Loki's blinked and to everyone's shock and excitement, shook his head. "Why bother when everyone here is on the same side? Ah, there's Mr. Devil, but I can just trap him in an illusion." Snape was left a little startled and a little confused, but he couldn't bring himself to speak properly. This. Mr. Error, however, kept staring at him, asking with his gaze if Snape was going to continue speaking or not. Although the stares of other people didn't bother him very much, Mr. Error's gaze felt heavy. So Snape just gulped softly before nodding and continuing after he made up his mind to continue speaking. Although I do not have very much to offer to Mr. Error, my goddess has offered me the opportunity for Mr. Error to earn the card of blasphemy for the abyss pathway should you solve her problem. Almost everyone's eyes widened. Chapter 365, Tarot Club, Underlying Plot, 2. Mr. Devil on the other hand was baffled. Did he say the card of blasphemy for the Circle of Inevitability pathway? What pathway is that? Mr. Devil looked around at everyone else, but the mirage around their figure masked the source of their confusion well, leaving him to believe that none of them actually knew what this Circle of Inevitability pathway actually was. And so, Mr. Devil looked directly at Mr. Error, hoping to understand if he would clear away this confusion. I see. Loki nodded. What do I even do with that thing? Wouldn't it be wrought with corruption anyway? Loki sighed audibly for everyone to hear, which made it seem like Mr. Error was tired of the question itself. As if the true goddess of the pathway had asked him the same question earlier and he had rejected her several times before. Hermione, however, had a line of thought different to everyone else. He's just tired, isn't he? Hermione recognized it because she did the exact same thing when she was tired of revising for exams. Especially when Harry and Ron came after her with some troublesome task right before exams. She'd sigh then too. It was a sigh of annoyance that signified that although the task wasn't something she'd normally take over, it was one that she was forced to do because her only friends had requested her to do so. But from there Hermione's thoughts started to spin around in a wild direction. The true goddess of the moon pathway is Mr. Error's close friend. Are they dating? Kaya. Loki's eyes gazed over Hermione's body of heart and mind since he saw her spirit body slowly turning crimson with excitement, and he became instantly shocked. What? I'm dating Lilith. Loki didn't have the mental energy to deal with Hermione's misunderstanding, as such he turned away from her and looked at Snape again. And after a few seconds of examining him, Loki spoke softly. The price you've quoted isn't enough for me to perform the task just yet. But I can give you a hint regarding the solution. The easiest method without my direct intervention would be to come in contact with the Chaos Sea. Snape's eyes widened. This was something he'd asked about earlier in the Tarot Club but had been shut down because of being weak, as such when he found another opportunity regarding it he grabbed it immediately. And where would this Chaos Sea be, Mr. Error? Loki looked at Snape with a frown, noting that he was trying to pull out a mile when he was given an inch, but seeing how excited he had become, Loki sighed in annoyance and spoke softly. You're still too weak to know about such a thing. Even Lilith is too weak to know about such a thing. She'd especially not be allowed anywhere near it because the Chaos Sea is what is keeping the peace of this era. On the side, Mr. Devil heard something else. I can easily solve your problem, but it is not currently convenient for me to be involved in it. After which the illusory Snape that Loki created for Mr. Devil spoke with a little bit of frustration. What could be stopping someone as great as you from acting, my lord? It isn't what, so much as who. Loki said, tapping his fingers on the table. Who? Precisely. Loki nodded before revealing, the only thing stopping me from acting right now is Herpo the Foul. While he has been killed, he isn't truly dead yet and still has a vast hidden following that is still trying to bring him back. In the non-illusory world, everyone fell into silence after Loki's answer. They all pondered on his words. The Chaos Sea is keeping the peace of this era. The words, although not having a great impact on them since they didn't even know what the Chaos Sea was in the first place, left them feeling a little odd that Mr. Error knows the location of something so crucial. But Hermione was a little too curious, as such she asked her question innocently. What is the Chaos Sea, Mr. Error? Mr. Devil on the other hand heard. Who is Herpo the Foul, Mr. Error? Loki looked at her and then at everyone else. They all seemed to be curious, so he nodded and explained with as few words as he could. The step after one becomes a true god is to become a great old one of their corresponding neighboring pathways. Everyone frowned. Great old one. What's that? Snape and Fleur were the only ones to focus on something else, neighboring pathways. While Sirius was a little shocked that Mr. Error would reveal such information. If only that stupid cousin on mine hadn't stolen that card, the House of Black would have 2 of the 3 neighboring pathways of the Eternal Darkness pathway group. Seeing everyone confused about Mr. Error's words, Sirius spoke to help clear some confusion. Each pathway is interchangeable with its neighboring pathway of the 19 traditional pathways in the Beyonder world. There are 8 groups in total. For example, the Mystery Prior pathway is interchangeable with the Savant pathway and they both belong to the Demon of Knowledge group. Sirius's words made everyone frown and look at Mr. Error. Each one had their own thoughts regarding the matter, but they accepted Sirius's words when Mr. Error didn't correct him in any way. But even Loki was a little surprised. How does he know such high-level knowledge? Did the Black family have neighboring pathway blasphemy cards in the past? Mr. Devil on the other hand was hearing something completely different. Herpo the Foul is a terrible wizard that pursued immortality by splitting his soul. One such soul currently resides in the form of a boy that the Demon of Knowledge is protecting. And who is this boy, my lord? Mr. Devil heard Sirius ask. Mr. Error looked at them all before stopping on Mr. World in particular as he spoke. Loki. The boy's name is Loki. He is crafty and cruel. But his greatest skill lies in hiding his identity behind a facade of normality. Mr. Devil's eyes widened as Loki trapped him in an illusion of everyone being in a confused silence. Meanwhile, out of everyone else, Hermione continued to ask her question. But what does the Chaos Sea have to do with anything about a great old one? Loki looked at her and simply stared at her without answering. Hermione's heartbeat quickened as the gears in her mind started to rapidly spin. Is he going to kill me for asking this? But what did I do? I don't want to die. Mummy. No. The only way I can save myself is if I figure out the answer before he kills me. She went through several thoughts in a few seconds as she finally landed on a solution which she excitedly shared. Is it because like the uniqueness of a pathway is the beyonder characteristic of the sequence 0, the Chaos Sea is the beyonder characteristic for becoming a great old one? Everyone else's eyes widened at the connection that Hermione had made. Loki only smiled softly before nodding as he spoke. Not exactly, but you're close. The Chaos Sea is sort of like the beyonder characteristic of becoming the great old one of the God Almighty Pathway group. The God Almighty Pathway group contains the Visionary Pathway, the Hangman Pathway, the Sun Pathway, the Tyrant Pathway and the White Tower Pathway. Pretty powerful pathway if you ask me. Chapter 366, Mr. Error's Blessed. Loki looked at the two of his teammates who were looking around Knockturn Alley as they walked house by house, trying to figure out which area was related to their target. Don't you think he should be rewarded for fulfilling people's wishes instead of being pursued by the Ministry? Loki asked with a slight smile as he randomly scanned around the area. Daphne quickly shook her head. It could be another one of those wishing demons. That would be terrible, Hermione added. Loki rolled his eyes since he knew they weren't going to find anything anytime soon. Laura didn't want to waste time searching for the famed Wish Trader, as the people of Knockturn Alley had begun to call him since she knew it was just Loki buzzing around and doing strange things. Loki didn't really have to fill or recharge the Disc of Wishes anymore since its power never seemed to decay, but he needed to act appropriately as his potion's name suggested. He needed to become a dream stealer. Loki was essentially directing people's dreams with the help of Sunny while making sure to manipulate them in ways that would make them want to get rid of whatever they had dreamed up, be it wealth, power, or talent. In each case, Loki made sure to always manipulate the story around them in ways that made them regret their decisions. Sometimes it was the simplicity of their current lives, other times it was personal relations. For each person that came to his shop, Loki deeply studied their body of heart and minds while they were trapped in Sunny's dream illusions as he made sure to pick their insecurities, making sure that Sunny was able to digest his potion by soothing their worries while he was able to rob them the life they might have had if they'd changed themselves, i.e. he was robbing them of their dreams. Loki was doing this to improve on one of his ways to attack Voldemort at the end of the year since he wanted to study his thought patterns. He was using a special sacrificial lamb to do that, but that was for another time. The game Loki set up was simple, and because of its harmlessness, Laura made sure to ignore it. But since she had to show to the world that she was doing something to handle the situation on paper, she assigned the mission to the best newbie team that had joined the Unspeakables department this year. She could do so because the information regarding the Wish Trader was still just a simple tale that was spread around Knockturn Alley. Since it wasn't something that had affected the rest of the world in any way, it was alright for her to assign it to a simple team under the pretense of not wanting to waste resources. So Loki was currently investigating himself, courtesy Laura. But Loki hadn't stopped there. Loki was trying something he hadn't dared to try until now. It wasn't something that he had figured out he could do because of necessity but because of boredom. Continuously going to Knockturn Alley week after week in search of himself had left him with an active mind that wanted to explore other areas to pass the time. And so Loki developed a game. If I can make Daphne take left on the next turn I win. While the game looked mundane, it was anything but. Loki was currently honing his ability to surgically place thoughts and manipulate someone by infiltrating their sea of collective subconscious through himself. Loki was essentially manipulating his own sea of subconscious and trying to infect the people around him without their notice. As such, Loki threw out a thought into his sea of subconscious with a lot of spirituality, making a wide ripple that was sure to infect Daphne and Hermione, who were very close to him. And while Hermione was easily affected as displayed. Let's take a left next, we've taken too many rights until now. Daphne. No. Let's divine it. We haven't done that in a while. Wasn't. Hermione nodded and quickly pulled out her topaz pendulum as she murmured her question. Going to the left will allow us to find evidence regarding the Wish Trader. She repeated the question 7 times and opened her eyes. The pendulum was not spinning in any direction, meaning the divination was inconclusive. Daphne frowned. While Loki was fuming. What sort of mental defenses does she have? Why isn't she falling for my charm? Is it some beyonder item on her? But I can't detect anything that would influence her mind, or even protect it from external influences. Am I just unlucky? But Sunny is so easy to manipulate. Asterisk sigh asterisk I guess Sunny's just too stupid. The mission continued without any progress or results, and so they returned to the ministry empty-handed. During their time in the ministry, however, they were shocked to find Laura waiting for them. Loki. I need your help, Laura said simply while examining an item on the table in front of her. Dominic stood beside her and he was similarly examining the item while Cedric stood to the side, leaning on a wall as he read through the several notes he had taken, presumably about the item that was the center of attention in the room. Loki looked at Ethan, who was sitting beside the door while holding his heavy cane and dozing off, but his magical eye spun around and pointed him in Laura's direction. Loki looked at Daphne and she nodded, giving him permission to leave as he split away from Hermione and her to join Laura. What hap dash? We got a note today along with this item, Laura said simply, and when Loki was about to ask what the note was about, Cedric tossed a card his way. Loki grabbed the card out of the air and looked at it. Hermione and Daphne stood on his sides and peered at the item. It was a picture of a letter which was framed well. The words on it were simple. And yet they shook Loki a little. Hermione on the side had her eyes widen like a cat on catnip. The he dash, Hermione whispered, but caught her tongue just in time as Daphne looked at her with suspicion. But Hermione managed to change her words just in time. The hell does this even mean? Daphne looked back at the picture and nodded, her suspicion reducing a little. I don't understand too. Is this a joke? Laura looked at the three of them before locking in on Loki, who had the most inquisitive look among them all. Can't say the letter rings a bell, but did it come to the unspeakables along with this item? Loki asked, moving closer to Laura and looking at the item that was beside her. It's cheap. Something like a roadside toy. One that a child would be momentarily enamored with, but would lose interest in quickly. Loki bent low to examine the monkey that was dressed in circusy clothes holding the symbols. But after not being able to figure anything out, he looked at Laura. This is an ordinary toy. Laura nodded. That's the same conclusion everyone else came to too. Does nothing else ring a bell? Loki frowned. Truth be told, he was quite unsettled by the sudden case that had been presented in front of him. Especially the words he'd read on the paper. Loki looked at the card which held the picture of the letter once again and read aloud what he was seeing. Mr. Errors Blessed sends you his regards. Mr. Errors Blessed hopes to remind the directors that one cannot guide fate as they see fit without facing its wrath. Hermione shivered involuntarily as if she was struck by a sudden chill traveling up her spine. Is this the work of Mr. World? Chapter 367, Blessed. Loki was having a slightly hard time trying to pinpoint exactly what had gone wrong in all of this and who exactly was responsible for using his likeness in such a way. And what's with this message in the first place? Mr. Errors Blessed hopes to remind the directors that one cannot guide fate as they see fit without facing its wrath. Does it mean to say that the people behind the scenes controlling all this will have a bad time? Is he talking about Adam and Minister Fudge? Loki's frown only deepened as he thought further about the note. Eventually, everyone was asked to leave when Laura realized that Loki didn't have much else to tell her about all this. Having returned to his room at Hogwarts, Loki immediately went to the Sapphire Castle and pulled out his trusty ring to perform a dream divination. The person who sent the letter along with the monkey to the Ministry of Magic. Loki repeated the statement 7 times and fell asleep using cogitation. His eyes rolled to the back of his head as he relaxed into his chair, calmness taking over his thoughts as his vision shifted. It didn't take long. As Loki's view stabilized, he saw a rich, sturdy desk behind which Cornelius Fudge sat, his fingers drumming along the edge of the table as he read through what appeared to be boorish documents regarding a recent audit report on the ministry. Loki paid rapt attention to everything in the room. He absorbed every detail but failed to notice anything similar to the chimp toy that he had seen earlier. They entered the office and placed the toy and left. Loki frowned, finding it a little unrealistic. But Loki's question was answered soon. Almost in the blink of an eye, Loki saw Fudge's table glowing. A golden halo separated from the glowing table that Fudge was absolutely bewildered by as he quickly rushed away and stretched his hands against it to attack at any given moment. The table's glow slowly dimmed, leaving only the golden halo hovering a few centimeters off the table as it started to converge in on itself. As the halo converged, it grew brighter, becoming more and more white as the light failed to hold onto any particular color. And within a few seconds, the light was bright enough to hurt Loki's eyes, but he kept squinting to keep his eyes on the action, afraid to miss out on figuring out who was actually doing all this. But much to his disappointment, once the light, which had started to dim again after hitting its peak, vanished, no one else was to be found. A small area around the table had been cleared, and in its center sat a toy chimp, holding symbols, pressed between which was a single letter. The vision shattered at that point and Loki found himself back in the Sapphire Castle. Loki frowned as he opened his eyes, not very happy with the result of the divination, but he maintained his cool nonetheless. With all that light, was it someone of the sun pathway? I didn't feel any purification effects from the light though. Maybe because it was a divination. Loki frowned. The divination had fallen short and he didn't have any other leads to pursue, so he tried doing something else, looking at it all from a different angle. Let's see. So someone managed to slip an item in the minister's office. The item wasn't anything special, being a simple toy with a letter attached to it. Symbolically, the toy could be used to describe the minister as a chimp clapping his hands to play a tune whenever he is wound. But that doesn't give me any more clue other than the fact that whoever it was likely doesn't like the minister very much. Let's look at this from the perspective of beyond our abilities. Which pathway would be capable of doing such a task? The Fool pathway, the Door pathway and the Error pathway come to mind since each of them have the ability to teleport things around. But since no one really knows about them, that leaves the traditional pathways. No. Wait a second. The person who dropped the letter clearly knows about the existence of the Error pathway. So someone from the Tarot Club? Sirius, Snape and Fleur don't seem capable of doing something like this. Dominic is too much of a straight arrow. Hermione is incapable of doing such a thing, for now. So Mr. Devil. He doesn't have the ability to do such a thing. And it would be in his best interest to remain hidden, and not expose himself so that you-know-who can resurrect properly. So who is it? Did some other Death Eater do this on you-know-who's orders? Maybe Mr. Devil talked about Mr. Error to you-know-who and he laid out this incident for some reason. I did tell him about Loki being Herpo's Horcrux. But it seems like a stretch. Why antagonize a true god when you want to advance to an angle soon? Loki's thoughts paused at that point. He couldn't make heads or tails regarding the situation. Each new line of thought eventually ran into a dead end either because the person he was thinking about was too weak to do so, or because it was in their best interests to stay out of the limelight for now. Eventually, Loki's gaze paused on the Disc of Wishes, and then at the time turner. What if it really is my blessed? Just from the future or the past? What if it is just me? The revelation hit him like a truck. It fractured his logical thought process and caused him to switch to try and grasp at straws to rationalize his reasoning. Perhaps the Disc of Wishes worked, but instead of teleporting me back in time it brought someone from the past into the future. No, that doesn't make very much sense. My wording was clear, it shouldn't have been misinterpreted in such a manner. Or could it? Since I tricked everyone else while fulfilling their wishes to power up the Disc of Wishes, it tricked me. Loki maintained a prominent frown. He realized he was back at a wall that he could not look beyond. As such, Loki sought the help of divination. Holding the topaz pendulum freely from his wrist, Loki asked a simple question. The person who orchestrated and performed this incident is a blessed of Mr. Error. Loki repeated the statement 7 times and kept his eyes closed in anticipation. Even without opening his eyes, Loki could feel the pendulum had started to spin around on its own. The result, whatever it was going to be, was conclusive. Loki took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze settled first on his hand, then on his fingers and finally on the chain of the pendulum they held before they zoomed out and took the entire scene in all at once. Clockwise, Loki whispered, his hand going cold as he realized that something very funky was going on. Is it someone like the Founders? Someone I raised in the past, someone that was sleeping just like them but was awoken recently because of someone's actions? Loki didn't have conclusive evidence, and as such he performed another dream divination. Who is the blessed that caused this incident regarding sending a toy chimp to the Minister of Magic's office? Loki repeated the statement 7 times and used cogitation to fall asleep. Chapter 368, The Other Side. An old man raised his hand, but the woman kneeling on the floor before him remained still as if it didn't matter. Not even when the old man pulled out her wand and slowly stroked it. Magic. It has been long since I've been in touch with this. I asked him about it but he's still unhappy with me touching his things. The woman's eyes widened slightly but she said nothing, yet even then the old man sitting before her seemed to have caught on to her questions. Yes, it has been long since he's conquered and uncovered the truth behind magic. I have too. We just have to wait for the right time to turn things around. And then we'll have all of it in our hands. The woman underneath him felt her blood turn cold, yet she did her utmost to make sure that none of it showed on her face or even on the tips of her mind. She went a step further as she masked her true thoughts with another. It seemed to have worked this time since the man redirected his questions at her thoughts. Have you got her? The woman nodded quickly. Good. I want you to make sure that she forgets anything regarding him. Any relation she has with him. Make sure you erase it. Not even a speck must remain. The woman felt a slight chill at the harshness in the old man's heart, but her body showed no change. Instead, she simply nodded plainly as if she was already used to such orders. Neither moved yet and the men seemed to catch on to why the woman was still hanging around. Don't worry. Your daughter will be safe. Northwest other place is safer than Hogwarts. As long as you make sure that he doesn't come in contact with her again and realize that she has been changed, your daughter will be freed. The woman's eyes instantly turned watery, but she quickly blinked away her tears as a firm resolve showed up in her gaze. She looked up at the old man who was looking at her wand and nodded firmly when their gazes met. Good job, the old man said. The woman stood up, accepted her wand from the old man and bowed deeply as she spoke in a calm voice. Praise the angel of future. A smile broke on the face of the old man as he spoke with a hint of humor. I hope you remain vigilant, Cassandra. You know the burden of the future is on your shoulders. You are the only one capable of fooling him. Cassandra nodded and quietly vanished using apparition. The old man slowly stood up as he walked over to the mirror hanging in his otherwise solitary room. Did you see that, Albus? It'll be your time to rule the world soon. A face shimmered into the mirror which anyone else would recognize as the world's greatest wizard, Albus Dumbledore. Don't be stupid, Gellert. Albus said with a deep frown as if he had been deeply offended by the words that Gellert had just spoken. There was a tense pause as Gellert looked at the mirror with a frown. What do you mean, Albus? Don't tell me you won't overthrow their reign. They've remained ignorant of your greatness long enough. Dumbledore smiled softly as he shook his head. As always, Gellert, you're jumping to conclusions. No, I wasn't talking about that. Those that repay love with hate don't understand its value. But you aren't going to accept them, are you? When you can corrupt them and kill her to revive as the God Almighty. Dumbledore laughed softly as if Gellert had cracked a funny joke. Such things don't matter, Gellert. They don't matter as long as it'll be us at the throne and not just me alone. I want you to be there beside me. Gellert's frowning face slowly morphed into a smile as he took some pride in himself while straightening out his collar. I don't care about being a true god, Albus. As long as you make me a king of angels, I'll be happy enough. Albus smiled and then shook his head. You don't have to worry about me missing a beyonder characteristic. I can separate an imaginary one for you. They looked into each other's eyes for a few seconds before the mirror broke the connection, reflecting their own faces once again. Grindelwald's smile immediately dropped as he slowly moved closer to the mirror that was in front of him. When Gellert reached the mirror, however, he didn't stop. Instead, he walked right into it. As if it were a portal to another world. The mirror rippled like a liquid as it accepted Gellert's body, allowing him to slip into it like he was walking into a pool. Gellert blinked as he entered the mirror, and when he opened his eyes he found himself standing in the exact same spot he had just been standing at. Except everything in the world around him looked like it was flipped unnaturally. Objects that he shouldn't have been able to see because he just had his back against them were visible to him like he had turned around. Gellert looked around for a few seconds before walking straight to a couch as he sat down comfortably. Are you not going to show yourself today? Grindelwald asked. A thin voice leaked into Gellert's ears as a response which caused him to activate all his mental defenses to force his body's hormones to calm down. No. You are too weak to handle my presence. Trying not to let anything affect him, Gellert spoke normally. Can't you use that body you always do? No. She's out on a mission. Helping the foolish puppet he has set up to rule Britain. The lady said nothing. Ha. Why are you so afraid of even speaking about him? I told you already, as long as you don't allow the words to travel out of the mirror dimension, he'll never know. The voice remained silent. Fine. Fine. Gellert acquiesced, raising his hands in mock surrender. Why are you here? The sensual voice asked again. Simple. I have a way to gain leverage over him. Although he couldn't see the person speaking to him, Gellert was sure he'd heard a faint gasp somewhere. No. This can't be. No. No. N-dash. It was rather easy actually. I just had to figure out who he cared about the dash. No. The voice practically screamed. Whatever it is you think you've done. Stop and ask for forgiveness. That will be my last words for you. And before he even knew it, Gellert found himself back in the normal world, sitting on the sofa he was just sitting in but facing the opposite direction. Gellert frowned as he felt his ears buzz, but he quickly waved his hand over it and caused them to pop. Why is everyone so afraid of him? He doesn't even have a body yet. Loki woke up on his bed with an excited smile on his face. Sonny. Loki said out loud. And as if Sonny had actually heard him in the spirit world, he peeked out of a portal and looked at Loki. How did you do that? The little niffler asked, bewildered. How did I do what? Loki asked with an amused little smile. That. However, you summoned me. It felt exactly like how you summoned me using the whistle, but also different at the same time. Loki smiled mysteriously but didn't respond to that question. In reality, the method wasn't very different. After Loki had studied how the whistle worked in shortening a ritual, Loki simply initiated the ritual by manipulating his spirituality and activating it like a spell when he called Sonny's name. Instead, Loki asked something else. Are you prepared for today? Sonny rolled his eyes and nodded heavily. Yeah, I am. I know I have to digest my potion and perform the advancement ritual, but are you sure that I won't get caught or worse, corrupted? Snaky said that it was risky to fight him or any Beyonder from that pathway for that matter. It was Loki's turn to roll his eyes this time. Who do you trust more? Me or that foolish little snake that's self-conscious about how big he actually is? The Niffler's eyes narrowed. Don't do that. He's a nice little snake. Not all snakes need to be tiny. Big ones can be good too. Are you seriously going to believe that he's a good guy? Don't fall for the oldest trick in the book. He's tricking you all and you don't even know it. Loki rolled his eyes before standing up and going to the washroom to freshen himself up. The Niffler didn't want to argue anymore and he quickly left, leaving behind last words. Make sure you win today, otherwise all our plans and preparations will be wasted. Loki waved his hand and shut the door to the washroom, glancing at his reflection in the mirror as he gave himself an encouraging smile. Third task of the Triwizard Tournament, here I come. Chapter 369, Third Task, Love War. Loki yawned loudly while standing in line with the champions. Didn't sleep well? Harry asked politely and Loki tried to nod while hiding his yawn. Fleur gave Loki an annoyed sideways glance while Crumb just smiled and ignored Loki. Each of their reactions was justified since they were currently standing atop the small stage that had been set up for them before the entire audience that had come to visit Hogwarts to watch the third task. Harry was nervous and trying to distract himself by talking to Loki. Fleur was annoyed that Loki was making them look bad while Crumb didn't want to do anything that might be seen as helping or burdening Loki since he was now the direct representative of Drumstrang because Karkaroff had vanished. Something kept me up all afternoon so I had to figure it out before falling asleep. But before I could get my beauty sleep Mione dragged me away to the Quidditch pitch saying it was already time for the third task. Harry gave a nervous smile when he heard that since he remembered Hermione leaving his side during their last-minute training and rushing to go bring Loki since he hadn't turned up for lunch in the Great Hall. Who's come from your side? Harry asked with a little less nervousness as he thought back to the Weasleys who had arrived at Hogwarts to witness him participating in the third task. Me. Well, if I had to count it would be 2 people. Hermione and Daphne, but even they are on a mission in Nocturne Alley right now. Harry suddenly choked on his own spit and if not for Loki's timely wand waving would have collapsed on the stage under the gazes of everyone watching them. Sorry, I forgot you were. Don't worry about it. Or maybe worry about it a little, maybe I'll take my revenge during the third task. Who knows, I mean isn't 1,000 galleons a lot of money? I've seen people kill for less. Suddenly Harry was back to being a nervous wreck. Loki yawned a few more times and then lazily looked at Ludo Bagman who was speaking to the audience to introduce the proud sponsors of the tournament. How much does this man speak? Shouldn't you speak in moderation? Does he think he's taking part in the competition? Loki activated his spirit vision and then looked through Bagman's thoughts before nodding to himself. Of course, he has a long speech. Too bad he doesn't remember what he wanted to say now. Having stolen a thought, Loki enacted his part by simply giving a short speech which had only 2 words, the end. Bagman seemed to have the same idea when he seemed to have forgotten his speech midway through so he simply turned slightly towards the champions and to everyone's relief began to explain the third task. Now ladies and gentlemen. We are here for one thing and one thing only tonight. The audience was silent as they paid attention to Bagman's every word. We are here to witness a true champion be reborn in this crucible of victory and defeat. Cheeseris's clap clap clap. Once they quietened down Bagman continued to explain, the third task will be one where the champions will be tested on everything they've learned so far. It will involve tests on their qualities of courage, sacrifice and most importantly love. Loki frowned when he heard the description, and so did the other champions. Where did the hints about war being a thing in the riddle go? Don't tell me we have to play Cupid and find the best solution for a love triangle. Something akin to love is war. As if sensing their thoughts, Bagman spoke with a slight laugh. Yes. You heard me right. The task will focus on the qualities of courage, sacrifice, and love. The champions will be placed in an arena where their limits are tested. The audience was just as confused as the champions. Where was the promised blood? The clever use of their minds to solve complicated problems that were promised in the advertisements. What about testing the champion's skill and control of magic? But Bagman didn't wait for any of their complaints to surface. He immediately shouted. And so, for the first time in over a century, let's begin the third and final round of the Triwizard Tournament. Bagman then looked at the 4 champions standing on the short stage and operated away from the area with a quick pop. All the champions pulled out their wands as they became wary of what would happen next. A thin fog began to roll into the arena. Loki frowned as he looked at the rising fog and flicked his wand. A thin transparent veil fell from the top of his head, forming a small bubble around his face that kept a small 2-inch gap from his skin. Seeing him, the other champions performed the bubblehead charm too. Even Harry, who was trained in the charm by Hermione. Loki's decision turned out to be right since as soon as the fog touched their robes, they started to singe. Their exposed skin started to burn and Loki quickly waved his wand to summon a light updraft that blew the fog away from him. The others did the same and stayed huddled together, not wanting to separate just yet since they didn't know if the task would require them to work together like the last time or if they could go solo. Unfortunately for everyone, they all heard a low growl. Loki's head snapped in the direction behind him as did the other champions. In the fog were floating pairs of blue eyes that surrounded them all. Loki recognized them all in an instant and his expression paled. Who thought it was a good idea to put monogots? Are we going to fight them? But these things are unbeatable using plain magic. Whose idea even was this? Monogots were a relatively simple creature shaped like a black hairless cat with blue eyes. If magic hit them they'd double. So as long as spells were fired at the big cats they'd always double. It was easy to multiply their numbers if you didn't know exactly what you were doing. And they took their grudge very seriously. It seemed among the rest of the champions only Harry and Fleur realized what the beasts in front of them were since they adopted a passive stance instantly like Loki. Harry knows them. Or is he just confused about why no one's doing anything and copying us? Unfortunately for Crumb, he pointed his wand at one of the pairs of floating eyes and flicked a particularly devastating spell. Bombarda Maxima. The spell flew through the fog and landed on one of the sets of blue eyes, lighting up the area around it for a few seconds. Loki's guess was confirmed and they all saw the Matagot for a brief moment split apart from its eyes with one moving left and the other going right before the eyes themselves split into two new pairs. Soon there were two creatures instead of one. Both looking at Crumb. But the worst part was, almost instantly, as soon as Crumb had shot the spell, all the other blue eyes turned towards him. Shit. Crumb cursed but it was too late. The big cats instantly rushed towards Crumb like a swarm of angry bees rushing to protect their queen. Crumb cast spells a few more times but once he saw that he couldn't fight the collective hidden among the fog he rushed away from the stage and ran into the fog hoping to lose them there. Chapter 370, Third Task, LOL. As the silent steps of the murderous cats and the heavy rushing of Crumb vanished, the fog around the champions still on the stage loosened lightly. Flickers of light started to appear in the fog prompting everyone to follow them. Are you going to follow the Lits? Fleur asked. Harry nodded and Loki just said, why not? As long as they don't lead us to a trap we're probably good. Fleur nodded and then with Loki taking the lead, the rest of the champions followed behind him. Normally Loki wouldn't have let anyone guard his back, but seeing how this wasn't going to do any real harm to him and how Harry, the savior, was standing behind him, Loki thought Fleur wouldn't be able to do anything even if she wanted like in the second round. Following the faraway lights, the champions soon arrived at an old paved pathway. At its entrance was a tall statue of a knight holding a shield in one hand and a large staff in the other. Loki all of a sudden felt like he just had a déjà vu. Something wrong, Loki? Harry asked from behind but Loki just shook his head and continued walking and not even a few seconds later, they arrived across a troop of 6 little, minion-sized, mechanical golems each holding either a staff or an axe of their own. Fleur and Harry trained their wands on the alchemical golems but refrained from attacking since they'd seen what had happened to Crumb earlier. But Loki was just appalled. Seriously? League. The heck? First it was OW and now it's League. Is Adam an investor in Typhoon and Rebellion? Loki shook his head to get out the stray thoughts and focus on the match. I guess blue's our color then. Loki thought looking at the alchemical golems marching by them as if they didn't exist. So Crumb is our enemy. Alright, I think I can work with that. But isn't it unfair for Crumb? Loki continued walking in spite of Fleur and Harry who were a little unnerved as they trotted deeper into terrain they practically couldn't see much off. But as soon as the trio crossed the large statue of the knight that looked like it was guarding the path, the fog around them lifted just enough to reveal that their path was empty. They still couldn't see outside the pathway, which made them pay full attention to the small branches that stuck out of the wall of fog on either side of their paths. Is something going to happen? Harry asked without loosening his grip on his wand. I don't think so. I think this is just our side of the field. Our side? Fleur asked. You'll see what I mean when we go in deeper. Follow me and don't attack anything that doesn't attack you first. The two nodded and began to follow Loki. Unlike what Loki expected, they didn't come across a second large statue of a knight guarding the pathway, but they directly made it through to the nexus, which was guarded entirely by an army of small minions. What AR dash? Before Harry could finish his question, a small screen formed in front of him. What is this? Fleur asked. Harry looked over but he couldn't see Fleur's screen, so he assumed it was just like his and spoke his guess. I guess we can select our team. We are blue, right? Harry asked while looking at the color of the robes on the minions that were guarding the nexus and then at Loki. Loki nodded wordlessly before speaking in an almost singing tone. Yep. Selecting the blue team option in front of him, Loki suddenly found his dark robes turning the same blue that the minions wore. Harry did the same and his robes turned blue too. Then they both looked at Fleur, who looked at them with a frown before her robes turned blue too. I am in your team now? Fleur asked, and Harry nodded eagerly. Yep. If we are, ZE same team, how we Z side who wins? Harry was puzzled, so he looked at Loki, who just shrugged. I don't know. Maybe it's a similar system as last time. Depending on who does the most damage? Or perhaps, like Mr. Bagman said, it will be decided based on love, courage, and sacrifice. Fleur and Harry grew thoughtful for a moment, perhaps planning how they would showcase their love, courage, and sacrifice before they were forced to focus again when the display in front of their eyes updated. Thank you for joining Heavenly Hunters. Aim, you must destroy the nexus of your enemy before the enemy destroys yours. Information about your world. 3 guardian turrets protect the 3 lanes that emerge out of your nexus. They will attack only your enemies and those that attack them. The paths that branch off the paved pathways into the fog lead to several monsters that guard their territory in the jungle. Fighting and defeating these monsters will give you items that will help you immensely in taking down the enemy turrets. But that is not all that is possible. It is recommended to split your team along the lane so that you can help defend or attack the enemy in a more dispersed manner until you have the possibility of a breakthrough. Good luck, champions. The 3 champions all read their screens in nearly the same amount of time, but Fleur spoke first. I will take charge of ZE, the central lane in the jungle. Loki nodded and spoke calmly, I'll go top lane. Harry spoke last, I'll go bottom then. The trio then looked around the nexus and spotted the small minion spawning out of thin air around it before leaving through the gates to go to each lane in a group of 5. If we need each other's help, cast the large sparks charm. I'm sure even through the fog we'll be able to see something to help each other out. Fleur and Harry nodded. Well, follow them then, Loki spoke calmly as they all agreed and followed the minions on their own lanes. Good luck. Loki said to his teammates before vanishing into his top lane. Loki did his best not to look too familiar with the arena laid out around him, but he couldn't help curse Adam in his mind. But is Crumb alone on that side? Or did Adam balance out the teams with 2 more players for him? While this somewhat resembles a war, it still feels like something is off. And that 4th line, I have a bad feeling about it. I have a hunch as to what it could be alluding to, but I doubt Harry's caught onto it yet. Eventually, Loki finally arrived at the enemy part of the lane. The fog thickened as Loki followed the minions towards the red team's lane, forcing him to create the updraft to push it away from himself until he could barely see the first minion that was walking towards the enemy guardian tower. Loki's senses heightened, knowing that anyone planning to ambush him would be able to easily do so because of his suppressed vision. But fortunately, Loki was able to arrive at the enemy guardian turret without anyone detecting him, or more accurately without letting him know that he was being watched, if he was. Loki stood back and watched the minions attack the turret for a few seconds. But most of them were taken out even before they reached close to the turret. Once he saw that the minions were obliterated easily, Loki used a simple spell. Bombarda Maxima. A streak of bright red light rushed through the fog and landed on the solid body of the guardian turret, but nothing happened to it. It was almost as if the turret was made out of adamantium. Loki didn't even find a dent in it before the spell fizzled out. I hope Fleur finds those items in the jungle soon. That was when a shrill whistle caught Loki's attention. Sparks. Bottom lane. Harry's being attacked. Loki quickly judged while trying to calculate the distance of the charm through the thick fog that dispersed away all the light, making it seem very diffused. Isn't it too soon? Or did everyone in the red team rush there? Chapter 371, Third Task, Infiltrator. Loki looked in Harry's direction for a few seconds as he thought about what he would do. Should I cut through the jungle? What if there are Crumb's teammates waiting in the forest to get a jump on the others? But Harry would have probably been able to handle it if it was just 1 or 2 people there, so there's probably a lot of people there. I guess I should cut through if it'll be an enemy. Their range of vision should be short enough for me to be able to outfight them because they're in my jungle. With his destination set, Loki began to rush through the jungle as he dashed towards the bottom lane from the top side. Quite soon, as Loki ran into his side of the map, his vision cleared and he could see slightly further into the dense and dark jungle that surrounded him. As Loki ran, he became frustrated by his robes. Doesn't this thing make me a target? Why is it so bright and shiny? Walking by the thick dense foliage, Loki spotted several nests of various monsters in the distance but didn't engage with them. Fleur is going to fight them, huh? I wonder how she'll get them. Would one be able to kite them to use them to take down the enemy team? I doubt they're stupid enough that they can't jump though. Some of them seem powerful enough to cover any distance from which I can attack in a single jump. But if they're realistic, wouldn't they be more territory dash? Loki's heart nearly stopped when he found Fleur in the distance as she ran around a tree to kite a large cat. It was the size of a truck. That's a freaking Zowu. The hell do they expect us to defeat that monstrosity? And what is Fleur even doing engaging with it? Did she go in with the mantra of you only live once or something? Just as the large lion-like cat was about to destroy the entire tree by knocking it over with its large strong paws and snapping its jaws around Fleur, Loki appeared between them. Yet the Zowu's eyes followed not Loki who had suddenly entered its vision, but the large shiny disco ball at the end of his wand. That's it, buddy. Look at this, ain't it interesting? Shimmer jingle. The Zowu's eyes dilated as Loki thanked Adam in his head. God bless you old fool. Thanks for making them realistic. Loki's lips trembled as he looked at the world-ending cat in front of him acting like a silly orange cat as he waved his wand and by extension the disco ball on it from left to right slowly. Aroo-wee-wee-woo-woo. The big cat purred and Loki slowly pulled his hand back before he was going to toss the ball away. Thanks for saving me, Loki. Fleur whispered as she saw Loki distract the Zowu. It was very hard to take down Jacat. Loki said nothing, partly due to not wanting to disturb the Zowu, but partly also because he was starting to catch on to what was going on. Fleur, she didn't look tired. Not at all. It hasn't been long since she started to fight the Zowu. Which means she came across the cat only after Harry shot up his flare. So she messed with this big guy instead of moving towards Harry. Did she think that I was going to save him anyway? That's when he heard a soft whoosh that alerted him immediately. Fleur's moving so suddenly. Why? Is she scared of the Zowu? No. From the sound that I heard, she's moving towards me. Then she wants to distract me from taming the Zowu. But why? Wasn't she on the blue team? Or is it as I feared and she intentionally used transfiguration to copy our robes? So all this was a trap. Did she think I'd fall for her charm? Loki didn't have eyes on the back of his head, but observing his surroundings he was able to quickly determine that Fleur was about to cast a silent spell. How do I escape from this spot? Bagman could apparate, so we can do that. Loki's eyes sharpened and before Fleur could do anything his figure twisted into a point as he apparate away from the spot. The disco ball on his wand dropped and Fleur's spell smashed through it, waking up the Zowu who had until just recently been entranced by it. Loki watched Fleur instantly panic and since he was a little distance away he was out of her sight while still being able to see her because there was no fog around him from his point of view. Grrrrrrrrr. The Zowu growled again. Its teeth showed as it bent low towards Fleur who was frozen stiff. I'm sorry for that, Loki. It was by mistake. I wanted to take down Zethi Zowu. Not you. Fleur said while keeping her eyes on the angry large cat. Loki only frowned but did not speak. Fleur quickly made distance from the angry Zowu, and then in a surprising turn of events looked directly at Loki, as if she could see him even though if she was on the other team her vision should have been restricted by a thick fog. She can see me. Help me, Loki. Loki shook his head immediately. I'm sorry, Fleur. I need to go and help Harry. You saw me apparate, right? Just find an opportunity to apparate to our nexus. Loki watched Fleur's eyes widen slightly before she quickly nodded and apparate away to a spot out of Loki's sight with almost no lingering pop. So she was from the red team all along. But how did she see me through the fog in the jungle? An item she got from killing animals on our side. How interesting. Did the selection happen automatically for her? Only 2 champions can be on a team and since Harry and I chose the blue team she was automatically assigned to the red one to balance the teams. How clever of her to disguise her robes. Looking at the bright flare light that was still hanging in the sky, Loki began to rush towards the bottom lane once again. As Loki rushed through he spotted several creatures that he could recognize, a demiguise, a Cerberus, a horde of unicorns and an Akami. But there aren't any smaller animals. So Fleur did kill them all in such a short amount of time. This really feels like a jungle though. But would any realistic jungle have such unrealistic variety? Arriving at the bottom lane after a few minutes, Loki found Harry battling Crumb along with a few mostly demonic animals. There was a ghoul that kept attempting to engage Harry in a physical fight while Crumb pressured him by casting chain spells. A horde of Nogtails, a piglet-like little critter, swarmed around Harry while trying to attack him at the same time and make him lose his footing so that they could enjoy his flesh. As soon as Loki saw it all, he first pointed his wand towards Crumb. Expelliarmus. Loki cast the spell silently, causing a zap of red flash to leave his wand and head towards Crumb. The sound that the spell made as it whizzed towards him warned Crumb of the attack and allowed him to dodge it at just the last second. As soon as Crumb realized that Harry had gotten reinforcements he apparate away. The demons he left behind turned clueless for a second before they all rushed away in different directions without their leader. Loki took note of this behavior for later use. Chapter 372, Third Task, Puzzling Questions. Loki aimed his wand at them to see what reward he would get for killing them, but paused and turned to Harry instead. "You all right, Harry?" Loki asked, stepping out of the fog so that Harry could see him. "Pretty much." "What happened to Fleur? Did she get hurt by one of the animals in the forest?" Harry asked, seeing Fleur not arrive. "No. She isn't on our team. She tried to trap me and take me down when I was off guard, but I managed to escape just in the nick of time." "Not on our team. But the blue robes dash. She transfigured them to look like ours. I suspect that her team was chosen as soon as we chose ours so that the other team could be balanced." Harry frowned but then calmly nodded. "I understand. Do you know how to apparate, Harry?" "No, unfortunately not. Isn't that taught in the 5th Y dash?" "Okay, then I have another plan for us to follow." "Do tell." "I think we can tame any beasts we defeat in the forest, and they will likely be the only ones that can attack a guardian and do some significant damage to it." "You want me to hunt down all the animals in our jungle?" "No. I want you to hunt all the demons in their jungle. Leave the ones in ours to me. I can handle our side." Harry's eyes widened. Isn't that a bit too risky?" Loki shook his head with a smile and explained, "The plan is to rid them of their forces so that they can't attack our guardian turrets with full force. And by the time they realize you've taken down their biggest and brightest demons, I'll bring the biggest ones we have." Loki's smile was contagious, and once Harry understood Loki's plan and idea, he nodded quickly and was about to begin rushing towards the enemy forest, but Loki's words stopped him. "When you see Fleur, make sure you try and team up with her. Make her think that you don't know about her betrayal. Well, unless she attacks you first." Harry nodded and rushed away. "I was wondering why Adam wanted to make the animals realistic. If it is what Bagman told us we would be judged about, that's a little clever. It's probably about love. If my suspicions are correct, it was because you can not only win them over by hurting and threatening them but also by loving them. It's probably going to be easier for us to show our love to kind and clever creatures, so Fleur and Crumb have to show courage to love the demonic creatures they've subordinated. How unique. But how do you decide how to grade such a vague concept without upsetting everyone in the audience? And I still feel like there's something missing in all of this. Why would Adam want to tire me and Harry when he's planned to make us fight you-know-who? And how will he take us to Nocturne Alley? Or will you-know-who come here? Will we fight in front of everyone? No, that seems risky. There are too many people for you-know-who to have to deal with here. Above all, Adam is right here, so the fight would turn into a showdown between him and you-know-who instead of you-know-who and Harry. So, Adam plans to send us away to Nocturne Alley. How? A portkey could be a simple solution to the problem. But how will he ensure that I and Harry catch it at the same time? Compulsion. But it has been established that he doesn't like manipulating my fate directly for some reason. Something that I and Harry would like to hold at the same time. An item we might receive after defeating an animal in the jungle. Perhaps an item that we might need to use against Crumb and Fleur by holding it together. But will there be such a powerful item? Fleur's item was likely one which allowed her to expand her range of vision, or something which allowed her to detect any life forms in a small radius around her. Which was why she was able to see me through the fog. But will there be a better item than that? An item that would be stronger than a Zowu? I doubt there's such a thing. If there was such an item, that'd make the game unfair, since there is no guarantee that the other team will have a way to counter the item, turning the game into a lucky draw sort of thing where it becomes a race to gain an overpowered item and use it against the enemy team. No. I doubt the other headmasters and judges would have allowed such a thing to happen. Bagman did say we'd be judged based on love, courage, and sacrifice. So it's probably more likely that we'll be judged for being able to tame the animals in our own way, either by coaxing them with treats, or drawing a line using punishments. But then what motive is there for us to gain items from the animals by killing them? How will Adam ensure that Harry and I grab that specific item? Let's say I tame the animals through love, it likely means that the animals in Fleur and Crumb's jungle are the ones that'll drop it an item that Adam wants us to hold together. But how will Adam make sure that I and Harry get it and hold it? No, all this seems a little too convoluted. There has to be something simpler. Loki saw the next wave of minions walking towards the enemy guardian and frowned a little before retreating into the jungle to tame animals that he could use to defeat or even burden Fleur and Crumb. An item that both Harry and I'd want to grab at the same time. Loki's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly hid it away. No way. The trophy. So this competition's rigged. Rigged for Harry and me to win with the same number of points. Loki started picking up speed while running deeper into the jungle. Which animal should I target first to tame it? Can I use my ability to insert thoughts into an animal's mind to tame it? Would Adam notice? Better I don't reveal my abilities for now. Why do I also have this weird feeling like I'm missing something? Like something's about to happen that I wouldn't really like very much. Well, whatever it is, I've prepared to fight against you-know-who. I forgot to give Mione her danger premonition item though. Daphne got one, so she should be safe. It is highly likely that they'll arrive wherever Harry and I are going to be teleported to. Well, if they don't, simply sending up a flare should attract the attention of all the unspeakables in the vicinity. And I need to send Sunny a message to send Laura a notice. I'll do it once we are teleported away. I hope nothing goes wrong. Loki spotted his fingers trembling a little as he rushed through the thick trees of the forest, but he clenched his fist into a tight ball as he calmed himself. First time fighting a saint, at least in a way that he can retaliate. I hope it all goes well and doesn't blow up in my face. If I am able to do everything right, I should be able to stop you-know-who from advancing his sequence once again. And if I'm right, I should be able to advance my sequence to sequence 4 parasite. Wait a second. How did I get my sequence 4 parasite beyond her characteristic dash? Ah, I remember, that demon. Wait, what, ROB, how did I, someone mess and dash? I hope Harry's able to do a decent amount of damage by killing the animals in Crumb and Fleur's jungle. Chapter 373, Third Task, Bungle in the Jungle. Who do I tame first? I could begin with the Zou since it would help me defend against the other less dangerous animals, and even possibly conquer them. With Loki running around the forest trying to tame the various animals that existed inside them, Harry rushed around the thick fog as he kept his eyes and ears trained for any hint of an attack. His footsteps were soft and didn't rustle the grass underneath him by much. He was holding a small knife in one hand and his wand in the other. This forest is much darker than our own. And the trees feel like they've decayed and become hollow on the inside while the small ponds of water remain still and look like everything in them is dead. After Loki told him that the robe could be transfigured, he transfigured his robe to match the darkness of the forest so that he could camouflage with it better. Eventually, after running for a few minutes, Harry came across a small pack of werewolves, about 20. It'll be hard to hunt them down when they're in groups like that. From what I remember when Professor Snape taught us about them, they lose more control and become more rabid the closer to the full moon they get. Professor Lupin never liked the moon too, even the boggart that transformed into one unsettled him. So I can just transfigure a moon balloon orb and they should try and run away from it to hide and avoid losing control. With a plan in mind, Harry brushed through the trees climbing them noiselessly until he was right above the pack. Then cutting a small branch using Gryffindor, Harry quickly tapped it with his wand and caused it to turn into a small pale moon. With the moon made, Harry used Wingardium Leviosa to keep it hovering before he flicked his wand and caused it to crash into the ground with a loud bang. The werewolves were startled by the sudden sound and they all looked at the small dust cloud that was slowly settling down before they saw a shining pale round object at its center. GGRRRRRRRR. Hey whoa whoa whoa. Some werewolves growled while others howled and the rest of them ran away, creating a strong sense of disarray in the pack. With his stage set up, Harry rushed straight into the horde. He was currently a sequence 4, and his body was built like a walking tank, except this tank was also nimble and could change directions at will. According to Dumbledore, Harry had already digested his sequence 5 guardian potion by protecting the school in years 1 and 2 and when he acted as the guardian in front of everyone else in the second task. As such, Harry's knife worked to, nimbly with his feet, reap the lives of the werewolves as he weaved through them, without them even realizing that they had been infiltrated. It took 5 werewolves falling down onto the ground for the pack to realize that there was a killer in their midst. But since nearly half had run away, the remaining half were in a state of confusion. Harry didn't need long to make quick work of them. As all the werewolves dropped dead, they shimmered before turning into particles that left behind several artifacts. Harry picked up one of them and poured his spirituality into a small section clearly meant for pouring in spirituality like the other various Zonkos products. Almost instantly, Harry's eyes widened. He felt like he had a new perception attached to his mind. He could see things through the fog even though he couldn't actually see them. There was some lag when he moved his head around, but it was still better than moving around blind. Harry soon noticed that the item he was holding was gradually losing its glow and reasoned that it would soon dissolve after it lost its effectiveness. So it isn't permanent, we probably need to keep killing monsters to collect them. As such, Harry worked through the forest methodically, moving at a quick pace while deciding which monsters to spare and which to defeat since they would be annoying to fight against in a group. Harry even left behind a few giant monsters just to make Crumb and Fleur waste time trying to defeat them just so that they'd not be able to spend time on the other smaller monsters to farm for items. But all good things come to an end, as did Harry's run collecting the various items he was getting from killing each creature. Harry had gotten 5 stink bombs, 6 giant fireworks and 3 invisibility cloaks. But he had run out of all items that would allow him to see through the fog. Almost instantly, Harry felt a crackle suddenly whiz by his ears. A spell. Harry dodged a swoop which almost caught him off guard as he ducked just in time to avoid a blow from the ogre in front of him. Looking around himself, Harry found nothing but the strange thick fog, and so he began to run since he immediately figured that someone had cast a spell on him from beyond the fog. They noticed that I ran out of items that allowed me to see through fog. How? The attacker seemed to give up on the stealth after their first spell missed, and so Harry heard quick shouts, "CONF Ringo." The voice was distorted and he couldn't figure out whose it was, but he had a guess. Fleur. Harry whipped his own wand and shouted, "Protego," just in time for a massive firebird to clash with it, making it ripple wildly, barely keeping him safe from being cooked alive like a chicken. Harry started using his impressive physique to perform a series of ducks, rolls, and jumps while strafing between trees like a madman to keep his attackers from hitting their target. And his attacker was trying their best. Spells seemed to whiz past him continuously, each turning more ominous than the last. Harry only realized that those spells were dangerous when he saw what happened to the trees that came in contact with them. The trees that were struck by the spells started to decay as a deep rotting stench filled the air like someone had pulled out rotten meat in a fish market. It motivated him to escape his attacker, causing him to run around like a mad dog, using his athletic body to its fullest as he pushed more strength into it and kicked up dirt while using his own wand to shoot out random spells and twist their trajectories in the air to confuse the enemy about where he was. But there was a clear disadvantage in what he was doing. 2 minutes into the chase, Harry realized he was lost. There was fog all around him, and he had absolutely no idea which way to go to find Loki or even his own nexus. At least I was able to get rid of whoever was attacking me. Did you get him? Krum asked Fleur while he was dealing with a medium-sized rune spore. No. Unfortunately, I missed him since he'd transfigured his robes into a camouflage. I managed to snag a few ogres to help us instead. Krum had a frown on his face but said nothing. Fleur joined in on the fight and used the ogres that were behind her to subdue the rune spore and coerce it to join their team. Given that we don't have many creatures on our side, we should launch an attack to keep DM distracted from Z taming creatures on Z their end. Fleur said and Krum nodded. Which lane do you want to focus on? Let's go to Z, the bottom lane. Okay. You go to the bottom lane. I will bring another monster there to back us up. Okay. Fleur then led a charge of various monsters through the forest. Behind her were 5 different packs of creatures. A group of ogres, knobtails, and murtlaps flanked Fleur, and behind her was a rune spore, a giant triple-headed snake which was slowly slithering around the trees without making a single sound. While a simple horde of bats hovered and followed them through the trees. But since the others made a lot of noise walking together, Fleur had to use a wide-range silencing charm to keep their attack unexpected and unpredictable. Within moments, Fleur was almost flying through the forest as she made her way towards the bottom lane where Krum had initiated an attack earlier. As soon as Fleur entered the bottom lane, she began following the alchemical constructs while staying a few feet behind them so that she could see if anyone attacked them when her little troop reached the enemy's guardian turret. Soon the horde arrived at the guardian turret end. Good. Fleur nodded when she saw that there wasn't anything stopping her since Harry was still in their jungle and Loki was probably recruiting animals for his team. With nothing to stop them, Fleur began attacking the guardian turret with her horde. Since her spells did nothing to affect the turrets, Fleur controlled and directed the horde to attack the turret most efficiently. She made her units scatter around the turret to encircle it as they attacked it, while the little alchemical warriors always stayed the nearest to be targeted first by the turret. And while the turret dished out large flaming fireballs at the attacking horde, Fleur rushed around healing her units so that they'd last a long time and she wouldn't have to regather any more troops. Her efforts were rewarded when a simple health bar showed up above the guardian turret and it started to drop down in chunks from the hits of each ogre while it slowly ticked down due to the poisonous damage the runespore's 3 heads did. But Fleur was starting to get a little worried. Where's Krum? Why is no one checking up on this lane? Why is it so silent? Chapter 374, Third Task, Red Team Wins. But with no sparks going up, Fleur focused on keeping her units alive to damage as much of the guardian turret as she could. And just as the health bar dropped to half of the guardian turret, Fleur suddenly heard a loud fantastical explosion. Her eyes were directed towards the sound, the sky, and her pupils shrank when she saw the large red sparks dancing in the sky, glaringly obvious even through the fog. So they'd begun attacking too. Fleur reasoned. With the guardian tower at half health, Fleur found it unnecessary to move her units away from the tower, so she rushed towards the top lane on her own after healing her units to full health. They might not last the whole way through to the nexus if someone interferes, but they'll probably be enough to take down this guardian tower at least. A few minutes earlier. Looking around at the assortment of small beasts he had collected, Krum was quite happy since although they couldn't be used to destroy a guardian turret since they were too weak, they would serve as excellent distractors for any of the enemy creatures that might come to attack their towers. Just as he was about to turn around and rush through the jungles to go and support Fleur on the bottom lane by using his creatures to defend her, he heard a sharp bang from the upper lane which he was close to. Krum looked in that direction for a few seconds and heard the same bang again. That was when he realized that someone was attacking his guardian turret in the top lane. Krum thought about it for a few seconds and coldly decided to abandon his own turret in favor of mounting a heavy and quick attack on the bottom lane. This decision wasn't a panicked one since it had been about 15 minutes since Fleur had left for the bottom lane. Factoring in 5 minutes to go to the Guardian turret, 10 minutes was plenty of time for her to have lowered its health since clearly, their opponent had abandoned defense in favor of attacking them too. Just as Crumb was about to run through the forest however, he heard a twig snap before a sharp swish forced him to dodge the attack by rolling on the forest floor as he looked at his attacker. Crumb stood up and looked at his attacker. Harry Potter. I'm sorry, but I can't let you go, Captain's orders. With a soft smile, Harry started his attack once again as bangs resounded in their background. Crumb instantly put up a shield to keep himself safe from Harry's attacks while directing his little demons to attack him. The horde of little demons, made up of redcaps, Riems, and snallagasters rushed towards Harry, except Harry appeared completely calm as he stood there without doing a thing. Crumb's brows furrowed as he quickly scanned around Harry to understand what gave him the confidence to retaliate or guard himself, a card he hadn't revealed yet but was the source of his confidence. That's when his eyes widened with fear. Hovering above Harry's shoulders were a pair of blue eyes. It seemed like Harry had used the invisibility cloaks he had gotten to hide his own troops. Growling. Those damn cats. Crumb screamed like a little girl inside his mind. A low growl later, Crumb spotted several pairs of eyes in the dark among the canopy of the trees. For a few seconds, Crumb froze as his body trembled with worry and fear, but then he dragged courage out of his gut and pointed his wand towards the sky. Harry retaliated by launching a series of spells to prevent Crumb from revealing their position and asking for help. Forced to defend against Harry's chain of heavy spells, Crumb dodged once again as he sprinted into the forest. Too bad for him though, the Monogots followed his every move with their beady eyes. With Crumb being chased around in the forest, Harry took his sweet time getting rid of the smaller demons that Crumb had collected before everyone was alerted first by Crumb's shout for help in the form of a large red flare, but soon after 2 notifications appeared at once in front of everyone. A transparent shimmering screen like before appeared in front of everyone with fancy words on it. Congratulations to Team Red for being the first to destroy a Guardian turret. As a reward for this achievement, your beasts are now twice as strong and hit twice as hard once tamed. Harry's eyes widened at the statement. Neither he nor Loki had guessed something like this would happen. Very soon however they saw a new notification. Congratulations to Team Blue for being the second to destroy a Guardian turret. As a reward for this achievement, you beasts are now twice as strong once tamed. Although this wasn't as good as the Red Team's reward since their beasts would also hit harder, while Team Blue's beasts would only have a little more health, they were forced to accept it. Harry nodded and rushed towards the Nexus so that he could defend the various enemies that were most likely still moving towards it after they had destroyed the Guardian turret. To his surprise, however, when Harry reached the bottom lane after first checking on the middle lane, he found no creatures there. He quickly reached the Nexus and became happy when he saw Loki there sitting on his tame Zowu. These guys are good at jumping around. He reached the bottom lane in 2 jumps from the top lane, Loki explained, patting the large cat while it tried slapping the disco ball in between its paws. What do we do now? Harry asked quickly. Now that we both have a lane free to attack each other's Nexus, it will become a race to see who'll gather more troops quicker and reach the Nexus first dash. Or at least that is how it would have been if Team Red didn't get that sudden boost. What now then? They'll need much less time than us to gather their monsters since they need only half the number to create the same attack as us. And in the time they mount their first attack, one of them will likely stay back to bring a second wave of monsters so that as soon as our defending pets die they'll try to use that opportunity to break through. Harry nodded since he had followed along until then. I have a simple plan. Loki said with a smile. What do you need me to do? I need you to keep them distracted after you have a few more tamed animals. Once you keep them distracted for a while I will dash. Fleur and Crumb at the same time formulated their own plan after they defeated the creatures that Loki had left behind to march towards the Nexus. I'm sure Zhe'll have to spend more focus on Z defending their territory now that we have monsters that are twice as strong as theirs since Zhe will be slower than us if they go full attack mode. Fleur said. So you want to attack them faster so that we can send multiple waves of enemies at them? Crumb asked with a knowing smile. Fleur nodded and then they both took off from their spots, rushing into the forest to tame more creatures. Meanwhile, Harry and the audience were getting excited since they had all heard exactly what Loki's plan was. A few in the audience however voiced their dissent. How is that fair? The Zowu can jump so far so easily. That promises that Team Blue is going to win for sure. Are you a fool? Of course, it is well balanced. Team Red has creatures that can break through Team Blue's defenses much easier. Especially that rune spore. Simply leaving one of them at the Nexus will give them enough time to attack and defeat Team Blue. It's not even the rune spore that's too strong. They even have a queen vampire moth that can simply fly over the entire jungle to attack the Nexus. It's their fault for not taming it till now. Chapter 375, Third Task, Mutual Destruction. With both teams finalizing their plans, they set into motion gathering all the monsters/creatures they could. Loki and Harry worked on one side of the map while Crumb and Fleur worked on the other, each team turning their entire attention towards their jungles. Unfortunately for Fleur and Crumb, Harry had just recently finished killing their creatures, so they had to wait a little to get them to respawn again. On the bright side, this forced them to discover other creatures like the Queen Vampire Mosp which could fly directly to the Nexus, but on the bad side, they had to create new tactics to hunt these creatures. Time ticked by as both sides gathered their pets/monsters. Rushing to expend all effort they could to try and be faster than their enemies to execute their plans. Loki gave Harry all the pets he'd gathered except the Zowu and asked him to directly defend the Nexus, while Fleur gave Crumb all the monsters except the Queen Vampire Mosp, which surprised Crumb. "I have a plan for it," Fleur explained quickly in a low voice as if she was afraid that the fog around them had ears. Both Fleur and Loki mounted their respective creatures and began to follow Harry and Crumb as they marched down the bottom lane along with the various alchemical constructs wearing their respective team colors. As soon as they reached the center point where the ruins of the destroyed Guardian turret lay, Crumb and Harry faced each other while their pets/monsters and alchemical constructs faced each other. There was silent acknowledgement for a second before all hell broke loose between the two sides. The alchemical constructs were the first to lunge at each other, sending various spells at each other while the ones with melee weapons fought like barbarians. Harry and Crumb almost simultaneously shot spells from their wands. Crumb cast a simple Protego since all he needed to do was buy time for Fleur, while Harry went with Bombarda Maxima to sell the effect that he was desperate to defeat Crumb because they were currently stronger than them. Seeing their teammates fighting well, Fleur took to the air while Loki patted his Zowu to get ready to jump over to the Nexus. The big cat gave its but a little wiggle while the Queen Bee sharpened its stinger. And then in a sudden poof both left their positions on the ground and rose into the air. As Fleur and Loki passed through the rushing winds while defending themselves from the fog that was going to encapsulate their vision soon, they froze as they locked gazes with each other in the air. Holy Merlin of God! A flying creature! How's that fair? Loki cursed as he spotted Fleur flying right towards him. Did they seriously tame that big cat? And it can jump so far. How's that fair? Fleur cursed when she saw the Wumpus cat cover nearly half the distance in moments. Loki quickly directed the Zowu under him to grab onto the Queen Vampire Mosp. Being the first to react, Loki quickly gained the upper hand as the Zowu grabbed the enemy with its claws. But the strength of the Queen Vampire Mosp wasn't to be underestimated. As soon as it felt the claws of the Zowu sling into its chitin armor, it started fluttering its wings with enough force that the fog around both the participants cleared, and almost immediately it twirled the Zowu around, causing it to rather painfully land headfirst into the foresty ground. Loki and Fleur were thrown off their mounted creatures as they smashed into trees and rolled onto the muddy forest floor. Being an experienced assassin, Fleur instantly pushed herself off the floor, which Loki mimicked not long after, a move he'd learned from Cedric and Co. when he trained with them in dueling. But the small difference in time was enough for Fleur to cast the most practical spell she could think of at that moment, Langlock. The spell struck Loki's chest, and as soon as he stood up he found his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. Now this would have been a simple fix normally since all it needed was a simple finite incantatum, but right now, Fleur was already sending multiple chains of colorful spells right at his head. Loki ducked towards the floor and jumped behind a tree to save himself. He then quickly pointed the wand at his mouth and flicked it. Just as Loki did that, he found the Zowu screaming in pain. Peeking from beside the tree, Loki saw that the Queen Vampire Mosp's long sharp sting had pierced into the Zowu's stomach, and Fleur was already rushing towards it so that they could fly away and secure their victory. Since the Zowu was neutralized, at least it wouldn't be able to move very much for now. But Loki didn't sit still. As soon as he saw the Queen Vampire Mosp attack the Zowu, he flicked his wand and with a fully powered spell shouted, Velox Acus. A thick bolt of wind, lighting, and ice left Loki's wand. It was no longer a simple needle. What left Loki's wand looked more like a pillar of pure might and destruction. Fleur saw it and barely managed to halt her steps before she flicked her wand at the forest floor. The dirt rose up and quickly formed multiple walls. There were nearly 20 walls rising up to stop the oncoming onslaught, but Fleur had undercredited the power of Loki's spell. The spell tore a hole straight through the dirt wall, exploding it into a shower of dirt and stone that flew everywhere, yet there was a slight smile on Fleur's face. It missed. The powerful spell was an elemental spell and hence couldn't be blocked by a simple finite incantatum, so Fleur was happy with simply diverting the spell so that it wouldn't hit her or a ride to the Nexus. But unfortunately for her, the Zowu easily understood what was happening around it and in its dying breaths chose to support Loki by using the sharp claws that had pierced through the chitin of the monster in front of it and lifting it up until it was in the path of the scary spell. The spell clashed with the chitin of the vampire Mosp, and for a moment it felt like none would give, but almost in the same moment, the chitin gave way to a small crack that suddenly grew to become a big hole that passed from one side of the body of the Queen Vampire Mosp to the other. Fleur panicked when she saw the state of her ride, but this allowed Loki to send another spell her way. This was the same spell but without the same power as the one used to deal with the monster it just took down. Even so, Fleur didn't skim out on protecting herself, and instead of facing the spell head-on, she dodged to the side to protect herself from being hit. Now that both Fleur and Loki were hiding behind trees in the forest, they took a deep breath to calm themselves. What will you do now, little loser? Or should I call you little ass? Loki taunted. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, both Harry and Crumb started to get nervous as their pets/creatures started dying with neither Fleur nor Loki in sight. Both understood that something had gone wrong in their plan, but both couldn't move from their place since doing so could possibly mean giving up their nexus. Even though Harry would have to move to the top lane, which would take some more time, Crumb wasn't sure if Loki had won against Fleur or not. And since he was blind about the outcome of their confrontation, he stayed with Harry, making sure that at least the person in front of him was accounted for. Harry's assault doubled down and Crumb was forced to expend even more spirituality to defend himself, but in the process of forcing him to protect himself, Harry also attacked the various monsters to help his own pets. As such, Harry was bleeding spirituality at an alarming rate, almost as if he had lost his brain. This put pressure on Crumb that he hadn't planned for and he started to slowly become nervous. The worst part for both parties was the sudden announcement that showed up on screens in front of them. Poisonous fog will now evolve into poisonous rain due to the continuous updraft from the players, which has pushed them to form clouds which will bring calamitous rain. Chapter 376, Third Task, Delay. #, Fleur cursed as the first drops of toxic rain fell on her hands and burnt a layer of her skin. Loki quickly formed the Protego charm and shielded his upper body. How troublesome. But Loki didn't let it get to him. Instead, his mind raced to form a better plan. If I can hold her back for long enough that Harry can go into their jungle and kill the Queen Vampire Mosp once it respawns, I should be able to tame the Zowu and we could still win. But I doubt Harry will abandon the bottom lane to find and kill the Queen Vampire Mosp, especially when Crumb is still in the game. Loki frowned as he tried to think of a better plan, but the only thing he could think of was a simple and straightforward plan. If I can take down Fleur, we'll be able to get an advantage, but taking her down won't be so easy. Not like I'm one to shy away from a difficult task though. Still, I need to make sure I have enough spirituality to be able to execute my plan for you-know-who later on. I have spirituality bags to use just in case, but... With his plan scripted out in his mind, Loki peeked out from behind the tree to look for Fleur. But he couldn't find her. Moving out of his hiding spot, Loki looked around the area for Fleur, but the result remained the same. No way. She gave up fighting against me and went to capture more monsters to help Crumb instead. Loki frowned, but he didn't move. If she's going to bring another wave of monsters to help Crumb, she expects me to defend against them by bringing more pets. I have an idea that takes advantage of a loophole in her plan, but I don't know if it will work. Loki rushed into the jungle to gather his own pets. As he did so, he directed one of the pets, a small group of 3 garden gnomes, to move along with the alchemical minions on the top lane. The plan was simple. Loki wanted to keep all the focus and attention on the bottom lane, while sending smaller animals into the top lane where he had destroyed the guardian turret so that those creatures could destroy the nexus, albeit slowly. Arriving at the bottom lane to support Harry with his pets, Loki started to help Harry fight Crumb a little. Loki didn't pressure Crumb too much since he was already down to a third of his spirituality after taming so many pets. And he also didn't want his opponents to return to the nexus under pressure because he hoped that the small group of garden gnomes he had sent to the top lane were enough to begin destroying the nexus bit by bit. The alchemical minions that spawned naturally were going to take the aggro of the enemy's alchemical minions so that gnomes could proceed to the nexus unimpeded. The entire play was a balancing act. Loki kept dipping into the forest to bring back small animals to counter Crumb, while also sending a few animals into the top lane as he did so. And whenever he arrived in the bottom lane, he attacked Crumb along with Harry while pretending like he was doing his best to take Crumb down so that Fleur would be the only obstacle to their victory. And just as the entire thing started to get a little boring and repetitive, Fleur arrived with her monsters not long after. This only reduced the burden on Loki since he no longer had to act like he was trying hard to fight Crumb when in reality he was just lazily flinging spells at Crumb's shield. Now he actually had to keep the animals that Fleur had brought along with her at bay. Especially since Loki had to be careful throughout the entire battle since the toxic rain would attack him if he didn't have a shield up. He would aim spells at Fleur and Crumb whenever he saw them trying to press for advantage in the clash, and if they'd try and retreat to bring in more monsters he'd freely let them leave while doing the same thing with Harry to get in more of their own pets. Something this boring would have bored the audience to death since no one was doing anything exciting like before. There were no big animals or monsters that were fighting and there were northwest exciting duels taking place which would get their blood pumping. Fleur and Crumb waited and gave themselves rest by falling into Loki's lazy pace since they assumed he was waiting for the Zowu to respawn like they were waiting for the Queen Vampire Mosp. They didn't find his relaxing stance anything special and didn't expect it to be hiding the secret the audience knew about. But the audience was on the edge of their seats, since each time Loki went into the forest to look for more pets, he started sending a few of them directly towards the nexus with the alchemical minions. Nothing big and noticeable that might have attracted Fleur's attention, but small creatures like gnomes and jackalopes that were easy to miss and hard to spot through the dense foliage of the jungles. Whenever they'd encounter the enemy alchemical minions they'd attack and destroy them while Team Blue's own alchemical minions freely walked to the nexus unimpeded and started chipping away at its health bar or vice versa. Are you watching this, everyone? Bagman shouted to the audience who cheered loudly as they saw another wave of alchemical minions and creatures arrive at Team Red's nexus. It seems like Team Blue's Loki has developed the perfect strategy by finding a loophole in Team Red's defenses. What do you think? Will Team Blue win this game, or will Team Red clinch victory at the last minute? That was when everyone saw the Queen Vampire Mosp and the Zowu respawn in their jungles. It caused an even more outrageous roar among the audience. Team Red's Fleur is moving towards the Queen Vampire Mosp. And are you seeing this? Team Blue's Loki has rushed into his jungle towards the Zowu. Is it time for the final clash of this game? In the forest, Loki was quick to tame the Zowu as he attracted it the same way he did earlier, by giving the big cat a ball of disco yarn. But since the new Zowu was a little enamored by the ball of yarn, it almost neglected Loki's orders. Fortunately, nothing too drastic happened, since as soon as the Queen Vampire Mosp flew right above their heads, the Zowu jumped up and snatched its enemy from the air in its mouth before crashing down into the ground. Loki looked around for Fleur, but not finding her, he frowned. Where did she dash? Loki was suddenly thrown off the Zowu with a jerk as it flicked him away into solid ground. Loki balanced himself quickly and drew in cold air when he spotted what had just happened. The Zowu had to turn abruptly to block the fangs of the runespore that had appeared at the scene along with Fleur. The Queen Vampire Mosp was just a distraction, while the runespore was what Fleur had bet on to attack and take on the Zowu. Loki instantly grasped the key of Fleur's plan and flicked his wand. TSK. I wanted to save at least a third of my spirituality for any unexpected situations that might pop up with you-know-who. But I don't think I can delay this without expending at least a fifth of my remaining spirituality. Well, whatever, this just makes it easier for me. Loki's eyes locked with Fleur's and they both rushed in headfirst with their creatures. Loki jumped on the Zowu's back and began handling the two giant creatures that Fleur was controlling. Whenever the Zowu paid too much attention to the runespore, the Queen Vampire Mosp would try and sting it and fly away, while whenever the Zowu would try to grab the Queen Mosp, the runespore would try and drive its fangs into the Zowu's neck. I don't think Fleur understands that by bringing in two creatures so that I wouldn't go for a kamikaze attempt at their nexus, she's enabled me to hide my intentions better. While she thinks that she's pressuring me by trying to break past me with two creatures so that she can damage Team Blue's nexus before I can do anything to Team Red's nexus, she's failed to take into account that I've already sent several troops towards her nexus. How arrogant. Now all I need to do is hold her back, and after a while, I can probably also try a kamikaze attempt when the Zowu is low on health, because I'm afraid that after the Zowu dies I won't have any method to stop her. She thinks I'll be grasping at straws. How nice, everything's going according to plan. Chapter 377, Third Task, Too Late. Loki ducked low as Fleur fired a composite spell chain aimed at throwing him away from the Zowu instead of hurting him directly, since once the Zowu went down, Loki wouldn't have any means to retaliate. Fleur was timing her spells while hiding behind the large body of the Queen Vampire Mosp as she remained stuck to the runespore's head with a simple sticking charm. Just give up. You can't win Zai's time, Loki. Fleur taunted while Loki barely balanced on the Zowu that was jumping around to dodge the runespore's fangs and the Queen Vampire Mosp's stinger. Do you really think I'll give up? After all we've been together. I mean, do you really think I'll allow you to change your nickname from ass or loser to something else? Fleur's brows twitched, and in retaliation, she sent over elemental spells that Loki had to counter by strengthening his Protego shield. This isn't going to work, it doesn't seem desperate enough, she'll catch on if I keep delaying things like this. But how can I make her more tense? Is it time to go on a kamikaze attempt? This is going to hurt. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Loki opened his eyes and entered a state of sharp focus. With his spirituality primed, Loki began his assault. Flipendo. Loki started small with the knockback jinx, which wouldn't send Fleur flying if she blocked it with her Protego shield, but it would still cause her arms fatigue from absorbing the large force it would deliver. Fleur blocked it with the Protego spell and tanked the force transmitted to her arms. Her special physique kept her from feeling the pain, but her eyes narrowed when she noticed the force behind the spell. So it has begun. He's going to try to defeat me one last time. Vous pouvez le faire. Fleur. You can do it. Fleur. Conf Ringo Stiffendo. A large blade of fire erupted out of Loki's wand and tore through the air, shocking Fleur and even many who were watching the fight between them as it rushed straight at the Queen Vampire Mosp. Fleur almost panicked but managed to hold steady by biting her lips until they bled. And then with a flick of her wand she cast her spell. Aqua Eructo. A sharp jet of water poured out of Fleur's wand and clashed with the fiery blade that was heading towards the Queen Vampire Mosp. The water sizzled and instantly turned into steam, further reducing the visibility in the foggy area. Everyone thought that was going to be the end of it, but Loki had never aimed to just harm the Queen Vampire Mosp in the first place. As such, the rest of the fiery blade that Fleur failed to disperse managed to set fire to the trees around them. The fog turned thick with smoke as it diffused the fiery light from the trees, but this didn't hinder their vision. Both Fleur and Loki activated the fog see-through items they had gained from hunting creatures, to see each other better. He made more fog. Is he giving up and wants to run away? Fleur reasoned as she tried to understand if what had happened was intentional or a fluke. But Loki wasn't done just yet. He didn't want to give Fleur any time to think. With a flick of his wand, Fleur suddenly felt the air around her darken. It seemed as if the shadows that danced about in the area from the sputtering flames of the trees had started to rise under Loki's command. It looked like the world was being engulfed in the maws of a corrupted beast. Fleur quickly realized Loki was using the shadow control spell he'd used in the second task and quickly flicked her wand with a simple spell. Lumos Maxima. Almost instantly the entire fog was lit up with a bright light that dispelled all the shadows, yet Loki's happiness didn't falter, instead it only grew larger. With Fleur blinded temporarily, Loki immediately gave the Zowu the go-ahead to attack the Queen Vampire Mosp and the Runespore based on its strong sense of smell. Growling. Fleur realized a second too late that she wasn't the target of Loki's aggression but the monster she'd tamed. But it was already too late to save the Runespore that was going to be chewed down by the Zowu. TSK. Making the best of the situation, Fleur instantly commanded the Runespore to use its last strength to wrap around the Zowu so that the Queen Vampire Mosp could sting the Zowu directly in its head. But his is fine. At least he can dash. Fleur's thoughts froze in her mind as she looked at Loki aiming a spell right at the head of the Queen Vampire Mosp. Her mind was filled with a dreadful proposition as she saw Loki's wand flickering with spirituality before a thick whistling slice formed at its end. Argentum Velox Ferrum. Just in the nick of time, Fleur commanded the Queen Mosp to dodge the attack that it couldn't see or sense because of the thick fog all around them. And due to the sudden command, the Queen Mosp was only able to dodge a portion of the wide whirling slice, causing it to pay the price by allowing the spell to rip apart one of its delicate insect wings in half. But the Queen Mosp managed to stay in the air somehow, all while shooting its stinger into the Zowu's head. With the Zowu dead and Loki panting at the other end, Fleur stood panting herself. The last-ditch effort which Loki used to go at her had caused her to feel spent and a little afraid. She was worried that Loki had some last trick up his sleeve to kick up a fuss again, so she continued to watch him using her fog see-through item. The Queen Mosp struggled to remain in air and tried its best to obey Fleur's commands. Fleur glanced at Loki before fixing her posture on the Queen Mosp as she spoke a few parting words. It was a good fight. Fleur said, but I win this time and I will give you the name Thief. Fleur thought Loki was depressed to have lost to her like she was when she lost to him, and so she didn't feel unhappy when she didn't find Loki grumbling or arguing with her like he usually did. But as she left, she did catch the words, too late. Leave his lips. True. You are too late to be able to do anything. I hope you give up. Fleur said, and with that, she flew on her mount towards Team Blue's nexus, slowly with the help of the Queen Vampire Mosp that was bobbing in the air, doing its best to stay afloat. Harry and Crumb's fight had ended too, with Crumb finally outlasting Harry since all he had to do was strengthen his Protego shield while Harry had to launch continuous attacks. Harry was spent and worried since the large noises from Fleur and Loki's fight had stopped echoing through the forest. He had seen the sudden flames that arose in the forest, but he didn't know who had cast them, so he remained worried. Give up. You lose. Crumb said, seeing Harry panting while he himself panted because of the amount of spirituality he had to expend to protect himself. Finally, Fleur reached Team Blue's nexus on the back of the stumbling and bumbling Queen Vampire Mosp, which started to attack the nexus with her legs since she no longer had a stinger. It was a slow process, but Fleur could see the small damage mounting up and reducing the health bar on the nexus. About 15 minutes is all it should take to break Shinexu's. But the next thing everyone saw in front of them caused them to freeze. A notification like any other popped up in front of everyone, soundlessly and clearly. Yet its contents left everyone on the field frozen and shocked. Well, everyone except Loki, who predicted it all to happen eventually. Congratulations to Team Blue for breaking Team Red's nexus first. Team Blue wins. Chapter 378, Third Task, finished. Fleur's mouth hung loose as she looked at the nexus in front of her, which was down to half its health. She didn't understand what had just happened. How did he do it? I made sure to kill his Zowu. Did he have another creature like me? The Queen Vampire Mosp had frozen midair and Fleur couldn't bring herself to believe that she had lost. But in front of her very own eyes, the Queen Vampire Mosp was slowly disintegrating and vanishing, along with the nexus in front of her and the various trees, plants, the fog, and the poisonous rain that was battering her. Harry was ecstatic while Crumb was disappointed. The transformation of the Quidditch pitch surrounding them had slowly started to vanish, leaving them all in the center of a large stadium that was excitedly clapping and cheering for its champions. Each champion could hear their names from the audience, some in support and consolation, while others in excitement and happiness. But to each of them, the loudest name was Loki. 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 Loki, who was lightly panting, calmed down when he heard the chanting. He didn't feel nervous anymore about being the center of attention, but he did feel slightly embarrassed. But I guess I have to get used to this quickly. Since my next plan requires that I absolutely don't lose my calm. Loki looked around the Quidditch stadium but found no familiar faces wishing him well in the stands. He did spot Colin Creevery, who was busy clicking pictures, so he didn't disturb the kid before all the champions heard a soft pop rise from the center of the stadium, on the pitch where the same platform they were on earlier was erected. It was Bagman. He teleported towards the new stage in the center, beside the small trophy table which held the Triwizard Cup that was glowing in eerie blue and had silver handles. Welcome once again to our viewers close and far. I hope you are all just as happy as I am watching the exciting third task of the Triwizard Tournament, which was fought with great amounts of glory and wisdom. Woo woo woo, claps, I love you Loki. Claps. Whether it was Fleur's fantastic attempt at infiltrating the enemy team, or Crumb's relentless assault on the bottom lane of the map, Team Red performed just as well as Team Blue. In fact, Harry Potter's marvelous gambit to kill off the enemy creatures so that they wouldn't be able to gather enough of them to defend against Loki's assault on the top lane was a nail-biting experience. Yet, truthfully, it has been Loki's excellent mental tactics that used information to his advantage that truly captured our hearts. But before we reveal the key to Loki's master plan, why don't we ask the champions how they're feeling after this blood-pumping match? Bagman said and turned towards Team Red of the champions who had reached the stage. Mr. Crumb, what do you think about Team Blue's victory? How do you think they did it? Being a professional Quidditch player, Crumb had been a witness to several wins and losses. And even though he felt like this loss was his biggest because he alone was responsible for this, he was able to hold his emotions in place as he spoke calmly. In a competition, there are always going to be victories and defeats. But I'm sure all of Team Red has done their best to achieve clear victory today, and I am glad for that. If Lady Luck wasn't on our side today, I guess that means it was just not our day. I'm sure Team Blue did their best too, and today they proved to be better. A clear affirmation of Team Blue's skills, Bagman said with acknowledgement as he turned towards Fleur. Miss Delacour, what do you think about Team Blue winning? Any things you would change if you had a chance to redo this match again? Fleur looked at Loki and then spoke with some annoyance in her tone. I would attack Loki with Crumb at the start of the match. Bagman smiled and a few people in the audience laughed at the blatant invitation for a fight while Harry was embarrassed for being ignored so easily. Indeed. Mr. Loki is a terrific opponent indeed. Bagman said calmly and then turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, could you guess what your teammate had planned and executed for you to win this round? Harry immediately panicked at the attention that was placed on him and he looked at Loki hoping to get some information or help, but Loki just smiled at him innocently. Harry coughed in embarrassment and finally turned to Bagman and spoke calmly. I think he found a way to damage the Nexus in one go. Bagman's smile deepened and he finally looked at Loki as the audience laughed and made fun of Harry's answer. Mr. Loki. It is nice to be here with you today. It's nice for me too, Mr. Bagman. In fact, I can say that I'm going to enjoy lifting the Triwizard Tournament Cup too. Everyone loved Loki's bold answer and Bagman laughed a little too, especially when they all saw Fleur glaring at Loki from a distance. Then let's not keep it a secret any longer. Would you like to do the honors and explain your strategy, Mr. Loki? Sure. Loki nodded and spoke softly while looking at Crumb and Fleur. Since your creatures grew to be twice as strong because you destroyed our bottom lane guardian turret first, I developed a simple plan based on the actions you would think we should take next. And what were those? Bagman asked with a sneaky smile. Since Team Red could attack us with half the creatures they would generally need, I predicted that they would think that we would focus all our efforts on defending the bottom lane instead of attacking. And this is the gap in their perception that I took advantage of. Since they were busy putting pressure on us by bringing more and more monsters to overwhelm our defenses, I quickly realized that the top lane was left empty and undefended. Crumb and Fleur's eyes narrowed when Loki said that. Now normally this wouldn't have been a terrible decision since the minions of each team would have eliminated each other. Then how did you change the outcome? Bagman asked while hinting at more. That was my trick. Each time I went back into the forest to tame more creatures, I sent along with the alchemical minions a few tamed beasts of my own so that they could take aggro of the enemy alchemical minions and Team Blue's alchemical minions could reach the Nexus safe and unharmed. Crumb and Fleur's mouths fell open. Even Harry was a little shocked by what Loki did. They all didn't realize they had played right into Loki's hands with everything that they did. It was Loki's tactic to keep them on their toes and drag the fight out more and more so that the mounting number of minions that probably sneaked over to the enemy base would be able to chip off the health of the Nexus. Especially Fleur. When she realized that the reason Loki fought with her to the last of his stamina was because he wanted to make her think that he was being a sore loser and didn't want to let her win easily, her mouth hung loose. That was when she remembered the last words she heard Loki whisper into the wind. Too late. He already knew it. He knew I lost again. Fleur almost swore she heard someone say loser in that moment. Chapter 379, Third Task, Manipulated. So what happens now? Who wins? Loki asked Bagman, and even Fleur and Crumb were a little interested this time even if they surely weren't going to win. The audience fell silent as they all paid close attention to Bagman's next words since they wondered what would happen now too. Harry was nervously fiddling with his wand while Bagman scanned the crowd. Then finally after a few seconds, he spoke with a smile. It seems like everyone wants to learn who the winners are. www. Are you excited? www. In the first round, our champions earned points as follows. Mr. Crumb got 38 points. Miss Delacour 44 points. Mr. Potter gained 45 points and Mr. Loki gained 25 points. Everyone moved to the edge of their seats, each audience member supporting their own champions by waving banners or flags. In the second round, Mr. Crumb got 800 points. Miss Delacour 1600 points. Mr. Potter 1800 points. And finally Mr. Loki, 3200 points. Although there might be winners and losers today, I want you to know that each of our champions has done the absolute best they can to give us this amazing entertainment that we've had the pleasure to enjoy over the last year. The crowd broke out into a fit of cheers once again. The champions basked in the glory they were being showered with and each of them held their head high. And so, totaling their points, we have Mr. Crumb in the fourth place with 838 points. Miss Delacour with 1644 points. Mr. Potter with 1845 points. And finally, Mr. Loki with 3225 points. Clap 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 clap. But that is not the end. In the third round, all champions displayed their own ingenuity in taking on the challenges presented. But the best of all was that each of you in the audience was given a choice to vote for a particular champion every key moment. And your unbiased votes were gathered at the end and totaled to give our champions their final points. www. While the audience was cheering, the champions were a little shocked. Seriously. We were literally playing for the audience. Damn. I guess it was Adam's plan all along to make people think that the voting was unfair so that in the final round he could leave the voting in the hands of the audience directly so that they'd feel that it was fair while in the background he could manipulate the scores perfectly. Nice plan. Mr. Crumb was forced to pick a side that would have appeared to be disadvantageous to him in the beginning since he did not know if he would be fighting all three champions at once. He acknowledged his weaknesses yet did not complain and ventured to suppress creatures for an attack all alone. He was a shining example of courage. And so the audience, our judges have decided to award him 10,500 points. The crowd went silent. And a flurry of thoughts rushed through their minds. 10,500. I thought I gave him the points as a pity, I didn't think everyone else would do the same. He got so many votes because of that. Well, at least I gave more votes to the other champions. But doesn't this basically invalidate the points that all of the champions got in the previous rounds? And while the champions frowned since they felt it unfair for their previous performances, Loki was the only one to latch onto what was going on. So, Adam really wanted to manipulate audience perception and control who won. Why is he so desperate to get me and Harry to win? I get that you know who might have it out against me since I defeated him in the first year, but why is Adam so invested in this? Miss Delacour was also forced to pick a side once Team Blue was filled with its 2 members. But she used her presence of mind and hid herself using transfiguration to trick Mr. Loki and Potter to try and sabotage them. It takes a lot of courage to play such a role, and so the judges and you the audience have decided to offer Miss Delacour 8,000 points. A few people became tense at those words since Fleur was behind Crumb even though she did much more than him. Next is Mr. Potter who infiltrated the enemy's jungle and wreaked havoc on their ecosystem boldly all alone. He even fought off Crumb and delayed him at times so that he couldn't reach Miss Delacour to help her in time. And for this bout of courage, the impartial judges, you, have chosen to award Harry Potter 8,111 points. Harry's in the third place. Loki thought with some confusion, wouldn't the crowd's mind have been the prime real estate for Adam to manipulate? And finally, to Mr. Loki. For being courageous enough to tame the creatures of the round with love instead of force like Team Red, the judges have chosen to award him 8,000 points. A thunderous explosive sound of cheers and claps rang out throughout the entire repurposed Quidditch stadium. And all the champions turned towards Loki to congratulate him in a show of sportsmanship, but the champion in question was still frowning. That puts me at the first place still. But I doubt Adam will let you know whose plan fail. So there are more points to be dished out. Bagman looked at Loki and noticing that he'd caught on, gave him a secret smile before he continued further. But don't rejoice just yet. Because there are a few more votes to go over. As Bagman's voice thundered over the absurdly loud cheers of the crowd, they all fell into a hushed silence once again. They moved to the edge of their seats and suddenly in a spell of confusion and curiosity became tense again. At the moment of Krumm's battle with Harry Potter. 5,000 of you chose to vote for Harry Potter when he gave his all to defend against Krumm and his creatures so that he could buy time for Loki to finish his plan. It was an even split, but 300 more of you voted for Mr. Potter and so Mr. Potter gets an additional 5,300 points. So Harry's first place now. 3,700 of you voted for Miss Delacour when she managed to subdue and control the Queen Vampire Mosp to fight against Team Blue, giving her 3,700 points. Loki was dumbfounded. The hell? Doesn't this mean more of the audience wants to see the animals beaten up? Bunch of animal abusers the lot are. So they'd have given me those many points if I beat up my cutsy cat. HMPF. I don't care about the competition anyway. I'll beat up anyone who tries to beat up my tiger. Finally. Last but not the least. Is Mr. Loki, who was given 4,031 points for his sneaky strategy against Team Red. If I do say so myself, I think the strategy was so good that most of our audience missed it. But nonetheless here are the final standings. In the fourth place is Mr. Victor Krumm with 10,838 points. Claps claps claps. In third place is Miss Fleur with 13,344 points. Claps claps claps. And finally, in the second, pardon me, in the first place, are not one but two champions who miraculously tied for the top spot. With exactly 15,256 points. Mr. Potter and Mr. Loki. The crowd erupted with a thunderous roar. Harry flinched when the crowd exploded since he wasn't expecting the praises to be so loud. It was at that time that Ludo Bagman rounded the champions and brought them to the center of the stage where the Triwizard Cup was sitting and waiting to be picked up. "Why don't you do the honors?" Bagman cheered as he pushed Loki and Harry towards the cup. Harry was embarrassed and shy still, while Loki's eyes gained an uncharacteristic glint in them as he paid attention to the cup. "So this is it, huh?" Loki looked at Harry since the boy was crucial to his plan about what he was going to do next, but he was also a little nervous. Loki took a deep breath and then put a smile on his face. It was a smile of excitement and encouragement as he looked at Harry. Same time. Same time. All right then in 3, 2, on dash. www.whopppppppppp. Pop. Chapter 380, Descent into Chaos, Captured. Loki felt a sudden expected jerk on his navel that tossed him into the air and pulled him along with Harry towards an unknown destination. Loki felt the space around himself and expanded the runes arranged on the portkey to make himself comfortable. Loki looked around and felt Harry near him, and before they landed, Loki extended his hand and swiftly swiped one of the key weapons from Harry which he was going to use to defend against Voldemort. This was, albeit a simple action, a very important one. The entire trip lasted a few seconds and ended when the portkey dropped the two of them in a heavily shrouded place. They couldn't see much else beyond a few feet away from themselves. Loki landed on his feet, while Harry landed on his backside, tumbling around in the dirt for a while before rolling back up. Harry looked around warily and made sure to orient himself by using Loki's position. "Do you know what's going on, Loki?" Harry asked in a panicked tone when he saw Loki looking around them with a shocked expression just like him. "What's going on? I'd love to know about that myself. Is this the level we have to finish to see who wins between us?" Loki said with clear worry while pointing his wand away from them, towards the vague humanoid outline that they could see through the thick fog around them. Harry looked in the direction Loki was pointing his wand in to see if anyone else was around them, but the fog was too thick to see clearly. Harry and Loki quickly stood back to back against each other as they slowly walked over to the vague humanoid outline. Within moments, they stopped in front of a large white marble statue of an angel of death standing over a simple headstone with 3 names written on it. Loki observed this and frowned a little bit mentally. This doesn't seem like Nocturne Alley. Was I wrong with my prediction? Perhaps we are inside the place hidden using the Fidelius charm. I don't think so. This place doesn't feel even a little familiar, unless the Fidelius charm can stop my spirituality from recognizing what I'm looking at. Do you know what's going on? Loki asked with confusion as he gripped his wand tightly, pretending to be worried as he cleared a little bit of dust from the names on the tomb guarded by the Angel of Death. I don't really know. It looks like the cup was a portkey and we were teleport. Harry started but froze when his eyes laid on the name that Loki had cleared. Riddle. Harry exclaimed suddenly while his muscles tensed as he gripped his wand and turned a little stiff. You know someone called Riddle? Loki asked, pretending to be surprised, while also adding a slight waver in his tone that signified his fear. Loki expected Harry to answer. Except that was when the two boys heard a voice that seemed to be on the edge of madness. The voice was cold and sounded almost as if the person using it seemed infatuated with insanity. Oh, I like him. He knows he needs to be scared. I want to be the one that gets him. Harry and Loki immediately turned towards the voice that had emerged from the fog behind the headstone. Not yet, Bella. We need to perform our tasks first. Another bold voice was heard from the fog. Yes. We'll have you with us in your blood form soon, my lord. The woman spoke once again, but her voice was a lot more fanatical this time. Leave them for me. I have a few unsettled debts with them. A frail, and much more weak voice spoke in a cranky tone. There was silence for a few seconds as Harry and Loki both held their wands pointed in the same direction from where the sounds were coming. Soon a woman in a simple black dress gown stepped out of the fog. The woman had unruly hair that was fluffed and curled all around her face. She had a maddening smile on her face as her eyes trembled in excitement. Her lips and nails were painted black while her thin hands held a thin bone wand. After her, a middle-aged man who was holding what looked like a bundle of rags stepped out of the fog. Who are you? Harry asked with confusion and worry as both he and Loki pointed their wands at the woman and man. The man only smiled in response to Harry's question while the woman's already maddened smile only deepened. Her wand twitched rapidly, as if she was so excited about wanting to use a spell, but was doing her best to hold back from trying anything out. I'm not scared of you. Harry shouted, his voice bold, and the small amount of fear within him vanished with his bold declaration. Loki could feel the soft aura of divinity hover around Harry, which shocked him a little. He's already a demigod. The hell is the speed of progression? Even Klein wasn't this fast. That changes a few things, but nothing too drastic. I can still go on with my plan, well, this will just be better. But instead of feeling fear from Harry's divinity, the couple that had revealed themselves only laughed as if they'd seen someone pull off a funny practical prank. Ha 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 ha. The woman suddenly started laughing hard, her wand pointing wildly as her hands flailed around, causing Harry and Loki to tense up as they readied themselves for a spell to be launched at any time. Suddenly, however, the woman stopped. She flicked her head up and matched her gaze with Harry's, looking right into his emerald eyes with fanatic adoration as she spoke with pride and anger. I'm my master's blessed. I am the one that will help him regain his invincible body. I am the right hand of my immortal lord. I am Bellatrix Lestrange. Bellatrix's speech ended there, but its effect did not, since she'd imposed her own divinity into the surroundings, causing Loki to shiver a little while Harry remained unfazed. Is divinity as common as cabbages nowadays? First, it was 2 angels in summer camp, then 2 outer gods, then the unspeakable had a saint, and then I saw a true god turned king of angles, his daughter who's an angel, and now I'm surrounded by demigods. What's even going on anymore? Lord. You mean Voldemort? Harry asked, gripping his wand tighter, seemingly unfazed by Bellatrix's declaration of her divinity. Loki wanted to break character and roll his eyes. Of course, it's your arch-nemesis. Who else would wait until the end of the year to attack you? Though, to his credit, he did attack at the start of the year during the World Cup too. Maybe he's learning. Though clearly not very much, since he hasn't just used the killing curse to kill Harry. But if he's that bundle of rags, he clearly doesn't have the right amount of grey matter in his head to even comprehend anything too complicated. Ha ha ha, you cannot do anything. Bellatrix said with her eyes turning round and fanatic. Expelliarmus. Harry shouted, to quickly disarm the woman, causing a thin shot of red light to fly from his wand towards the woman. But the woman swiped her wand and caused the little charm to fly away from her and hit the ground instead. Oh, a prey that fights back. If the Lord wasn't wanting you, I'd like to have you all to myself. Oh, how nice it would be if I was able to hear you scream. The woman's eyes glazed over as she got lost in her imagination, shivering as she mumbled. Oh. I could add you to the statue of corpses I built over the summer. Maybe even use your entrails to paint it. That's enough, Bellatrix. We cannot let the Lord wait any longer. The men interrupted. Bellatrix instantly fell silent, but she occasionally giggled while looking at Loki and Harry. Finally, a voice spoke from the robes in the middle-aged man's arms. Capture them, the voice ordered. Bellatrix became even happier as she quickly snapped her fingers as she spoke. Banish. Bellatrix hissed. Language of dead. Loki almost immediately recognized. Harry and Loki fell into a daze for a moment, something tugging at their souls, trying to forcibly pull them out of their bodies, but they snapped out of it almost immediately, regaining their lucidity. Loki was able to do it because of his connection with the Sapphira Castle, while Harry was able to do it because he was already a demigod. But the momentary lapse was enough for Bellatrix to take advantage of them. Crucio. Bellatrix screamed as a thick bolt of green light erupted out of her wand and flew towards Harry. Chapter 381, Descent into Chaos, Gathering Information. Harry's first instinct was to use the Protego charm to shield himself, but then he realized that the Cruciatus curse was an unforgivable curse. Professor Moody had suppressed that instinct in him well. Not directly, but seeing a spider being tortured as it helplessly squealed in pain worked wonders in that matter. And so his spell switched mid-flick into a transfiguration spell that transformed the terrain underneath himself into a shield. Harry thought that would be enough, but he'd underestimated the amount of spirituality Bellatrix had put into the spell. The green beam of light pierced through the thick earthen shield and hit Harry squarely in the chest, causing him to collapse to the ground writhing and screaming like a little girl. Asterisk. Loki felt a little worried about Harry, but it's all right, I'm sure Harry will be all right. Pretty sure Adam wouldn't let anything happen to his golden boy. Now I need to make it seem like I'm trying to fight back, but the exhaustion of the tournament has caught up with me. And so, Loki wasn't spared too, since as soon as Bellatrix cast the Cruciatus curse on Harry, the middle-aged man beside her flicked his wand too after he spoke with hatred and anger. Crucio. Loki did the same thing as Harry but jumped out of the way just in time for the bolt of green light to pass over his head harmlessly. But the middle-aged man's control over the curse was excellent, so as soon as Loki ducked underneath it, the curse bent over and crashed right into his head. An unholy amount of pain passed through Loki's head before he was forced to black out, or so it seemed. In reality, Loki had managed to keep a sliver of consciousness in him as he abused his body by stealing away his ability to feel pain. This did something that no one other than Loki could have expected. The pain, the fatigue, and the intense workout of the third task had vanished when he stole his body's ability to feel pain. This led him to feel extremely comfortable all of a sudden. To the extent that he was forced to control his expressions to not smile like an idiot when he was being tortured by the Cruciatus curse. He felt like he was drunk on comfort like a warm blanket in the biting winter cold. As the comforting situation settled in, Loki kept his body spasming and twitching while screaming in pain to sell the effect, all while staying perfectly awake as he kept account of what was going on around him. All I need to wait for is the moment in time when his advancement ritual begins. Loki pretended to pass out eventually when he heard Harry's screams die out and soon found himself bound by ropes to the tombstone that he had seen earlier. Harry was beside him and was held back by similar ropes tied to the Grim Reaper statue awning the gravestone. A spell struck him and Harry straight in the chest, and Loki quietly observed it and quickly realized what it was. Renervate. Loki didn't have to remain in the dark about why the spell was used, since the middle-aged man spelt it out for them. Watch as our Lord returns to the mortal world. Let us go. Harry shouted while squirming around, trying to break the ropes that bound them. Loki quickly noticed that the middle-aged man was continuously pumping spirituality into the ropes to keep them tied down, so he tried his best to escape from the ropes by struggling around. The headmaster is probably already searching for us, you old men. It'll be foolish to keep us here any longer. Let us leave. Loki shouted along with Harry, but it did nothing except make the man smirk wider. Stop him. Loki and Harry heard a frail but commanding voice speak out from the bundle of rags that the middle-aged man was holding. Loki didn't understand at first, but he quickly understood when. You're afraid of Professor Dumb Dash. Before Harry could finish the name, the middle-aged man flicked his wand and stuffed Harry's mouth with rope, causing Loki to feel a little surprised. So, his danger premonition kicked in when Harry was about to say Adam's name. He knows that Adam will know about this place once his name is spoken. Now that I think about it, while normal people fear you-know-whose name, the Death Eaters and you-know-who fear Adam's name. Harry squirmed around again, and being so close to him, Loki spotted Harry's eyes turning runic as if he wasn't seeing the world as is, but through the lens of runes, uncovering its runic configuration. He's trying to spot the rope's weakness. Harry was using the ability of a Sequence 4 Demon Hunter, Eye of Demon Hunting, something that directly showed him the weakness and other factors of his target. Surprisingly, almost immediately, Harry was able to escape from the ropes for a moment, but the men quickly doubled down and pumped in more spirituality into his spell, which slithered around and rebounded Harry's figure. Loki, on the other hand, studied the ropes with interest. This isn't the simple Incarcerus spell. I wonder what it is. Loki silently started to explore the middle-aged man's body of heart and mind and learned several things. Rudolphus Lestrange. He's worried if Bellatrix will leave him after you-know-who is resurrected. How innocent. I see, the spell is not a spell at all, the spell is just a transfiguration to make the ropes look like ropes. In reality, what's bound around us is a snake of some sort. A hidden card. A trap that you-know-who's planted so that Harry and I can be quickly controlled if something goes wrong. Is the snake a beyonder too? Loki looked at his ropes and shivered a little, but quickly put any thoughts about the snake around him and Harry away. As long as it doesn't go into any weird places. Loki's attention was soon distracted towards the bubbling cauldron in front of him, where he spotted Bellatrix performing a complicated ritual. She stood around a large cauldron that was sitting atop an ethereal crimson fire. The blood moon was shining through, giving the fog covering the entire area an eerie look that matched the vibe. Bellatrix moved to the grave where Harry and Loki were being held and flicked her wand, causing a thick layer of soil in front of the grave to rise into the air and shift to the side to form a small pile. Loki carefully watched the deep grave that was dug out, trying to understand what was going on. Bellatrix then sent a curse flying into it, causing the coffin inside to explode into splinters. What ritual is this? Is this the ritual that I was waiting for? No. His body still hasn't recovered, so this probably isn't it. It's probably to recover his body. Well, I have the Disc of Wishes in case something like that happens, but it's probably better to have my own method that doesn't rely on that. As the dust around the uncovered coffin settled, Bellatrix quietly flicked her wand at it and pulled to herself a clean bone. Harry and Loki observed in forced silence as Bellatrix walked to the cauldron that was on fire. Then with a solemn tone, Bellatrix spoke after dropping the bone into the cauldron with a soft plop, "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." That was when the middle-aged man stepped up to Bellatrix as he handed off the bundle of rags to her, making her almost immediately observe an adorable smile on her face. She really adores him. Poor Mr. Lestrange, he's going to be so disappointed. But to his luck, it seems he feels creeped out by Bellatrix if I'm not wrong. The middle-aged man walked towards the cauldron and extended his hand to be above it. "Flesh of the servant, Rodolphus Lestrange, willingly given, you will revive your master." The man then used his wand to immediately slice off his forearm and drop it into the cauldron with another heavy splash. Finally, after Bellatrix gave the bundle of rags back to her husband, she moved closer to Harry with a sharp knife. Harry tried to resist by kicking his legs or by using his immense strength to break through the stone statue holding him, but he couldn't. The ropes adjusted and Loki keenly observed how they grew fangs and bit Harry's arm, causing a stinging pain while inserting poison that started turning him limp. Harry felt weak and pathetic. He couldn't do anything as Bellatrix approached with her knife and carved out a simple symbol on his forearm from which she took the required blood by collecting it in a vial. She then walked back to the cauldron that was now steaming and poured out all the blood taken from Harry. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." Except nothing happened. No flashy changes in the cauldron, no color changes, no overflowing potion, and no sudden explosions. The cauldron just hovered steadily above the crimson fire while the crimson moon shone brightly on it. And just as Loki and Harry were turning confused about what was happening, Loki saw it. Loki suddenly froze as his eyes locked on and spotted what was in Bellatrix's hand. No way. She has a card of blasphemy. Is that the card for the death pathway? Bellatrix simply flicked the card and dropped it into the cauldron. And that was it. The bubbling in the cauldron had suddenly become volatile and relatively loud as Rodolphus Lestrange walked up to the cauldron, and then after a final look at the rags in his hand, he dropped them right into the cauldron with a heavy splash. Chapter 382, Descent into Chaos, Reborn with Nose and Hair. Loki looked pretty intrigued by what was happening in front of him. Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband Rodolphus Lestrange knelt in front of the cauldron, their heads bowed as if they hadn't been permitted to view the sight of whatever was happening in it. But Loki eagerly examined the potion that was bubbling in the cauldron and constantly changing colors. Using his spirit vision and his ability to see the various components of the potion by watching the various facets he could steal away as runes, Loki started decrypting the potion. There's unicorn blood in it, but it's probably cursed, a few nettle leaves, even the cauldron is made out of dragon bones. How unique, perhaps it is meant to be consumed in the ritual. And although the potion contains the genetic material of his father, what about his mother? Does that strange symbol compensate for it? I think the symbol is a part of her symbol, but why use only a part of it? Can you know who not handle the entire symbol with his newborn body? Or is it for some other reason? For example, is it that part of the symbol that represents vitality and growth? I'm leaning towards the latter, but I don't exactly know. Loki continued to observe the potion, and by the end of it he was able to predict exactly what was going to happen. So he wants a body that is more suited towards the abyss pathway. How unique. I don't know what makes a body more suited for a particular pathway other than beyonder characteristics being infused into it, but I'll keep this in mind. Who knows when I might need to do something similar. But would this classify him as a human or a mythical creature? Should I interfere right now? No, while I could destabilize this ritual, I'm pretty sure she would interrupt to correct whatever might go wrong because of her presence through the moon. I could use the weapon I stole from Harry without letting anyone know though, and it should integrate with you-know-who so well that he doesn't realize until it's too late. But then it wouldn't make him lose his sanity as easily, it would just become something he can isolate once he figures it out. I guess I'll wait for his advancement ritual. That should be the time he's going to be at his weakest. If my calculations and guesses are right, the body ritual should end anytime, no dash. There was a sudden large blop from the cauldron before the entire thing burst into fire. Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange looked up with shock, wondering if they should interfere or do something. But they didn't have to remain worried for long. The entire cauldron was engulfed in the flames, burning away along with the potion, leaving behind a small ugly fetus floating in the air. Everyone around the ritual saw the small baby that was wrapped in rags earlier suddenly start to grow as it started to resemble a human more and more. Oh, how unique, it is borrowing the life properties of her domain and using them to enhance his growth. What about the death card of blasphemy though? There was suddenly a soft crack in the moon's shining crimson light that for a moment tried to interfere with what was going on. Slytherin. Loki thought as his eyes widened. But almost instantaneously, the card of blasphemy of the death pathway flickered around Voldemort and formed a thin veil. Now, a normal veil would have only aided Slytherin since he could use his authority over the death pathway, if he had any, which he likely did since it was his neighboring pathway, to disrupt Voldemort's ritual, but the veil had several veiny branches throbbing with power. The veil was clearly corrupted. The corrupted blasphemy card is to prevent Slytherin's interference in you-know-whose rebirth. I don't understand this well. Loki frowned. He's taking a lot of protections. I hope he doesn't protect himself this much while advancing to the next sequence. But this knowledge has been pretty important, if I can replicate all of this myself, especially the part with the blasphemy card of the death pathway. I mean, I could replace some of her domain with the mother pathway or even the paragon pathway since both of them deal with souls. But to be able to give it enough energy to be able to recreate an entirely new body would be difficult. I probably have to include more of their domains to stabilize the ritual. How difficult? An outer god that has corrupted so many pathways is truly powerful. Makes me feel glad that Adam isn't God Almighty in this world. Should I steal the card of blasphemy? Secondary objective. My main one is to advance to sequence 4 parasite myself. The fire show ended soon with Voldemort landing on the ground gently, as if he were a floating feather, with a mist of black swirling around him and forming his robes as they did on a Dementor. Voldemort took the first fresh deep breath and exhaled slowly. The end of his nose fluttered as the cool air slithered into his lungs and warm air breathed out. Loki and Harry felt the fog retreat as Voldemort exhaled, but that wasn't what caught their attention. It suddenly felt like the air around Voldemort had begun dying. The grass under his feet instantly turned yellow and spread out in a quick wave as they turned every other grass stalk on the small hill yellow. The chill of death and decay began to spread outwards from him as Voldemort stroked his dark silky hair. It looked like the energy from all around the area was slowly being absorbed by Voldemort, like he were a parasite that was killing everything it relied on. With his eyes closed, Voldemort stretched his hand and a bone-white wand flew out of Bellatrix's grasp and flew into his. And then with his eyes still closed, Voldemort flicked his wand. Loki instantly felt the space around them change and he and Harry collapsed onto the grassy floor now that nothing was holding them up again. We've moved to Nocturne Alley. It's coming. My time to start my acting is here. Harry instantly reached for his wand and shouted. Expelliarmus. A bright streak of red light swung across from Harry's wand and flew towards Voldemort, but as if he was enjoying the symphony of Harry's hopes, Voldemort flicked his wand like a conductor and simply caused Harry's spell to freeze midair, slowing it down as it hovered to a stop beside him. Voldemort looked at the spell without even opening his eyes as he seemed to analyze the spell that he had been shot with. Not much better than the first year I taught you, Potter. Voldemort then calmly grabbed the spell out of its frozen trajectory using his wand and flicked the spell back at Harry. Protego. Harry nearly screamed because of the sudden shock of having to face his own spells, but to everyone's surprise, Voldemort's flick had far surpassed anything they could imagine. The simple flick of his wand hadn't just shot the spell towards Harry, no. The simple red blazing trail that was left behind as Voldemort flicked the spell back at Harry amplified like a thick beam of light as if it were a concentrated beam of energy focused on evaporating even Harry's remains off the face of the earth. Loki gulped audibly as his eyes narrowed and he frowned. Is this the true extent of the skill of a saint? Naturally, Harry's Protego failed. Not because the shield wasn't strong enough, not that it had any chance. But because the speed at which Voldemort had flung the spell had simply bypassed the formation of the shield itself. Harry was thrown into the air, tumbling around as he crashed into the dirty dry deadhill floor before crashing into a seemingly invisible barrier. What is that barrier? Loki frowned. I can't seem to steal it, it's not made up of spirituality, what is it then? Loki wondered as Harry quickly tried and get up to retaliate. Chapter 383, Descent into Chaos, a new character. But with another flick of his wand, Voldemort caused Harry to freeze up and fall to the ground. Loki instead of attacking looked around the place with familiarity as the fog started to let up and stopped obscuring his vision. Nocturne Alley, well, not like I didn't guess this would be his destination for the night, but it feels good to be right. After taking a few more deep breaths, Voldemort turned around the area they were in, as if he were scanning it for something, and tapped his wand on something seemingly invisible to everyone else in the air. To everyone's surprise, as if a string had been plucked, the space vibrated with a low hum. Ripples spread out in front of everyone as the shack that was previously missing suddenly made itself visible, revealing to everyone exactly what Harry had crashed into. This How did I not notice that the shack was in front of us? How did my Beyonder powers fail to notice it? Loki panicked, but he immediately connected the dots. Fidliu's charm. And all of a sudden, as if a core part of his memory had been unlocked, Loki's eyes widened ever so slightly, but it was missed by everyone else since they were all looking at the shack that Voldemort had just revealed. The Sequence 4 Parasite Beyonder characteristic is with the demon inside the shack. This. How did I forget about this? How do I even know this? I don't have any memories of trying to divine something like this. I don't even remember locking my memories about this. Why did I know this now? Adam. No way. But who else can force me to lose my memories and return them to me so precisely? Loki's eyes quickly scanned the house in his spirit vision, and he could see exactly what was going on inside. A humanoid figure, that Loki identified as a demon, was sitting inside the house with hundreds if not a few thousand bodies all piled upon each other as if it were a nest of snakes. The bodies did not slither or make any movements except the barely perceptible strained movement of their chest that signified that they were breathing. But that wasn't what Loki was struggling with. Loki's attention was mostly overwhelmed by the absolutely torturous screams leaving the shack in the spirit world. The spirit of each body that had been piled up continuously lost a piece of its soul, being torn apart from its vessel before being allowed to return to it for just enough time before it healed and was torn back out again. The process was being conducted with mechanical precision in the most inefficient way possible. The demon was continuously stretching its hand towards the souls in its line of sight before flicking its wrist, much like Loki did, to steal the souls in sight. Unlike Loki, who painlessly stripped apart a soul from his enemy's body, the demon employed the most cruel way it could do so. It only stole a part of their souls, not the whole thing in its entirety, before returning it midway through the process, riddling its victim's soul with a burden of tears and scars. Everyone's soul was being torn apart and refixed continuously. As such, everyone's soul in Loki's vision looked like a patchwork of messy and damaged fragments. But even though Loki's attention was being overwhelmed by the screams of the generosity in front of him, his eyes widened as he confirmed the information in his head. It's true. The demon is of the error pathway. I can't yet steal parts of a soul. Which means his abilities are stronger than mine. A higher sequence. How did I know this? How did I make my whole plan around this fact? I was manipulated by Adam. But what reason would he have to return these memories to me if he was manipulating me in the first place? Now that I think about it, I told Laura to help me fight this demon earlier. Why didn't I ever question why I asked her about this? Was it just a guess? A hunch? But then these false memories of me going ahead with the plan because I knew I had a Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 4 Parasite, how? Loki felt a shiver run up his spine. For the first time since he'd come to this world, Loki felt like he'd been trapped in a play that he was absolutely unaware of. Loki immediately took a deep breath. For now, the best I can do is follow my plan. But along with simply disrupting you-know-who's ritual, I need to kill the demon and make sure I take its Beyonder characteristic. I can only figure out what's going on after I understand what led me to this. Now I only need to put on a performance and buy time for Laura to show up. Everything after that should be pretty smooth if my plan is right. Is it right though? Can I even trust my memories? Loki shook his head and pushed away the thought, for now. Voldemort looked at the house, easily sensing the several bodies inside the house and the absolute torture that was going on. He then calmly flicked his wand and caused all its walls to fall off, causing a short tsunami of bodies to pour out of the house. But Voldemort ignored the bodies for now and walked towards Bellatrix and Rodolphus, who were still kneeling. You've done well to serve your master, Voldemort said patiently as he extended his hands and petted both Bellatrix and Rodolphus' heads. Voldemort was clearly touching their heads to apply some sort of protection to their souls, but to Loki, the scene seemed like a master petting his excited loyal dogs since he could almost picture them wagging their tails if they had won. But that was where Loki decided to act. To advance, I have to make everything go in a way no one expects the outcome. I need to make them play in my hands. Even though I'm not sure if I'm playing in someone else's hands anyway. I have to steal the show. Time to put on a show that no one here will ever forget. Click flash click. Clap 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 clap. A sudden flash of light and clapping took everyone's attention as they all looked in the distance where out of the darkness a simple boy walked into view holding a camera. The boy was dressed in Hogwarts robes. His robes had silver and green accents, indicating he was from Slytherin, and his posture was confident and straight. His face was hidden behind a mask, but it did not make his allure any less. How cute, a dark lord showing affection to his loyal dogs. I'm almost touched. Voldemort turned to look at the boy, and so did Bellatrix and Rodolphus. But before Voldemort could speak, Bellatrix immediately shouted. How dare you interrupt my master here? The young boy looked at Bellatrix and then spoke with a frown as if he was looking at a disgusting bug, the design of the mask morphing to match his expressions. The adults are talking, little girl. If you know what's good for you, I hope you go back to licking masters, the bald dickheads, non-existent balls. Be the good mutt you are, or I won't care if I accidentally blow you up. Wabald. Bellatrix was frozen. She suddenly felt a seething amount of hatred towards the boy who was casually insulting her, and above all her master. That was when they all noticed that the boy's hands had some sort of a wig made up of silky hair. A terrible feeling gripped everyone's hearts as the boy who had just arrived simply motioned his eyebrows towards Voldemort while spinning around the wig. Everyone turned to look at Voldemort as their eyes suddenly widened. Why are they looking at me like that? Wait a second, why is my head suddenly so cold? Voldemort quickly moved his hand to touch his head as his eyes widened. Ha 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 ha, what a fool you are. Can't even keep your own head safe. The boy started to laugh as he bent over and held his knees. You truly are a failure. I should have known that all those who came after me were going to be failures indeed. I mean, could you imagine this? The Dark Lord that the world fears is bald. I mean, I can just imagine the stories that will float around. Imagine the headlines. The Lord of Baldness takes over the world. Or, listen to this one. The Dark Lord's unconquerable enemy. Baldness. Could you imagine that? The boy started to laugh even harder, which only pissed Voldemort off further, causing throbbing veins to show up on his forehead, which was now very large considering he was bald, so it was easily visible. Chapter 384, Descent into Chaos, Young Boy. Crucio. Bellatrix shouted, shaking her wand in anger while pointing it at the boy's face. The boy, who was still laughing, simply flicked away the charm with his own wand and caused it to crash into the ground beside him. Bellatrix froze, her shock stopping her spell, as did everyone else in the area. The unforgivable curses weren't things that could be blocked or defended against using magic. Harry, who was frozen stiff on the ground, was the only known survivor of an unforgivable curse which had already marked him as the savior of the wizarding world. But now another person could do such a thing. So casually even. And what are you going to do? Take me to your groomer. I'm positively more terrified of your hairstylist than anything else. The boy joked calmly while twirling his wand as if he was in a casual conversation. Cruci Wughuhu, Bellatrix was about to curse him, again, but before she could release her spell fully, she started to fumble. The boy then calmly looked at the woman and spoke with an eerie smile, wondering why you can't speak anymore, dear Bellatrix. Ughaha wugiagagaga. Haha, that's funny, are you really so bad at casting the cruciaceous curse that you have to say Crucio each time? What about you, Mr. Lestrange? Are you the same? The boy said with a smile as he looked at the man who was looking at him with slight fear and annoyance. Loki studied the man's thoughts that were floating on top of his body of heart and mind and nearly laughed out loud. At least now Bella won't think so much about Master all the time. Voldemort looked at the boy with a deep sense of intrigue for a few seconds, in silence, before speaking for the second time after his rebirth. What is your purpose? My purpose? That is a difficult question, isn't it? But if I had to answer, it would be for witnessing history. Why don't you go ahead and call your audience? I'm sure having the great Harry Potter as a hostage would only bolster your image. Voldemort looked at the boy, who was carrying himself with confidence, with a smile, like nothing the boy could do would harm him at all. He was still on the high of having been reborn. He felt near invincible right now. Except it was a trick. Loki was only bolstering Voldemort's thoughts and ideas by corrupting the minds of the people around him, Bellatrix, Rodolphus, and himself. Loki was adding subconscious thoughts that purposely amplified Voldemort's image in their minds. It wasn't much, but it prevented Voldemort from thinking deeply about the person who'd just stolen all his hair. But being a master of desire control, Voldemort wasn't affected by it as much as Loki had expected him to be. He just really was narcissistic. How interesting. Voldemort thought as he stared at the strange boy dressed in Hogwarts robes in front of him. He isn't even a demigod, and yet he remains so arrogant. But why do I have a sense of spirituality, familiarity? But he truly doesn't have any ill intentions towards me. If he did, I would have known. But he does not fear me either. I do smell excitement though. Is he excited to see my rebirth? I guess he's here from the side of the Aurors, probably a kid that was put up to patrol the area because they've been tightening their security for the past few weeks. How silly, does he think someone will come and save him? How silly. His ability is strange too. Which pathway is he from, I wonder? To witness history, that truly is a wonderful reason to be here, but you are right, it will be better for me to have an audience to show them my power by crushing you first and then. Voldemort spoke with pauses as he turned slowly to Harry, who was still frozen stiff like a board on the hard floor. And then we can arrange for a duel between me and the great savior of the wizarding world, Harry Potter. Voldemort walked towards Bellatrix and pulled the lady's hand towards himself. He only gave her love-drunk state a half-hearted glance before using his wand to stab his wand into her dark mark. Reveal yourselves, Voldemort spoke, not in English or Latin, but in demon speak, in the language of foulness. Loki felt spirituality radiate out of Voldemort's words before it sunk into the animated emblem tattoo on Bellatrix's forearm. The words were in order, directed not towards Loki and Harry but towards the ring of Death Eaters that were closest to him. Voldemort's eyes turned red as he thought about all those people who'd betrayed his closest subordinates in exchange for seeking asylum under the men who'd walked throughout history witnessing the rise and fall of various conquerors. Nothing happened for a few seconds, causing Harry to feel puzzled, but then almost instantaneously, in a flurry of darkness, several pops grazed the dark and dimly lit area they were standing in. Various people started to apparate in, but they all mostly looked the same. They each had a mask on their face and were all covered by dark hooded robes. There were so many Death Eaters that about 50 of them surrounded Loki and Harry from all sides. As soon as they looked at Voldemort though, they kneeled in obedience and waited for his next command as if they had been waiting for his orders all along. But Voldemort didn't talk to them for a good few minutes as he took a deep breath of fresh air and exhaled out a few words in a whisper. "It seems like you haven't been good while I was gone. Punishment is due." The Death Eaters all shivered. The silence that lingered after Voldemort's words left them all feeling bare and naked. It felt like someone was holding a blade beside their hearts, a single wrong move and it would surgically disconnect their hearts and then violently rip it away. And so, one of them quickly opened his mouth trying to distract Voldemort. "Who dares stand against you, my lord? Do you want us to take care of those miscreants who dare to interfere with our lord's grand plans?" The Death Eater said, pointing his funny-looking wand at the boy in Hogwarts robes, causing everyone else to point their wands at him, Loki and Harry as well. But Voldemort only let out a depressing sigh that was filled with tension and power. "You should know it is unwise to resist," Voldemort spoke. Not just to the Death Eaters who were trying to pledge their allegiance to him once again, but to the young boy that was in front of him. Noticing this, the boy casually stuffed his wand into his holster and looked at Voldemort silently, before speaking calmly. "I understand that. But I don't think you understand the situation you are in, Mr. Dark Lord." Voldemort was puzzled. As the high of his rebirth ritual started to subside, he suddenly found everything about the situation strange. Questions began to pop up in his mind. A random student. Why is there a student here? Is he really on patrol? What of his team members? And a student that I don't know much about. Where does his confidence stem from? He speaks so arrogantly even after seeing the force devoted to me. Is he backing the boy? But Harry Potter is his muse, so probably not. Then. Who are you? Voldemort finally asked the boy. "I think you still don't get it, do you? Let me show you what I mean in simpler terms." The boy said, the lips on his mask morphing into a smirk that made it look like the boy was amused about the entire situation. Suddenly, under everyone's scrutinizing gaze, the boy calmly brought his clean hands to the mask and pulled it out, leaving it hovering in the air as he stroked back his hair and then looked at Voldemort with a smile. Except Voldemort couldn't smile. Chapter 385, Descent into Chaos. Tom. "Who are you?" Voldemort asked with his wand pointed at the boy. It trembled with anger, but the boy's smile never wore off. "You still don't know? Have you already forgotten? Or do you not want to accept it?" Voldemort looked at the boy with a glare, his sight not leaving the boy, but he didn't even speak anything for a few seconds. "My familiarity with him, is he? No. I don't feel her blessings on him. He isn't a part of my soul. This is someone else." It was only after a few seconds that the Dark Lord finally found the confidence to speak through all the confusion. "However it is you are mimicking my features, there can only ever be one of me." "Oh. So you want to remain delusional? Avada Kedavra." Voldemort roared in anger. A thick green beam of light rushed through the air and landed on the boy's body. Except what everyone had expected, the boy being sent flying through the air because of the force of the spell while ragdolling as if he were a puppet without strings, did not happen. Instead, the boy calmly walked forward while staying connected to the thick green beam of light that Voldemort was forcing. "How pathetic you are. You became arrogant even though you're only a flimsy piece that was left alive after you failed to kill a baby Dash." Voldemort's features morphed into an angry frown, his bubbling anger palpable as everyone around him started to feel cold touch their souls, yet the boy continued to walk forward. "And now you can't even kill me. Did you think leaving me in that silly diary of yours would leave me helpless and weak? I've been biding my time, and a year ago, I was finally able to become free. It took time, but I grew stronger, and now I've become what we truly desired. And I've done it in a way that even you with all your fancy help from her would never be able to guess how I became so powerful. You are a weak pathetic man that's nothing but a fragment of what he once was. I am the true Dark Lord." Voldemort's eyes widened as he felt a little shocked. He knows about her. Who is he? Someone related to him. Perhaps the Flammels. But why is he here? I can't sense any hostility even now. Is he hiding it from me in some way? No. He isn't even a demigod, and I can't sense any mystical items on him. Who's helping him? He knows about the diary. Did Lucius help him? I can still sense my other soul, I can't tell where it is, but it is safe, yet I heard that the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Did it really succeed in escaping from school? But I heard that Harry Potter was credited in saving the school and fighting against me from the diary. Voldemort's confusion only multiplied several-fold with each thought he used to dig into the scenario unfolding in front of him. The face he was looking at and the information he was being fed through the words of the young boy had opened a can of worms that he wasn't ready to get into. Questions like who was backing the boy were of the mundane sort in such a troublesome mind storm. The question that was worrying Voldemort the most right now was, whoever this boy is, how isn't he corrupted yet? Even after knowing about her. Is he really who he appears to be? Or is this another one of his tricks? A trick to distract me from Harry? Voldemort's eyes flicked towards Harry, but the boy was still frozen stiff on the dirty floor. Loki seemed to notice the sudden panic that began to emerge in Voldemort's gaze as the young boy spoke with a funny smile. What are you thinking about, Mr. Dark Lord? The young boy asked, wondering if I know all your little secrets. The boy then looked around at all the Death Eaters and the Lestrange couple, seeing how all of them had a hint of confusion in their eyes before he looked back at Voldemort. But since it is rude of me not to introduce myself, let's do this, let me show the world who I really am. The boy flicked his wand in the air, and much like how Harry had seen at the end of his second year, fiery letters started to form in the air with each stroke of his wand. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Not everyone was able to connect to the name, but Voldemort's eyes remained wide while several Death Eaters around the ones that had gathered gasped audibly when the words were written in air. The Death Eaters hadn't recognized young Tom's face since none of them had really seen Voldemort when he was young, but some of them who were in the inner circle of Death Eaters had known about their lord's actual name. It can't be. One of the Death Eaters gasped before looking at Voldemort, who was frozen stiff. Bellatrix too remained confused. Her hands trembled while her lips quivered as she tried to understand exactly what was going on. Then under everyone's stunned gazes, the boy took it a move further. They all watched as the letters rearranged themselves to form the sentence. I am Lord Voldemort. The Death Eaters, who hadn't realized what was going on until now, suddenly showed expressions of understanding. Funny, isn't it? The young Tom said as he flicked his wand once again and caused the letters to fade away. Bellatrix Lestrange on the side was the most confused as she looked at her master and then at the boy. All the Death Eaters in the audience had similarly strange thoughts. How is the killing curse doing nothing to him? He is the real Dark Lord. Then who is he? But they were even more amplified when Loki mixed into their sea of subconscious a flood of distracting thoughts, making most of them panic and stop thinking rationally. Is this a trap? A trap to capture us? A trap set up by the White Lord? But even then, Voldemort's presence remained commanding and the central point of focus, since everyone's instincts were blaring and warning them against Voldemort, not the little boy, which made them sure that the real deal was already in front of them. But the results in front of their eyes were something else. No one could simply survive the killing curse and walk through it. Meanwhile, on the side, Loki wondered, is there a popcorn machine nearby? Maybe I can use the Disc of Wishes and make a simple wish for an unemptiable bucket of popcorn. It would set a good mood for scenes like this. Oh. And an invisible couch to sit on. Wait a second. Can't I do that using my illusions? I haven't tasted my illusions though. Do they even have a taste in the first place? Loki flicked his hand and conjured a floured popcorn kernel in his mouth. Oh. It actually tastes like caramel popcorn. Crunch crunch. As such, Loki continued to watch the show that was unfolding in front of him while munching on perfectly crisp popcorn that he remembered eating in his past life. Chapter 386, Descent into Chaos, Corruption. Enough. Voldemort said with seething hatred towards the young boy who called himself Tom. He had pulled back his wand after seeing that the killing curse did nothing to him and was about to try something else, but before he could. Enough. Tom said with a sneer. What happened? Can't afford to listen to your own inadequacies. Did being her slave make you forget the things you dreamed of when you learnt about the world beyond magic? How shameful. All the Death Eaters remained silent as they watched the two Dark Lords talking to each other. Voldemort was beyond furious at this point. Has no one taught you not to lie? Voldemort spoke with silent anger since his image was being questioned. His spotlight, the spotlight that was supposed to signify his return, was being blurred and turned towards this strange boy. Everything was going in a completely unexpected direction. Tom, however, simply looked at Voldemort and then with a smirk on his face spoke calmly. You say I'm lying, so how about this? How about we declare once and for all that we aren't slaves to anyone? Voldemort was suspicious. After ridiculing him for so long, this boy wanted to settle their matter by simply stating that they weren't slaves. Voldemort was sure he wouldn't be smote down by Mother Tree of Desire in case he ever said such a thing, because he was pretty sure that as long as he didn't upset her directly, she wouldn't mind whatever he did to hold on to power. After all, she needed him to be able to function more easily in this world. But the boy. Why would his telling that he was not a slave prove anything? Do you want me to tell everyone whose slave you are? Tom said, giving a coy look as he put his finger on his chin to look like he was thinking about something. I'm sure she will enjoy having a few more appendages on the planet, don't you think? Seeing the boy smirking while looking at him, Voldemort felt angry. Especially when he saw that his Death Eaters had started looking at him with some confusion. Wasn't their lord supposed to be the greatest Dark Lord of all time? When was he suddenly a slave to someone else? Seeds of doubt and confusion that Loki had planted into everyone's sea of subconscious started to grow as everyone started to question Voldemort's status, not directly, but even Voldemort could see the hint of doubt in their eyes. So he quickly regained his calm and quickly countered the boy's questions. I am no slave. I am the devil who controls other people's desires. I am the only one who can empower them and twist them to the point of madness. I am the one that stands alone at the peak of the abyss. Is that Sue? The boy calmly said with an even wider smile. Then why don't you tell us all something simple? Everyone waited patiently and kept their ears out to listen to the boy's next words. Even Voldemort worried that the boy would say something strange and difficult for him to do because he seemed to know much about his past and history. I'm sure you know a thing or two about fear being a beyonder of the abyss pathway, right? So why don't you say that you're not a slave to him, the man you fear the most? Why don't you tell them all that he is not your master? Death Eaters frowned as most realized who the boy was talking about, since it was publicly known that if there was anyone who could stand against Voldemort, it would be the greatest white wizard of all time, Albus Dumbledore. So why would Albus Dumbledore make Voldemort his slave? The boy's words made no sense. The growing rage of confusion which had been spreading in full swing started to simmer down as everyone directed their annoyed gazes towards the boy. Perhaps he was just someone crazy who had found his way to this battlefield. Voldemort was silent for a few seconds, contemplating if the boy was just being naive or if he had a plan underneath the seemingly simple scheme. Is that it? I can't help but feel skeptical. But he truly holds no bad intentions against me, yet his hostility is so clear. It's not like I can't speak his name. Her help is plenty enough for me to say his name. But what does the boy want? You think I fear his name? You think that I fear him enough to be his slave? How naive. Then say it. Say you hate him and say that you're what terrifies him. Instead, tell the world that he is not your master and that you are much stronger than him. With the boy's fiery words, Voldemort suddenly felt a fire burn in him, a fire that fueled his anger and inflated his ego. It felt like words were trying to escape his throat in a fit of madness. And that was when Voldemort shouted to prove the boy wrong. I hate Alb Dash. Voldemort stopped midway. His voice stuck in his throat as he suddenly felt a strong dissonance in his body. It felt like his body was burning and was set on fire as his inner organs started to mutate very quickly. I'm losing control. Why? I still have my dark mark implanted on so many people. If I managed to maintain my sanity even during the time I had no body, why am I losing control now? The silence created an awkward atmosphere which Tom quickly capitalized on. Oh. Can't lie. Tom said, walking calmly towards Voldemort, with each step resonating loudly among the Death Eaters. The weight of the spotlight that was earlier on Voldemort slowly started slipping as it gravitated more and more towards the boy. Voldemort's thoughts had devolved into a rapid flurry of questions that were aimed at understanding the current situation. But among them all, only one question grabbed his entire attention. How did he do this? He's not even a demigod. How did he attack me by slipping past my danger premonition? How is he making me lose control? The boy finally arrived close enough to the Dark Lord and leaned in until his breath touched the Dark Lord's cold face. After leaning in so close, the boy whispered into his ear, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear because of the silence. You fear me, don't you? I can smell it, and it stinks. Voldemort's eyes widened, but almost immediately he felt like he was losing control even faster, which made his first focus to fix his rapidly degenerating body. But that wasn't so easy. It was difficult, much more difficult than he had assumed. Dissenting voices rose within him. He felt his body bubble and his heart shake. Something within him was eating him. He could feel the tension that had gripped his chest. Do I fear him? No, the boy is playing with you. Don't listen to him. But my killing curse didn't work on him. The last time it didn't, I lost my body. Are you a fool? He's obviously using a trick to make you lose control. He could be a spectator pathway beyonder. One that has implanted the seeds of losing control deep within you. No way. There hasn't been another spectator that good since that despicable man. Despicable. Mind your words. He is someone we dearly love and respect. Dumbledore was our closest teacher. He promised to help us whenever he could. How could such a lovely person be despicable? He's the greatest wizard of all time. Don't you dare speak bad things about him. Huh. What? How easy. The boy said with a smile. He pushed Voldemort casually, causing him to have to quickly take a step back to prevent himself from falling onto the floor. Chapter 387, Descent into Chaos, Stage 1 complete. The move scared all the Death Eaters around them, since in their eyes Voldemort was supposed to be the one almighty true god that could never be toppled. Their blood turned cold and they suddenly felt like they were as vulnerable as baby deers. When the boys' gaze swept past them, they felt like they had been marked with a noose around their necks. Everyone was positively terrified. Loki had very carefully planned all of what had happened in this short interval. The boy, Tom Marvolo Riddle, who had the appearance of Tom from the diary Horcrux that Harry Potter had destroyed in the second year, was just an illusion that Loki had created after studying the soul he had captured using the greedy ring of harvest in the second year. An illusion which allowed Loki to ignore Voldemort's killing curse by simply walking through it, since the boy didn't really exist, since what was visible to everyone else was just an illusion and not real. But since he could control what his illusions could touch, Loki used it to push Voldemort lightly and make him think that the person in front of him was a real person. It was to keep him guessing, wondering if a part of his own soul had betrayed him. To feel scared and afraid of the hidden powers backing it. Combined with Loki's slow delivery to reveal information about her and other such things that only Voldemort's soul would know, it set up the perfect stage for Loki to use his first weapon against Voldemort. The weapon wasn't something complicated or even one that Loki had built himself. It was something that he had acquired very recently. He had acquired this weapon from Harry Potter. Harry didn't know he was carrying such a potent weapon, while its actual creator Albus Dumbledore didn't know that his work would be used in such a clever way as Loki had planned for it. And Loki had planned to use this weapon because he knew that he himself couldn't make one better than this, since Dumbledore was a master in this field while he was just stepping into it. When Loki was teleported from the Quidditch pitch to Voldemort's resurrection site, he abused his proximity to Harry Potter and distance from Dumbledore to perform a simple theft. Loki stole the corruption that was deeply embedded in Harry Potter's body of heart and mind. The corruption that made Harry Potter unquestionably rely on Albus Dumbledore, one that allowed him to control exactly how Harry Potter saw and analyzed his actions. And as soon as the illusory boy, Tom, arrived close to Voldemort, Loki simply implanted the corruption into the sea of subconscious of his illusion before spreading it to Voldemort. As such, Voldemort's persona instantly split up when Dumbledore's corruption started to spread around his island of consciousness, causing him to misremember facts about his own past and made him believe that Dumbledore was his greatest ally instead of enemy. Everything from the beginning of Loki's arrival was carefully planned to put him out of the spotlight so that he could act in the shadows, pulling strings that no one knew could be pulled. To the world, the only living beyonder of the spectator pathway were a few Hogwarts graduates along with Albus Dumbledore. And while there were a few low-level beyonder characteristics around, Voldemort didn't know that Loki could manipulate the sea of consciousness to such an extent. Especially since Dumbledore unknowingly built Loki's weapon. A weapon so strong, a corruption so strong, since it was built to remain hidden from everyone else. This single weapon had forced Voldemort to remain confused and guessing. It was what kept Voldemort under the radar, forcing him to misunderstand who he was actually fighting against. While Voldemort knew that the illusory Tom had something to do with all of this, he knew much better that only someone like Albus Dumbledore could pull off such a deep mental manipulation that could slip past his defenses. And since Loki would have to fight Voldemort himself very soon, he wanted to make sure that Voldemort was never going to be in his peak condition, since it was very obvious to him that fighting a Sequence 3 Saint while he was still just a Sequence 5 was asking for too much. As such, with the stage set up, Loki pulled off his final move of the first act in this elaborate play he had set up. Tom looked into Voldemort's eyes and just calmly started walking away. He kept eye contact with Voldemort as he walked backwards into the alley shrouded in darkness. "Remember this, Mr. Dark Lord, I will let you live for now. But I will come back to reap your life once and for all. Maybe now. Maybe a few seconds later. Maybe when you are sleeping. Maybe even when you're shitting. But I will be there. Right in front of you to look into your eyes so that you can see your death reflected in mine." The illusion started to dissolve into the air as Tom's smile only deepened. "Oh, and your followers seem loyal, I might just as well take the lives of those that follow you. Or I could turn them into my own followers, who knows what the future holds." The boy lifted his hand and waved goodbye as he vanished away into the depths of the dark lanes of Nocturne Alley. Except right before he vanished, a large flare shot out of his wand. It flew to the skies at rapid speeds before exploding into a large explosion of fireworks that hung in the sky like a dark mark which was about to spell their doom. When everyone looked back at the boy, he had already vanished. They couldn't sense his presence or even see him using spirit vision. Almost at the same time, everyone heard a rush of footsteps and spotted several unspeakables charge towards the clearing. "Well, phase 1 of the plan has finished perfectly," Loki said while munching on popcorn. "Now I just need to wait for Laura to arrive. Given how you know who is so openly here, I'm sure several of them will try to ask for reinforcements. Laura should be here soon after that." Voldemort realized what was happening and, given his worsening condition, quickly composed himself, trying his best to control his rapidly degenerating condition moving towards insanity and loss of control. The unspeakables that had arrived quickly stood stunned in shock as their eyes widened when they saw the horde of Death Eaters in front of them. They quickly pulled out their wands, but Harry's words shocked them all. Harry had broken free from Voldemort's spell when Voldemort had started losing control due to Loki's corruption weapon, so as soon as he saw reinforcements arrive, he shouted out loud. That is Voldemort. He has resurrected using a strange ritual. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw Voldemort after hearing Harry's words. Hermione was the fastest to recover after hearing Harry's words, as she almost immediately flicked her wand to shoot out a spell. And as if setting fire to a powdered keg, it caused both sides to explode into a flurry of magical exchanges. The unspeakables flicked their wands and shot a barrage of spells towards the Death Eaters that had surrounded Loki and Harry while the Death Eaters were a little slower to respond. The colors of spells varied and moved at different speeds towards different targets, but Loki wasn't very interested in that since he knew well that even 1,000 more of such simple spells wouldn't be enough to scratch Voldemort or even an ordinary saint. I should have gotten a real camera. I could take you-know-who's bald picture and everyone's reaction to it too. Can he regrow his hair using potions? I stole his hair roots, so it shouldn't be possible, but well, I guess magic might always have a solution. I should study hair regrowth under Madame Pomfrey. Voldemort, who'd gained some semblance of control over his body by quickly isolating his mental insanity behind several occlumency shields, flicked his wand in a heavy and large arc out of his bone-white wand, poured out a fire as crimson as blood. It slithered into the air like a phoenix, transforming into a dragon by the end as it crashed into the oncoming onslaught of manpower. All the unspeakables' eyes widened as they saw their spells harmlessly sputter on the giant fiery dragon with no other effects. The exorbitant display suddenly made everyone remember just why they feared the madman in front of them. With morale rising, Voldemort shouted. Today we announce our return. Show them why they fear us. But in the soft silence afterwards, everyone heard the one, two, or even a few sudden pops that signified the escape of a few Death Eaters. Morale had already dropped irreversibly in the Death Eaters, and it seemed like Voldemort's display was doing nothing to really help it improve, for now. Chapter 388, Descent into Chaos, Fight Back. Loki, having rested enough while using illusions to ridicule Voldemort, stood up casually as a few Death Eaters rushed up to them to hold them hostage and give them leverage over the oncoming force. But they all stopped when Loki said something simple. Seriously. The Dark Lord is right here and you think he needs to hold the great Harry Potter hostage to win a fight against the Ministry of Magic? Do you not even respect the strength that the world fears? The words felt like daggers piercing their hearts. The Death Eaters that were rushing towards them froze and looked towards Voldemort. And instead of the support they had hoped they would get, they all saw the maddened look he was giving them. It felt like he was going to eat them alive. The Death Eaters cursed and instantly changed targets. They continued running towards Loki and Harry, but when they reached the two kids they didn't stop. Instead, they rushed to cover the alleyways behind them from where their enemies were pouring in. Harry turned towards Loki, to reassure him that Dumbledore would help them out, but Loki was surprisingly calm. As if the Dark Lord in front of them was never a threat to him in the first place. While it did unnerve Harry, it also gave him a feeling of reassurance and reliability. As such, knowing that Loki likely had a plan, Harry asked him, "What should we do now, Loki?" Loki looked at Harry and then at Voldemort before a small smile made its way to his face. "What do you think?" "Of course, our aim is to take down the Dark Lord." "Is that something that you even need to ask?" "It's just like the third task. You hunt the creatures, leave the Nexus to me." Harry's eyes widened, but then he smiled happily. "Sure, just don't take too long like last time. I was worried, you know." Loki laughed lightly before turning to look at Voldemort, who spared him a casual glance before turning to control his fiend fire dragon, which the unspeakables were trying to defend against. He, the man was just terrified of me. But now he's trying to keep up his reputation. Well, either way, I just need the demon helping him torture those souls for his ritual. Now that I think about it, this information was at ROBS warehouse. Did I go there and get my memories messed up? Whoever it is that messed with my memories doesn't seem to be interfering with my plans, for now, so the best bet would be to follow them as is. It's too late to go back and do something else anyway. Loki looked at the piles of bodies for a few seconds before shifting his gaze towards Voldemort. I just need to make sure he can't teleport away from here along with the demon and the bodies it is torturing. So I need to keep pressing him to make him stay here without thinking of leaving. A good way to do that would be to talk trash to him so that it becomes a temporary goal of his to take me down to regain his prideful position as the Dark Lord. And well, I do have another special weapon I can use if things start getting out of hand. Loki looked back at Voldemort, took a few deep breaths, and then calmly walked in his direction. Loki's wand was primed with spirituality and it was exuding a dark aura. Every step Loki took dissolved him from the moonlight, as if something was concealing his figure. With a flick of his wand, shadows wound around him as they covered him entirely. It wasn't hard for Voldemort to guess what was going on in the minds of all the people currently around him. He didn't even have to look at their desires to understand or even verify their thoughts. It was clear to him that whoever the person who had taken on the appearance of his first Horcrux was working with the Ministry of Magic. Since it was the flare that alerted several squads of patrolling people about his appearance while they were en route to their general patrolling checkposts. He knew very well that the number of people who had started disappearing in Nocturne Alley over the past year, who he had been collecting for his advancement ritual, had alerted the Ministry of Magic about his intentions. But it was all a calculated risk since he knew that as long as he was revived successfully not many would be able to stop him. He hadn't anticipated the arrival of the strange person mimicking his Horcrux, but the basic principle still held. He would use the people dragged into the fight right now to re-establish his dominance. As such, in the messy state that was his mind right now, Voldemort was trying to debate over a single question. Should I stay until they call in reinforcements? Dumbledore is the best. Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of all time. I should surrender to Dumbledore and ask him to forgive me out of love and become his slave. Dumbledore is the dash. If I don't want to ask her for help, a saint would be helpful in completing my ritual quicker. Voldemort wasn't sure about which way he leaned, but Loki had already decided what was going to happen on the stage he had created. He only wanted to drag out the battle a little longer so that they could depend on the support of High Sequence Beyonders and Laura to help curb Voldemort's ruthlessness. Yet the few minutes they had to wait felt like years passing by as they were forced to comprehend and defend against forces they couldn't understand. The gigantic flaming dragon landed on the ground heavily. Its temperature so hot that the shacks and buildings surrounding the area were set ablaze, turning the entire area into a blazing sea of corrupting fire. The worst part was that anything that came in contact with the dragon was only consumed by it to grow stronger and larger. Among these patrolling Beyonders, the first to respond were the Hermione and Daphne, who looked at the incoming fiery dragon with a sense of helplessness and despair. But they weren't the only ones feeling that despair. Almost everyone present in the area felt a rising feeling of fear of death as they stared at the giant fiery monstrosity. This was Voldemort's aim in bringing out a monstrosity made out of fiend fire. He wanted to amplify their fear and despair, to drive them all to the edge of insanity. He wanted to hold them hostage by keeping their desires on the teetering edge of sanity and insanity so that when High Sequence Beyonders arrived he could use them as audience for his advancement ritual. Normally he wouldn't have needed such hostages, since he was strong enough to be able to fend off multiple non-combat High Sequence Beyonders, but he was currently battling insanity himself. Since he was on the edge of losing control because of how his mind had started splitting, making it hard for him to control his own Beyonder abilities and his magic. Voldemort's left arm transformed partially into a clawed hairy mess that had the tips of its nails slowly become engulfed by a dark cursed flame. A dangerous smirk showed up on Voldemort's lips as he thrust his hand forward. Chapter 389, Descent into Chaos, Showdown begins. Harry ducked low as another Death Eater shot the killing curse towards him. Harry's eyes moved like ping-pong balls, scanning the crowd, aiming to find their weakness and strike at them as he moved without hesitation. Harry's mind was also in disarray after having seen Voldemort's mighty dragon. But his trust in Loki kept him focused on his mission. He was just glad he didn't have to bear the burden of all that was happening. For some reason, he felt freer than he usually did, and he suddenly felt unburdened by his actions. He still felt hurt when he saw the Beyonders that had been made to lose control by Voldemort, but he also moved faster through the groups of Death Eaters to make sure that the score was at least even. Dodging another killing curse aimed at his chest, Harry rushed towards the corresponding Death Eater before stabbing his stomach with an enchanted blade that Dumbledore had given him. Almost instantly, the Death Eater started to mutate, and in mere moments, the man turned into a bulbous organ of meat and flesh that looked to be in a profound sense of pain and agony. The other Death Eater suddenly felt that fighting Harry was not worth it and began to cast spells aimed at slowing him down instead of killing him so that they could save themselves. The killing curses changed to curses that created swamps and thick roots or shot out ropes and snakes that entangled Harry's feet, but the young man cut through them using his wand and chased down the Death Eaters like it was his calling, even if he was going to be a little slow in the process because of it. Voldemort watched the chaos that was unfolding with a glimmer in his eyes. It felt nice to watch the world burn. The Beyonders that managed to escape his desire manipulation were so focused on dealing with fiend fire that they didn't notice when the fingers on Voldemort's demon hand twitched once again as he planted a seed of corruption into the bodies of the Beyonders that had lost control. All he wanted to do was plan for an escape route after he fought the High Sequence Beyonder that would appear as reinforcement. After all, what better way is there to safely escape than to hold their own people hostage? Voldemort's thoughts proceeded logically, his cold ruthlessness unbridled by any emotions or desires, sharpening as he began to use more and more of it. All of a sudden the feeling of returning to his life of watching other people being tormented under his power made him feel big and strong. Yet Tom's words from earlier rang in his mind. His face turned into a frown and then his pride curtailed itself once again. TSK. Voldemort turned away from the silly combat that the low to mid-sequence Beyonders were taking part in with his flaming pet as he effortlessly managed to fix any damage they did to it without effort. Instead, Voldemort focused his efforts on the pile of bodies that were kept barely alive. Just as Voldemort was about to flick his wand and begin the advancement ritual with the help of the demon that had been buried in the pile of bodies, his danger premonition warned him. Voldemort quickly turned around and flicked his wand casually, causing a blistering red ball of fire to explode at his feet. "It's you," Voldemort said as he recognized Loki. There was a frown on his face as he thought back to the first year when he assumed he had killed the boy, only for him to use the flaring sun charm to turn the tables on him instead. "It's not really an honor to have your name and face be remembered by someone like you," Loki commented casually while his wand buzzed and hummed with spirituality filling it to the brim. Voldemort evaluated Loki for a few seconds before he broke out into a Cheshire grin. "There aren't any unicorns this time that will save you, boy. Are you sure about that?" Loki asked with a smile on his face as he pulled out a bottle of silvery liquid from his waist. But Voldemort remained undeterred, his grin only widened as he spoke calmly. "And how many times will that save you from me when I've returned to my full power?" "Once. Twice." Loki only laughed. "Once. Twice. Well, we shall find out soon enough, I guess. But before we begin, I wanted to ask you a question." Voldemort didn't accent, but he was still curious about what the boy wanted to ask him, especially when he could have just run away after he allowed the boy to so kindly vanish into the shadows earlier. "I want to know, what does it feel like to be outsmarted? You see, I've never been on the losing end ever since I've come here, to this world, but you've lost plenty of times before, against children no less." Loki's smile widened, but Voldemort's smile vanished. Instead he raised his wand and spoke in a thin seething tone. "I assumed you had some rationality to you. Perhaps you might have been a good tool if you joined my side. Now I only pity you, for you have chosen death." "Death? How funny. I'd like to know though, do you fear him? The boy that just scared you enough to shit your pants, he left you alive for now, didn't he? Do you feel scared, knowing that the Grim Reaper is going to come after you?" Voldemort's scowl deepened, and with a sharp flick of his wand he spoke in anger. "In a duel, one must show their utmost respect for the opponent. Now bow to me." "Really? Duel? Respect? You're funny. If you think that doing a little foolish wand waving is going to make me bend for you, you must be a diminutive idiot." Voldemort's face showed confusion as he flicked his wand again. But Loki flicked his wand at almost the same time, and almost silently, the spell that Voldemort cast on Loki to bow appeared to have been cancelled. "Except, why don't I show you how it's done?" Loki said with a smile. Voldemort's eyes widened slightly when he saw Loki cancel his spell effortlessly as if he were swatting a fly, but then his eyes further widened when he suddenly felt a heavy pressure on his back. Loki hadn't just cancelled Voldemort's spell, he had taken charge of it and rechanged its target to Voldemort himself. This was thanks to Rowena's notes about how magic understood the intent of the caster through the Sea of Subconscious and the Chaos Sea. As such, since each spell was connected to the Sea of Subconscious, as long as Loki could pollute the intent, he could change what it was meant to do. And with his control over the Sea of Subconscious, Loki could easily repurpose spells that were sent at him to attack his enemies instead of himself. Voldemort managed to hold himself straight and not bend, but the simple act of feeling pressured to do something made him stunned. Loki's threat level in his mind suddenly rose to an all-time high. How is this possible? Is he truly his Horcrux? Is he truly backed by him? Voldemort tried to reason the situation in front of him. His mind thinking back to the report Barty Crouch Jr. had given him a few weeks ago, about Loki being the person that was the Horcrux of Herpo the Foul, but he hadn't paid much attention to it, thinking that it was just a ruse and not something serious. The Beyonder world was wrought with false information after all. Each Tom, Dick, and Harry claimed to be Voldemort, Merlin, or even Harry himself. But right now, looking at Loki's skill, Voldemort was at a loss for words or reasons to understand how Loki was so proficient at magic. Is the boy truly his Horcrux? Chapter 390, Descent into Chaos, Tears. But unfortunately, the split personalities in his head currently had their own thoughts on the matter. Look at you shaking and trembling. Look at you trying to rationalize the skills of a child. How low you've fallen without a little practice. So much for being the greatest Dark Lord. A mere child has stood up to you. Twice. Might as well roll over and show him your belly like a dog. You still have time. Out of his kindness, perhaps the great Albus Dumbledore might accept you on his side. You have valuable information that you could give to him. Just surrender. There's still time. Accept your wrongdoing and dash. Enough. All fighting against his own thoughts did was worsen Voldemort's condition. But being true to his roots as an Abyss Pathway member, Voldemort instantly suppressed his rampaging emotions as he scanned Loki from head to toe, trying to find out how his abilities worked. Who are you? Voldemort asked in a fierce tone that demanded answers. Loki only smiled, however, as he matched eyes with Voldemort and spoke in a smooth and light tone. Don't you know? I mean, if you've copied my method of immortality, surely you know me, right? Voldemort's eyes trembled. No. You can't be him. Your soul is complete. You are not a fragment. Loki's smile only widened. Do you think I remained sitting all these years? Of course, I improved upon my magic. Magic which you seem to have only barely grasped. Voldemort scrutinized Loki, trying to figure out if he was telling the truth or lying, but Loki didn't stop there. I met your other Horcruxes, you know, they were all subpar to say the least, especially your last Horcrux, the diadem, pretty boring if I say so myself. Voldemort's eyes widened further as his hands trembled. Before Loki could react, Voldemort's fingers flicked as Voldemort caused Loki's desires to explode with fierce intensity. Voldemort had planted a defiling seed into Loki. Loki, however, reacted calmly by simply stealing away seed and turning it into a rune that existed outside his body. Is that all you've got? Loki asked Voldemort with a Cheshire grin. Voldemort's eyes narrowed as he gripped his wand tighter, trying to understand what Loki had done to his defiling seed since he could no longer feel it. An item. Or a clemency. But Loki didn't make it any easier and didn't give Voldemort the time to think. With a smile, Loki spoke calmly, my turn, and flicked his wand like a graceful orchestra conductor. Mens velox acus. Voldemort instantly went on alert when his danger premonition alerted him as he looked at Loki and his wand, trying to figure out what Loki was doing, but in mere moments, Voldemort felt something wrong. Voldemort's eyes widened wildly when he looked down at his body. His body was mutating rapidly. He suddenly felt detached from his body as he watched in horror how it started showing signs of loss of control, with his body repeatedly sprouting fur as it started to turn into a demonic entity. But before he could even begin to address what was going on, he felt his world slow down, before a sudden thrust to his mental barriers caused him to almost kneel as the world around him started to spin. Voldemort, for the first time in decades, felt fear, pain, joy, terror, and sheer horror as he felt the time he was in the comfort of his mother's embrace before she passed him to an orphanage and died. His time in the orphanage, when he was bullied, when he discovered magic, when he took revenge against those bullies, when he met Albus Dumbledore for the first time, when he learned about Hogwarts. Voldemort felt overwhelmed. Emotions that he had never felt after becoming a Sequence 8 cold-blooded, came rushing to him as he teared up. Bellatrix on the side froze as she looked at Voldemort, becoming silent when she saw tears streak down his face. The silence soon spread to the other Death Eaters, who suddenly became stunned. No one on the entire battlefield could comprehend that Voldemort had actually cried.